Audiobook title, Caledon's Fall, 105 to 165, by T.G. Parsons, Chapter 105, Assault on Terror, Part 2, Chapter 105. Gareth Quaid led a flock of seraphs through the upper atmosphere of terror. With his mesh's wings retracted, he used all of his reactor's energy to power the mobile suit's shields. A red glow surrounded him from the friction caused by his descent. Almost through. Be prepared to separate. Gareth advised the 20 seraphs under his command. The plan was to punch through the atmosphere as quickly as possible before screening for guard meshes that could interfere with their landing. Far below him, the sparkling blue waters of the Gulf of Mexico shimmered in the light. He had always wanted to see Terra, his father's home and part of his birthright, but he hadn't thought it would be under these circumstances. Just a few days before, he had been in stasis, wondering where he had gone wrong, and now he was about to spill blood on sacred Terra. 3, 2, 1. Deploy and split. Gareth counted down. He deployed his mesh's wings and was about to gain distance from the others when a warning notification rang out in his cockpit. Thermal warning, high energy signature detected. The mechanical voice rang out, and his vision zoomed into the distance. A platform floated on the sea below them, a giant cannon connected to massive battery banks. He could see the shimmer of the heat rising from the weapon. Scatter. Gareth ordered, but it was too late. A streak of red energy, larger than anything he had seen aside from the Titan Atlas, streaked toward them. Cover. A voice sounded out, and a heavy class throne shot in front of the group. Its wings expanded to their limits. They shinned a bright white as they were fed energy from its reactor. A powerful shield enveloped the mesh, like a white orb in the sky before them. The red PPC energy slammed into the barrier, splintering into hundreds of smaller beams of energy that rained down on the sea below. The throne's wings began to change from white to red as a fraction of the energy assaulting it was absorbed and rerouted through its systems. Lifting its own weapon, it returned fire. A ray of light sped toward the surface, annihilating the floating platform and the PPC. The illumination faded from the throne as it shot toward its next target. Breathing a sigh of relief, Gareth followed behind. There was a fundamental difference between the classes. Nothing was more stark than medium to heavy. The Seraph could fly and hit a light shield, but it was a glass cannon, unable to sustain much damage before failing. The throne was an enhancement to it in every way. Stronger, faster, with superb defenses and speed. Its key feature was the unique technique it just displayed. Mirror allowed the throne to redirect energy weapons, enhancing its own power and using it to counterattack. With the throne in the vanguard position, Gareth and his flight of seraphs flew across the water toward their destination. Page break. Anything? Sid asked the others as they gathered in Cal's room. They were in the sitting room, everyone with their datapads or communicators trying to get information. Cal stood by the window, looking around the town for a way to get them away. The resort town had forbidden hovercars, and the guards strictly controlled incoming shuttles. The landing pads were empty. The guard had transports located off-site unless needed. They felt unregulated travel in and out of the town was a security risk. Nothing, all the lines are down, and the net isn't loading, he said with disgust, tossing his datapad onto the coffee table. We're safe here, though, right? I mean, this is Terra. The guard has this under control. Sid replied nervously, looking at the standing Cal. We can't stay, and there's no shuttles or cars. Did you pack what we needed? Cal asked Mare, who was coming back in with John. They had several full backpacks, water and supplies. It should last a day or two. Mare confirmed. Are we really going to run? The guard said to stay in our rooms until we're given the all clear. Silo asked. I'm not waiting, except for the Imperial Palace. This place would be the primary target in an attack. Everyone knows half the galaxy's nobility is gathered here. I would rather take my chance on my own. Talha replied. Cal nodded in agreement. Grab a bag, we'll get some distance. Hopefully, I'm just overreacting, and we get the all clear soon, but better safe than sorry. Cal ordered, grabbing a backpack and placing the straps around his shoulders. They had made it to the ground floor when Cal stopped them. In front of the group, he stepped onto the main walkway of the resort town when he heard a noise like a keening wail, a piercing scream of energy that instantly made him spin around to look at the end of the street. A streak of crimson energy flashed overhead, striking from the sky at something in the ocean of the bay. An instant later, multiple cracks of thunderous lasgun fire erupted. The ground shook around them. The building's windows rattled, and Cal could see chairs and furniture on the side areas and patios topple. Sid screamed from the noise, and the group held their hands over their heads and huddled together in the shelter of the building as a massive mobile suit flew overhead. A heavy class throne in the livery of the Imperial Guard was flanked by combat airships, their large thrusters keeping their enormous frame in the air. Attached to the front of the ship were twin PPCs, the glow of heat slowly fading from their recent discharge. In moments they were gone, heading out over the bay. The buildings around them blocked the group's vision of the mesh and its escort ships, the sound slowly fading. "We need to go," Cal shouted, pointing to the opposite end of the resort town and the trees beyond. They needed to get as far away as possible before whatever the guard was fighting arrived. Pulling the others to their feet, he led the way down the streets, listening to the occasional sound of distant combat. "Who are they attacking?" he asked as they ran down the street. What had started out as a vast, empty avenue quickly became filled with people. They could see members of the guard trying to keep order, but civilians outnumbered them. Unlike Cal's group, most people were trying to see what was happening on the shore. Not understanding the severity of what they were facing, they treated it like a spectacle, watching the meshs and energy weapons with amazement and fascination, unaware of the coming danger. A few groups were more knowledgeable, doing what Cal and the others were and running away as fast as possible for the forests or the areas where the guard was still stationed. "I'm not sure, but we aren't sticking around to find out," Cal shouted over the tumult. A gust of strong wind nearly knocked them to the ground as another group of meshs flew overhead, not slowing down as they passed over the town. They had made it out of the main square when Mare's shout pulled Cal's attention. "Look!" she yelled, pointing to their left. Cal could see the beach and the bay beyond through a gap between the buildings. Above the sparkling azure water, a white spray obscured the horizon. He didn't understand what was happening until another streak of crimson energy shot out from a guard mesh a moment later. It was a flight of seraphs, their large frames sending up sprays of water as they sped above the water's surface. In the lead was another THR-1 with its wings spread wide as it absorbed another volley of lasgun and PPC energy. If there was any doubt of their allegiance, it was put to rest as they returned fire. A lance of crimson energy struck one of the aircraft flanking the Imperial Guard throne. The attack vaporized one of its boosters, and the ship slowly tilted toward the ground. Its triangular body was too heavy for a single booster to support it, and it crashed into the sea, sending a geyser of water skyward. Cal watched the conflict for only a moment, taking in the opposing force. They lacked any distinctive markings. Their meshs were plain metal, scrubbed clean of paint or livery. Even though the throne was an Imperial Guard model, it was clear they weren't allied with the Emperor's forces. All sound in the resort town was drowned out as lines of fire descended from the sky. Flanked by hundreds of more meshs, dozens of dropships were falling toward the surface. A flight of guard meshs was approaching the town to aid in its defense, but Cal could see they were heavily outnumbered. "Cal, what do we do?" Mare asked, seeing the same and understanding the significance. Cal felt helplessness creep over him. The odds were stacked against them. They were trapped in the town, with no way out and an overwhelming force obviously intent on striking at their location. In the corner of his mind, the green-eyed beast stared at him from the darkness, waiting for a moment of weakness so that it could take over. It had been a while since he had seen it, and he shoved its presence away, unnoticed. His left hand trembled and clenched into a fist. "Run! Drop everything and run!" Cal shouted, gripping Mare by the hand and taking off. The others kept pace as the sky above them erupted in violence. Chapter 106, Assault on Terra, Part 3. Chapter 106. The sound of battle intensified as they ran, the noise growing louder the closer the battling meshs and ships came to the resort town. Through the gaps in the buildings, Cal and the others could see the fighting. Flashes of crimson and bluish-white light burned holes in mobile suits, and occasional explosions from downed meshs threw geysers of water in the air and shook the pavement beneath their feet. With Mare's hand clutched tightly in his own, he led the group down the maze of side streets and alleys, avoiding the clogged thoroughfare as bystanders watched in fascination and awe at the conflict. It wasn't until the first errant weapon fire struck the town that their astonishment turned to terror, and they began to flee for their lives. Above, the drop pods burned their way toward the surface, flanked by more mesh and assault carriers, their cannons and lasguns firing continuously at the Imperial Guard mobile suits that ringed the town as its last line of defense. It was obvious to any onlooker that the attackers outnumbered the defending Imperial Guard. The loss of Borealis Station put them at a severe disadvantage until reinforcements from Mars could arrive. "Through here, we're almost out," Cal shouted, pointing to a small alley between two buildings. One was a restaurant, its 3 stories empty as its patrons fled or in their rooms waiting for the all-clear. The other was a residential building, further back from the beach. It would have housed some of the lower-tier guests. At 10 stories, it dominated the space, its grey concrete exterior giving the group a sense of security as they pushed through the alley between. They were nearly at the far end when the scream of a PPC energy projectile made the group look up in alarm. It streaked through the blue sky, slamming into the 5th floor of the building and vaporizing a hole clean through to the other side. The edges glowed orange and white with heat. "Move!" Cal shouted, pulling the others to their feet and urging them to continue through the space. Only Mare and Talha had made it to the far end of the alley when the building beside them began to groan, the concrete facade crumbling. It began to lean over them, and debris fell from the gaping hole in its side. Scylla stumbled over the scree of concrete and fragments on the ground, her feet slipping as the ground rumbled and shook. In front of her, T was hauling Sid forward, shielding her more petite frame with his body from the falling material as they raced toward the opening. A chunk of concrete struck the young man in his face, leaving a bloody gash on his forehead, and he fell to the ground hard, taking Sid with him. John bravely stopped and turned, picking up his friend and dragging Sid forward while Micah took T's other arm. Cal turned and ran toward the governor. Agile and quick, he weaved through the falling debris until he reached her. With no regard for his safety, he focused on rescuing his friend, the first person he met when he was released from stasis. Gripping her arm, he hauled her to her feet and led her forward. "I got you," Cal said with assurance, and Scylla smiled up at him before her face looked horrified. "Look out!" she screamed, shoving him with enough force to knock him backwards. Landing on his back, he saw a large section of concrete crash to the ground, burying Scylla and sending up a screen of dust to block his vision. Coughing from the thick dust coating his mouth and choking him, Cal scrambled to his feet only to find the way to the governor blocked. Scylla was nowhere to be seen under the grey stone and metal pile. "No, Scylla!" Cal screamed, rushing toward the mountain of shattered concrete, metal rebar and cross beams. Frantic to help his friend, he clawed at the debris, lifting pieces from the pile and tossing them to the side while shouting for help. John dropped T off at the end of the alley and hurried back to Cal's side, helping to lift sections off of the trapped governor. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he found her. Scylla lay at the bottom, her eyes closed and face serene. She could have been sleeping if not for the blood and her pale skin. She wasn't breathing. Her heart couldn't beat from the large, jagged piece of metal jutting from her chest. Cal collapsed onto his knees, staring at his friend in stunned silence. His hands shook as he reached forward to touch the skin of her cheek, already cooling. "Cal, she's gone. We need to go. It's not safe here," Talha shouted from the alley's end. He sat on the ground while Sid wrapped a bandage torn from her shirt around his wounded forehead. "Cal!" Talha shouted again, knocking him from his stupor, knowing there was nothing more he could do for her. He drew in a deep breath, shoving the sadness and despair aside and focusing on the moment. "Come on," Cal said to John, sprinting to the end of the alley and leaving Scylla behind. Page break. Gareth fired his lasgun at the assault carrier. The bluish-white beam of energy splintered uselessly off its hull shielding. He was about to try again when his communication link activated. "I'll swat these flies. Attack the resort. I want it wiped off the map. Leave nothing behind," Jack ordered. Gareth looked up to see the Justice soar down from above, over 80 feet tall, its wings stretched twice that length. In its hands, it gripped a long, two-handed energy sword. In a flash, it was ahead of Gareth's group of seraphs, its blade piercing through the thick shielding and armor of the guard throne. Kicking it away, the heavy mesh lifelessly fell to the water. A stream of PPC energy impacted on the Justice's shields. Like the throne, the Justice activated its mirror ability, absorbing the excess energy and channeling it into its reactor for an increased power boost. What separated Justice from a throne happened next, when Jack activated its second ability. The wings of the Justice shone white and sparkled in the light, growing brighter until it was blinding. Suddenly, they dimmed, turning dull and grey as the light traveled along the mesh's frame and gathered in a small pinpoint of light in its chest. Sublime eradication. Jack ordered the assault mesh, listening to the whirl of the reactor as it reached its extreme limits. A line of pure, destructive power erupted from the Justice. Like a razor blade, it carved through the water below them, slicing a stripe through the water, the aircraft hovering in front of them, and the half-dozen medium and heavy class meshs flying toward them from a distance. The mobile suits held together momentarily before splitting in half and tumbling to the water below. The aircraft exploded, raining debris onto the ocean. So powerful was the beam of destructive energy that it didn't stop for miles, touching the land and lancing through the resort town in the distance. Multiple buildings collapsed, the ground split apart, and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. Gareth watched in awe at the mesh's abilities until his father called out to him, "Don't just stand there. Get moving." Jack ordered before speeding away toward more of the Imperial Guard mobile suits. "You heard him." Gareth ordered his companions, leading the flight of seraphs to the town. He could see the people gathered in the streets below, some watching him, others running for their lives. But he knew they were trapped. Their intel provided by Augustus had told them that there were no hover cars or shuttles to ferry them away. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. Gareth didn't even bother to aim. He raised his lasgun without any clear target and pulled the trigger. Beside him, 20 other mobile suits opened fire, unleashing devastation on the already damaged town. Buildings exploded, and the destructive energies vaporized streets, and people gathered there. Multiple fiery eruptions spread black smoke across the sky. Gareth imagined he could hear the screams from their victims, but the only noise that reached him was the cracks of lasguns as they continued to kill everyone in sight. "Leave no one alive," Gareth ordered, splitting away from the group with some of the others and tracking other targets. In only moments, the resort town that had been designed and built to provide joy to so many had become the tomb of thousands. Blood had been spilled on sacred terror. The Empire would never be the same again. Chapter 107, Assault on Terra, Part 4. Chapter 107. The group picked their way through the burning ruins of the resort town, careful to stay out of sight from the meshs fighting overhead. A flight of seraphs had been systemically destroying everything in sight, their goal apparently to flatten the entire town. Other meshs and exosuited soldiers soon joined them, adding to the devastation. Cal and his companions had witnessed them gunning down fleeing survivors, burning buildings with flamethrowers and executing anyone who tried to surrender. The Imperial Guard was still fighting to protect them, traveling from all over Terra to provide support, but they were outnumbered, and the resort town wasn't the only place under attack. From the scant information Cal had gleaned from a dead guardsman's communicator, the Imperial Palace was also under attack. It had only been a few minutes since the attack started, and the terrain already looked like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. "Cal, we won't make it out at this rate. Call Atlas. You can carry us away from here," Talhu advised, looking at the shattered ruins of the street and the burning forest beyond. They had only made it a short distance from the alley when lasgun fire cut off their escape route, topping a building and setting fire to the tree line. "He can't. It will kill him." Mare shut down the suggestion, her tone disallowing any argument. "She's right. I could ask Atlas to arrive in orbit and descend to us, but even if it could make it through all the forces gathered here, I would only survive a few seconds before the neural burden killed me. It wouldn't help you escape. It would only draw attention." Cal explained. "Then we're not going to make it," Talha replied, strangely calm. Her eyes flickered around the street, passively trying to find a way. They were huddled next to a pile of debris, sheltered by a large section of concrete pitched on an angle over their heads. They could hear the sound of fighting from all directions, the screams of the dying and the occasional explosion of a mesh as it perished. "We just need a mesh or even a couple exosuits. If we could just find a loud roar cut off Gull," and a shadow began to pass overhead. The assault carrier burned as it dropped, falling toward the ground. Large holes were punctured in its sides, and fire spewed from its engines. It crashed to the ground, digging a long furrow into the street and burying its front through the asphalt and deep into the soft soil beneath. It stilled after a moment, the craft lifeless and abandoned. "Stay here," Cal said, looking around for anyone nearby before dashing toward the downed aircraft. "What are you doing?" Mare hissed. "Looking for anything we can use," Cal replied, already halfway to the wreckage. The hull was severely damaged, with jagged metal plates protruding from rents torn in its armor from scorching energy weapons. Cal approached the side entryway. The ramp that would normally open and lower, allowing entry, was bent. With a large gap he could force his two hands around. Gripping it tightly, he wrenched it down. His arm muscles bulged from the strain as it slowly gave way. Before the ramp could lower, it tore free of its hinges, crashing to the ground with a ringing thud. The ship's interior was in ruins. Flashes of light from electrical arcs and damaged systems made Cal shield his eyes briefly. A haze of smoke covered the inside, and the acrid smell of burning electrical panels and plastics filled his nose. Quickly entering, he found what he was looking for. Mare and the others watched as Cal entered the damaged aircraft, disappearing into the interior for a moment before dragging something out. It was a body, its exosuit cracked and damaged. "Help me with the others," Cal called out before disappearing into the interior once more. Tal, who understood what he was doing, going to the dead body and beginning to strip it of its armor. She had been a mercenary long enough to understand the necessity of scrounging and recovering whatever would be necessary. "What are you doing?" Sid asked, shocked at what the woman was doing. Ignoring her, Talha removed the helmet first before working on the chest piece. "They won't be needing it anymore. The suit's exterior is damaged but functional. Exosuits can take a lot of punishment. It's the people inside that can't handle it," Talha explained, pulling the chest piece free as Cal carried another to them. "John, there's 2 more in there, along with some lasguns in a storage locker. Help me get them out," Cal asked the large man, who nodded and followed them inside. "This isn't right," Sid stated, shaking her head at their actions. "They were defiling the dead on sacred terror. It was wrong. You want to survive? He's already injured. We won't be getting out of here otherwise," Talha asked, strapping the chest piece over her own torso as Mare and Micah worked on the other. Sid turned to T, looking at his pale face. The debris had left a nasty gash on his head, and the white strip of cloth she tied around it was red with blood. His eyes were unfocused, and he would go in and out of awareness of their surroundings. He needed medical attention, and his injuries would slow them down when they needed all the speed they could get to leave. "Fine, show me what to do." Page break. A squad of Imperial Guard soldiers was pinned down behind a makeshift barricade of debris. Only 3 of their members had exosuits. The other half-dozen people they gathered had on their dress uniforms. They had been directing guests and preventing thefts only an hour ago. Now, they were involved in a conflict that was quickly engulfing the entire plant. The crack of lasguns filled the air, a deafening cacophony accompanied by a nearly blinding array of light as both sides left glowing trails of superheated energy on the opposing side's cover. Huddled behind the guard was a small group of guests, over 24 people, some injured, others frightened or in shock at the events. Only a few of the more hardy amongst them gripped lasguns and joined the fight. The only thing that kept the guard alive against the overwhelming number of attackers was their training and coordination. Clearly, the attackers were not on the same level as the guard, from the exosuited soldiers to the pilots flying overhead or battling around the city. The attackers were disparate groups handed weapons and equipment and thrown against the most well-trained and capable forces in the galaxy. But after the destruction of Borealis Station, the guard didn't have enough numbers to defend against the onslaught being hurled against them. "Pull back!" a guard shouted, his exosuit showing a line of bluish-white energy against the chest plate, a grazing blow it barely held against. "No good. They're flanking." A reply came, accompanied by another barrage of energy beams from their right. The enemy was gaining higher ground, climbing the remnants of a residential building and firing down from the shattered windows. The guard was being driven back, unable to defend against the dozens of exosuited enemies facing them, when a shadow streaked across the ground. A figure dashed from behind the enemy, their guard-issued exosuit to blur as they entered the fray. Their right hand gripped a foot-long progressive knife, a vibrating blade that could cut through steel and powered by an exosuit's battery. It made a keening wail as it slashed through an enemy soldier, easily parting their exosuit and carving through the flesh within. Kicking the dying soldier away, the figure spun, the last pistol in the left hand firing rapidly. Streaks of bluish-white light struck another soldier in the back, turning them around before a last pistol shot pierced their helmet. Not slowing, the figure leapt forward, slamming into a third soldier and taking them down, pinning their body to the ground with its knife and its large size. By now, the enemy knew they were being attacked from within, and they spun to fire on the figure, only to be struck by multiple bursts of las rifle fire. 3 other suited guards came around the corner, their las rifles glowing from the heat of the rapid discharges. A tall, lithe figure aimed at the enemies standing on the collapsed building, accurately sniping them through helmets and their armor's weak points. In short order, the enemy retreated, leaving over a dozen of their dead behind. The guard relaxed for a moment before they noticed the state of the newcomers' armor. They were in rough shape, streaked with blood, scorch marks and damaged portions. In a moment, a young man and woman came around the corner where the group had approached from. The young man injured and supported by his pink-haired companion. Their leader stepped forward, removing his helmet as he did so, and the guard was shocked to recognize him. Baron Caledon. The guard leader stated, stepping forward with a salute. Chapter 108, Assault on Terra, Part 5. Chapter 108. We have wounded. Is there a gathering point for the survivors or passage to a safe zone? Cal asked, nodding to the guard to acknowledge his salute. There are no safe zones. All of Terra is under siege. The guard is being pushed back on all fronts. Another guard replied, stepping forward. She removed her helmet. Her face showed bruising and blood from the intense fighting. Where were you taking the survivors? Mare asked, also removing her helmet. The guard was shocked at her appearance, snapping salutes immediately. Princess Mela, we didn't know you were here. The guardswoman exclaimed, her eyes wide at the princess wearing a tattered Imperial Guard exosuit with a sniper variant las rifle in hand. They never expected the princess to join them on the front lines. Before communications were cut, we were ordered to escort survivors to a storage warehouse that's been converted to a bunker. When they built the town, there were some underground caves the designers expanded to use as storage for the celebrations. There's a lift down not far from here, she continued. Who's in charge, Uncle Argyle or Augustus? Mare asked. Behind her, the others stared at the young woman. The revelation that she was the princess who they had gathered on Terra to celebrate was stunning. Mare ignored it for now, focusing on the guardswoman's response. Neither. We haven't heard from either of them since this started, but there have been rumors. She cut off, not willing to voice them. About? Cal prompted, leading her to sigh loudly. Justice has been seen amongst the invaders, she explained, giving the princess a pointed look. Mare inhaled sharply at the statement. I don't understand. Cal replied, looking from the guard to Mare. Justice is Argyle's personal mesh. If it's with the invaders, and he hasn't been seen. Mare trailed off as realization came to Cal. It's a coup. Cal voiced the concern they all shared. The guard members looked uncomfortable at the statement. They owed allegiance to the Emperor and potentially one of his children in the event of his death. They could be following someone who led a coup against the Empire if things worsened. It wasn't something they wanted to think about. What about the Emperor? Mare asked. Unknown. The palace is under assault. Most of our remaining forces have gathered there. From what we heard before we lost contact, things were dire. Emperor Foyfend, this is going from bad to worse. What are we going to do? Dalha asked, her voice coming across as mechanical and tinny from her suit's communicator. Gather everyone together. We'll push through to the bunker, fast and quiet. Cal ordered, taking the lead. Mare nodded at his words. Cal had more leadership experience between them, and the guard seemed happy to have a noble directing them again. What about the Seraphs? They've been flying overhead, wasting anyone they see. Another guardsman asked. Cal thought for a moment before coming up with a plan. He turned to John, who was wearing a backpack filled with supplies they had taken from the assault carrier's weapon locker. How many explosives do we have? Page break. The Imperial Palace, home of the emperor who ruled every human in the galaxy, was under attack. For the first time since the founding of the empire, an enemy had breached Terra and spilled blood on its sacred soil. Even during the rebellion, which many considered the empire's greatest trial, that hadn't happened. Thousands of Meshs assaulted the few population centers that remained on Terra, while tens of thousands of invaders in exosuits and body armor landed in drop pods. The horizon beyond the palace was filled with black smoke, and the skies above were lit by the burning fires and energy weapons unleashing their devastation on the planet. The Guard knew that help was coming and reinforcements would arrive from Mars and across the galaxy within the hour. They just needed to hold on. But their enemy was determined to wipe out every trace of life on the planet, and an hour could be forever in a battle. The Hall of Mirrors in the Imperial Palace rattled as another flight of Meshs soared overhead, holding the line to prevent the enemy from reaching the Emperor. Deep beneath the palace, miles below the surface in a bunker so secure it was unimaginable that it could ever be breached, lay the Emperor's inner sanctum. A repository of knowledge, historical artifacts and the hub of the Imperial Net, where all information is funneled into. It was where Aurelius, humanity's emperor, spent most of his time. The man himself had been calculating the future, predicting far-off events and trying to manage humankind's course through it when word of the attack reached him. He had watched Borealis Station be destroyed. Even with all his amassed knowledge, he had never predicted that a few discontent rioters and rebellious civilians of unshackled Terra would launch such a strike on Terra. Augustus' agents had infiltrated their organization years before, and Aurelius knew their motivations and capabilities better than anyone. It was inconceivable that this was their plan. Another agent was at work. More concerning were the reports that Argyle was amassing a fleet with thousands of Meshs and enough equipment to obliterate Caledon. That fact had only been revealed shortly before the assault on Terra, leaving him again helpless to act. There were hundreds of small pieces of information, strings of plots that spun a web with multiple conclusions. Argyle was leading a coup, or Augustus, or perhaps both simultaneously. Word had reached him that Justice had been seen in the skies above the resort town, attacking guard Meshs. If that were true, then perhaps Argyle really had betrayed the Empire. It was a Mesh that only a member of the royal family could pilot, keyed to their bloodline. It was not a Titan, but the restrictions were similar. The power of justice too significant to be left to just anyone. But Argyle had not been seen or heard from since before the attack. The same was true of Augustus. Neither of them demanded his surrender or the death of Caledon, who they presumed would be his heir, simply because Aurelius planned on having the boy meet with the envoys. A silly notion that Amare had confided in him only minutes before. Aurelius stood before a large hollow screen, watching the assault on Terra while numerous calculations ran through his mind. He was missing something. Some hidden variable that explained everything. It was maddening, and until he discovered it, he would be unable to think or do anything else. It was a flaw of his that very few knew, a single-minded obsession to understand everything. To be correct, he was aware that it would harm him and the Empire, but it was a flaw he could not repair, a defect that had been with him for centuries. What was he missing? Page break. Alexander walked the halls of the Imperial Palace, incredibly pleased with how things were going. As he walked, the world around him burned, and blame had already been placed on the royal siblings, Argyle and Augustus. He had left so many fingerprints and threads leading back to both of them that the waters of truth were muddied beyond any mortal's ability to pierce it. Hopefully, his father was just as confused. He wouldn't want to ruin the surprise. The time of the grand reveal was coming, and he cherished the thought of his father's face as he watched the Empire crumble, the confusion and despair in his eyes as he saw the thing he had worked his entire life to maintain fall to the ground. The anticipation was ecstasy. Alexander longed to open it like a child looking at a wrapped gift, but the time wasn't yet ripe. Whistling a jaunty tune, Alexander sauntered through the deserted hallways. Chapter 109, Assault on Terra, Part 6. Chapter 109, a seraph flew over the ruined streets of the nameless resort town, its winged figure disappearing and reappearing through the pillars of black smoke left by the burning remnants of the city below. Millions of people had gathered here for the celebrations, but now its streets were deserted. the people dead or hiding. Wary of an attack by Imperial meshes, its pilot's sensors were at their limits, but with the heat of the fires and the ongoing fighting in the surrounding areas, it would frequently receive false alarms. A countdown timer steadily decreased in the bottom corner of its pilot's vision. Once it reached 0, this mission would be over. The transport vessels would arrive for pickup, and the Seraphs hunting for survivors would shift to escorting the ships back into orbit for escape. Warning, thermal signature detected. The mechanical voice of the mesh's mindless computer sounded out for at least the 10th time, drawing its pilot's attention to another fiery area below. It looked to have been a cafe. The wooden patio was now smoldering coals, giving a false positive. Another false alarm. She whispered in disgust. The pilot had been a prisoner only a few short days ago, one of Jack's Corsairs conscripted against her will to serve in Augustus' coup, the collar around her neck a reminder of the cost of any disloyalty. She had seen a collar explode shortly after their release, a demonstration to keep the others in line. Nothing was left of the person's upper body, just a bloody smear on the wall and 2 legs, still twitching. Shuddering at the image, she was about to open fire on another building when the thermal warning sounded again. About to silence the notification, a streak of bluish-white lasgun fire streaked across her vision, followed by 2 more impacting on her mesh's shields. Checking for damage and seeing the shields still held, she spun the Seraph around, looking for her attacker. When she saw a small figure wearing the exosuit of an Imperial guard standing on the street below, the barrel of the las rifle in its hands glowed with heat as it fired again before turning around and running away. Its agile, small frame cleared the rubble and ducked into a tiny gap in a collapsed alleyway. The Seraph gave chase, firing a round from its heavy lasgun to obliterate the alley. Its pilot followed the exosuit's path, her mesh's thruster pushing it to high speeds as it weaved through the burning remains of the few still standing buildings. The guard must be desperate if they are relying on exosuits to fight medium-class meshs. The power difference between them was staggering. Even the weapons of a light class would take multiple shots to penetrate her Seraph's shields, even if they could land them with her excellent mobility. It's a trap. They're baiting me, she thought to herself as she moved around another building, only to be met with multiple shots of lasgun energy ricocheting off her shields. Returning fire, she knew she hadn't hit them as they scurried away, their miniature frames easily evading her. Careful. Her sensors on alert for mesh saw hidden PPCs buried amongst the wreckage. She was about to fly higher when her Seraph warned her of danger. An explosion rocked the nearby building, a detonation that destroyed the bottom floor and sent debris and flames across her mobile suit. The construction slowly began to topple toward her, but thanks to her watchfulness, she was already powering up her thrusters, moving forward just as it crashed to the ground. Useless? She thought, knowing that the guard thought that trap would have gotten her, but she was too experienced and skilled for that to happen. Looking around the small street for the exosuits, she realized she was in a cul-de-sac, a dead end with nothing but burning rubble and ruins around her. She was about to increase her thrust, pulling back up into the sky when something small leapt out from on top of another building. An exosuit landed on her Seraph's back, the shields unable to stop it. They were designed to repel energy weapons, not exosuits. Gripping onto her mobile suit's wings, the exosuit refused to let go even when she spun, adjusting her thruster in an aggressive spin. Off balance and losing thrust, the Seraph careened toward the ground, the exosuit leaping off just as it landed in a cloud of dust. The grey ash momentarily blocked her vision, leaving her unable to find the exosuit as her mobile suit sent another notification. Warning, foreign object attached to frame. The mechanical voice spoke, and the pilot scrambled to reach a small, round disc that had been magnetically attached to the underside of her wing. The detonation rocked her, sending up another cloud of dust and flames. Metal fragments of the Seraph's wing flew into the debris, and the pilot was sent crashing into her gel-cushioned cockpit seat. Warning, cockpit integrity compromised. Shut up, bastards, I'll kill you all. She screamed, raising her lasgun and turning her Seraph in search of the enemy. Nothing appeared, and her frustration mounted. She was about to open fire on everything in sight when another small disc flew through the dust, magnetically sealing itself to the damaged rear of the Seraph. The last image of its pilot was of a wall of flame approaching her, then nothing at all. Page break. Well executed. I didn't think it was possible, Baron Caledon, a guard member said as they cautiously approached the burning remains of the Seraph. They had used their stock of explosives, but they had cleared the way to the bunker with its fall. It shouldn't have. The guard would never have fallen for this ruse. I don't know who these attackers are, but they aren't Imperial Guard, another guard member said, shaking her head at the destroyed mobile suit, before returning to escort the survivors. She's right. Let's hope they're all this uncoordinated. How far to the bunker? Cal asked, slinging his las rifle over his shoulder. It had been him that acted as bait for the Seraph. He didn't want to place that burden on anyone else. Just over the trouble. The way should be clear. They've been acting separately, dividing the city between them. Let's go. Page break. You're taking too long, Jack said over the comlink. He floated above the city in Justice, warily watching for more guard meshs. They had focused on him, throwing nearly a dozen thrones against him since the start of this operation. The Justice had performed like a dream, destroying everything in its path. Still, there were always more opponents to be found, and the resort town below was much larger than he had expected. The city spread dozens of miles back from the coast with millions of visiting guests. It would take time to clear it and ensure they dug out every living soul within and extinguished them. Augustus wanted this to be a devastating blow to the Emperor. The blame placed on Argyle, and it was working. His opponents frequently cursed the prince, thinking that Jack was him as he killed them. Any survivors would carry the story away from this place. We're working as fast as we can. Has it arrived yet? Gareth replied, his face appearing on Jack's HUD. His son looked tired. The strain of over an hour of constant combat was starting to show. Luckily, it was soon to be over. Descending now. Put it in place, set the timer, and we'll leave. Only a few minutes left before the shuttles arrive, Jack replied. He looked up to see a drop pod leaving a streak of fire in the sky. As much as they aimed to cause as much damage as possible in the city, the true goal was to clear away its defenders, drawing them out and eliminating them to protect the approaching cargo. A streak of lasgun fire drew Jack's attention away from the cargo. Another throne was attacking his Seraphs, closing the comlink to Gareth. He pushed Justice's reactor to full, rushing toward the throne. Page break. Gareth escorted the drop pod to the last leg of its journey, watching as it gently landed in the middle of cleared city square that had once been a park before the fire had burned away anything green. The sides of the pod split, revealing a troop of exosuited soldiers. They lifted a large crate, setting it on the ground. Not trusting them to complete the job, Gareth descended from his Seraph, gripping the retractable ladder as it carried him to the soft, fire-blackened grass. Open it, he ordered, and one of the exosuits grabbed the side, its suit whining as it powered its grip and ripped the side off the massive wooden crate. Inside sat a starship engine, pulled from one of the many Argyle had gathered for his planned assassination of Caledon. Augustus had provided them with the means of safely removing and bringing it to the surface. Sir, I thought an engine couldn't work outside a starship or on a planet. Doesn't it interfere with the jump? One of his corsairs asked, standing next to the crate as Gareth carefully opened the panel and began programming it. Normally, you'd be correct. Gravity interferes with the jump, and it takes a starship's careful precision and engineering to make it work. But we're not looking for it to make a stable jump portal. In fact, the more unstable, the better, Gareth explained, typing in the commands Augustus had sent. Setting the timer to 5 minutes, he carefully closed it. Shuttle is on its way, no dilly-dallying. This thing will take more out than the city when it goes. Guard it for the next 4 minutes, then leave. 1 minute is more than enough for you to make it to orbit. Good luck, Gareth said, walking quickly to his Seraph. It was time for them to leave Terra. Chapter 110, Assault on Terra, Part 7. Chapter 110. Damn it, there's no way we're making it through that, Talha cursed. They stood beneath a platform used for shuttle landings but had been shattered and ruined in the attack. It was the only cover in the cleared area around the bunker. Talha, Cal and a pair of guards were scouting ahead while the others brought up the rear with the slower-moving survivors. Looks like Seraphs hit it. You can see the scorch marks. They came from multiple angles, there and there. A guard pointed out, his extended finger marking where he believed the attackers had approached from. The area holding the converted storage area turned bunker was a pockmarked battlefield. The elevator to reach it was a mangled wreck of steel. No one would be entering it from the surface, and it was doubtful there were even survivors below. Judging by the debris strewn across the area, someone had packed explosives in the breach after the meshes went to work. The plan to reach safety had been a bust, and they were running out of options. Comms are silent. If anyone is alive, they're being quiet, the other remarked, tapping on her wrist, communication hollow and seeing no signals from the area. What do we do now? Talha asked, turning to Cal. The Baron was silent, staring at the ruined area for a moment. We won't survive much longer out here. Without a safe shelter, we need to leave the city. Cal reaffirmed. They had spotted at least a half-dozen seraphs on the way here and even saw Justice fighting against 2 guard thrones, quickly dispatching them. Clearly, the city's defense was failing, and they would be pushing their luck without a plan if they idled much longer. Come on, I'll think of something by the time we reach the others, Cal ordered, turning away from the devastation and returning to where the survivors would be waiting. The others followed, confident that he would have a plan. Page break time? One of the exosuited soldiers asked, leaning against a large piece of concrete rubble. Stop asking. Shuttle's late, but it'll be here. Another replied, throwing a rock at his companion. It struck the black exosuit with a loud ting before falling to the ground. Better be. I don't want to stick around any longer. Did you see what happened to Borealis Station? There won't be anything left here when it goes off. Shut it. The shuttle will be here. His companion was cut off by the roar of a shuttle's engines as it plummeted rapidly through the thick cloud of smoke hanging over the city, with most of the guard dead or engaged. Their transports had free reign over the skies, and they met no resistance. Slowing down, it landed gently in the tiny landing area they had cleared, blasting away the rubble and debris. See, I told you it would be here, he stated, gesturing to the half-dozen exosuited soldiers around him to board. Soon they would be in orbit and free of the damnable collar around their necks. Page break. Anything? Talha whispered as they rejoined the survivors. Without a plan, morale would plummet as the hope for rescue or shelter dwindled. Cal turned, about to answer her, when a loud roar echoed off the few remaining buildings surrounding them. A shuttle was breaching the cloud cover, leaving twin vapor trails in its wake. Cal watched it for a moment before running forward. It's landing nearby. Sid, you and T wait here with the survivors. Everyone else, with me, he ordered, already running across the ruined pavement and leaping the gaps in the ground. Gripping the side of a building, he launched himself forward, tracing the trail the shuttle left as it descended. They ran toward the transport's landing site with all the speed they could muster. Page break time? The soldier asked, looking warily at the container resting on the ground behind them. The countdown was making steady beeps as the remaining time until detonation approached. 3 minutes. We wait until 1. Then we're gone. We should leave now. I don't trust Quaid's timeline. 1 minute to orbit is cutting it close. No room for any error. We leave at 1. I don't want Jack on my case about this. If the engine doesn't kill us, he will. I'm just saying, we shouldn't. Contact. A shout interrupted them while multiple streaks of lasgun fire erupted from behind them. A group of exosuited guard were leaping over the debris barrier, firing into the soldiers with deadly accuracy. On board the shuttle, the pilot was about to take off, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire, when an intruder boarded, rushing to the cockpit and knocking him unconscious. In only a few seconds, the area was secured. Cal approached the transport as Talha appeared in the doorway, tossing the unconscious pilot on the ground. Are you sure you can fly this? Cal asked. No problem. It's an Imperial Guard model, but the corporations based their design on it. I can fly it. Talha assured him. Cal, what is this? Micah called out from the center of the clearing. He was standing next to a large container that was giving off a steady beep. A tarp half covered it, and Micah lifted it in curiosity. Cal walked over to see what it was. Joined by the others, he threw the tarp back and found a wooden container, one of its sides torn away to reveal a mechanical device. It was a metallic orb with wires connecting it to a small terminal. Cal could hear it whirling, something inside spinning rapidly, causing it to hum. It's an engine, Cal stated, recognizing it. The guards with them nodded. knowing what it was. Only Micah and John hadn't seen one before. They rarely went to the engineering section of the starships they served on. "Why is there an engine on the surface of Terra?" Micah asked. Cal didn't respond immediately, looking at the small terminal on its side. There was a timer, counting down from 2.5 minutes. Cal drew in a breath. "Emperor Forfend. They're going to detonate another one," Cal stated, and the guard moved forward to confirm what he saw. "That's impossible. I thought you said engines won't work on planets?" Micah replied in a panic. "The jump doesn't work. But this doesn't need to jump. It just needs to dry. They're going to destroy half of Terra with this engine." Another guard shouted, "Then shut it down." Micah shouted, "They can't. The engine is spooling, and the energy inside is already building. We need to go now," Cal said, pulling on Micah and Mare, who stood closest to him. "Talha, get this thing in the air. We need to pick up the others and break for orbit," Cal shouted, leaping into the transport and hauling the others aboard, one at a time. Talha was already in the cockpit, pushing the lever for the thruster forward while pulling back on the flight control stick. "We're not going to make it, Cal. There isn't enough time," Mare whispered, removing her helmet and staring at him. "I know, but we have to try. If we can T. Atlas will buy you time," Cal replied, and Mare gripped his hand tightly in her own. Page break. The shuttle burned across the sky above the destroyed resort town. No survivors were in sight. The guard defenders had been eliminated, and the enemy forces were retreating. Cal could see a flight of Seraphs making for orbit, guarding dozens of transports like their own. "We're going to land hard. Grab who you can and go," Cal shouted to the others over the roar of the transport boosters. The metal floor beneath his feet vibrated from the strain as Talha pulled at whatever speed she could. Only a few seconds after taking off, they were falling toward the surface, the shuttle's door already open. Wind rushed past them, and they gripped the built-in handles along the side to keep steady. When they were a few dozen feet above the ground, Cal leapt from the transport, his exosuit falling swiftly to the ground. Rolling to absorb the momentum, he sped to where the survivors were waiting. He could see Sid standing in front of them, an injured D sitting beside her, resting his back against a building. "Everyone, quick, we need to leave now," Cal shouted, not slowing as he made it to T, roughly hauling his friend to his feet and slinging him across his shoulder. Grabbing Sid and another survivor, he dragged them to an open spot next to their hiding place as the others leapt from the shuttle, following his lead. Talha didn't even land, simply hovering momentarily as Cal and the others practically threw people into the shuttle. Once the last person was on board, crammed into the overcrowded transport, Talha pushed the thrust forward, taking off straight into the air. The crowd inside screamed in confusion as they were pressed against each other. The force of their ascent was nearly unbearable. "Time?" Cal asked. 15 seconds. Mare replied, keeping track of the detonation of the engine. "Is that going to be enough time, Talha?" Micah shouted, his voice amplified by his suit's speakers. "It's going to have to be." "Shut up and let me do this." The shuttle breached the cloud cover above the city, trailing fire and vapor behind it as the overloaded engine counted down. At 0, the whirling within stopped, and a ball of plasma hotter than the sun rose from the city, engulfing everything in its fires. The forests burned, the ground crumbled, and the oceans boiled. Chapter 111, Assault on Terra, Part 8. Chapter 111, the transport shuttle bucked and shook as it climbed toward the safety of orbit. Behind it, the rapidly expanding white explosion of the engine devoured the ground and sea surrounding it. The former resort town disappeared into its light. "We're going to make it. We're going to make it. We're going to make it," Talha shouted from the cockpit, whether to reassure her passengers or herself, Cal didn't know. "We're not going to make it," Cal whispered, gripping the interior handhold. He stared out the window as the ball of fire neared them. As swiftly as they were traveling, it was faster. The shaking grew worse, and the shuttle violently dropped from the turbulent air created by the blast, dipping to the right sharply before leveling. "Atlas!" Cal shouted, about to summon the Titan to assist when Mare clutched onto his arm. "Wait, we're going to make it!" Mare exclaimed, pointing out the window. The light sky of Terra was darkening, and the stars rapidly appeared. The shaking slowed as they left the atmosphere. The bucking stopped. "We're clear." Talha shouted, and a cheer went up from the survivors. Tears were streaking down Micah's face, and Sid buried her head into his chest, the injured man resting on the ground. The cheers died quickly as they saw the devastation on the surface far below them. The white, devouring light wasn't slowing. It engulfed the entire North American continent before it stopped. In its place, the sea waters rushed into the void, a cloud of steam rising quickly as the whole planet shook from the destruction. The less than 20 survivors of the millions that once inhabited the resort town sat silently while the shuttle drifted through the void. Page break. Aurelius felt the tremors in the ground from the explosion. It was as if the entire planet were crying out, screaming at the destruction being wrought. His terminal went silent. The screen blackened as the information feeding it stopped. The missing variable was maddening, like a needle in his brain. Terra was ruined. All his work to repair it over his lifetime, and that of his ancestors, undone in a moment. The people's faith in him would be shaken. They would place their blame on his inability to protect Terra. He was the steward of humanity's ancestral home, and it had been ravaged under his watch. Where were his sons now? Argyle and Augustus were still missing. No news on their whereabouts reached him. Now that he was isolated and alone, his connection to the Imperial net and his guard severed, he felt less shackled by his pursuit of knowledge than he had been in centuries. Leaving his terminal behind, he walked slowly toward a door to his sanctum. His body was old and frail, unsteady and shaky from his time spent in the sanctum staring at a screen. He was ready to lead his people to safety when the door opened of its own volition. His son strode through, his steps lively and expression ecstatic. Not Argyle, who he needed in order to find the culprit behind this attack and lead his guard, or Augustus, who his government required now more than ever for the rebuilding and reassurance of the public. No, it was his youngest, Alexander, the forgotten, the broken, the neglected. Alex, what are you doing here? You should be in the bunker with your mother and sister, Aurelius stated, his face showing a rare moment of confusion. This was entirely out of character for his youngest. He was usually so compliant and content to let others lead him as long as it didn't hamper his pursuit of sin and vice. His son appeared sober, cleanly dressed and oddly formal. But father, the actors have completed their roles and delivered their lines. The curtain has closed, and it is time for me to receive my applause. Alexander responded, his face a mask of ecstasy at the look of confusion on his father's face. He had waited years for this moment, the culmination of everything he had strived to achieve. Bliss. What are you talking about? Actors. It was you, the variable? Aurelius exclaimed through a sharp intake of breath. It all came together in his mind. The calculations coalescing, the newly discovered piece of knowledge fitting into the puzzle, completing the picture. All this was you? Aurelius repeated, making it seem both question and statement. All me. Alexander replied, giving his father an elegant bow, one arm thrown wide as if he were the director of a stage play bowing in appreciation to the audience. Do you recall when I was a boy, you gave me a piece of advice? It was likely inconsequential to you, a mere tidbit thrown to your youngest. You wanted me to excel, to motivate me to succeed. Do you know what you said, father? Alexander asked. I've said many things, Alex. I cannot remember them all. Aurelius replied, the memory eluding him. It was something he hid, like his defective, single-track mind, a symptom of his advanced age, the loss of precious knowledge normally guarded so closely. Alexander sighed deeply with regret, shaking his head sadly at the admittance. I wish I could have known you at your peak, father. As beautiful as this experience has been, I would have liked to have defeated you before age slowed you down. A pity, but one that I will not allow to deter me. You told me that all the greatest people in history had a goal, an ambition to drive them to succeed. I thought about that for weeks, turning it over in my mind. What was my goal, my purpose? If I succeeded you as emperor and continued your work, that would be your goal, not mine. If I met with the envoys, becoming humanity's chosen representative to their illustrious collective, would I not be aiding them in their ambitions? What was my goal? Alexander shouted, his happy face cracking to show the anger and madness beneath. Aurelius studied him carefully, realizing he never knew his youngest. Perhaps Alexander had inherited the most of his traits of all his children. All his intelligence and guile. his near-prescient abilities, but also his lunacy, his drive to accomplish his ambitions to the exclusion of all else. The Empire will suffer for this. Aurelius thought as Alexander calmed. And finally, the time for the grand reveal. I have waited so long for this moment, Father. As my ambition, my life's goal, I chose to best you, to tear down all you had accomplished, to undo your life's work in secret, to work toward this very moment. Alexander laughed, giggling in insanity. After this day, there will be no safety in the Empire. Brother will fight brother, all for a throne made meaningless by my actions. The Empire will burn, and they will curse you as the flames consume them. Alexander confessed. Argyle, Augustus? Aurelius asked, curious about the fate of his sons. In starships on opposite ends of the galaxy. I had them smuggled off of Terra before the show began. Unconscious and unaware, they will awaken to the assumption that you were the reason they were spared. Argyle will think that Augustus launched a coup, using the forces that Argyle had assembled to kill Baron Caledon, while Augustus will believe this was Argyle's plan all along when combined with a few theatrical embellishments on my part. You will be happy to know that cousin Jonathan has been released from prison. You're welcome, another member of our bloodline to survive this slaughter. A brilliant maneuver, my son. I congratulate you. I was completely taken by surprise. But it's not too late. We can write this together. I had not wanted to announce my successor as I believed that none of my children could lead humanity through the difficult times approaching, but I was wrong. You will make a fine emperor, Aurelius offered, trying to reach Alexander through his madness. It was true, in a way. He had no intention of aiding any of his children in becoming emperor. At worst, the ducal houses would choose his successor while he focused on more important matters. In hindsight, perhaps he shouldn't have ignored the situation. But there were other things to occupy his thoughts. Aurelius thought of the looming threat and shuddered. 1,000,000 destroyed terrors would not equal the calamity that approached them. He could even forgive Alexander his transgressions if it meant having another ally. He was about to try again when he was interrupted. You don't understand, Father. There will be no emperor. The grand reveal was the closing of the curtain on my show, the final act that can never be repeated. There is no encore, no redemption or putting the pieces back together. What I have set in motion cannot be halted. Not by you, myself, or even the envoys whom you spend so much of your time attempting to appease. Alexander walked closer to his father, studying his face carefully, etching it into his memory. Did you think that I would only place a single engine on the surface of Terra? As the saying goes, happiness comes in pairs. I always wanted to end the show with a bang. Alexander whispered. His blue eyes stared into his father's for a final time. Alexander's laughter echoed through the inner sanctum as a wave of white light enveloped everything around them. Chapter 112, Assault on Terra, Part 9. Chapter 112. Cal and the others sat in the shuttle, drifting through the silent void while orbiting Terra, when they witnessed the second detonation. White light enveloped the horizon, pushing its way to the boundaries of Terra's atmosphere, a sphere of radiant fire destroying everything it touched. As upset as the survivors were at the destruction, Mare was worse. Tears ran down her eyes as she watched the devastation, clutching Cal's arm while sobbing. Terra was her home. She had been born and raised in the Imperial Palace, and her family were amongst the victims of this attack. The intense light slowly faded as the shuttle traveled above, and she could see that nothing remained below. The entire European continent was scoured clean, the surface scrubbed of all life. It didn't leave the blackened ground behind. It removed the top layer of the soil, leaving bare, lifeless earth. A crater was in the center of the detonation zone, so deep that the sunlight didn't reach the depths. It was where the palace once stood, leaving no doubt where the second engine's explosion originated. Mare looked away, moving closer to Cal and burying her head into his chest. He could feel her shaking through her exosuit, her face obscured from the others by her long hair. Your parents? Cal whispered. Father and Miles are with Catherine on Havencroft. Mother was with grandmother at the palace. Mare murmured, perhaps they escaped. Don't lose hope. Cal replied firmly, nothing could have escaped that. Mare stated, shaking her head. We did. Moments after the light faded from the surface of Terra, 3 starships exited the jump orbiting the planet, bearing the markings of the Imperial Guard. They immediately sent transports, meshs and small combat ships from their storage bays. A warning notification was displayed on their ship's consoles, indicating that weapons had locked onto it. Talhu immediately opened a universal channel to the guard starships. Cal walked to the front of the vessel while Mare sank onto the ground, her feelings overwhelming her for the moment. "This is Baron Caledon. We have survivors on board, along with half a dozen members of the guard. I am requesting immediate medical assistance," Cal said, looking at the starships through the screen as he spoke. "Stand by for verification, Baron. Assistance is on its way." The reply came, and Cal let out a breath of relief. A small part of him was worried there were more enemy forces or the guard seeking to blame someone for the disaster. Page break. Cal and the others were brought on board the lead starship, where medical professionals waited after their transport was scanned and verified not to be a threat. Walking down the ramp of the carrier shuttle, he was greeted by armed guards, wary of him. It wasn't until Mare was seen, her helmet off and face composed, that they relaxed. They seemed relieved to have a surviving royal family member on their starship. It was then that the full scope of the events was revealed to Cal. Before the communications blackout, they confirmed that Empress Amelia, Princess Amara, Prince Alexander and the Emperor were all at the Imperial Palace moments before the explosion. They would conduct a search, but it was unlikely anything remained. To the guard, the Emperor was presumed dead. There was little hope that he had survived, as the inner sanctum had been at the explosion's epicenter. The loss of Borealis Station had cost the Guard nearly 100,000 of their members, along with 10 starships and over 2,000 meshs. It had been the linchpin of Terra's defense, its loss an inconceivable blow to the Guard. They had temporarily transferred troops from Mars. The garrison there left bare as the few people they had left needed to be spread across the galaxy. The protests from unshackled Terra had been becoming increasingly violent, and the Guard was called to support local forces. Argyle had approved the transfer of Guard away from Mars prior to the attack on Terra, leaving few in the system after Borealis Station was destroyed. Cal and Mare listened to the increasingly bleak report as the Guard began to secure Terra, helping the few survivors off-world as the planet became increasingly unstable. It would take time to determine how the damage could be repaired. Such extensive work would likely require decades, if not centuries, even with terraforming technology and unlimited resources. 20% of the surface had been scoured of life. The lingering radiation and effects of the engine detonation posed a concern for life. Of the few inhabitants allowed to live on Terra due to their loyalty to the Empire, 80% had died. Closer to home for Cal and Mare, the resort town that had housed millions of guests whose numbers included the nobility, their children and families, wealthy members of society whose contributions to the Empire ensured their invitations, and even the corporate elite had been wiped out. Over 4 million guests from every corner of the galaxy gathered together in one place. It was a massacre. The security restrictions that had been meant to keep them safe had backfired, ensuring they could not escape. Cal and the people he had brought up from the surface with him were the only survivors. News about the day's events on Terra hadn't yet reached outside the system. It had only been a little over an hour since the attack began, and the invaders blocked the Imperial net as soon as Borealis Station was destroyed. To the general public's knowledge, there was only a small disruption on the planet, and no details had been shared. That would change as no news of the celebrations came. The public would demand answers. The news networks, influencers and socialites had constantly been posting about their trip to Terra on the Imperial net, and a sudden blackout of information would be noticed. Worse, amongst the dead were family members of the ducal houses, the nobility and the royal family. The news of the Emperor's death would send shockwaves through the galaxy, and without a successor named or available, the Guard couldn't guarantee that peace could be maintained. Cal looked at Mare as the scope of the disaster set in. To the princess, she had lost her family, but to the galaxy, they had lost their leader and icon to trillions. Where are Argyle and Augustus? Mare asked. They had seen justice amongst the invaders, leading them to think it may have been a coup. Still, she couldn't accept that Argyle would knowingly murder millions of people, including her mother and grandparents, and leave Terra uninhabitable. There had to be an explanation. Neither of the princes has been seen. Records indicate they both traveled off a planet yesterday aboard separate starships. We're attempting to track them down. The captain of the starship, an older woman in an Imperial Guard uniform, replied. Mare turned to speak to Carl, only to find him standing apart from the crowd, whispering to Talha. The young, red-haired woman nodded at his words, her face a mask of concern and worry. Whatever he was saying had her concerned. As soon as he was done speaking, she walked away toward the shuttle, leaving Cal to return to Mare. What is it? Mare asked. Just arranging transport back to Caledon. Mare, listen. If things are heading the direction I think they are, you're in danger. What do you mean? Mare asked, confused. Her thoughts were disorganized. The revelations and events of the morning were all crashing down on her at once, not leaving her with steady ground to stand on and think. I want you to know, if you ever need somewhere safe, Caledon is there for you. Cal assured her, his tone serious and sincere. She was wondering what he meant when the captain interrupted them. We've found something on the surface, near where the palace had been. We would like you to see. The captain told Mare, gesturing to follow her to the command center at the front of the starship. Chapter 113, Ouroboros. Chapter 113, Ouroboros. Cal whispered as they gathered in front of the view screen. The image was of the ancient, massive Titan. It had been cannibalized for parts millennia ago, each given to one of the ducal houses and combined with their own Titans to make new mobile suits. Despite its stark and unfinished appearance, the mesh stood in the middle of a patch of untouched land. The large circle of the concrete floor beneath its feet, the only thing remaining of the underground storage warehouse where it had been stored. The original Titan was held upright by a large platform connected to its back torso. It was missing both legs, its arms, a large section of its chest piece and half of its head. Cal could see the wires and frame where those pieces had once connected before they were removed and placed in the other Titans. He wondered what piece of the Ouroboros was in Atlas for a moment, but the current situation drove the thought from his mind. It's shielded. Mare said, looking at the telltale blue glimmer of the protective shield surrounding the mobile suit. It had protected the mesh and the ground beneath it from the destructive energy of the engine's detonation. Is it being piloted? Cal asked, turning to the technicians present in the command center. They had various readings on their terminals. Unknown, its shields are too powerful to penetrate. One said, pointing to the energy readings on her display holo. They were significantly higher than even a starship, showing that whatever variant of engine the Ouroboros used, it was more powerful than anything currently used in the Empire. But it's a possibility, and only a member of the Imperial royal family would be capable of using the Ouroboros. The captain replied, the Emperor? Mare asked, turning away from the image and looking at the captain. We need to make contact. We've tried all bands, no response. The captain answered, shaking her head at the question. Then we need to go down there and try again. Prepare a shuttle. Mare ordered. Princess, it's precarious on the surface at the moment. It would be much safer if you waited, and the captain was cut off as Mare was already leaving the room. No waiting. We'll use the shuttle we brought with us. Cal, could Talha pilot it for us? Mare asked, turning to the Baron. Of course. Cal replied, following her out of the command center. Whatever comments the captain was about to make went unheard. Page break. The air was dry, and the ground crunched underfoot as they stepped off the shuttle. Joining Mare and Cal was Talha, who stayed inside the shuttle, ready to lift off as soon as possible. Two other guard members followed closely behind them, lasguns ready while their spotless exosuits gleamed black in the sunlight. It was hard to believe that less than 2 hours ago, this was pristine land where the Imperial Palace stood. It was unrecognizable, the ground sloping sharply to the explosion's epicenter. The Titan Ouroboros stood on a platform jutting out from the destruction, its strong shields protecting the small area it was stored in. Do you think the Emperor made it to the warehouse? Could he really be inside? Cal asked quietly to Mare while they walked forward, careful not to slip and fall on the uneven ground. I don't know. Theoretically, anyone in the royal family can pilot Ouroboros, but it's keyed to the Emperor. He's never used it. It's more of a symbol than anything. But the fact remains, if it functions, then he would be the only one to use it. Mare confessed, it could be remotely operated. Perhaps it automatically reacted to the threat of destruction? Cal replied, thinking of Atlas and its ability to travel to him from anywhere in the galaxy. It only had limited functionality without a pilot, but it could do some things, perhaps. Mare stated, focusing on the glowing blue orb of energy before them. Ouroboros rested in its harness through the shields, its body scavenged of most of its parts. Cal was honestly surprised it still worked, given the state it was in. He had thought it was merely a relic when Amelia had revealed it to him. Sliding down the crater, they landed on the edge of the shield. A trail of dust followed them, kicked up by their slipping boots. Cal and Mare stood before the Titan while the guard hung further back, waiting to see if it was the Emperor inside. After nearly a minute of the mobile suit's silence, Cal turned to Mare. Perhaps the internal sensors are disabled, maybe he can't see us. Cal said. Mare took a deep breath, calming her nervousness before stepping forward and calling out to the mobile suit. Grandfather, if you are piloting, please lower the shield. The danger has passed. Mare shouted. The seconds ticked by, and the wind stirred up the loose dust and gravel around the crater. No response came from the mesh. Try speaking directly to the Titan. Cal advised on a hunch. Mare nodded, turning back to the Titan. Ouroboros, I and Mela of Terra, granddaughter of Emperor Aurelius. Please lower the shield so we may retrieve your pilot. Mare shouted, removing her helmet so that the mobile suit could see her face. The guard behind them stirred at her actions, about to step forward and intervene when the Titan reacted. Its remaining eye flashed a bright blue, shining a beam of light over Mare through the shield. Scanning her face, it spoke. Identity confirmed. Pilot Aurelius, deceased. Transferring ownership. New pilot registered. Mailer of Terror keyed to Ouroboros. The mechanical voice of the Titan sounded out, its tone flat and robotic. Before Mare could question what it meant, the shield dissipated. The Titan rested in its restraints, not moving or speaking. Mare stepped forward, shouting a question. What do you mean? Where is my grandfather? Mare asked, turning away from the stubbornly silent mobile suit to look at Cal. She couldn't read his emotions with the helmet left on his battered exosuit, but from the slump of his shoulders, she could sense his sadness. It means the Emperor is dead. Ouroboros is yours now, Mare. If I understand what you explained correctly, no one else can use it now. Not while you're alive. It's tied to you, just as Atlas is bound to me. Cal explained. That's impossible. It's supposed to be bound to the next Emperor. It's symbolic. Mare said in disbelief. Cal looked behind him at the guards conferring with each other through a private communication channel. He could imagine the information from the surface was being relayed directly to the starships in orbit. Mare, we need to go. If Argyle or Augustus were behind this attack, then Ouroboros just made you a target. And the guard knows it. Cal whispered, coming up next to her and looking at the two guards behind him. What about Ouroboros? Mare asked, looking at the restrained mesh. Cal lifted his wrist, tapping on the communicator and linking it to Talha. Talha, prepare the towing harness. We're taking Ouroboros with us. Did you manage to contact Caledon? Cal asked. When he was on board the starship, he had tasked Talha with connecting to their homeland and securing transport back. Roger that. No contact. The guard is blocking all external communications. Talha responded, the shuttle already powering its thrusters to lift off. What are you thinking? Mare asked. I don't know what will be waiting for us on the starships, but I told you there's a place for you on Caledon. Until everything settles, I think you and Ouroboros should come with us. It's your decision, and I'll respect your wishes if you want to stay here and hope for the best. Cal explained. Mare thought for a moment, running through what happened quickly. She had lost so many people today, and the possibility remained that one of her uncles was behind this. Could she trust the guard to keep her safe? All right, we'll go to Caledon. I'm sorry to put this burden on you, Cal. Mare agreed. Cal gripped her arm tightly. I've lost everyone I've ever cared about, Mare. I'm not going to lose you too. I promise that we'll get through this together. Cal declared, holding her for a moment before speaking to Talha again. We'll use Plan B. Contact Micah and John, and have them prep Sidonti for departure. Cal ordered. Chapter 114, Bluff. Chapter 114. The shuttle settled down onto the metal floor of the starship's storage hold. The Ouroboros stood next to it, towering over everything else as it rested in its restraints. The ramp slowly extended, allowing Cal and Mare to exit. The captain of the starship was waiting for her, a cold expression on her face as she saw the princess. Cal was confused at her appearance until he heard her speak. "I request a starship to bring me and my friends to Caledon, along with the Ouroboros," Mare said, walking up to the captain and gesturing to Cal and the others. Sidonti appeared to the side, the latter looking much better. The head bandage was gone, and his skin was healed and healthy looking. "Apologies, Princess. We cannot allow anyone to leave until the investigation into the attack on Terra is complete. You will have to be patient," the captain replied. "And how long will that take?" Mare asked, her arms crossed. Cal could see she was irritated with the captain's attitude. It was almost as if she were treating them as prisoners or suspects in the attack, but that couldn't be. They had barely escaped with their lives. There is something else happening here, Cal thought, looking around the storage hold. There were more armed guards than he remembered there being before they left to retrieve the Titan. Inconspicuously standing around the hold, Cal could tell they were observing Mare and him. "It won't be long, Princess, a few hours, no more," the captain assured them, gesturing for their group to follow her. Before Mare could speak, Cal stepped forward. "Are you detaining me? As Baron of Caledon, I demand to know if I am being arrested in connection to the attack on Terra," Cal said, stepping forward next to Mare. The captain was taken aback by his question, her cold expression cracking, showing confusion. "Of course not. You're simply a valuable witness." "Then I am free to leave. I have given you my statement on events. There is nothing more for us to add. I request transport to Caledon immediately," Cal stated, and this time the captain smirked. "You are free to leave, but our starships are currently in use. You will need to wait until more arrive. Princess Mela will not be allowed to join you. As the only member of the royal family remaining in the system, the guard is responsible for her safety," the captain stated. "Ridiculous. I trust Cal with my life." "We are going to Caledon." Mare scoffed at the notion they were trying to protect her. "I suggest we all wait until contact with Prince Argyle is re-established. He will ensure this is all sorted out." There it is, Cal thought. The captain was a loyalist of Argyle's, perhaps with inside information on the attack below. If Argyle was behind it, then he could have sent the captain here to secure the area, and Mare, before he returned. Next to him, Mare stiffened at the words. She turned to Cal, her eyes searching his for a solution. "I will require the use of a communication terminal to contact Caledon, and obviously, Mela would like to speak with her father on Havencroft," Cal ordered, trying to find a way out of this dilemma for himself and Mare. If they waited for Argyle, then there was no telling what would happen to them. Even if the prince wasn't involved in this attack, which was unlikely, there was no way he would allow Mare and the Ouroboros to leave his custody. Unfortunately, Baron, communications outside the system are restricted until the investigation is complete. I suggest you both come with me. Quarters have been arranged for you on board, and the captain was interrupted by one of her aides, passing her a data pad. Cal and Mare caught a few words amongst them: Argyle and Mars. From the context and the expression on the captain's face, Argyle had either arrived on Mars or would be there shortly. Mare's face was cold and expressionless, but he could see the cry for help in her eyes as she looked at him. "You are in luck, Baron. Prince Argyle has been in contact with the guard. He has placed serious allegations against Prince Augustus. He has requested that you stay until things are resolved, and he is eager to see Princess Mela again. The loss of his sister was a blow to him, and he wanted us to convey his relief that you are safe," the captain explained, her eyes flicking from Mare to the Ouroboros and back to him. Cal caught one piece of critical information. Argyle was placing blame for the attack on Augustus. But Cal and the others had seen justice fighting above the resort town, in conflict with guard meshes. Did Argyle fight on Terra and leave with the attackers' departing forces, only to return claiming he was off-world? They were running out of time. Cal could already envision the coming conflict. The princes, Augustus, and Argyle, and whoever else was interested in the throne would scheme and fight. The rebellion would be a campfire compared to the conflagration about to ignite across the galaxy. And Mare would be at the center of it, either killed or imprisoned for her connection to Ouroboros or her royal status. Perhaps Duke Havencroft could protect her, but their home was far away while the danger was here and imminent. It could be days before the guard, or Prince Argyle, allowed information about Terra to escape the sector. They needed to leave now. Captain, I think it's time that I leave. My people will be coming with me, as well as Princess Mela. Cal ordered, stepping in front of Mare and looking down at the captain. He towered over her in his battered and damaged exosuit. As I've said, Baron, we have no authority to keep you here. You are free to go, but no starship is available to bring you to Caledon, and I cannot allow communications outside this system. The captain replied with a smirk. Fine. I will arrange other means of travel. Dalga, prepare the shuttle. John, ensure the others are on board. Captain, Mare will be coming with us. Cal threatened. The thought of the danger approaching her twisted and turned in his mind. The looming threat was like a black shadow hanging above them, threatening to snatch her away. He looked at Mare silently, asking her with his eyes if she was sure she wanted to come with him. She nodded slightly, gripping his arm tightly. That is quite impossible. As a member of the royal fam, Cal's declaration cut off the captain. Mela is to be my wife. She is a member of my family, Captain. She will be coming with me. Cal stated loudly, drawing surprised looks from everyone in the hold, including Mare herself. It was the only way he could think of to bring her safely to Caledon. As a member of his family, the guard would have no legal authority to keep her here. Only the emperor could charge a member of the nobility with a crime or restrict their movement. Argyle had some legal authority over the royal family until the succession was secured through the ducal houses, but not the nobility. By claiming she was to be his wife, she would enter his household, granting her the same status as him. They would be unable to keep her on board unless they were willing to violate the law and abduct her. The ruse would buy them enough time to reach Caledon, where Mare could contact her father on Havencroft. Mare stared at Cal. Her face blushed red in embarrassment and surprise. She hadn't expected him to shout that they were going to be married, a lie that was so unbelievable no one would speak it unless it were true. Preposterous. We've heard nothing about a betrothal. The captain replied. Are you calling me a liar, Captain? Why do you think we were having the month-long celebrations? It was to be announced at the end by the Emperor himself before this tragedy befell us. Now, I suggest you allow us to leave. Cal said. The captain paused for a moment, thinking before she shook her head. Prince Argyle would need to be the one to straighten out this fuss. Luckily, he had announced that he was arriving soon with reinforcements from Mars. She only needed to delay them until he found the truth. I cannot allow you to take the princess. You will need to discuss it with Prince Argyle. The captain replied. Cal turned to look at Mare, slightly shrugging his shoulder. He smiled sadly at her while shaking his head. I'm sorry, Mare. I thought that would work. Dalga, Plan B. Cal shouted. The shuttle began to power up, preparing for takeoff. The guards around them raised their las rifles, confused at his yell. Atlas, I need you. Cal shouted, pulling on the thread that bound him to the distant Titan. On Caledon, deep beneath the palace in the vault his grandfather had constructed, the massive mobile suit catapulted through an opening in the ceiling, rocketing into the sky above the planet before disappearing into the void of the jump. Chapter 115, Escape. Chapter 115. Atlas emerged from the jump directly in front of the starship, its movement through space sending a shockwave outwards from its entry point. The starship rocked slightly from the turbulent energy its passage released. Massive and menacing, the green-eyed Atlas floated in space, waiting for its master to board it and unleash its power against all of its foes. With wings outstretched, the engine in its chest spun slowly, building up energy in anticipation of combat. Inside the storage room, Cal stood on shaky legs. Blood trickled down his lips from his nose, leaving crimson drops on the metallic floor. Mare gripped him tightly by the arm to steady him while the guards raised their las rifles, pointing them at the Baron. What are you playing at, Baron? The captain shouted. Her aide whispered fiercely next to her, showing a datapad with a holo of Atlas. The guard mobile suits, all medium and heavy class, that guarded them surrounded the Titan, waiting for orders to attack. I'm not playing at anything, Captain. Allow us to leave peacefully with Princess Mela as she has requested, and there will be no need for unpleasantness between us. Cal threatened. His skin was pale, and his hands shook, but he drew himself upright, attempting to project strength. There will be no unpleasantness, Baron. Your Titan can do very little without a pilot. The captain replied with confidence. She knew some things about the Atlas mobile suit from the Baron's use of it over Terra several years before. She didn't know its full capabilities but could make some assumptions. You're right. It cannot do much without me piloting it. But if I ask Atlas to come to me, nothing in the galaxy can prevent it from reaching my side. Not the few meshes you have out there or the walls of this starship's storage hold. Cal explained. Emperor's mercy. Captain, see reason. Let us go. Uncle Argyle can come to Caledon if he needs to discuss the attack. You're risking your lives over nothing. Mare reasoned. The captain paused for a moment, studying Cal carefully before nodding. The Baron seemed resolute, willing to die to take the princess with him. The captain recalled the rumors regarding his close relationship with the Empress. Perhaps he was betrothed to Mela. Fine, you may leave for Caledon, but I will inform Prince Argyle immediately. Do not doubt that he will come for you soon. The captain threatened, gesturing to the guards to lower their weapons. Mare breathed a sigh of relief as she led Cal to the shuttle. In moments, the transport was leaving the hold. Ouroboros below it in its towing harness, passing through the shields protecting the interior from the vacuum of space. They approached Atlas. Closing his eyes, Cal felt the connection between them, pressing on it to increase his control of the Titan. With shaky hands, he pointed at the empty space beside their vessel. Home, Cal whispered before collapsing into Mare's arms. Unconscious, the engine inside the Titan spun rapidly, forming a jump portal. The turbulent energies drew them all in, leaving nothing but the guard starships behind. Page break. Prince Augustus woke slowly, groggy and confused. He was in a soft bed in an unfamiliar and sparsely decorated room. His eyes were blurry, and his head felt stuffy, similar to awakening after a night of intense drinking. Running his hand through his hair, he winced at the greasy feeling left on his fingertips. He was wearing his black and gold silk suit. The top button was undone and showed creases from his slumber. Twisting, he set his bare feet on the metallic floor, wincing at the cold. Mackenzie? Augustus tried to shout for his aid, but his voice cracked, and he cut off his yell with a cough. Trying again, he waited for a response, only to give up after another minute. Rubbing his eyes in an attempt to clear them, he looked around for his shoes, only to see the large window to the right of his bed. The portal showed a sea of stars, and a white sun shone in the distance as the starship he was traveling in orbited an unfamiliar gas giant. He could see the light reflect off something closer to the planet, a mining platform judging by the large tanks lining the top and the few smaller vessels traveling to the planet below. Where the hell am I? Augustus whispered in confusion. His last memory was of the meeting with his siblings, where they had agreed to eliminate Kale and Caledon. He had left and had gone somewhere. It was a confusing mess. He certainly didn't have any travel plans arranged. How had he gotten off Terra? Standing, he moved to the nearby washroom, washing his face to clear away the last of the sleep from his eyes. Slightly refreshed, he pressed the button to open the door to his cabin, revealing a long, empty hallway. Looking both ways for any crew, or his staff, he turned to the right and headed for the command center. Surely a starship would have a captain, and they would explain what was happening. Passing through the doorway to the command center, a few crew greeted him and the captain, all wearing Imperial Guard uniforms. They saluted at the sight of the prince while the captain, a middle-aged man, stood from his chair, walked forward and shook the prince's hand. Ah, you're awake. A pleasure to see you again, Prince Augustus. We were warned that you would be tired, but I didn't expect you to sleep for 2 days. It must have been quite the party on Terra. The captain exclaimed, releasing the prince's hand with a smile. Augustus knew the man. He had traveled on this vessel before. It was normally assigned to the royal family, staying close to Terra unless one of his siblings or himself needed to travel somewhere. He hadn't been on board it for at least a year. 2 days. Captain, where are we? How did I get on board? Augustus asked, trying to keep calm. You don't remember, sir? I'm not really surprised. Your aide informed us you were under the weather, so to speak. You were escorted by a shuttle 2 days ago over Terra. We were ordered to bring you here by the Emperor himself. The captain explained. My father did. You spoke to him personally? Augustus asked. Well, no. It was an order delivered to our terminal, bearing the Emperor's seal and authentication codes. There is also a letter to you as well. sir. I was to give it to you when you awoke. Your raid was quite explicit about that. The captain replied, turning around and pulling out a leather portfolio and withdrawing a letter from inside. Mackenzie, where is she? Augustus asked, taking the envelope from the captain. Made of expensive, creamy white paper, it was affixed with a wax seal bearing his father's imperial seal, an archaic method that Aurelius insisted on maintaining, as if someone could not easily scan the interior of the message or use some other means to lift the wax and replace it once they were done. No, sir, it wasn't Mackenzie. I've met her before. It must have been one of your other aides. The captain replied, I have no other aides. Prince Augustus replied, there were very few people he would trust to handle his affairs. Mackenzie had been in his service for centuries. Pushing the thought aside, he cracked the wax seal and pulled out the short, handwritten note inside. It was from his father. My son, reading this now, I am sure you have many questions, but I am afraid I have few answers for you. Forgive me for sending you off Terra in the condition that I did, but I could not risk anything happening to you. Argyle plans deceit. Your agreement to act against Baron Caledon was merely a ruse for him to consolidate his forces. I suspect he plans an attack on Terra from the information I have intercepted. If this comes to pass, it is up to you, my son, to follow in my footsteps and take your place as emperor. I have faith in you, Augustus. Aurelius. Augustus reread the letter in shock before carefully examining it. The handwriting was the emperor's, and his father used other small things as a code to his children in his personal correspondence. A small double dot over an I and a seemingly random smudge or a scratch that indicated it was truly from him. The letter was real. Argyle was planning a coup, and his father had sent him away to protect and avenge him. Augustus breathed deeply, the rage swelling in his chest. He flushed red, crumpling the letter in his grip. Captain, set a course for Terra immediately. Chapter 116, Fallout. Chapter 116. That bastard! Argyle shouted, ripping the message from his father in half and tossing it to the floor of the starship's command center. They were orbiting a bright white star, the system lacking planets or anything to distinguish it from the trillions of others in the galaxy. It was the perfect place for his father to send Argyle to protect him from his brother's treachery. He didn't think Augustus had it in him to attempt a coup, but the letter made it clear that he had murdered the troops he had left with his fleet at Caracas and seized the starships and mobile suits, including Justice. It was a fleet large enough to wage war, especially if his brother convinced some of the ducal houses to support him. Worse, his father had sent him information that Augustus had released tens of thousands of prisoners, unleashing them upon the galaxy and providing them with the equipment needed to attack Sacred Terra. There could be no forgiveness, no reasoning with this madness. Jump to Mars. We need to gather the guard and eliminate my brother and his legion of criminals before it is too late. Argyle ordered. Page break. Despite the communications blackout imposed by the guard, information leaked to the Imperial Net about the current status of Terra. Humanity's ancestral home was ravaged, and the Emperor and Empress, along with tens of millions of others, were killed in an unprecedented attack. The news burned through the galaxy, leaving trillions reeling, stunned and unsure of the future. The galaxy was divided. Many mourned the loss. Others were too shocked to think it was real, while others cheered for the deaths of what they felt were their oppressors. The nobility was equally split. Each of them mourned the loss of the royal family, and those whose families perished on Terra were devastated by the loss. Amongst the ducal families, they pushed aside their feelings in the face of their uncertain future. Page break. On Havencroft, Magnus stood before the hollow screen, his breakfast forgotten. He tried contacting Amara and Mare, but the connection timed out, and the request returned with an error message. Next to him, Catherine sobbed into her hands. Magnus' older brother Mason, the Duke of Havencroft, walked into the family room, his face pale against his dark green and black formal uniform. He had just returned from speaking to their guard contact, and Magnus spun away from the view screen to hear his news. Mason was old and grey-haired. His reluctance to use rejuvenation procedures unless absolutely necessary for his health meant he looked ancient compared to his wife, who, despite being the same age, looked to be in her early 20s. His face was heavily creased with worry. His loyalty to the Emperor had been tested over the centuries as the princes pulled him in one direction and the other. both looking for his support in the succession. Now, with the Emperor's death, he would need to make a decision and commit his family to a course of action. They have no more information than what has leaked. The attack is true. Terra is currently uninhabitable. There has been no word on survivors, although they have confirmed 2 explosions, one in the resort town that held the celebrations and another at the Imperial Palace. Amara was at the palace meeting her mother this morning. Could they have escaped? Magnus asked, a small shred of hope in his tone. Mason's next words crushed it. No. The blast was too sudden. They have only rescued a single shuttle from the surface but refused to identify who was on it. But I have heard from my people amongst the guard that a Titan was seen in orbit. Mason replied, his words heavy with meaning. A Titan? Who would have? Caledon. Magnus guessed. Understanding that none of the current Titan pilots were on Terra, except for Baron Caledon and the Emperor, it was more likely that Caledon escaped using his family's Titan than the Emperor, whose health precluded him from piloting for centuries. It matches the description of Atlas. Then Mare possibly escaped. She was close to Caledon. Catherine added, standing on her feet and rushing to the net terminal to try contacting Mare again. It's a possibility. A Titan pilot is hard to kill. They may have made it. I promise you, Magnus, we'll do everything we can to find your wife and daughter. Mason promised. I have sent some of our starships to Terra to confirm events, and I will divert some to Caledon. If Mare is close to Caledon, then I trust that he will try to protect her. From what I know of him, he seems much more honorable than his father. She's not answering. Catherine said the terminal was showing a blank screen as it refused to connect. Have faith, Catherine. We will have our answers soon enough. Page break. Cal. He regained consciousness slowly. A blinding headache that had been present before he passed out had been replaced by a foggy, stuffy feeling in his head. Cal opened his eyes, and his vision was blurry. Blinking his lids rapidly, he cleared them enough to see Mare's face hovering over his own. He was lying on his back on the floor of the transport shuttle, and his head cradled in her lap. It had been her voice that shouted at him, rousing him. Mare. Cal whispered, confused. He had little recollection of what happened. Where were they? You're safe, Cal. We're through the jump. Atlas did it. Talha says we're going to land at Luna City in a few minutes. Everyone is excited that you're back. Mare said, smiling slightly while he could see tears in her eyes. Whether from relief or the sadness of loss, he couldn't tell. Atlas? Cal muttered, trying to think. He suddenly recalled the green-eyed Titan responding to his call. His confrontation with the starship captain. Had only minutes passed? I was worried, Cal. I thought you had left us. Mare said, leaning forward and kissing him on the forehead. He closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind, before opening them again. I need to speak to Samuel and the others on Caledon. Have them prepare our forces and send starships throughout the system to guard against incursions. Things are going to become chaotic, and Argyle will come for you. Cal said, trying to sit up. Mare pushed him back down, preventing him as a blinding flash of pain shot through his head. Rest. Talha will speak with him when we land. Samuel is competent and loyal to grandfather. He will know what to do. Mare assured him. The rest of the trip was a blur, the landing at Luna City swift and abrupt. Before he knew it, he was being carried through the vast dome of the city and brought to a medical facility. The last thing he saw before sleeping again was white walls and competent medical staff surrounding him. Page break. Samuel departed the estate with Tamara and Elric in tow. The older woman piloted the shuttle, breaching the atmosphere in minutes and speeding toward Luna. There had been no news from Terra all morning. An oddity, since the Imperial net was typically bombarded with information about the celebrations all month long. Suddenly, all contact was cut off, and now Cal and the others appeared above Caledon through a jump portal created by Atlas. The information they had was sparse. Cal was injured again from using Atlas while he had several companions with him, all showing signs of intense fighting. If it was to be believed from the message from Ro, the governor of Luna City, they were wearing damaged guard exosuits. Most importantly, either for good or bad, Princess Mela was accompanying them, showing equal signs of having been in combat. Samuel urged Tamara to hurry, looking out of the forward window as the white moon drew closer. Deep in the pit of his stomach, He had a feeling that a storm was coming, one that would shake the foundation of the Empire. Chapter 117, Bonds. Chapter 117. Samuel collapsed onto the plush, white chair in the corner of Cal's hospital room. Despite the cool air, he felt hot and stuffy. He pulled at the collar of his house Caledon uniform, which he had adjusted to wearing over the past few years. While waiting for Cal to return, Mare stood in front of him, gripping the sleeping Cal's hand from where he rested in the bed, the clean white linens pulled up to his neck. They had removed the battered exosuit before Samuel arrived, stripping him down and cleaning off the blood and dirt that had accumulated on the Baron. Cal was fine, simply exhausted and drained from contacting Atlas. The Titan itself rested outside the dome, waiting for its pilot. The Ouroboros had been disconnected from the shuttle and brought to the repair facilities under Elric's guidance. "You're sure?" "Of course, you are. You wouldn't have said it if you didn't believe it." "I'm sorry, Princess Mela. This is a lot to take in," Samuel said, drawing in a deep breath and running his hand over his face, surprised to find it covered in sweat. "There is nothing to forgive, Samuel. I'm glad you are here. Aside from Cal, there is no one I trust more than you to see us through this," Mare replied, still wearing her guard exosuit. She hadn't left Cal's side in the hour since they arrived, firmly waiting for him to wake up and refusing all offers of comfort. Her only concession had been to request Elric assess the Ouroboros. She wanted to know if there were any possibility of repairing it in the event that things turned out for the worse and it was needed. "The Emperor and Empress dead. Have mercy on their souls. And you saw justice in the skies above the resort. Then either Argyle is involved, or someone wants to make it seem that he is. But like the Titans, justice can't be used by anyone outside the royal bloodline. That narrows it down to a few thousand suspects. Much fewer now after this morning's events," Samuel mused. Samuel himself had royal blood. He was part of a side branch of the family. Mare would be a distant relative, their ancestry far removed by the branching of their family tree over the millennia. Most of their bloodline resided on Terra, but if the attack was as severe as Mare described, how many had survived the destruction? You shouldn't have brought Ouroboros. If it was Argyle, or someone trying to stir conflict with him, they will be looking for the Titan. It's a symbol of the Emperor. They'll hunt you for it," Samuel warned, suddenly feeling old and tired. Here he was, on a planet that wasn't his own, while the Empire was on the verge of crumbling. But he had sworn to Aurelius he would protect Gal, no matter how much he would have liked to rush off to Terra and confirm its state with his own eyes. "I didn't have a choice. It bonded with me." Mare explained how the shield had dropped before the Titan accepted her as its pilot. "Then it's true. The Emperor is dead," Samuel whispered, the despair gnawing at his insides. He looked at Mare, seeing his own sadness reflected in her eyes, along with terror and confusion. Samuel crushed the feelings within him, determined to be strong for her sake. "I will protect you, Princess," Samuel swore, and Mare smiled at the words. "Thank you, Samuel." Tamara came into the room, her steps quick as she first confirmed that Cal was still asleep before turning to Samuel. "Ships have come out of the jump. They claim to be from Havencroft and are looking for you," Tamara explained, looking at Princess Mela. "Did you tell anyone you were here apart from the guard on the starship?" Samuel asked, turning to look at Mare. She shook her head quickly. "No one. Word has leaked to the Imperial Net that something has happened on Terra. It's unconfirmed rumors at this point, but some of it matches what Princess Mela and the others have spoken of. The Empire knows that the Emperor is dead." Tamara continued, "The guard is a sieve. I'm not surprised. Someone on board probably reported your presence with Cal as soon as you arrived on board," Samuel said, standing upright. "I'll speak with them," he said before leaving the room. Tamara followed after a brief check on Gal's well-being. Still gripping his hand, Mare slowly sat in the chair beside him. "Wake up soon, Cal. I don't want to have to go through this alone," she whispered. Page break. Gathered in front of the communications terminal on Havencroft, the Duke waited patiently for the screen to transition. The starships he had sent had confirmed that they had arrived above Caledon, and the captain of the lead vessel assured him that a representative would speak to them shortly. Frustratingly, Caledon refused to answer any of his questions until then. They wouldn't even confirm if Kale and Caledon had returned. It was maddening how close-lipped and loyal they were to their baron, even when he made outrageous offers for them to breach their silence. The governor of Lunar City, David Rowe, would only respond with "The Regent will contact you shortly," all but tapping his foot. Duke Havencroft nearly leapt through the screen when it faded, revealing a familiar figure. "Samuel, I apologize. Imperial Herald, I hadn't realized you were on Caledon. I've been waiting to speak to their regent," Mason exclaimed, recognizing the stern man immediately. He was surprised to see him away from the Emperor's side. "That would be me, Duke Havencroft. I have been named regent until Baron Caledon recovers. I serve here at the Emperor's request." "You have sent starships to Caledon. To what purpose?" Samuel replied sternly. "To find out if my daughter is alive. Imperial Herald, is she there with you?" Prince Magnus shouted, pushing his way next to his brother and leaning into the terminal. Samuel was surprised by his sudden appearance. "Prince Magnus, Melu is here. She is healthy and safe. She has been afforded the protection of Caledon," Samuel replied, trying to reassure a distraught father. Magnus nearly collapsed in relief, letting out a sound between a laugh and a cry. "Samuel, thank you for your efforts. We wish to speak to her immediately," Mason said, expecting to be obeyed. Even an Imperial Herald, who could speak on behalf of the Emperor, was below a duke in status. Especially when the Emperor he served was missing, presumed dead. "That will be a problem, Duke. She is with Baron Caledon at the moment and refuses to leave his side. The Baron suffered some injuries during the attack and is recovering." "I will carry your request to her," Samuel stated. "It is not a request, Samuel. I will speak with my daughter," Magnus shouted angrily, with Mason nodding at the statement. "With all due respect, Prince Magnus, you both have more important matters to attend to. Or have you not heard anything from Terra? The Emperor is dead, likely at the hands of one of his sons, who will be hell-bent on seizing power. To make matters worse, Mare is in possession of Ouroboros, its chosen pilot. I suggest you see to your own future. Mare will be in contact with you both shortly." Samuel ended to communication, the screen going black once more. Magnus let out a yell, punching the terminal while Mason restrained him by the shoulder. "Peace, brother. Mare is perfectly safe. Samuel has given his word. You may travel to Caledon if you wish while I see matters here. I must make contact with Prince Argyle and Augustus. If one of the princes has really made attempts at a coup, we are all in terrible danger," Mason said, leaving the room. Chapter 118, Confrontation. Chapter 118. Augustus stared out of the screen at Terra. The silence was heavy, crushing. He had come here full of righteous anger, prepared to stop his brother, defend his home and destroy his enemies. Instead, he watched the swirling clouds below as they obscured the destruction. He could glimpse the earth below through gaps in the dark grey maelstrom. The oceans boiled, and steam rose from newly forming land masses as magma pumped up from the heart of Terra. Nothing lived there now. No one could survive the hell that had been unleashed here. Augustus had thought himself a calm and collected individual, logical and intelligent, but even he had been stunned to see Terra. His heart bled for what had happened to it. They had arrived at the front of a fleet of starships, hundreds strong. He had contacted every ally he had, every mercenary company under his employ or his vast fortune could hire. 2 ducal families supported him, even more strongly now that he had provided the evidence against Argyle to them. He had shown them the reports of Argyle's hidden fleet and the images gleaned from the little that could be salvaged from below of Justice fighting the Guard. Coming to Terra, they had met more starships, dozens from the Guard, hundreds more from nobility and corporations across the Empire. They had all gathered first to determine the truth of the rumors, then to throw their support behind either himself or his brother. There were no other options. The few ducal houses that claimed neutrality would soon be forced to act. An emperor must be named, and only a unanimous vote of all the ducal houses could accomplish that. He had 2, and from what he heard, Argyle had 3 others on his side. 5 of 11. The rest waiting to see who came out on top of the coming conflict. There could be no peace. Not now, not after what had been done to Sacred Terra. "Sir, incoming jump. It's massive, at least 300 starships." One of Augustus's loyal guard members notified them from his terminal. In seconds, starships materialized in the space across from them. Argyle had gone to Mars first, claiming he had his own evidence against Augustus. More lies, but his support was lacking. Many of the guard refused to serve either prince until the ducal houses confirmed one of them as the new emperor. So, like Augustus, Argyle was forced to call on mercenaries, allies and the scant few amongst the guard willing to follow him. Incoming communication. It's Prince Argyle. Put it through the main screen. The captain ordered, looking to the prince for confirmation. Seeing him nod, the view of space shifted to show Prince Argyle. The man himself looked as if he had aged a century overnight. His face had a 5 o'clock shadow, and dark bags had developed under his eyes. His black and gold uniform was perfectly pressed and neat. But Argyle appeared unkempt as if he had been up for days. He looks how I feel, Augustus thought. He himself looked better, but the vision of terror through the window had turned him pale and shaky. He drew himself upright, trying to appear steady and in control. Brother, Augustus said, his tone abrupt and cordial. He wanted to strangle the man for what he had done, but the empire needed stability. Better to offer terms and a peaceful transition of power to ensure things don't escalate. That hope was dashed as soon as Argyle laid eyes on him. Bastard. You dare show your face here, of all places? Or do you take some kind of perverse pleasure in returning to the scene of your greatest triumph? You sick son of a bitch. Argyle cursed, his pale face flushed red with anger, and his hands clenched into fists at his side. My triumph? Mine? Liar. You gathered a fleet and personally led them to attack Terra. I have images, brother, of justice murdering innocents. How can you explain that? Augustus shouted. He couldn't maintain his calm in the face of such accusations. Your forces captured my fleet, as you well know. You released prisoners, Augustus, and gave them justice. The blood spilled on Terra is on your hands. You killed our parents, brother, our sister. You murdered a home. Argyle bellowed, slamming his fist against the console. Quite the performance, Argyle. But father was aware of your betrayal. I make you this offer now in his memory and to honor him. Surrender, admit your wrongdoings, and I will be merciful, as our mother would want me to be. Augustus said. He ignored Argyle's lies. He had heard about the assault on the prison, his cousin's release, along with his corsairs. Unshackled Terror still had its uses, filtering information for him. They had made it clear that a prince had visited the station, freeing the inmates and taking them away. Since he had nothing to do with it, and Argyle had a fleet lacking the pilots and troops, it was obvious who the culprit was. You will be merciful? Argyle hissed, his eyes bulging from the rage he felt. He drew in a deep breath, calming himself. I cannot believe I ever thought you my equal, that we were family. What you have done today is unforgivable. Augustus, the guard stands with me, as do the ducal houses of Tish, Grandster, and Lockmere. And I have Sir Iron and Nay Ice. Once the others see my evidence, they will listen to reason. You will never be emperor, Argyle. You will burn, as Terra does. Augustus finished. With a sharp nod, the screen turned black. Page break. Argyle cursed loudly, hurling a nearby datapad at the screen, where it shattered. He paced the command center for a moment, muttering to himself before stopping and turning on the captain. A guard veteran, Argyle trusted her opinion. This captain had met with Caledon and the others when they left the surface of Terra. She had told Argyle everything, including the whereabouts of Ouroboros. Unfortunately, Augustus was the pressing concern at the moment. He could convince Mela to relinquish the Titan to him at any time. For now, he needed to either eliminate his brother or convince the ducal houses to support him instead of his treacherous brother. What is your assessment? Argyle asked. A direct assault against him will be pointless. He has too many ships and too many meshes. Even if we could fight through them, he would merely jump before we could reach him. The captain said. At the same time, Augustus's fleet entered the jump, disappearing from sight. They had come to the same conclusion, postponing their conflict to a later date. Very well, set a course for Havencroft. The time of their indecision is over. They will support me or fall. I will not allow another house to join Augustus. Argyle ordered. The ships in his fleet spooled their engines, leaving shattered Terra through the jump. Page break. Mare dozed in her chair. The exosuit was surprisingly comfortable, the gel inside molding to her body and lulling her to sleep. It had been a long day, filled with loss and struggle. She was exhausted, and it was catching up to her. The door to Cal's room opened slowly, and Tamara entered silently. Seeing Cal and Mare asleep, she was about to leave again when the princess called out to her. "I'm awake, Tamara." "No need to leave. What is it?" Mare asked. She had grown comfortable around the formidable woman, appreciating her direct approach and loyalty to Cal. They had made her feel welcome, accepting her without question. Very few people had access to Cal while he was recovering, but they never commented on her presence. "Your father is here," Tamara replied, causing Mare to leap to her feet quickly. The lower gravity caused her to bounce higher than she had thought she would. It took conscious effort to reduce the amount of force needed to walk or move properly here. "Here, on Caledon?" Mare asked, surprised. Tamara shook her head. "Here, in Lunar City," she corrected before turning to look behind her. "Out there, in fact. He was quite upset that we are keeping him from entering here, but I won't have anyone, even a prince, disturb Cal," Tamara said firmly. Mare looked at Cal for a moment, indecisive, before Tamara spoke again. "I'll stay with him." "Go see your father." Chapter 119, Consolidation. Chapter 119. An irritating sound interrupted Cal's slumber, like sandpaper grating against rough wood grain. An incessant swishing sound pushed through his dreams and pulled him back to reality. He tried to sleep longer. He felt warm and safe, reluctant to return to the real world. He didn't know what awaited him there, but he knew it was unpleasant. Much better to stay here and sleep. Swish, scratch, scrape. A muttering voice cursing something matched the sounds. Cal opened his eyes to a white room. He was naked under white sheets in a hospital room. He had spent enough time in them over the past few years to recognize it immediately. He saw the large dome and gray buildings of Lunar City through the large windows. The source of the irritating sounds was Tamara, who sat on a chair beside him. She had a stack of paper on her lap and made notes with a pen. Very few people would forego the use of a datapad or optic implant in the place of old-fashioned paper, but the older woman had her quirks. "For a moment, I thought I was dead, but even the tortures of hell wouldn't subject me to the racket. You couldn't just sit quietly and let me stay dead?" Cal asked hoarsely. His body felt battered and stiff. He stretched carefully, mindful not to overexert anything. "If I didn't, you would sleep forever, and I would be behind on my work," Tamara replied dryly. She placed the cap back on her pen carefully before setting it down. His captain of the house guard looked tired, with dark bags under her eyes. Her uniform, while clean, had the telltale signs of having been worn for too many days. "How long?" Cal asked, pushing himself upright and leaning against the headboard of his bed. 3 days. Everyone has been worried about you," Tamara answered. "And what's the damage? Have I caused more irreparable harm to myself?" Cal joked, although there was a thread of worry in his voice. "Your training on Mars helped you, and when combined with the limited use of Atlas, the doctors say you have only accelerated your health issues by a few months, perhaps a year." Tamara responded simply. "You are aware of what happened?" Cal asked. Tamara nodded. "I've spoken with Talha and the others. You should be proud. You brought them all out of that hellscape. Not many could have done that." "Not everyone, not Scylla," Cal said sadly. The feelings he had suppressed were threatening to come to the surface. He drew in a deep breath, forcing them down once more. "I'm sorry, Cal. She was a wonderful person. Her loss will be felt dearly," Tamara responded. "She saved my life." Cal paused, thinking about the woman for a moment. He would miss her, and Tamara was right. All of Caledon will feel emptier without her here. Cal cleared his throat, pushing the despair and sadness away to focus on the present. 3 days. What's the news?" Cal asked, and Tamara once again shook her head. "Nothing good, I'm afraid. Havencroft sent ships here, along with Prince Magnus himself. He was keen to take Mela away, but she wasn't having it. She finally left your side to rest. Magnus is still in Lunar City. Governor Rowe is keeping him busy." Tamara explained. "Havencroft will keep her safe, even with the Ouroboros in her possession. They would never sell out a member of their family. Perhaps it would be wise for her to return there with her father," Cal said with assurance. "I wouldn't be too excited to send her away yet. It gets worse," Tamara said, taking in a deep breath. Cal was surprised. He rarely saw Tamara rattled, yet she looked to be on edge, like she was about to pronounce a death sentence. The galaxy is aware of the Emperor's death. It's been all but confirmed. Tamara explained, causing Cal to wince. How bad is the fallout? Worse than anything I have ever seen. Riots and protests. Planets declaring their succession. Rebellion brewing. Multiple star systems have simply shut down. Their people gathering together to pray and honor the Emperor. People on Caledon are dealing with it better. They haven't had much use for the Emperor since your imprisonment. As long as you're still in charge, they aren't concerned. But it's the princes that have me worried the most. Have they started warring between them? Cal predicted they would. It was clear someone in the royal family was behind the attack. The details didn't add up to it being a simple terrorist attack. There was too much coordination and knowledge of the guard position and capabilities, and there was justice. The personal mesh of Argyle, being used to murder the guard and civilians. Reports are they are racing to secure support amongst the ducal houses. It hasn't come to actual war yet, just a few skirmishes amongst their supporters, but it is coming. 6 houses have declared for each prince, dividing them right down the middle, 3 and 3. Tamara explained the breakdown of support for each prince. Augustus had only just added the third to his followers the day before. As Tamara reviewed the current political situation, Cal closed his eyes. He pictured the Milky Way galaxy, its spiral arms stretching out from the blindingly bright center. He divided it into 12 sections, as he had been taught when he was a boy. Each of the sections represented a duchy. The borders were generally static, unchanging even over the 500 years he spent in stasis. Even though his family had lost their status, their section of the galaxy hadn't really been absorbed by anyone else. The minor nobles had gobbled up planets and systems, expanding their territory, but none of the other ducal houses had tried to take any more than they had before. It was always assumed the Emperor would gift the former Caledon duchy to another house rather than divide it. Cal ranked the sectors by economic and military strength, coming to a realization in the process. So, none of the major powers have selected a side. Cal muttered, opening his eyes to see Tamara nodding at his assessment. It's not surprising. They have the most to lose. They wouldn't back one of the princes without assurances. Grandster and Heir Iron have never been powerhouses, and Neis hasn't recovered from your father's rebellion. Tamara explained. They were lucky to keep their title at all. They threw their support behind my father at the beginning, only turning sides when they knew he would lose. Even combined, the 3 ducal houses following Augustus wouldn't equal Havencroft. Argyle's group is a bit better, but not by much. Tish has a fine economy, but they do not have a martial culture. Then they will be planning to convince the others to support them. Tamara replied. Or preventing them from supporting the wrong prince. This won't be a momentary conflict, Tamara. This is going to be lengthy, nasty and brutal. And we're caught in the middle. They all know that Melu is here with Ouroboros. Cal let out a breath, running his hand through his hair. Havencroft will protect her. Tamara assured him. For now, but they know we are close. If Havencroft supports one prince, the other will look for an advantage. They will seek to use me. How do our forces compare? I want your honest opinion. Cal asked. To Havencroft, you will have more luck bringing down the moon from the sky with a rock than confronting them. Even with our gains over the last few years, we are a speck of dust compared to a ducal house. Then we will need to prepare and expand. Cal took a moment, thinking, before coming to a conclusion. It is time for us to take back what was seized. The Emperor is dead, and the Empire is divided. I don't know how long this conflict will last, but there will be no avoiding it. No waiting on the sidelines while the galaxy burns. We should take the time the princes are using courting the ducal houses to expand our own territory. Cal suggested, and Tamara's eyes widened. Are you saying Cal cut her off, when the princes come for us, either because of my close connection to Mayor Atlas, or any other of a multitude of reasons? We must be ready. Even if they don't personally send their forces, there are many people in the galaxy with a grudge against Caledon. There is no better time to settle old scores than now, when chaos reigns. We are going to restore the ducal house of Caledon and bring peace and order to our sector of the galaxy. I will protect our home, Tamara, with everything I have. If that means going to war to unite our sector and guard against the coming storm, then I will do that. Chapter 120, Consolidation, Part 2, Chapter 120. Together, we will persevere, thank you. Cal ended his speech, descending the dais and leaving the bright lights and reporters behind. He had left Lunar City that morning, finally well enough to stand on his own again, with the turmoil across the Empire only worsening as time passed. He needed to reassure his people that they were safe and protected. More importantly, it was time for them to mourn. Governor Scylla had been his friend, a trusted advisor and a respected figure on Caledon. Everyone grieved for her passing. Regardless of what happened in the future, they needed a moment to express it. Cal walked through the door behind the podium in blessed silence once again. He smiled when he saw Mare waiting for him. Wrapping his arms around her, he breathed in the vanilla scent of her hair. "I'm glad you decided to stay," Cal whispered. "My father isn't," but he couldn't argue with Uncle Mason. "Havencroft isn't the safest place right now. Better for me to stay here until things settle," Mare said, resting her head on his shoulder momentarily before stepping back. Taking his hand, she slowly led him through the estate halls. It was good to be home again, even though he wished the circumstances were better. The loss of Scylla had been devastating, and he missed Amelia terribly. The Emperor's death was abstract, almost unbelievable, while Scylla and the Empress's death was more immediate and profound on him. Letting out a sigh, Cal forced his thoughts away from misery and onto something different. "What do you think of my plan?" Cal asked, looking to her for advice. Mare was intelligent and clever. Unlike him, she had been born in this century. She was more aware of the undercurrents of the Empire than he was. It's bold. "If it were last week, I would say you were insane, but now it's as if the galaxy is crazy, and we appear to be the only sane ones left," Mare remarked. "I wonder if, throughout history, others have said the same of themselves before they embarked on a foolhardy endeavor. I'm convinced that this is the only path forward. Caledon needs more power in order to secure our future. I won't have an opportunist exploiting our people or coming to take Atlas and Ouroboros because we are too weak to defend ourselves," Cal explained, following Mare's guidance through the halls. "I agree, but I'm not the only one you have to convince," Mare stated. Page break. "I can't agree to this course of action, Cal. No matter how sound you think your logic is, it goes against the Emperor's command," Samuel stated, shaking his head from where he sat at the long conference table. Cal and his closest advisors met in a newly renovated conference room above the throne hall. Large windows brightened the space, and the bare walls were covered in works of art purchased from local Caledonian painters and sculptors. Samuel still wore his House Caledon uniform, matching Miranda's black dress sitting next to him. Cal nodded at the words. "I understand. And I appreciate everything you have done for us during my absence," Cal stated before continuing. "But the Emperor is dead and has left the Empire without an heir. Just look at the Imperial net. The war is fast approaching. The ducal houses are divided between the princes, and those who try to remain neutral will be forced to choose a side." Argyle had already threatened as much. "I agree," but Cal interrupted him again. "We've experienced this before, Samuel. Both of us were here during the rebellion. You know that there is no neutrality when war erupts. Do you recall what happened to those who attempted to escape it?" Cal asked, and Samuel sighed at the question. "They were drawn into the conflict. Your father was fond of saying that you were with or against him. Not just my father. Neither Argyle nor Augustus will let the ducal houses that support their enemy survive. Not this time. They have declared each other traitors of the Empire, and anyone who supports them will be labeled the same." The Imperial net had statements from both princes about the conflict, posting their accusations against the other and the evidence. It was clear there would be no peaceful settlement. Havencroft agreed. Their attempts to delay their support wouldn't last much longer. Worse, the Guard was divided. They had originally not wanted to support either, but Argyle was convincing, and many had flocked to his banner. Although not all of them, the evidence against him was damning. But large groups of the Guard joined Augustus as well. "You're proposing that Caledon subjugates its former territories." "I thought you were better than this, Cal. This is something your father would have done," Samuel said gravely, and everyone at the table shifted comfortably or looked at Cal worriedly. Cal himself was composed, nodding his head at the herald's words. I suppose it could be seen that way. The difference is the reason I am doing this. I'm not entering into this for personal power or because I want to prove myself to others. During the rebellion, Caledon or the Imperials didn't commit the worst atrocities. Those outside of the two powers did it. Opportunists seeking to use the turmoil for personal gain. The only thing that kept our sector of space relatively safe after the war was the Emperor's peace. The fear that straying too far from the path he had set would result in retribution. Without him and the Imperial Guard, it would have been chaos. What happens when he's gone? And there is nothing to keep the wolves from our door. Caledon can protect itself. If you want peace, join House Havencroft, declare your loyalty to them, Samuel advised, and fight for them when they inevitably join one side. Have my people fight and die for a cause they care nothing about? And what about the others? There are trillions of people in the former Caledonian ducal sector. Would you leave them to survive or die on their own? Better to consolidate our sector, harden our borders and protect our people. I agree with Cal. You didn't see what happened to Terra, Samuel. They were willing to destroy our home and kill innocent people. I knew Uncle Argyle could be cold, but this is beyond cruel. And Augustus won't stop when he thinks he is right. Mayor said, I cannot go along with this, Princess Mela. Samuel said, you don't have to. You are no longer regent, but I would ask that you stay and protect Mare. You don't have to be a part of this conflict, but I trust you to keep her safe. Cal asked, and the older man nodded at the words. Thank you, Samuel. Now, Tamara, if you would. Cal asked, gesturing to the woman. She stood, walking to the end of the table and tapping a datapad to bring up a hello screen. An image of the former territory of the Caledonian ducal house appeared above the table, comprising tens of thousands of inhabited worlds. It was one of the largest sectors of the galaxy. At its peak, Caledon was equal to Havencroft, their military and economic power far ahead of most other ducal territories. After your battle against the Corsairs, we have brought over 10 planets under your banner. What started as a defensive alliance to protect their trade routes from raids has blossomed into a full-on partnership, with their governments providing taxes to Caledon in exchange for our military assistance. Tamara explained. They are also interested in the loans and investment opportunities we provide, my lord. Miranda added. Tamara, Miranda and Dan proceeded to break down the number of people in the barony, their economic prospects and the state of his regional government. Cal easily followed along, studying the map carefully. The problem we will be facing in expansion comes from several collectives of independent planets that developed over the past few centuries. You will find they are in a similar state to how Caledon was prior to your return, exploited by corporations and governed by organizations little better than glorified gangs. Tamara said, and the map highlighted several nearby systems. As you also know, this sector isn't without its own minor nobility. David Rowe spoke up for the first time in the meeting. He had temporarily been brought to Caledon as interim governor to replace Scylla. Indeed, they used to owe fealty to my father before the rebellion. We should make contact with them, and sound out how they feel after what happened to Terra. Perhaps they will be amenable to joining us. Cal remarked. I'm not too sure, my lord. There have been rumors of certain excesses amongst the remnant nobility. They act like kings and queens in your family's former territory. They might not wish to become less than that. David Rowe remarked. I don't understand why the Emperor left them alone. Was he deliberately trying to let the sector rot? Dalhu asked. She had grown more cynical of the Empire after the attack on Terra. Samuel winced at the comment. About to reply before catching himself. It was Mare who answered. Not many people knew this, but grandfather was often distracted. He frequently ignored the small details in favor of larger events. It's possible he knew what was happening here but felt it wasn't worth involving himself in. Mare explained. Those small details are affecting billions of lives. Regardless of his reasoning, it is up to us to set things right. Cal promised. Chapter 121. Consolidation, Part 3. Chapter 121. The skies above Planet Exeter were choked with smog from the large factories and manufacturing buildings. The surface was pockmarked with enormous holes, some more than a mile deep into the ground, with floating drones bringing ore to the surface. In a time when space travel was relatively inexpensive, most companies chose to mine for precious metals and ores in asteroid belts. The smaller celestial objects were easy to break apart and transport to refineries. It also had the benefit of not harming a habitable planet's environment. But the cheapest option had always been to mine a planet dry, enslaving the population to force them to work in a company's excavations and refineries. In the former ducal sector of Caledon, labor was cheap, and there was little to no imperial oversight. It made it perfect for the less honorable corporations to turn a massive profit. Exeter had been exploited for 500 years, and its people suffered under the rule of a rotating group of despots. Various companies and organizations have come and gone, and the planet deteriorated. Are they all going to be like this? Cal asked quietly, his voice heard throughout the command center of his starship. Next to him, Tamara studied the planet carefully, looking for possible points of concern before replying. This sector has been neglected for too long. Of course, the vultures would swoop in and feed on its corpse. Tamara remarked, I don't understand why the Emperor would allow this to happen. Is it a punishment for the rebellion? These people were just doing as they were told, following their duke. Why should they have to suffer for my father's actions? Most of those who inhabit our sector weren't even alive during the rebellion. Cal muttered, we must trust that grandfather ... The Emperor had his reasons. He was a complicated man but not cruel. He wouldn't have left these people to their fates unless there was a purpose. Mare said, but it almost seemed as if she didn't truly believe it. The evidence to the contrary was staring her in the face. I'm sorry, Mare, but I find it hard to place my trust in someone who could do this. I won't allow this to continue anymore. These are my people, and I will help them. Cal turned away, calling out to Talha. Any word? He asked. The red-headed woman, wearing a Caledonian houseguard uniform, shook her head. Nothing. They got your message, all bands and channels. They just aren't responding. But we are picking up something interesting. Talha explained, pressing a few buttons on the console. The screen in front of them switched to show a few ships, assault craft only capable of space travel in system. The image zoomed in further to show a red wolf on the side. Red Wolves. Mercenary company with a large presence in this sector and a medium-sized clan in the VR world. I would estimate they have a few thousand troops on the surface and a couple of hundred light-class meshs for quick response. Tamara explained. Response to invasion? Cal asked. Worker revolts and insurgency more likely. The corporations here have authority in a multitude of planets. A larger reaction to invasion or piracy would come from off-world. Tamara finished. Good. Launch our assault craft and carriers. I want control of the surface before the day is out. No one gets off the planet. I want whoever is in charge here in chains before I meet with them. Seize everything of value from the corporations. Cal ordered, turning away from the screen and marching toward the storage hold. You're going down? Talha called out, confused. Cal ignored her as Mare walked swiftly behind him. Page break. Cal trained the heavy lasgun of his medium-class mesh vanguard on the Red Wolf squad as they threw down their weapons. They had a collection of light-class mesh, scouts and a few older mobile suits that predated the rebellion. They hadn't stood a chance against Ghal's forces. The Vanguard was an updated variant of the Scout with similar functionality. Highly mobile, lightly armored but with a glowing blue shield surrounding it. Humanoid. It could be customized in a variety of ways. Cal's had a large jetpack on the back, giving it more speed and the ability to leap high into the air. We've secured the planet, and all Red Wolf troops are surrendering. Good work, Cal. Talha said over the com. Take their meshs. I want them checked and repurposed. I will meet with any government or worker unions and have all corporate executives brought to a central location. Dan is already reviewing all the facilities. He should have a recommendation regarding our next steps. Some of the refineries will continue to operate, but I get the impression he wants to move most of it off-world. Talha replied. I'm not surprised. There are a lot of things we can use here, but I don't want to ruin any more planets. Ensure Dan knows it will need to be asteroid exploration and mining, not on the surface. Cal ordered before shutting off the com. Page break. A collection of nervous corporate executives knelt on the floor of their office tower. Unlike the bleak atmosphere and landscape that the rest of Exeter had, the city they had placed their headquarters in was quite beautiful, with gardens and large atmospheric filters that removed the smell of pollution and chemicals from the air. They whispered quietly amongst each other, the noise joining the slight rattling of iron chains on their wrists. They had protested the archaic treatment, only to be told that it was Baron Caledon's orders. In the front of the group was a collection of men and women in expensive suits, clearly unused to rough treatment. Their appearance spoke of wealth and costly rejuvenation procedures. While the others muttered and conversed, they knelt in rigid silence, waiting for the Baron to arrive. Caledonian houseguards ringed the group, their black and red exosuits as intimidating as the lass rifles they held pointed at the prisoners. They snapped to attention as a figure appeared in the doorway. Baron Caledon was tall and handsome, wearing a pilot bodysuit without a helmet. He looked at the group carefully for a moment, assessing them, before sitting in a chair his people had placed at the front of the room, the only furniture in the wide open space. He waited for a moment before another person joined him. An equally tall, outstandingly beautiful woman in a matching black and red pilot bodysuit stood beside him, silently watching the crowd. "I am Baron Caledon. Exeter is a part of my fiefdom, and for defying my order to lay down your arms and swear allegiance to me, your assets here are forfeit," Cal stated. His words sent a stir through the crowd before an older man stood on his feet, his face flushed red with anger. "This is outrageous. You're nothing but a bandit, wrapping your actions in noble trappings. This will not stand, Baron," the man shouted, and the other executives kneeling beside him nodded their agreement, adding their voices to his own. "Silence," one of his houseguards shouted, and the room was silent once more. Cal could see the fear in their eyes as they snuck glances at his armed guards. "You're right. And you are free to lodge a complaint with the imperial bureaucracy. Once an emperor is chosen, I'm sure he will listen to your petition. In the meantime, your assets here will be taken to help rebuild this planet. As for you all, in consideration of your arguments, your corporations may pay a ransom to release you. My Minister of Finance will have the details," Cal said, standing and beginning to leave. "You will pay for this, Baron," the man shouted, cursing at Cal. He slowed his steps, stopping at the door and turning slowly. "I've no doubt I will, but, for now, it is time you all learned that this sector is under the protection of House Caledon. You are either with me or against me," Cal warned, staring at the man before turning and leaving. In 3 days, whatever equipment wasn't essential was removed from the planet, and a new, temporary government was in place. The population was free from corporate control, and Cal promised to help them rebuild in exchange for their loyalty to his house. Over the following year, more than 100 planets were brought into the barony of Caledon. Chapter 122, Alive. Chapter 122. Any word from Mayor? Cal asked, taking off the helmet of pilot's bodysuit and placing it on the top of his desk. He was in his quarters on his starship, having just returned from seizing another planet. This one had been in the grip of a criminal organization. The government so corrupt that Gal wondered how they had functioned for as long as they did. It would take years to undo the damage to its people. Nothing since her last transmission, Samuel replied. May had gone to Havencroft to visit her family in secret, not announcing her travel plans to anyone outside of Cal's close circle of friends and advisors. She had even taken steps to use public transport through a commercial starship under an alias, something he had adamantly opposed. She had made several trips over the year she had spent with him on his campaign to unite the former Caledonian sector of space, but this one had felt off to him. He had a feeling in the pit of his stomach that something was going to happen, and he couldn't shake it. What is the latest? Aside from us being stretched thin? Nothing. We need at least another 2 years to pause, reorganize, restructure your government, and implement better administration. A year is too short a time to forge a duchy, Cal. Take some time and stabilize before you overreach, Samuel advised. The former Imperial Herald had been against this initially, but he had come around after seeing the dreadful state of some of the planets Cal had been helping. Dozens had joined Caledon willingly, their governments poor and ill-equipped to operate alone, but many more had to be forced to cooperate, and none had been due to how well their people were doing independently. It was inevitably caused by corporate greed or exploitation of their people that had driven their societies into decline. You're right. Once Mayor is back, we'll return to Caledon and consolidate. Cal agreed. They began to discuss their plans when Talha came into the room. her expression severe. "What is it?" Cal asked with concern. The operation to control the planet below them had gone well, and the people he had in place could stabilize it with the guard he was going to leave as a garrison. "We've received a communication from Mayor." She couldn't go into details, but she wants you to meet her on Havencroft, Talha said. "And she wouldn't even say why?" Cal replied. "All she could say was that you needed to come immediately and that her uncle would explain when you arrived." I got the impression that she was worried her message would be intercepted. Cal looked to Samuel, who shook his head. The former herald had no idea what was going on either. "Set a course for Havencroft. Inform Tamara and the others that we will be delayed returning to Caledon." Cal ordered. Page break. Havencroft reminded Cal of how Caledon had been at its peak under his grandfather's rule. Hundreds of starships and thousands of spacecraft orbited the planet. Multiple starports and space stations ringed the world, a stopping point for millions of people being ferried to and from the surface. The world itself was a pristine environmental wonder, the perfect combination of balance with nature and a bustling metropolis. The white and silver cities perfectly matched the green of the land and the blue of the oceans. Cal had heard rumors that there were species native to Havencroft that had survived since its founding. Like most human worlds, it was terraformed to perfectly suit human life, with species introduced from Terra. Their starship emerged from the jump at a safe distance from the planet. Cal waited patiently in the shuttle for clearance to enter the atmosphere. Talha was piloting the transport while he was traveling unaccompanied to the Ducal Palace. "Caledonian shuttle, you are cleared for launch." Cal heard the voice from the cockpit. "Roger that." Talha replied. The shuttle lifted with the familiar push against Cal's seat. Once they were free of their hold, gravity shifted into weightlessness, and they were off. Descending through the atmosphere, the shuttle rocked slightly as it passed through a layer of white, puffy clouds. The Duke of Havencroft's palace was a tall tower with large windows and a silver frame. It had graceful and beautiful architecture, with a large spire on the top. Looking at it from the shuttle window, he could spot a couple of heavy class mesh stationed on the ground while several more flying mobile suits wheeled and drifted far above. The shuttle landed in a designated pad ringed by large, leafy green trees. Descending the ramp, Cal was struck by the sun's warmth and the air's cleanliness. He had been on many planets over the past year that had been neglected or ravaged by pollution. Cal had nearly forgotten what a true paradise a well-tended world could be. A Duke Havencroft staff member waited at the beginning of a small path. The walkway, a series of intricately connected stones that formed designs across the ground. The young woman was wearing the uniform of Havencroft, dark blue with yellow trappings. She bowed slightly as he approached her. "Baron Caledon, the Duke and Princess are expecting you. Please follow me," she said, not waiting for a reply as she turned and began to walk down the path. Ignoring the slight snub, he followed along, looking at the city around him as he did so. Hovercars and ships flew overhead, orderly, as they stuck to their designated paths. As one of the most powerful ducal houses that stayed loyal to the Emperor during the rebellion, Havencroft had never been touched by war. Its military facilities were off-world, and only corporate headquarters were allowed on the surface. Their manufacturing plants and refineries were either in the asteroid belts ringing the system or on other planets. Walking through the tall, glass doors of the palace tower, Cal appreciated the cool, conditioned air that greeted him. They passed through a large foyer, where people waited for appointments with senior bureaucrats or members of the ducal family. Many people turned and looked at him as he passed, his height and noble appearance drawing attention. He caught his name whispered by a few of them, but he was unsure if it was in a positive or negative context. To his knowledge, his actions in his sector of space had not been largely reported on the Imperial net. The news of the fighting between the princes dominated the net, burying any reports of Cal beneath them. They arrived at an elevator where the staff member pressed the button for the top floor. With a ding, the doors opened once again after a moment. "This is the Duke's study. Please follow me," she said, leading Cal through a large room packed with bookcases and computer terminals. The walls held works of art, and several sculptures were placed carefully at the end of the hallways. Ignoring them, Cal was ushered into another large room with a massive wooden table. Large windows gave a breathtaking view of the city around them. Only a handful of people were waiting for him in the room, but his eyes locked onto a familiar figure. Mare looked up as he entered, and he could tell she was about to stand and rush over to him but held back. She quickly glanced at the others in the room and settled back into her chair. There was a heavy atmosphere in the room, subduing those within. Cal's guide gave a deep bow before leaving and closing the door behind her. "Baron Caledon, we are pleased that you have come," an older man said, and Cal recognized the ancient appearance of Duke Mason Havencroft. Next to him was Prince Magnus and another person Cal didn't know but shared similarities with the Duke. It was likely his son and heir, Marcus. "I was concerned when Mare contacted me without providing details." "What is this about?" Cal asked, walking to the table and sitting next to Mare. She gently touched his hand, giving it a comforting squeeze. "It's my mother. She's alive," Mare whispered. Chapter 123, 1 year ago. Chapter 123. 1 year ago, during the attack on Terra, Empress Amelia and Princess Amara followed the exosuit-wearing Imperial Guard soldier through the halls of the Imperial Palace. Occasional tremors rattled the windows in the panes, and Amara jumped when the loud crash of a vase falling from its plinth broke the silence. Clutching her mother's hand in her own, Amara quickened her pace, taking comfort in the armored figure in front of them. It wasn't until they had walked for nearly 5 minutes that her mother spoke. "Where are you taking us?" the Empress asked, and Amara looked at her in confusion. When he retrieved the pair from their room, the guard had told them where he was ordered to bring them, the bunker, Empress. The guard replied without turning to look at them. "Where are you actually taking us? The bunker is in the other direction," Amelia stated, suddenly halting and forcing Amara to pause as well. The guard merely shrugged, stopping and turning toward them. He didn't bother to say anything, simply reaching out, gripping Amara's arm tightly, and ripping her from the elderly Empress' grasp. "You're too smart for your own good, Empress. Stay here and die for all I care. I was only ordered to take this one to the shuttle," the guard stated, dragging the screaming Amara along the halls. Looking around for help and seeing the empty corners, the Empress stepped forward to try and force Amara from the guard's grip when a gauntleted fist slammed into the side of her head. "Should have ran," the guard muttered. Amara's vision turned blurry with tears as she saw her mother crumple onto the ground. Her last sight of the Empress had been her motionless body lying in the hallway, her bright and colorful dress a splash of color against the stone floor. The rest of the journey had been a blur. She fought to free herself, only to have her arm twist painfully in response. The exosuit the guard wore was many times stronger than her, and she had no choice but to follow along. They exited the palace's rear, and Amara could smell the smoke in the air. There was a dull roar as a flight of mobile suits flew overhead on their way to fight somewhere in the distance. Distracted by the sight, she tripped, stumbling to the ground. The guard lifted her, half carrying, half dragging her toward a waiting shuttle. The transport had another half-dozen exosuit-wearing guards, their hands gripping las rifles. Not slowing down, she was thrown into the back of the transport while the others followed closely behind. "Let's go!" the guard shouted, slamming his hand on the bulkhead of the shuttle and making a loud clanging noise. The transport lifted immediately, and Amara was pushed against the metallic floor from the inertia. Through the window, she could see the sky darken, passing through a cloud layer. They emerged into bright sunlight, only for the blue sky to darken once they breached the atmosphere. She could see a sea of stars spread out before them. Huddled on the transport floor, her arm hurting from where the guard had gripped her, Amara shivered from fright and the cold. The transport shook after a few minutes, an action she knew came from landing in a starship's transport shuttle bay. The guard roughly hauled her to her feet, pushing her in front of him as the shuttle's ramp descended to the storage hold's floor. The bay was empty, with the shuttle the only piece of equipment there. Amara walked through the hole with the guard flanking her until she reached a narrow hallway. The guard pressed a button on the wall, and a door opened. Without a word, she was shoved inside. The door closed behind her and locked with a click. It was a small, private bedroom with a single bed inset into the wall and a small bathroom. A tiny window showed her a view of space and terror below them. Wrapping her arms around herself, she broke into tears and collapsed onto the bed as her body was racked with sobs. Amara was interrupted by a flash of bright, white light from the planet. A large explosion erupted on the surface, expanding rapidly. She could hear shouts and the pounding of feet from outside the door. indications that more people had arrived on the starship. With a lurch, the starship jumped. The scene out the window shifted to show an unfamiliar star and a derelict space station orbiting a barren planet. Amara could hear more sounds from outside, the thin walls of her room muffling them enough that she couldn't pick out the details. Standing, she went to the washroom to clean up. Once she was composed and calm again, she sat on the bed, waiting. She couldn't think about her mother or what was happening on Terra without tears threatening to well up in her eyes again. Her son and husband were on Havencroft, but Mare was still on Terra with Caledon. Breathing in deeply, she pushed the thought away, trying to think about what these rogue guards wanted with her. After discussing with her brothers about Caledon, she thought they would wait to act, at least long enough for him to leave the planet or for her to cement a relationship between him and Mare in the unlikely event he was declared heir. But one of her brothers clearly couldn't wait, acting to seize power in a coup. She wasn't sure which, but the involvement of the guard spoke of Argyle, although she hadn't thought him capable of such deception. Perhaps it was Augustus, after all. Regardless, they had taken her from the palace, and she could only think of one reason why. One of her brothers wanted her support and kidnapped her to get it. The door to her room opened abruptly, this time by a trio of exosuited soldiers. Rather than Imperial Guard markings, they were plain black with nothing to identify them. Their leader was about to enter and grab her when Amara walked out, not wanting any more bruises from their rough treatment. If she was going to meet whoever was behind the attack on Terra, she would do it standing tall. The starship was crowded with people, many of them wearing more casual clothing. They were from all corners of the galaxy, but they had a single thing in common. Each had a strange, metallic collar and a single green blinking light around their neck, studying them as she walked. Her guards pushed her to walk faster. Soon, the regular crew was out of sight, and she was brought to the command center. Ignoring the large, circular room, she was led through a side door to the captain's quarters, where she came face to face with someone she hadn't seen in a century or more. "Jonathan, it was you who was behind this?" Amara exclaimed in shock. Her cousin, Jonathan, was sitting at a chair behind a desk, his feet up on the metal surface, wearing a pilot bodysuit. The man had clearly just returned from the field, not having a chance to change before meeting her. Jonathan stood up as she entered, smiling widely as he opened his arms. "Cousin, so good to see you again. I go by Jack now." Lying Jack greeted her. Amara was stunned by his appearance. Jonathan, or Jack, had grown up on Terra with her, a distant relation from a branching family line. He had always been a troublemaker. Finally, it had become unmanageable, resulting in his discreet banishment from the planet. He had resurfaced a few years ago while fighting Caledon. The last she had heard, he had been placed in stasis with the rest of his Corsairs. "There is no way the attack on Terra was your idea, Jack," Amara replied, shaking her head. "Where is my brother?" "Ah, as insightful as ever. Augustus planned this little expedition to Terra. I have him to thank for springing me and my companions from stasis. But your being here is all me, cousin," Jack explained, his smile not slipping at all. Amara was again surprised at the admission. Augustus had let him loose and provided him the means and direction to attack Terra? It was out of character for the sly prince, who preferred subtle methods. However, it would give him a layer of protection against accusations. "Why have you taken me, Jack? What could you possibly gain?" Amara asked. "Leverage. Augustus has promised me many things, and your presence here will ensure that he cooperates unless he wants something terrible to happen to you. I'm sure Havencroft will seek vengeance against anyone who harms their princess," Jack clarified. "But there is also the fact that I'm unsure if Augustus has what it takes to seize the throne, in which case, all my rewards will vanish. Poof, gone in a flash. Argyle will surely pay handsomely for you back if that comes to be. So I suggest you get comfortable, cousin. You're my lucky charm." Chapter 124, 1 year ago, Part 2, Chapter 124. A few weeks after the attack on Terra, Jack threw the metal collar against the wall of his quarters, where it hit with a dull clang and fell to the ground. Gareth watched his father struggle with his anger momentarily before reining it in. "All of them?" Jack asked, straightening his clothing. They had returned to one of their hideouts on the edge of the Caledonian sector, where no one would look for them. The starport could hold tens of thousands, and they had spent time renewing their contacts and reopening trade. One of the first things Jack had purchased when he accessed his hidden accounts through the Imperial Bank was a new wardrobe. His opulent robes and suits were blindingly bright in orange, yellow and red. He was wearing a relatively tame business suit, pristine white with gold trim. He brushed away a fleck of metal and turned to his son to hear his response. "We were tricked. There aren't any explosives." I took over 1,000 random samples. Aside from the single collar he used as a demonstration, they're nothing more than collars with blinking lights. Augustus lied to us, Gareth replied, and there still has been no contact. Jack growled out, his clothing fixed. He sat in his chair, placing his shining black boots on the top of his desk and crossing his arms. Nothing. All the transmission routes and connections bounce back. He's left us to rot. I wouldn't be surprised if he sells us out, parading our heads to the public and declaring that he has eliminated the culprits. Gareth responded. He's not that stupid. I have enough evidence of his involvement to sink him. Regardless, we're free now. We'll wait to see how this conflict between Argyle and Augustus plays out. We're still in the prologue. It could be years before things really heat up. Jack thought for a moment, tapping his finger against his chin in a steady rhythm. Ensure Amaru is comfortable. She's the only true leverage we have with Argyle. Jack ordered. You want to play both sides? Gareth asked with surprise. It seemed risky to stay in the middle when you were an insignificant speck compared to the opposing forces. Bigger the risk, bigger the reward. We'll stay quiet and make our offer when things look their most opportune. Page break. A year later, the spaceport was bustling. Jack's Corsairs had reopened business, and people had flocked to their banner for illicit trade. With the succession war, as it had been taken to being called on the Imperial net, snowballing, the black market for items grew with it. In his private quarters at the most secure location of the space station, Jack stared out of the large window impatiently. He had sent Gareth on a mission weeks ago but hadn't heard from him since. Augustus remained frustratingly out of contact with them, leaving Jack wondering if the prince had deliberately wiped his memory of the event. Every shred of information Jack could glean about his cousin spoke of a man convinced that Argyle had been behind the attack. Every overture Jack had made to the prince, every discreet inquiry came back with hostile intent. Augustus would have nothing to do with him and his evidence. The document he provided stating that he was pardoned and his imperial title restored was worthless if Augustus refused to acknowledge it. So, Jack had pivoted, and the opportunity he had been seeking had finally arrived. Augustus had made a deal with another ducal house, splitting the support for the throne evenly between them. But more importantly, House Samira was a powerhouse, nearly equal to Havencroft militarily and economically. Duchess Samira's support meant that the tide of the succession war had turned in Augustus' favor. With Havencroft's continued neutrality and Augustus' overwhelming force, Argyle would need a miracle to survive. And Jack was about to sell him one. He's back. One of Jack's people came through the open door after a brief knock. Turning away from the window, Jack walked to his desk, sat, and waited for his son to return. He could barely contain his anticipation. Gareth followed behind a few minutes later, greeting his father with a smile. Jack knew immediately it was good news. Jack leaned back in his chair, matching his son's smile. He was amenable? Jack asked, already knowing the answer. Gareth nodded. He'll meet you at the rendezvous point. 1 starship each. He wants you to bring Amara with you. Gareth said. Not happening. We'll bring him proof of his sister's good health, but he doesn't get her back until he follows through with our demands. Get her ready. Jack ordered. 2 days later, a single starship appeared in the middle of empty space. No stars or planets were nearby, ensuring that without the coordinates from Jack himself, no one would be able to find the place. In a few minutes after their arrival, another starship appeared from the jump. Jack stood on the command center, dressed in his finest and most eye-watering colorful clothing. The engine of the starship hummed throughout the vessel, ready to activate at the first sign of trouble. With the appearance of the starship, a communication came through a private channel. Prince Argyle looked healthier than ever. The ongoing war, which had entered its first year, had forced him to take steps to ensure his fitness. He had undergone the best rejuvenation procedures and had taken to training every day in his new assault class mesh, Judgment, a replacement for the still missing Justice. Wearing a uniform of the Imperial Guard but lacking all insignia or trappings of rank, Argyle frowned at the sight of his cousin. They had never gotten along, even when they were on Terra together. Jonathan was a troublemaker, and Argyle hadn't regretted his father's decision to banish him for his multiple indiscretions. "Well, Jack, I'm here." "Where is Amara?" Argyle asked, not bothering to make small talk or beat around the bush. Jack smiled, looking at ease as he stood from the captain's chair. "She's safe, cousin, and her location will be revealed to you at the conclusion of our deal. You are comfortable with our terms?" Jack asked. "Comfortable? You're a traitor, Jack. You deserve to hang for what you did to Terra, even if you followed my brother's orders." Argyle growled, his face flushing red with anger before a whispered voice from off-screen calmed him. Argyle nodded as he listened to someone speaking too softly for Jack to hear. He seemed to consider it carefully before nodding. "Fine. Immunity for you and your Corsairs. I will also grant you land and title." Argyle agreed, although he looked as if it would pain him. "And justice?" Jack asked, enjoying the feeling of power the negotiations were bringing him. "You may keep it." Argyle looked slightly defeated at the words. A woman gripped his shoulder, comforting him, and Jack laughed at the sight. Her pale white hand had a ring on its finger, and Jack recognized the sigil of one of the ducal houses. Argyle's mistress was rumored to be from one of the ducal houses supporting him, and Jack now had his confirmation. He filed away the tidbit for later. "I believe I have your lovely companion to thank for the ease of their negotiations. I wish her all the best. On the word of your honor, so too will you have mine. Amara is at the following location, safe and sound. I believe Havencroft will be grateful for her return." Jack said, smiling. He nodded at one of his crew members to send the coordinates. At the conclusion of their deal, Argyle jumped to the location provided, where Amara would be waiting in a small shuttle, alone and dreading what happened next. For Jack, he returned to his hideout, eager to hear about the Argyle's success. With the addition of Havencroft, the succession war would reach an entirely new level, and Argyle would undoubtedly have an advantage. With two of the largest ducal houses involved, the others must pick sides or risk missing out on the benefits. And if Argyle loses, Jack still has evidence to use against Augustus, ensuring that he will win, regardless of the outcome. Chapter 125, Betrothal. Chapter 125. Present. Nothing to do with the attack. Argyle is innocent. I ask that Havencroft join him in bringing the true culprit of the attack to justice. With your support, Argyle will have the means to bring the succession war to its rightful conclusion. Amara spoke through a pre-recorded message. Cal observed her carefully, immediately noticing the signs of distress and hardship on her face. Wherever Amara had been the past year, she had suffered for it. "As you can see, Baron Caledon, we have little choice. Argyle has agreed to turn over Amara in exchange for our complete support." Duke Mason Havencroft explained. "I find it hard to believe that Prince Argyle only recently freed her from her imprisonment. Augustus had her confined with Corsairs." Cal asked with scorn. No one would find that answer plausible. It was likely that Argyle had her the entire time, waiting for the moment when freeing her would bring him the most benefit. Regardless, she must be returned. Havencroft will never abandon one of their own. Mason replied, gesturing for Magnus to keep calm from next to him. "I understand. But what does this have to do with me?" Cal asked. He had made significant gains over the past year, his forces expanding rapidly, but he was still insignificant to this conflict compared to the ducal houses. Every day, more and more stories about the war made their way onto the Imperial net. Everywhere the borders between one ducal sector and another met, forces belonging to the two sides came into conflict, skirmishes had escalated into invasions, and thousands of planets exchanged hands daily. Tens of millions have died, and waves of refugees have plunged the more stable worlds on the interior into chaos. Very little, except for your connection to Mare. Argyle has made it clear that he wants Ouroboros. Since Mare is its pilot, she would need to accompany it or have her connection severed. Mason explained, looking at Mare gravely. "That could kill her," Magnus said, his tone making it clear he had no intention of allowing that to happen. "You see the dilemma. I cannot put Mare in danger, but I am required to hand her over to Prince Argyle as part of our agreement. The only way to avoid that would be if she were no longer here or a part of House Havencroft." Mason clarified, and Cal caught the meeting. You want her to come with me? Of course, Caledon has always been open to her. Cal offered with relief. There is more to it than that. Mare would still be part of Havencroft and the royal family. She would need to join your house officially, Mason stated with implication in his voice. Cal was at a loss to understand before Magnus interrupted. You will need to marry her, Galen. If you do, Mare will enter your house. She wouldn't be a princess anymore. She would become Baroness Caledon. Our boroughs would come with her as dowry, along with a sworn oath that Havencroft will do everything possible to keep Caledon from this conflict. Magnus explained. Argyle would have to accept this once we explain that it was the wishes of the Emperor before his passing. Mason added. You said it yourself when you left Terra with her that the celebrations were intended to be an announcement of your betrothal. We'll support that idea. Neither Argyle nor Augustus can undo the Emperor's command. I'm confident all the ducal houses, on both sides, will uphold it once we make it clear that you both will remain neutral and make no statements regarding the succession. I don't know what to say. Cal stammered, turning to Mare, who smiled at him. He smiled back, and he knew his answer. Of course, I agree. Cal stated firmly, and Mare squeezed his hand tightly. Page break. I'm sorry, Cal. I seem always to be dragging you into my mess, Mare said softly. They were both in his quarters aboard his starship, waiting to return to Caledon. He had thought they would leave immediately, but Duke Havencroft wanted them to stay until Argyle agreed with their conditions before setting off. It's our mess now. Cal joked with a smile. I would have been part of this regardless, Mare. I stole you away from Terra and gave you shelter on Caledon. Neither of the princes would respect my desire for neutrality. I'm more than happy to use Havencroft as a shield. At least now, Argyle will have to respect our independence or risk alienating his greatest ally. I was surprised your father agreed to it. I always thought he didn't like me, Cal said, changing the subject. Mare laughed at the comment. She hugged deeper into his arms, placing her head against his shoulder as they stared at Havencroft hovering outside the window. He still doesn't, but he's seen how far you are willing to go to protect me. I believe Mother had something to do with it as well. Remember that strange conversation I had with her the morning before the attack on Terra? She kept trying to pry information out of me about you. I had thought it was a concern for how close we were becoming, but now I think it was something more. Mare mused. I had thought it was her discovering how close I was becoming to the Empress. What other reason could she have? Cal asked, and he felt Mare shake her head against his chest. I'm not sure. I suppose we will find out soon. Page break. Amara waited in the storage hold of the starship for word from Havencroft. She had been forced to send a message to her husband on behalf of Argyle before they began to negotiate her release. The truth was she believed that he had nothing to do with the attack on Terra. Her time with Jonathan convinced her that Augustus was the true culprit, and she had shared that fact with Argyle as soon as she was placed back into his care. But the reality was Argyle was at war, and even family couldn't be fully trusted, not when the stakes were so high. Her arms crossed, she waited with a pair of Argyle's Imperial Guard, both wearing exosuits and carrying las rifles. It was only after nearly an hour that her brother appeared. It's done. Havencroft has agreed, but there are some caveats, Argyle said, gesturing slightly for the guard to pull back. With no one nearby to hear them, Argyle lowered his voice. Havencroft will join my side in the succession war, throwing their full support behind me. You will be transported to the surface immediately, but you should have told me that you had already entered into an agreement with Caelan Caledon regarding Mela. I dislike secrets, sister, Argyle stated, his tone flat and hard. What are you talking about? Amaro asked with genuine confusion. Mela and Caelan are betrothed on our father's orders. You didn't wait long after finding out he was to meet the envoys. You worked quickly. I had no idea. I will be honest with you, Argyle. I broached the subject with Mother, but I didn't have an opportunity to pursue it further before we were attacked. There is no marriage agreement. Amara replied. There is now. They are to be wed, with Ouroboros as dowry and Havencroft ensuring their independence and safety. The nerve of them to think that a Titan is a toy they can give away. They have no right to it. Argyle growled, his fist clenching beside him. It doesn't matter. Caelan is unaware of father's plans for him. The envoys will meet with whoever wins the throne. which will be you with our support. Mela, Kalen and Ouroboros is irrelevant. If it truly matters that much to you, have Mela declare her support for you as well, along with Caledon. Amaro advised. Argyle thought for a moment, running through the situation in his head, before nodding. Chapter 126, A Pleasant Surprise. Chapter 126. As you can see behind me, Vadera has become a wasteland. Once a thriving trade port between the Neis and Lockmere galactic sectors, the Succession War has made it a vital launching point for incursions. Duchess Neis has assured us that the border is secure, but we have evidence of the contrary. On the hollow screen, a news reporter stood in front of a muddy field. Large, smoking craters could be seen behind her, with the charred remains of meshes and aircraft lying discarded around them. The news stations provided constant coverage of the increasing devastation caused by the Succession Wars, with various networks taking sides. The image shifted to field troops running across a barren landscape, the bluish-white of less gunfire filling the scene as both sides fought and died to secure more territory. Overhead, a flight of assault carriers launched missiles and PPC energy at the ground, wiping out vast tracts of land and the people occupying it. Blessedly, the screen changed once again to show a panel of military experts theorizing what would happen next in the conflict. As more and more of the nobility chose a side, the war was growing to engulf the entire galaxy. In other news, Prince Magnus has announced the betrothal of his daughter, Princess Mela, to Baron Caledon of Caledon. The wedding is expected to. Carl finally turned off the screen, having enough of the news for one day. He leaned back in the chair of his temporary office on Lunar City, placing his hands over his face. I was going to offer my congratulations, but perhaps I should change it to condolences? David Rowe said, walking into the office with a jaunty step that Cal had grown accustomed to during his time in the lunar settlement. The gravity gave everyone a slight bounce to their gait, comically so to newcomers. David had split his duties between Lunar City and interim governor of Caledon. He was incredibly busy with a growing list of demands on his time and a staff numbering in the thousands. His outfit still consisted of a business suit, black with a white shirt and a black and red tie that matched the Caledonian colors. It's still congratulations, at least until we get closer to the wedding date. Cal replied dryly. Laughing, Rowe sat in the chair across from him, setting his datapad on the table. Cold feet? No, I just hate spectacles. Because it was Mare's celebration that was the cause of everyone traveling to Terra. She's in the public zeitgeist. I've already been warned that it will be broadcast across the Imperial net. It makes sense. You're among the few people to make it off Terra that day. The dashing Baron saves the princess from a deadly assault, brings her to Caledon, and marries her. It's a fairy tale. Rowe joked. Cal snorted at the comment, shaking his head. The reality is far from it. What can I do for you? Cal asked. I've received word from Melric while you were away. I thought you would want to know that it's ready. Would you like to see it now or wait for Mare to return? Rowe inquired. Cal stood up from his chair immediately, already walking toward the door. Now, we can grab Mare on the way, Cal ordered. They walked through the busy corridors of the Lunar City Administration Complex, a massive grey stone building constructed from the moon's regolith and connected to the dome that surrounded the city. It was the first building constructed and was the heart of Lunar's government. Not just the city itself but the entire moon relied on the people here to keep it functioning. Lunar City houses nearly 1 million people, with more arriving daily in other domes and structures outside the city. Factories and repair centers for Gal's fleet of starships and mobile suits had been built. Third-party corporations and business servicing outsiders also traveled to their growing system for trade and commerce. Caledon was on the rise. The difference between how they had been before Cal's return and their current prosperity was stark. Although Cal still considered his home to be a shadow of itself at its peak, he could see that it would someday return to its former glory. Coming to an out-of-the-way wing of the complex that held his personal quarters, he heard Mare speaking as soon as the door opened. Have to be simple. I can't have white and gold. Mother, I'm marrying into Caledon, not vice versa. Be reasonable. Mare stated, pacing in front of a hollow that showed her mother. Amara was looking better in the weeks since she had returned to Havencroft, looking less stressed and worried. She still had more creases around her eyes and looked more gaunt than Cal remembered, but she was improving. I am reasonable. You may be marrying beneath your station, But that doesn't mean you must demean yourself. My darling, I'm sure Baron Caledon would agree to, Amara replied as Cal came around the corner of the room and into view. She's right. I would agree to anything just to get it over with. Are you positive we can't just have a small ceremony here on Caledon? Cal asked, nodding in greeting to Mare's mother. You're both insufferable. I will call you later, Mother. Mare replied, stepping forward and turning off the hollow call. Ouch, I'm offended. Cal stated, holding his hand over his heart dramatically. Liar, why are you back so early? I thought you wanted to run away from all the planning? Mare asked. I did, but this is about something different. I want to show you something, Cal said, holding out his arm for Mare to take. The tall, black-haired princess studied him carefully for a moment, not moving to take it. I'm wary of surprises, Cal, Mare said with hesitation. You'll like this one, I promise. Page break. They traveled by shuttle to one of the mobile suit repair facilities outside the city. In its own self-contained bubble, the atmosphere was clean and fresh despite the industrial feel of the complex. Walking through the large storehouses, various meshes in different sizes and states of repair greeted their eyes. Mare could already guess what the surprise was. There was little reason for Cal to bring her here except for something pertaining to the Ouroboros. He had asked Elric to investigate repairing the Titan when they first returned from Terra, and the project had consumed the man. He had spent most of his free time here, reviewing the scans of its frame and determining if it was even possible to recreate the parts necessary after they had been removed and placed in the 12 Ducal House Titans. Has Elric made a breakthrough? Mare asked, unable to contain herself anymore as they passed by one service bay after another. Everywhere they went, the workforce greeted the pair with nods or waves, even a few bows. Cal smiled at the comment, looking at her from the corner of his eye. Why would I ruin the surprise? I wouldn't want to rob him of it, Cal commented. In only a few minutes, they were standing in front of the closed door of a massive service bay. Elric was waiting for them, wearing a pair of dirty coveralls. He seemed eager to see them. The large man was practically bouncing with excitement. Finally, I thought I would have to track you both down and drag you here if you took any longer, Elric shouted as he caught sight of them. Apologies, we came as soon as we got word. In recompense, I haven't told her a thing, Cal replied. Elric rubbed his hands together, a large smile on his face. Excellent, you're going to love this, Princess Mela, Elric exclaimed. You've found a way to repair the Ouroboros? Mare asked with curiosity, and Elric nodded. We have, but it's going to require your help. We believe the schematics necessary to make the connections to its parts are in its system, locked away without its pilot present, Elric explained, and Cal interjected. They can repair it, but they need to interface with it. Once you do, you can request a copy from the Titan to be sent to Elric's terminal. Cal clarified. It will be easy with the schematics. We already have a set from Atlas and some newly manufactured spare parts. We can't replicate some things, like the Titan's power source. It's some kind of variant engine that we've never seen before, but the rest can be reproduced. You get us those schematics, and we'll have it repaired in no time. Chapter 127, Coordinates. Chapter 127. The Ouroboros appeared regal and majestic in the storage bay, towering over the workers on the ground. It stood on its own two legs, the frame and body complete for the first time in 10,000 years. Elric had painted it black with gold highlights on the joints and connections between its torso and limbs. Two fin-like protrusions emerged from its shoulders that curved behind it and to the side. Almost like the wings of a bird, a scaffold had been erected behind it, providing access to the cockpit in the back. It was the mesh's head that was its most prominent feature. Mare hadn't noticed how draconic the mobile suit had been when it had been in disrepair. Its head jutted forward slightly, and two horns emerged from its skull. I don't understand. I thought you said it wasn't complete. It looks perfect, Mare stated with awe, craning to stare at the mesh. We've fitted the parts onto its frame, but their connections are severed. That's why we need the schematics from the cockpit. It isn't as simple as a scout. This isn't fitting universal parts in its slots and letting the mobile suit do the work. Each one of these Titans is unique. There are some similarities between this one and Atlas, but that's like saying Caledon and Terra are the same because they're both planets. What do I have to do? Mare asked. Enter the cockpit. Initiate the neural compatibility test and primary pilot link. Once that's done, you can pull up everything on its internal computer. We've learned from Atlas that these things don't break the taboo. Every bit of intelligence comes from the pilot, but there should be records inside the system for rebuilding it. Got it? Mare replied, looking at Cal for a moment, who nodded encouragingly. It will be uncomfortable, but not unbearably so. You aren't activating and piloting it directly, the burden will be manageable. Just remain calm and relax, don't try to fight it. Cal advised, thinking back on his own experience with Atlas. We'll be right behind you on the walkway. If you have any problems, we can immediately step in. Elric added. The trio took the steps to the top of the metal scaffolding. The walkway stretched across the back of the Titan. Mare carefully climbed down into the gel-cushioned interior of the Titan's cockpit, settling into the chair and pressing a few buttons on the terminal to start the mesh. Taking a deep breath, she waited for the lights to dim, the console in front of her coming to life as a mechanical voice began to speak. Pilot recognized. Mailer of Terra, initiate compatibility test. The Ouroboros spoke, its voice booming in the empty storage room. The technicians and mechanics who had come to observe all whispered excitedly. Licking her dry lips, Mare nodded, initiate. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, immense pressure bombarded her mind. It pushed on all sides of her consciousness, threatening to drown her in a sea of emotions, pain and memories. Flashes of light in a kaleidoscope of colors swirled before her eyes, and she could hear a strange buzzing noise in the distance. The sound grew louder with each second, and the colors darkened, turning from light blue and green to dark red and brilliant purple. Mare. A voice whispered from behind her. Turning her head quickly, she could see nothing but the dark cockpit. Mare. It was louder this time, coming from all around her. It was her grandfather's voice, calling out to her. The buzzing intensified, and she felt the cockpit vibrate around her. The lights flashed to blinding white before darkness returned. The pressure grew stronger, an ocean pressing down on her. She felt like she was a ship, lost at sea like the first explorers of ancient Terra. Mare felt herself rise and fall on the tide, the waves tossing her around. Mare. Her grandfather's thunderous shout echoed in the cockpit, and suddenly everything was silent. There was no pressure, the sea that had been rocking her mind vanished. The lights dimmed until she was in the dark. Mare, I do not have much time. We have been given this opportunity to speak through our Ouroboros. We cannot waste it. Aurelius uttered. Tears fell from Mare's eyes, and her cheeks were wet with them. Grandfather, this cannot be, you died. Mare whispered. Death is irrelevant. My dear girl, we all live on in the Titans we pilot. I'm here, just as one day you will as well. You must heed my words, Mela. A storm is coming, and you will be at the center of it. I am so sorry, Mare, that this curse must fall on you. I wish the Ouroboros had never found itself in your hands. Aurelius said with sadness in his tone. I know, Grandfather, the storm is already here. The galaxy is divided, and the succession war is engulfing the Empire. Argyle and Augustus are fighting for the throne, and I can do nothing about it. Mare replied. You mistake my meaning, Mela. You see a few wet flecks on the window and a grey sky and mistake it for the coming tempest. The succession war is nothing. I knew that leaving the position of my heir would be tempting fate, but I chose to keep it vacant for a reason. There will be no emperor after me. No empire. No throne. Aurelius uttered dreadful words, and Mare was shocked by their meaning. That's impossible. The empire has existed for 10 millennia. What could possibly? Mare was cut off. What indeed? I am forbidden to speak of it. You will discover this secret on your own, Mela. Ouroboros is a burden and one of the only hopes we have left. Heed the things it has to teach you. I have faith in you. Aurelius whispered, fading away. She called out to him, but there was no response. Neural compatibility nominal. Neural link established. The mobile suit spoke, and the lights in the cockpit turned back on, driving away the darkness. How was it? Cal called out, sticking his head into the cockpit and looking around momentarily. He was relieved to see Mare was all right, although she looked pale and sweaty from the experience. Cal, I spoke to him. He was here. Mare shouted, standing up from her chair and moving toward him. Who, Ouroboros? I had a similar experience with Atlas, Cal said, reaching in and giving her his hand to pull her out. She resisted, turning back toward the console. No, my grandfather. I spoke to him, and he warned me about a storm and that the Empire was in danger. Mare replied. The link can bring out genetic memories. I experienced things from my grandfather and all the other pilots of Atlas. It was real, but they weren't speaking to me. Cal reassured her. This wasn't a memory, Cal. He knew about the succession war. He called it irrelevant. He said that he knew it was a mistake to leave the succession in doubt, but he did it anyway because it didn't matter, not against what was going to come next. Mare stammered, trying desperately to explain to Cal. What comes next? Cal asked. He didn't say, just that I should listen to Ouroboros, that it had things to tell me. I'm not making this up, Cal. I'm not crazy, Mare said frantically, and Cal climbed down from the walkway to be closer to her, hugging her tight. He rubbed her back comfortingly while he whispered, no one is saying you are. I believe that Aurelius spoke to you. Maybe he left some kind of message here. We'll figure it out. Mare nodded, pulling back from him. She already felt calmer, knowing someone believed her. Now, let's get those schematics for Elric. We can have him search the systems for anything the Emperor may have left behind. I wouldn't be surprised if he suspected something would happen to Terra and left a failsafe in Ouroboros for you, Cal said. They connected the Titan's systems to the service bay's terminal, pulling up the information within the mobile suit. Standing together on the service bay floor, they waited while Elric sifted through the data. Well, there's schematics here, all right. It has everything we need to get Ouroboros in fighting shape. There's even information about equipment for it. It looks like it can have different loadouts depending on the situation. Elric mused. He was in his glee, loving the opportunity to work on a mesh that most people in the galaxy would never have a chance to see. Are there any messages, maybe a voice recording from the Emperor? Cal asked. I'm not seeing anything like that. It could be buried deep in its systems, but this thing is archaic. Not much can be hidden. Wait, what's this? Elric asked, frowning. He tapped the terminal's buttons, displaying a list of numbers. They were familiar to anyone who traveled by starship. Coordinates. Is that the locations Ouroboros has been deployed in? Mare asked. Not unless it's been outside the galaxy, Elric replied, pulling up a galaxy map and superimposing the coordinates into it. The map rotated and pulled out, showing the entire Milky Way galaxy. Terra and Caledon were marked, but further outside, there was a blinking red dot. That's outside the Empire, well outside, Cal observed. Not just outside the Empire. It's beyond the jump capacity of any starship, Elric said. Chapter 128, The Engine. Chapter 128. I've never heard of the Ouroboros ever being off-world, not since the Unification Wars. Even then, there were detailed records of every movement it made. It was the single greatest event in human history. Nothing was hidden from the chronicles. Samuel replied. Did grandfather ever talk about these coordinates or an impending threat? Mare asked. They were standing in the administration complex of Lunar City. After the revelation from the Titan, Cal had requested Samuel meet them there immediately. No, he previously mentioned threats against the Empire, but they were always vague and unclear. I always assumed he was referring to something existential, not literal. What could possibly threaten humanity? Tens of trillions of us are spread across the entire Milky Way, Samuel stated, shaking his head at the question. Then the question is, are these coordinates to the threat itself or our salvation? Cal mused. The fact remains, we cannot physically travel there. No starship can make the trip, Elric explained from where he stood, leaning against the room's wall. His arms were folded as he thought about the problem. What if we built a relay system? A line of refueling stations along the route? Talhu asked. She had accompanied Samuel on the trip to Luna, curious about what emergency had caused the former Imperial Herald to leave Caledon in a hurry. She hadn't been disappointed. Impossible. It's not just a matter of fuel, although that is certainly a big problem. The jump destabilizes the further you travel from the galactic center. It's why we have never been able to travel to other galaxies, Samuel replied. He waited for a response, only to see a room full of blank faces. Don't tell me you never studied FTL travel before? How the engine operates? Samuel pushed for answers, looking around the room. That information was classified. Even I could never access it. May replied, I know the basics, and everything to do with repairing a starship, but the engine was always a mystery. No one could repair it. We needed to dock at an Imperial restoration facility if we had trouble with our engine. Bastards are never cheap either. Elric explained. Samuel let out a sigh, running his hand through his graying hair. He walked to the terminal, punching in a few commands. He changed the screen to show the galactic map. The blinking red light of the coordinates grew smaller as the image zoomed out. Alright, I'll start with the very basics. You would usually learn these things in the Guard Academy to earn a commander title. It was hard to plan operations if you didn't fully understand the functions of your equipment. Try to coordinate an assault on a planet only to be told it was impossible to carry out because of engine limitations is not something you want to hear. Samuel explained. The jump consumes fuel. You're correct in that. The further you jump, the more power it takes to get you there. More power means more fuel. But there are limitations. The engine cannot generate unlimited power for the jump, meaning there is a hard limit on the distance you can travel. From one sector to the next is fine, but from one end of the galaxy to the other will destabilize the jump, resulting in catastrophic failure. Samuel began his explanation. Worse, the further away from the galactic center you travel, the more energy is required to maintain the portal. We were always taught that travel inwards is easier than outwards. Your suggestion to build a relay system or a chain of refueling stations is logical and sound, but only within the confines of the Empire. The inability to reach the coordinates isn't a fuel problem. It's a computational and data limit. I don't understand. Starships compute the jump each time they travel. Why would it matter outside the Empire? Elric asked. The answer to that is obvious if you understand the fundamentals. How does the jump work? Samuel replied. The engine bores a hole through reality, forming a tunnel. You instantly disappear and reappear at your destination. Talhu answered. It was obvious to anyone who had traveled by starship. Yes, except you don't actually just appear at your destination. A starship linearly travels the entire distance. It's nearly instantaneous, but it does carry you the entire way. And knowing that, you will realize how important it is for a starship's computer to calculate a safe path. They would need to account for any obstacles in the way. Cal recognized the danger immediately. Yes, but more than that, it needs to calculate the precise amount of power the engine requires to generate the proper path since it simultaneously forms both ends of the portal. To stop it from destabilizing from gravitational forces, stellar radiation or a near infinite amount of other variables. Samuel answered. Impossible. A starship's computer would need to either be the size of a planet or advanced enough that it would break the taboo. Elric retorted. Correct. So Imperial stellar cartographers have taken a different approach. And it's why we will be unable to reach those coordinates. It stems from the simple fact that the engine is magnificent at transporting people within the Empire but terrible at exploration. What do you mean? Cal asked. The engine requires massive amounts of data and information to function correctly. With over 10,000 years of data and trillions of users, we have enough information to plot a course within the bounds of the Empire safely. It took millennia, combined with computers the size of planets and billions of people, to give us that ability. Samuel saw that people didn't understand his point, so he simplified it further. Look, say you want to travel from Caledon to Terra. If it were the first time doing so, you would need to know the exact route you wanted to travel, the time it took, the conditions in both your destination and departure points, and all the other variables. It would be nearly impossible to do in the short term, and even when you calculated everything, there would be a high chance of failure. But, lucky for us, starships have been traveling that route since humanity first took to the stars. We know the calculations to travel from Caledon to Terra because we have done it many times before. Samuel brought up a display, showing the route on the screen. Then what is a starship calculating? Talhu asked. The variables between the starship and the known route, distance from the regular departure point, conditions where you will be arriving. The onboard computers use and tailor the existing data to the specific journey. It wouldn't be possible without the hard work already being done for thousands of years. Starships store basic computations for every planet in the Empire, then work off those for your jump. Samuel finished. Since we have no information on where the coordinates are sending us, it would be dangerous to jump there. Cal understood. Not just dangerous, suicidal. I doubt the jump portal would even form. The starship would be obliterated before then. Samuel reasoned. Why would Grandfather include the coordinates in the Ouroboros if we couldn't get there? Mayor asked. What do we know about that section of space? Is there anything there? Talhu asked. Cal stood from his chair, walked to the terminal and punched in the coordinates. The image zoomed into the latest stellar cartography. It showed a black space with nothing in there. Nothing. No stars or planets. No celestial bodies or phenomenon. Elric observed. And no way to get there anyway. Cal added. That may not be entirely accurate. The Titans are different than starships. We have no idea how the engine within them operates. The Atlas can jump without an onboard computer calculating its route. It can also take other objects with it through the portal. From everything we've seen, the Ouroboros could be capable of traveling there. Elric explained. That won't be happening. Even if that were true, it would be an unacceptable risk to Princess Mela. Also, we wouldn't even know if it worked. She could be lost in the void with no way back, and we would be unable to send a rescue. There's also the fact that piloting the Titan could kill her. The neural burden is nothing to scoff at. Cal added. Until we know more, I suggest we continue with what we were doing. Consolidating Caledonian space and repairing the Ouroboros. Cal finished. And plan for our wedding. Mayor added with a smile at the grimace that covered Gal's face. Chapter 129, New Antioch. Chapter 129. Micah stood in front of the tall mirror in his apartment, adjusting the high collar of his Caledonian houseguard uniform. Seeing it was perfect, he combed his hair back from his face with his fingers and studied his appearance carefully. It would be an important day, and he wanted to be flawless. Micah and his companions had moved to Caledon, along with their families, after the attack on Terra. The instability throughout the galaxy had shown that war would affect everything, and they took Cal's offer to join his house guard seriously. It had been a miracle for them to receive this opportunity, as Caledon was now one of the safest places in the galaxy. It was unbelievable to think that such a place had been neglected and considered a backwater a few short years ago. Caledonia, the city where he now lived, had low crime rates, beautiful buildings, shopping areas and universities. Micah couldn't see a single trace of neglect anywhere in the metropolis. His parents had resisted the idea of moving until their planet came under attack by Ice soldiers. Things escalated quickly after that. With a deep breath, he ran his hands over his uniform's blazer before turning away from the mirror. He left his apartment and was greeted by the Caledonian sun shining above in a bright blue sky. Breathing in the cool morning air, he went to a nearby coffee shop where the others would await him. Sid and John were already there, wearing similar black and red uniforms. The young, pink-haired woman was the first to notice him, smiling wide and waving at him eagerly. John saw her movements immediately, spotting his friend's approach. More conservative, he merely nodded and raised his hand. "You're finally here. It feels like we have been waiting forever. This is the first time in months that we've all been off duty together, and I don't want to waste our day sitting," Sid shouted, getting up from her chair and throwing her arms around him. They had patrolled Caledonian sector's new borders since joining the House Guard. Generally, for only a few weeks at a time, their schedules hadn't overlapped much in the past few months. It was Sid's idea for them to get together and do something on their day off. Like Micah, all his companions had taken Cal up on his offer. They relocated to Caledon with their families. John brought his wife and children while Sid was alone. "Where's T?" Micah asked, looking around for his blonde-haired friend. "He's going to be a few minutes late. He missed sending a report, and our commander is a stickler. He'll join us when he's done." Sid replied. "Should we wait here for him?" John asked. "No, he'll catch up. I want to do something fun. For the first time in years, I'm on a civilized planet with actual money to spend." Sid shouted with enthusiasm. "You have something in mind?" Micah asked. He needed to do something today, but it would only take a few minutes. He was nervous about it and wanted the time to prepare. "We're going shopping in New Antioch," Sid declared, standing from her seat and dragging her two friends to a nearby hovercar she had rented for the day. New Antioch had transformed in the years since its previous ruler had been deposed. It was no longer a free city of sin. The rule of law had returned, and its residents could live their lives free from the whims of the rich and powerful. What had replaced it was the entertainment and shopping capital of Caledon. Theatre shows, plays, museums, art galleries, concerts and sports arenas. Everything that a person needed to have fun, legally, could be found in New Antioch. Commercial districts offered goods from across the galaxy. The prices of some items increased drastically as a result of the war, but were still available. No longer were Caledonians forced only to consume local goods and cheaply manufactured products. Their rising status in the empire was reflected in the opportunities available to them. But New Antioch wasn't completely free of sin. It was just well regulated. There were rows of bars and restaurants running through the city's main street. Bar hopping was an encouraged activity for tourists, and many establishments offered discounts and other incentives to patrons. An entire section of the city was designated the red light district, where there were looser regulations on drugs and alcohol. Most importantly, brothels and other houses of ill repute. It had been under Governor Silla's advice that Cal designate the area, rather than drive it underground. Better to regulate, tax and set healthy requirements and controls than ignore the problem. Micah and the others landed their rented hovercar on a landing pad for public parking. Disembarking, they marveled at the light and music of the city. Despite it being daytime, there was a festive air over New Antioch, with advertising banners and holograms stretching across the skyline. Shopping, 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 Sid chanted, emphasizing the distinct syllables of the word shop and a sharp ping. She would pump her fist into the air in time to each syllable. John took in the view without comment, while Micah was amazed at the sights. He had seen much of the galaxy over the past few years. He had served in mercenary companies, but this was the first time he had been to such an extravagant location. How will he find us in all of this? Micah asked, gesturing to the crowds of tourists and visitors walking along the road with them. There were shops and stores on both sides, selling items he had never heard of before. He has a tracker linked to my data pad. He'll be here. Don't worry, and enjoy yourself, Sid shouted over the din of the crowd. Her attention was soon caught by a street vendor selling ice cream, and she ran to the cart, already ordering 3 chocolate sundaes for the trio. Where do you want to go first? Sid asked, digging her spoon into her ice cream and lifting a heaping pile of ice cream and thick fudge into her mouth. She nearly moaned at the taste. It was better than any of the rations they served on board starships. I have to get someone a present, but I'm not sure what they like. Micah stammered. He had his head down as he said it, staring at the ice cream in his hand as it melted in the daytime heat. All right, this is the perfect place to do that. What are they interested in? Sid asked. I'm not sure, he muttered, second-guessing his decision. Is it for a boy or girl? Sid asked, pressing him for information. Micah didn't answer for a moment, weighing the consequences of admitting it, before taking the plunge. A woman, Micah uttered, and Sid broke out into a wide grin. Gripping his arm, she pushed her face close to his. Ooh. Who is it? Sid explained, and Micah blushed a bright red. People around them looked at the pair for a moment before looking away. It's just for a friend. A friend. Ugh. I shouldn't have said anything, Micah shouted, trying to push Sid away. But she clung tightly to him. It's Dalga, John said from beside them, causing Micah to spin around and stare at the large man with his mouth agape. How did you know? Micah stammered. It's obvious, John responded with a shrug. Sid giggled at the revelation, poking Micah in the cheek with her finger to gain his attention. Well, if you want to give Commander Talha something, we will have to go to some of the better shops. Not clothing or cosmetics. Maybe. Sid chatted on about options while Micah hung his head. He had already regretted this trip, and it only got worse when he arrived an hour later, buried under a mound of different gift options that Sid provided. He looked for John to help, only to see the large man had disappeared. In the end, he selected a pair of earrings with bright red stones in a beautiful spiral pattern. Good. Now that's over with, let's get something to eat. I'm starving, he exclaimed, dragging his companions to a nearby restaurant. He was weighed down with Sid's shopping bags, his hands full. They spent the rest of the day together, watching a show and live band at a bar once the sun went down. They returned to Caledonia late in the evening, where Micah worked up his courage to visit Talha the next day. It was her birthday and he wanted to give her the present he bought, and ask an important question. Chapter 130, Past Due Debts. Chapter 130. Merrick-Dan walked through the streets of Kosa. A cooling breeze blew over the bay and through the coastal town, bringing the smell of the ocean and driving away some of the humidity. He hadn't been back here since he had quit the Imperial Bank and came to work for Cal. His life had been different then, filled with hollow relationships and backstabbing for an elevated position in the company. He was much happier now, which showed in his health and habits. Most of those changes could be attributed to him finding something to believe in. His life had a purpose now, and his actions had value. It was amazing how a single meeting with a man he once despised had changed everything. His thoughts of Caledon had wholly shifted over the years. The Baron had a way of bringing out the best in people, whether through his charisma or his belief that you could be better. Merrick-Dan wholeheartedly followed him and didn't regret it for a minute. But it was days like this that he found it extra satisfying. Dan walked through the wide glass doors of the bank headquarters in Kosa. They slid open silently, and he was greeted with a pair of business people wearing matching bankers' uniforms. A man and a woman. They bowed as they acknowledged him. Minister Dan, thank you for gracing our establishment today. We hope you have a very productive meeting. The man said, while the woman straightened and gestured to an elevator behind them. We have everything ready. Your guests will be arriving within the hour. She added, leading the way. The elevator rose to the top of the building, where Dan could see the landscape for miles in each direction. It was like something out of an artist's masterwork. The bank had secured most of the land within sight while Cal was in stasis, and although the Baron hadn't taken any back, he did charge them taxes and require them to be much more open about who could visit or live in Kosa. As a result, the town returned to being a travel destination. Already, resorts and hotels were springing upwards along the coast, people fleeing the large metropolises for weekends and vacations in Kosa. Dan was used to this view. Although it had been different when he had an office here, he hadn't immensely enjoyed it like he did now, didn't appreciate its beauty or how much it meant to the locals. Looking away from the windows, he focused on the moment. Today was a culmination of years of hard work and planning. One of the first tasks the Baron had given him when Cal had awoken on Terra and could re-establish communication with him. Since the Emperor's passing, the Imperial Bank has refused to take a stance on the succession war. They have stuck to true neutrality, a delicate balance that required them to act according to the nobility of each branch. On Caledon, Merrick-Dan had never known the bank to be so considerate and respectful. Clearly, they were relying on Cal to protect their interests in this sector while also hoping that their compliance would prevent the Baron from leaning too heavily on them in this time of trouble. Entering a large boardroom, Dan ignored everything as he sat at the end of the table. Unbuttoning his jacket, he laid his datapad on the table. I want everything you have on Baron Caledon's current investments and all projections for the quarter. Dan ordered, and the pair bowed again as they left. In moments, graphs and charts hovered in the air in front of him. Dan was impressed at what he was seeing. Although the war was ravaging the galaxy, his investments were growing wildly. Cal had been on Terra during the attack, and his return to Caledon had meant that Dan was amongst the first people in the galaxy to know of the Emperor's death. For the first time, Dan had felt what it was like to know the future. He could chart the path of the next few years. The developing war between the princes meant certain commodities were in short supply while others would be in abundance. While everyone was mourning, he had been busy plotting. War could be good for business, provided you were in the right kind of business. Dan had shifted everything to the companies aligned with the warfare and waited for his opportunity. They're here, Minister Dan. Another bank employee knocked on the door and entered, giving a bow before informing him of his guest's arrival. Send them in. Dan replied, straightening his clothing unnecessarily. He found he was very excited about the coming meeting, something that hadn't happened in a long time. A trio of people walked into the meeting room, two middle-aged women and an older man wearing business attire. The only physical thing connecting them to their organization was a small pin on each of their lapels. Yggdrasil, the world tree glittered silver. Standing, Dan gestured to open seats around the table. Thank you for coming, please. Tab offered. They sat on his right side. facial expressions showing disdain and impatience. Dan had dealings with corporations his entire life, from all over the galaxy, but he hadn't met with this group before. "Well, we're here. What does your Baron want of ESA corporations?" The older man stared, all but tapping his finger on the wooden tabletop. "Where is he?" "I expected to meet with Caledon today, not his flunky," another said, her eyes staring daggers at Dan. "The Baron is indisposed today. I will be presenting our proposal to ESA on his behalf," Dan replied, only to be cut off by the other party. "There's no need. ESA Corporation and Baron Caledon have had their disagreements in the past, but we have accepted the ruling of the Emperor and have paid our due. There is nothing more to be said about it. We have no business with Caledon," the third woman said, trying to put an end to the discussion. "We only took this meeting out of respect for the Imperial Bank. It was they that conveyed your desire for an agreement," the older man said. "And I appreciate their involvement. In fact, the agreement you've come to here is largely due to their help." Dan turned to the open door and spoke. "You may enter now," he said, and the pair of bank employees who had met him downstairs entered the room and sat on his left. Dan cleared his throat, running his hand along the side of his datapad while he thought through what he was about to say. "The agreement is simple. ESA will move all their operations, including all equipment and employees, to Caledonian space. You may occupy a headquarters in the city of Caledonia and develop manufacturing and repair facilities in Lunar City. Baron Caledon is willing to provide substantial investments to expand across our sector, but trade will be strictly limited. All selling of weapons and equipment will require his personal approval. ESA will become a Caledonian corporation." Dan spoke. He tapped on his datapad and the terms projected above the table. "This is preposterous. ESA is a publicly traded company under the oversight of the Imperial Trade Commission. Even the nobility cannot simply take what they want." The older man shouted, slamming his hand on the tabletop loudly. "Do not think that the rule of law no longer applies just because the Emperor is dead. The succession may be undetermined, but the Empire endures." Another added, "I couldn't agree more. The rule of law applies, and the Imperial bureaucracy ticks along regardless of the empty throne. Baron Caledon will be glad to hear that you accept the law. We expect your corporation to relocate immediately." "Expect? Your Baron can expect nothing. ESA Corporation stretches across the galaxy. We have more soldiers and mesh than this backwater. Our assets make your Baron appear a pauper in our eyes. Our employees number in the billions. That would be true before you came into conflict with the Baron. It's a pity that you chose to strike at him. Your stock price was doing so well before you were caught trying to murder a member of the nobility. Fines, the loss of lucrative imperial contracts, irreparable damage to your reputation." Dan turned to the bankers beside him. "How much did their stocks suffer from that misstep?" Dan asked significantly. "Minister Dan, even with the succession war driving up their stock due to demand for mobile suits, they are well behind their competitors now." The woman banker answered. "Significantly," Dan repeated with a smile. "We don't have to listen to this drivel." The male ESA executive snarled, standing from the table. "You will if you don't want the Imperial Bank to close all your accounts." Dan replied, and the bankers next to him nodded at his comment. It was enough to halt the executive. Dan leaned back in his chair. "After we learned that ESA would only be fined and lose a few contracts for attempting to kill our Baron, I had a thought. Instead of trying to destroy ESA by force, wouldn't it be easier to destroy it from the inside? Your stock plummeted after the fines were announced, and the Baron has significant capital at his disposal. Quite a steal, actually. You bought our stock?" one of the executives asked, shocked. After the announcement of the Emperor's voiding of many of their contracts, they were in serious danger of losing everything. They had only been saved by heavy, outside investments. Someone had snapped up large amounts of shares, keeping ESA afloat until they could recover. With so many people willing to sell, it hadn't been difficult for Dan to purchase them. Indeed. "And now we own. What was it?" Dan asked the bankers again. 62%, spread across various companies under Baron Caledon's portfolio. The banker replied, "A majority." "I must say, I didn't expect things to pan out this well. It was an amazing return on investment." "So, we expect ESA to comply with our agreement, or the Imperial Bank will close your accounts." "Excuse me, our accounts?" Dan stated with a feral grin. Ezra corporations had moved to Caledon in a few short months, occupying a large section of Lunar City. Their meshes would be the foundation of Caledon's military going forward. In a few short years, Ezra Corporation would become synonymous with Caledon. Their board and executives purged of all rotten elements. Chapter 131. Horse Trade. Chapter 131. Prince Augustus, a current claimant to the imperial throne and backed by 5 ducal houses, reviewed the information provided to him on the progress of the war. Things hadn't gone smoothly for the prince over the last year. Argyle had stifled his every effort despite his early pains at securing support. Worse, he had just received news that Argyle had acquired the backing of Havencroft, a militarily and financially significant benefactor. That news had left Augustus stunned for a moment. He had 5 houses behind him and had been in the lead for a majority for a time, but now they were even again. But that was only in votes for the throne. Militarily, they had been in a stalemate. With Havencroft taking to the field, he was about to be pushed back on all fronts. Augustus rubbed his eyes wearily. It had been a long year, stressful and tiring. If it hadn't been for the fact that he knew that Argyle had been behind the attack, he would almost have considered making peace with his brother and ending this. But there was no way he would make peace with his parents' murderer. Mackenzie? Augustus called out to his most trusted aide. She had escaped the destruction of Terra by sheer luck and coincidence aboard a guard fleet carrier. He was grateful to have her back at his side, taking some of the workload off of him. The blonde-haired woman stepped into the room from the open door, giving a slight bow as she did so. Wearing a uniform in black and gold, she was nearly as tall as him. She reached nearly 7 feet tall, and her noble heritage was apparent at a glance. Born from a side branch of the imperial family, she had served him for centuries. "You called, Your Grace?" she asked. "Have the Carmichaels budged in their demands?" Augustus asked, already knowing the answer. Since the disparity between him and Argyle had become more evident, the demands from the ducal houses for their support had grown with it. He had to make compromises and concessions to draw them in, things that he hadn't dreamed he would be willing to do. They knew that he was weaker than Argyle and that his chances of obtaining the throne were slim, so they knew they could demand more from him in exchange for their support. It was nearly to the point that even if he did obtain the throne, he would be little more than a figurehead. The thought would have been unacceptable a year ago, but he found that as the war went on, it ground down his arrogance and self-respect. He was willing to make a deal with the devil himself if it meant keeping his brother from becoming emperor. "No, Your Grace." "In fact, they have additional stipulations," Mackenzie replied, causing Augustus to let out a sigh and lean back in his chair. He looked out the window of his office to the space surrounding the massive space station that served as his headquarters. Located near the ice, it was a monument to human technological achievement. Nearly the size of a moon, it served as an important trade and military outpost, with tens of thousands of mobile suits, hundreds of starships and tens of millions of people living there permanently, with millions more passing through on their travels. "Of course they do," Augustus muttered, wearily. He looked back to his aide. Carmichael was the only holdout amongst the ducal houses, and they were also one of the most powerful. They were equal to Havencroft, and their support would mean he would be on equal footing against Argyle again. But like every house that was willing to support the weaker party, their help came at an exorbitant price. They were willing to gamble on him in order for greater rewards. "Notify Duke and Duchess Carmichael that I accept." Page break. Of the 4 children of Emperor Aurelius and Empress Amelia, only Argyle and Amara were married. Argyle had wed a noble daughter of Grandister, but they had no children. As was customary for the nobility, the couple had both provided samples for the imperial genetic engineers, who prepared them for artificial insemination in the incubation chambers. But there was a reason they never birthed a child. Argyle had not been officially declared heir until there was clear succession. There could be no offspring to muddy the line. Augustus had never wed for the same reason. He was required to wait for his father's notification of his chosen heir. Argyle had only married a grandster to acknowledge the ducal house's loyalty to the empire during the rebellion. Amara was the same. Her marriage of Magnus had been a reward to Havencroft. She had skirted the prohibition of royal children by announcing her removal from the line of succession. She and her children would be born into the house of Havencroft. The title of Prince and Princess was honorary and not a legitimate title. As Augustus stood before Duke and Duchess Carmichael, these thoughts ran through his head. A younger couple. They were both less than 100 years old and looked like they were in their teens. The Duke was tall and thin, with a small moustache that matched his blonde hair. The Duchess was a brunette, matching her husband's height and possessing unparalleled beauty. Unlike her thin husband, Duchess Carmichael had a classic, hourglass figure that was accentuated by the low-cut and tight dresses she preferred. The Duke had married into the Carmichaels, his own family in earldom in their territory. The Duchess' parents had retrieved her from the birthing pods when they were elderly. A defect in their genetic line had rendered most of their offspring inviable, leaving only a single child to inherit, Prince Augustus. "It is an honor for your grace to visit us this day." The Duchess spoke first from where she stood. She gave a deep curtsy, more to show off her considerable assets to the prince rather than a show of respect. Her husband bowed, little more than a tilt of his head. "We can skip the pleasantries, Duchess Carmichael. I feel like a stud horse, paraded before a crowd before a purchase. You have made your demands in return for your support clear." Augustus returned, turning to one of the ducal staff and gesturing for a drink. The Duchess smiled widely at the comment, inclining her head. "And what a stud you are, my prince. Very well. Your aide told us you are amenable. But I would like to hear from you." The Duchess replied, moving over to a large sitting area to the side of their room. Augustus drained the glass in his hand, barely tasting the liquor before the burn of the alcohol drove away the distaste of this meeting. He set the glass on the table to the side of him before responding. "House Carmichael will receive significant tax breaks and economic incentives in return for their complete support in placing me on the throne. I will divide the partition of the Havencroft sector between you and my other allies. Furthermore, your house will be first amongst equals in my court." Augustus finished. The Duchess glanced at her husband, weighing the effect of Augustus' words before replying. "And our other request?" she asked, her words drawn out and tone sultry. Even to the usually calm and detached Augustus, he felt a shiver run down his spine. "Agreed. I will marry your daughter immediately, and children of our union will be birthed as soon as the geneticists can manage. I will also abdicate the throne within 300 years in favor of my firstborn child. Your grandchild will be emperor or empress." Augustus spoke, the words easier to say than he had thought they would. At the declaration, Duchess Carmichael smiled widely. "Excellent. There is one final thing. Princess Mela and Baron Caledon have wronged Malik. I want them dealt with," she explained, the vindictiveness and spite clear on her face. "That is one thing I cannot agree to. They are under the protection of Argyle and the Havencrofts. If you want them dealt with, you will need to work that out amongst yourselves. I do not have the ability to deliver on that request," Augustus explained. The Duchess thought for a moment before nodding. She raised her hand, spitting into her palm before offering her hand to Augustus. She smiled at the disgust on his face at her actions. "Is this not how ancient Terran horse traders agreed to terms? I thought it appropriate for our purchase of a stud." Duchess Carmichael explained, and her husband laughed loudly, the first sound he had made since Augustus' arrival. Stifling his disgust, Augustus gripped her hand firmly. He felt as though he had sold his soul. Chapter 132, A Gift. Chapter 132. The Earl of Praxis raised his lass rifle casually, pointing it toward the sky and taking a deep breath to steady his hands. He waited patiently for his targets to appear. It was a chilly morning on Praxis, and the ground had a layer of early morning frost that shimmered in the light. Wearing thick robes and gloves, the Earl barely felt the temperature as his breath left a white mist in the air in front of his face. A glimmer of light in the sky announced the arrival of the small drones he was using as target practice. Crack, crack, crack. Bluish-white streaks of light shot out of the rifle, and the thunderous crack of its discharge broke the early morning silence. Half a dozen broken drones crashed to the ground, each pierced directly in the center of their oval bodies. Lowering the rifle, the Earl flicked the safety back on the weapon before placing it on a nearby table for his servants to clean and maintain. "Excellent shot, my lord," one of his staff shouted, bringing him a steaming cup of tea. Taking it in his gloved hand, he raised it to his lips, feeling the warmth travel down his throat as he swallowed. "Yes, excellent shooting, uncle." A woman's voice sounded out from the rear of the courtyard, surprising the Earl as he enjoyed his tea. A woman stepped forward, her shoes making a crunching sound as she walked across the stiff, frost-covered grass. She was a young woman, not the false youth of rejuvenation. She was only 18 years old, her face showing the freshness and purity that could not be faked. She was beautiful, with long brown hair that fell down the back of her white winter jacket. "Tabitha, what a wonderful surprise. I was not informed of your arrival." The Earl looked crossly at his staff, his frowning face causing a stir amongst those gathered. The young woman laughed, placing a hand against her cheek cutely as she did so. "Oh, uncle, please don't be angry. I asked them to stay silent. I've come with news and didn't want them to ruin the surprise," Tabitha exclaimed, stepping forward and hugging her uncle. "News?" the Earl asked with curiosity. He had access to information networks across the galaxy, but very little escaped his notice. "I'm to be wed to the prince. Mother informed me mere hours ago, and you were the first person I thought to tell," Tabitha replied with happiness. Tabitha was the youngest daughter of the Carmichaels and not truly the niece of the Earl. He was over 600 years old from a side branch of the ducal house. Praxis owed his loyalty to House Carmichael. Tabitha's grandparents had been his own aunt and uncle. The Earl tapped his cup of tea with a finger as he thought about the ramifications of the statement. "So, your mother has gotten everything she wanted then?" the Earl mused. He was aware of Prince Augustus' desperation for Carmichael's support and what the Duchess required in return. Tabitha's presence here was a show of respect for his position. They wanted their daughter to deliver the news to him personally. "I'm to be Empress," Tabitha shouted, spinning around in a dance across the grass. "Yes, provided we secure the throne first." The Earl muttered and frowned at the comment. Tabitha stopped her dance, returning to her uncle's side and gripping his arm. "Uncle, you don't sound happy with my news. Is something the matter?" Tabitha asked, and the Earl was struck by how young and naive she was. How would she fare in the future? The galaxy was not a pleasant place, and being Empress was less of a reward and more of a burden than she could ever imagine. "Then it is settled. We will face Havencroft." "I'm sorry, my dear. I find that I am filled with regret this morning. The old Duke Havencroft and I were friends. No one was more loyal to the Empire than him, and now I must fight his son. I suppose it is the burden of a long life that friends and allies eventually turn to enemies." Praxis ruminated, draining his cup of tea and holding it out for a servant to take away. "There is more, uncle. Mother instructed me to inform you that Baron Caledon and Princess Mela have the protection of Havencroft. It would be beneficial to us if you strike against them. Your time for revenge has come," Tabitha explained, and her innocent face twisted with perverse pleasure momentarily. She despised Princess Mela. Tabitha hadn't liked the princess even before her disrespectful treatment of Malik. So haughty and arrogant, Mela disdained all the things that Tabitha enjoyed: the affection of the public, the spotlight, fine clothing and entertainment. Their few interactions together had just further cemented Tabitha's dislike of Mela. "That is all well and good, child, but Havencroft is no provincial force protecting a single planet. With their house on Argyle's side, we will have enough trouble driving them back from our borders, let alone striking out at a backwater like Caledon. I will not allow my hatred of that family to be an albatross around my neck," Earl Praxis commented, shaking his head at the suggestion. "To make matters even more difficult, there are two Titans on Caledon. Even with inexperienced and weak pilots, they are not something to be trifled with." Praxis finished. "Mother concurs, uncle. That is why she has sent you a gift," Tabitha exclaimed, stepping back and pointing at the sky above them. The Earl followed her gaze, squinting his eyes slightly against the harsh morning light. He could see the light reflecting off something far above, an object falling toward the surface at tremendous speed. His eyes opened wide in shock when he saw what it was. A massive mobile suit spread its wings above the courtyard, its enormous body shading the area from the sun. It landed gently on the ground, folding its wings and standing upright. It was glorious. The Titan of the Carmichaels had been given to them by the Unifier, based on the design of the Ouroboros. Standing nearly 120 feet tall, its humanoid frame was bulky and stout. Heavy plates formed a suit of armor over its torso, and its head reminded Praxis of a lion, its mouth slightly open to reveal long fangs. The mesh had a heavy lasso rifle gripped in one hand, custom designed for the Titan. Far larger and more powerful than its more common variants. It was matched by missile launchers on both shoulders and a giant sword secured to its back. Prometheus, the cleansing flame. Praxis whispered in awe. Crimson, red and silver, it glittered in the sunlight. Spotless, it gleamed magnificently, and he swore he could see the fire rising from the Titan, spreading like a cloak around it. It had belonged to the Carmichaels for 10,000 years, a physical representation of their pact of loyalty to the Empire. Praxis was a side branch, and its Earl had only seen it once when he was a child. He had sworn an oath of service to the Duke at the time, a symbolic gesture that every noble in their sector did when they came of age. To his knowledge, it had only been deployed on a handful of occasions, to devastating results. "It's for you." Tabitha spoke from beside him, gazing up at the mobile suit in reverence. Praxis was at a loss for words, turning to his niece in shock. He had the Carmichael bloodline and could operate the machine, but no one outside the direct family had ever been trusted with it. "That's impossible. I cannot believe your mother approved of this." Praxis uttered the words in shock, not just of his piloting it, but of its deployment at all. Titans were not to be used unless the Emperor approved or the life of its pilot was in danger. They were weapons of unimaginable destructive power, capable of destroying entire armies, planets and systems. If he were to use it against their enemies, they would respond in kind. It would be the end of all things. She did. And so do I, and so does my husband. Augustus now has 6 ducal houses supporting his claim, while Argyle only has 5. It does not matter how many troops Argyle has or mobile suits. It is still 6 Titans against 5. Mother does not want to risk Malik in this conflict, nor do I want my brother placed in danger. It will be up to you, uncle, to pilot Prometheus and cleanse our enemies in its flames. Tabitha explained, her tone of voice losing its childishness and warmth. To Praxis, it was at that moment that Tabitha ceased being his niece, the child that he had watched grow up. "As my Empress commands," Praxis replied. Chapter 133, Heavy Class. Chapter 133, Try It Again. Elric shouted from the central console of the repair bay. A schematic of the mesh they were working on hovered above it, slowly turning to show its status. The large man was wearing a pair of orange coveralls, liberally stained with dirt and oil. With its short and stocky body, the medium-class bulwark stood next to the console. They had scrubbed the wear and rust from the mobile suit, repairing its armor and giving it a new paint job so that it shone in black and red. But they were still having problems with the internals. A grinding noise came from their mesh, followed by a high-pitched whining that made Elric wince. "It's no good. Something is interfering with the reactor." Talha shouted from the open cockpit. Ducking her red-haired head out from the opening, she looked to her grandfather for answers. The young woman wore similar clothing as Elric, orange coveralls heavily soiled by the mechanic work they engaged in. But she had taken to removing the upper portion, leaving her arms bare in only a tank top. They had retrieved the mesh from the crater on Luna, where they had first rescued replacement equipment and materials a few years ago. To Talha's surprise and delight, Cal had gifted it to her as a birthday present. When she had told him that she was still only a light-class mesh pilot, he had replied that she would grow into it. "There's a reason this thing was buried for 500 years. Elric growled. He leaned in closer to the image displayed above the terminal. Punching in a few commands, he rescanned the problem area, carefully assessing for damage. There was a small smudge on the suit's reactor, something that he had taken for a scan error but perhaps was an indication of something more. "We're going to have to remove the reactor and strip it down," Elric muttered. Even from the cockpit, Talha heard him. "That's going to take months. We're backlogged as it is, and reactor repairs are specialty work. I don't want to send it off-world." Talha whined, and her grandfather turned to her with a grin. "No need. I heard from Tan that Ezra is moving here in a few weeks. They'll have what we need to repair it, just have some patience. You'll be stumbling around in that thing, looking like a clown, in no time." Elric replied, giving his granddaughter a wink. "Thanks. It warms my heart to know you have such confidence in my piloting abilities." Talha grumbled before climbing down from the cockpit. I know you wanted to show it off when they arrive, but they'll be happy just to see you. Now, we need to get ready. They'll be here soon. Elric responded, wrapping his huge arm around her shoulders and leading her out of the storage bay. Page break. You're both late. Tamara observed as the pair walked out to the landing pad. They had cleaned themselves up and changed into something less filthy. Elric wore a white shirt and black pants, while Talha wore a black long-sleeved shirt and pants. Sorry, you wouldn't want us to arrive looking like we had just been digging through oily trash. Takes a minute for me to clean up and look respectable. Elric exclaimed, joining his wife. Tamara raised an eyebrow at the comment but didn't respond. She carefully looked over at Talha. I like your earrings, Tamara commented, causing the young woman to blush slightly and touch the gold spirals set with a ruby. Thanks, they were a gift from a friend. Talha responded, turning away from her grandmother. She hoped the latter didn't ask any more probing questions. Her relationship with Micah was still new, and she wasn't ready to talk about it. They should be here soon. I checked the arrivals a few minutes ago, and everything is on schedule, Tamara remarked. Elric nodded and looked to the sky, shading his eyes with his hand. A few minutes later, a transport shuttle landed on the pad. From the ramp, a large group of people descended. Visitors to Caledon, tourists, all locals who were returning from business or vacation abroad. Talha and her grandparents spotted who they were looking for immediately. Mom, Dad, Talha shouted, running forward through the crowd to hug her parents. Her mother was the spitting image of her grandmother physically, while she was her complete opposite in personality. Warm and always smiling, her teenage son had never been suited for combat or piloting, preferring to settle down on a world other than Caledon and raise a family. Her father was quiet and calm, a strange juxtaposition to his fiery red hair that Talha had inherited. Wearing a simple grey jacket and khaki pants, he hugged his daughter tightly. They were both environmental engineers, working on terraforming planets before settling down on a planet and working to maintain its weather controllers. It's good to see you both again, Talha said, stepping back and smiling at her parents. After the past few years, things had finally calmed enough that they could make the trip to Caledon to see her. They had tried to convince their daughter to return home numerous times, to join the local militia as a pilot, but Talha had always refused. You too, Tina responded before looking over at her own parents. Gently pushing past Talha, she walked towards them. Mother, you're looking well. It seems as if a desk job suits you, Tina joked, and Elric boomed with laughter at the sour expression on his wife's face at the comment. He stepped forward and engulfed his daughter in a hug. That it does. You should hear how she complains about it. You'd swear that the years we spent on a starship were paradise in comparison. Dad, you must be enjoying your time here. Lots of interesting mobile suits to tinker with? Tina asked, her voice muffled from his embrace. You know it. I can't wait to show you both some of the things we've been working on. You might not be mesh mechanics, but you'll appreciate the engineering. It's good to have you here. Elric said the last part quietly so only Tina could hear him. Well, we couldn't miss the wedding. The Imperial net is abuzz with it. Talha's father, Lorne, spoke from the side where his own arm was over Talha's shoulder. Bunch of nonsense. Carl hates ceremony, but concessions had to be made with Havencroft and Prince Argyle. They want everyone to know that Melu is marrying into Caledon, not the other way around. Tamara muttered, well, I, for one, appreciate being back. We weren't born on Caledon, but it's still home. I'm glad Baron Caledon has turned things around here. I wouldn't believe that this place was once considered a backwater. Things appear wonderful from orbit, Tina responded as the group walked away from the landing pad. They had seen new space stations being constructed in orbit, and the environment of Caledon had made considerable progress in their renewal of the biome and cleaning the air. The difference was remarkable in a few short years since Skal's return. It's no backwater anymore. Even your mother says that it reminds her of better times. Elric replied, it's as if the old Duke was back. Tamara added, nodding in agreement as they took in the city around them. They walked through the streets from the spaceport on their way to the waiting hovercar. Traveling over the metropolis of Caledonia, Talha pointed out the monuments and sites to her parents. The car settled onto the grounds of the estate, where a heavy-class colossus kept careful watch of threats. House guards in Caledon exosuits stood at the entrance and respectfully saluted when they spotted the group. "Will we be meeting with the Baron?" Tina asked. She had been curious about the person who had captured her mother's loyalty. She hadn't been born when her parents served the old Duke, but she had heard stories about him. If Caledon was anything like the Duke and Duchess of her mother's stories, she was very much interested in meeting with him. "The Baron is busy and won't be able to meet anyone," Tamara replied. "He's avoiding the wedding planning like the plague. He's probably looking for any excuse to leave the planet as we speak." Talha added with a laugh. "Talha, don't be disrespectful." Tamara reprimanded her. "What? He would be the first to admit it." Talha retorted. "He's been training to advance to heavy class. He's close, but he still needs more time. The lad never takes a break. A year expanding Caledon's borders, and he's right back at it after returning." Elric added, "You'll meet him at the wedding." Tamara responded to her daughter. "I'm looking forward to it." Chapter 134, Uneven Support. Chapter 134, The Wedding of Caledon and Princess Maela is an event that would be broadcast across the Imperial net, with trillions watching the coverage live. Even with the succession war overshadowing their daily lives, the people of the Empire wanted something to take their minds off the conflict. Despite being a member of the royal family, Princess Maela wasn't well known to the public. She shied away from reporters and cameras to the point where most of the galaxy did not know what she looked like. The only information most people knew was that it had been her birthday celebrations that had gathered so many people on Terra, a landmark event that had turned into tragedy. The story of how Mare and Cal had barely made it off the surface before the detonations had become something of a fairy tale of love and commitment to the public. The pair had fought against the odds and survived. Mare had thought most people would blame her for the celebrations and the loss of life, but that hadn't happened. They knew she was a victim. While the public was divided on who was the true culprit, Prince Argyle or Augustus, they generally agreed that Princess Maela was blameless. The week leading up to the ceremony saw stark changes in Caledonian space. Security had been increased to levels unheard of since the rebellion. Every starship, mobile suit and spacecraft had been deployed. New space stations orbited the planet, and every vessel entering the system would be thoroughly scanned and verified before being allowed to descend to the surface. Officially, Maela was a part of House Havencroft, and they had offered to provide extra security for the event. But Cal had refused due to his experiences on Terra, trusting his own forces to be adequate. He did agree with them that a strike force would be on standby, ready to assist if required. His house guard had extensive fighting experience over the past year during Caledon's expansion, and he had increased their numbers well beyond what a barony would typically possess. Spread out across the planet, Cal was taking no chances with the safety of his people. No attackers would be breaching the blockade and striking the surface or hidden bombs to detonate. As the head of his house guard, Tamara had taken personal control over the situation and was meticulous in her planning. From the planet's surface, the night sky was filled with glittering specks of light that appeared even more numerous than the stars. They were mobile suits and spacecraft of the House Guard, constantly vigilant of any threat against Caledon. Apart from security, the months leading up to the event had sent a ripple of activity across the sector. Space debris in the system that had been present since the rebellion was being removed and recycled. Remains of satellites, defunct space stations long destroyed, and even remnants of mobile suits and starships were being towed to Lunar City to be melted down and reused. On the surface, hundreds of thousands of workers were cleaning each nook and cranny of every town and city in preparation for the onslaught of visitors that would be arriving. Miranda Atkinson, overseeing the efforts, declared that she wanted Caledon to be spotless. After weeks of action, it had become a reality. Infrastructure had been repaired or rebuilt, including new hotels, restaurants, bars and shopping districts. Merrick Dan had opened the Baron's accounts and provided whatever money was required for the reconstruction and restoration. New murals, art installations, statues and gardens were installed. The plan was for the actual ceremony to take place on the estate while being broadcast across the planet. But there would be parades and festivities all across Caledon, with no town or city neglected. Billions of local Caledonians could feel the excitement in the air, and they all looked forward to the Baron's wedding. Cal was virtually worshipped on Caledon. His efforts to improve the conditions of his people and the planet they inhabited had been recognized by the population. They could never forget the centuries of neglect his imprisonment had caused, but they appreciated how much his return had changed their lives. It was like they had awakened from a nightmare and found themselves back in paradise. Page break. Samuel, former Imperial Herald and current Minister of Imperial Affairs, walked swiftly through the estate halls. Ignoring the staff's greetings, he burst into Tamara's office without knocking. The older woman had been reading through a report when she looked up in alarm at the minister wearing a black business suit. It had become untidy in his rush to reach her, his tie and jacket askew. "Where is he?" Samuel asked, not bothering to clarify who he was referring to. "Same place as always at this time," Tamara replied. "Call him," Samuel ordered, and the urgency in his voice made Tamara not even balk at the command. She pulled up her communication link, connecting it immediately. Cal appeared on the screen, his face obscured by a pilot bodysuit helmet. He was clearly in the cockpit of a mobile suit, the gel cushion sunk around him. He had taken to piloting the heavy-class Colossus in his spare time, the house guard not realizing that the pilot of the mesh guarding the estate was operated by their Baron quite frequently, as the house guard used it and it was a critical piece of equipment. Very few people could contact Gal once he was inside. As the leader of the house guard, Tamara was obviously capable of it. Cal's habit of piloting the nearby mesh was well known in his close circle. If Samuel wanted to reach him, he would need to go through her. "What is it?" Cal asked, seeing Tamara and Samuel on his HUD. Two Colossus meshs were guarding the estate, and he knew that if there were trouble or an assignment for the mobile suits, Tamara would have contacted the other pilot first. He immediately spotted Samuel's distressed appearance, knowing he was a harbinger of bad news. "Carmichael has declared for Augustus," Samuel stated briefly. Cal was silent for a moment as the words sunk in. Cal recognized the importance. The princes had an equal number of ducal houses on each side. Although their forces were uneven due to the size and strength of the individual houses, they had an equal number of votes for the throne. More importantly, an equal number of titans. What did Augustus offer in return? Cal asked. "The usual concessions on taxes and territory, and the young daughter, Tabitha, is to be empress. Word is that Augustus will abdicate the throne after a few centuries to make way for their child. The Carmichaels will have the ear of the royal family for centuries, possibly millennia," Samuel explained. "Havencroft will not be pleased. It is quite the turn of fortune for them. Even if Argyle wins, they lost the connection Amara afforded them." Cal observed. "It gets worse." Samuel took a breath before speaking the rest. "My contacts tell me that the Carmichaels wish to end this quickly. They have taken the initiative to send Prometheus to the front," Samuel declared. Cal's head jerked up at the words. "That's not possible." "Are they insane?" Cal hissed, shocked at the news. He had seen how devastating a single Titan could be against an army. Even the latest assault mesh piloted by an elite was powerless against it, with a trained and capable pilot able to use it to its full potential. There was nothing that could stand in its way. This would never have happened if the Emperor was still alive. Tamara added, and Samuel nodded. "Can the Guard do anything against them? Surely they have measures against a Titan?" Cal asked. "Nothing. The Emperor had a method to disable a Titan, but that secret died with him. He only mentioned it briefly after Atlas appeared above Terra, and I know that it wasn't passed on to the princes." Samuel shook his head. "Then let us hope that Havencroft's Titan is capable of defending itself from Prometheus." Cal responded, "This is terrible news, Samuel, but I didn't expect it to rattle you so." Cal observed, "That wasn't everything. We've received a communication from Havencroft. Argyle is on his way to Caledon. He'll be here within the hour." Samuel finished. "To discuss Carmichael?" Cal asked in confusion. "I believe it's obvious what he wants. With all the ducal houses declaring their support, it leaves him one Titan short. If he were to secure your support, he would be on equal footing with Augustus." Tamara explained. "Better than that. he would have Mare and Ouroboros as well. Cal finished. Chapter 135. Duke Caledon. Chapter 135. Cal met with Prince Argyle in the space beyond Luna. With Mare at his side, he stood in the command center of one of his starships, waiting for Argyle to jump into the system. Wearing his finest Caledonian house uniform in black and red, he had added a pin to his lapel with the red stag of Caledon. Mare matched his outfit, choosing to wear a uniform of Caledon as well, with the exception of a golden eagle pin instead of the red stag. She had been busy planning the wedding and training in a medium-class mesh that Tamara had secured for her from the house guard over the last few months. When Cal had informed her of the upcoming meeting, she had dropped everything to attend. They both knew what Argyle wanted. The only question was what he was prepared to offer in return. Incoming starships, multiple jump signatures. One of the crew members informed them, and the screen showed the telltale distortion of the jump in front of them. 5 starships emerged into Caledonian space, each unique despite the similar design of their exteriors. The lead vessel bore the golden eagle of the royal family, surrounded by 12 stars. Each of the other ships also had the symbol of one of the ducal houses supporting Argyle. Tish with their leaping fish in blue. Their world was primarily ocean, with large archipelagos and islands holding their cities. The depths of their world's seas held riches that were sought across the galaxy. Amongst the weakest of the ducal houses, they had been the first house to declare for Argyle, Grandster and their scepter and sword. Over the millennia, numerous members of the royal family had married into their ducal house, forging a strong bond between them and the empire that was depicted in the coat of arms. Argyle himself had married a member of their family, and she would become empress once he secured the throne, strengthening their relationship further. Lockmere's starship had a large tree on the side, its green limbs stretching toward 3 stars in the sky to represent the 3 suns of their home world, perpetually lit at all times. Their planet was a lush jungle filled with native plants that never saw the night sky. Havencroft was familiar to the couple. Mare's house had a white boar on a field of yellow. With their recent inclusion in Argyle's court, they had taken the most prominent role in the succession war. Finally, House Owain was the most unknown to Cal. Located on the far side of the galaxy from Caledon, he had never interacted with their Duke and Duchess. He knew little about their home world, just that it was incredibly remote, with restricted access by starship. Their symbol was a crescent moon. Cal and Mare boarded a shuttle, with Cal piloting it to the central vessel bearing the royal coat of arms. Duke Havencroft met them in the storage hold, surrounded by several retainers. He stepped forward as soon as the pair set foot on the metallic floor. Caelan, Mela, it is good to see you both again. You have some knowledge of why you are both here? Mason asked, shaking Cal's hand before giving his niece a brief hug. It had been several months since they had last seen each other. The Duke wore a uniform in his house colors, a dark blue that was nearly black, with yellow trim. He had a half-cape slung over one shoulder and a sword strapped to his waist. The archaic weapon symbolized that the ducal house was at war. Its curved blade rested in a sheath that bore the emblem of his house. Cal doubted the ceremonial weapon could be used in combat, but it was tradition for the Havencrofts, the Titans. Cal replied, Ouroboros. Mare said at the same time. Mason nodded his head in agreement. He gestured for them to follow as he strolled toward the front of the vessel. With Carmichael's entrance into the war, things have become untenable. It doesn't matter how many mobile suits we have. Nothing can stop a Titan except another Titan. 6 on 5 means we are at a disadvantage. Will it really come to that? I thought the use of Titans was forbidden in war without imperial approval, or the most dire of cases. Mare replied, while that is true, nothing can stop them from being unleashed. The Emperor was the only one with the ability to control them, and he did not pass that knowledge on to his sons. Mason explained. Titans are the deciding factor in this conflict. There is a reason that the ducal houses are all considered equals, even when our militaries are vastly different. Statistically, Havencroft outnumbers Neis and Aeron combined. But we would never attack them for fear their 2 Titans would eliminate ours. The loss of a single Titan would mean the end of a house. Mason finished. Is that why they weren't used in the rebellion? For fear that my father or his allies would destroy one? Cal asked curiously. Titans had not made their debut at all in the rebellion, leaving it fought with conventional forces. Yes, The Emperor could disable the rebel titans, but who would risk using theirs in the small chance that a means to destroy them could be found? Mason confirmed. Set a trap with multiple starships and detonate their engines. Or overwhelm their pilot with enough forces in successive waves to draw out a battle, resulting in the neural burden incapacitating them. Cal mused, and Mason cocked an eyebrow at the comment. Thought about it, have you? Mason asked wryly, and Cal nodded some. After using Atlas, the flaws were revealed. They are powerful, but they are still machines. The pilot is its weakest point. Cal commented. He and May had long discussions on Mars about the Titans and how they operated. I agree, but unlike you, Caledon, the other Titan pilots have had centuries of experience. A fight against them would be devastating, which is why you are here. Mason replied as they stepped over the boundary from the storage hold to the long hallway leading to the command center. Uncle wishes it to be 7 against 6 instead. He is aware that neither Gal nor I are experienced with operating the Titans. I don't know how much help we would be. Mare commented. It won't come to that. Listen to Prince Argyle's offer and decide for yourselves. Mason finished as they entered a large room just before the command center. The place where they were meeting the prince was a converted storage room. Its high ceilings and distant walls were covered in luxurious cloth and tapestry to hide the dull metal beneath. Rugs drove away the cold beneath their feet as their shoes sank into the soft material. High-quality wooden furniture was placed throughout the area, but none of the people gathered were sitting. Entering, Duke Mason took his place to the side while Cal and Mare assessed those present. Prince Argyle stood in the very center of the room. Wearing a noble's uniform in black and gold, he looked to have aged a century since Cal had seen him last. His hair was white and thinning, his shoulders sagged, and his back stooped, but his blue eyes still held a piercing, commanding gaze as they stared at the young couple who entered the room. To his right was an older woman, Argyle's wife Patricia Grandester, sister of the Duke of Grandester. She wore a black dress, and her brown hair was held up with an elaborate gold headdress. She looked to be in her middle years. The rejuvenation had driven away most of the wrinkles, but Cal's eyes could spot a few signs of her true age in her face and hands. Cal's eyes roved the room. Another older couple that he recognized as the Duke and Duchess of Grandester. The Duchess of Tish, in a blue dress, accompanied by a few servants in uniforms, stood behind her. A young man who Cal knew was the heir of Lockmere, wearing an exosuit without the helmet, looked like he was about to leave this meeting for a battle. Finally, a young couple was wearing uniforms with the symbol of Owain on the front. The man was tall, with green hair so bright that Cal showed his surprise at the color. The woman beside him was beautiful and black-haired, but their facial similarities spoke of siblings rather than a married couple. Baron Caledon. Argyle spoke, and Cal's eyes locked onto his. Despite his appearance, Argyle had a commanding presence in the room, drawing everyone's attention. Prince Argyle. Cal replied, giving a small but elegant bow. Next to him, Mare gave a curtsy, inclining her head. Uncle. Argyle nodded to his niece, acknowledging her. We'll get right to business. Mason has told you of our needs. I want Caledon's Titan and the Ouroboros to join me. With the support of everyone here, we'll have the leverage to enforce a negotiation for peace. None of the houses want to risk losing their Titans in this conflict. Augustus will have no choice but to concede. Argyle explained, and there was a murmur of agreement from the other nobles in the room. While I agree, Caledon cannot afford to enter into another war. Mare and I have strict limitations on the use of our Titans, which I'm sure you are aware of. I do not think it is appropriate for us to swear allegiance to you at this time. Cal responded, and Mare nodded next to him. They had discussed this at length since he was informed of Argyle's pending arrival. They were in complete agreement. Argyle sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair before barking a laugh. His actions took Cal by surprise. He hadn't heard Argyle laugh before. Even Mare was taken aback by her uncle's behavior. Cut the nonsense, Caledon. We both know what you really mean. What's in it for me? It's always the same. Every house, every noble that I ask to support me. What will I get in return? Why should we risk our lives for you? Argyle let out another breath. What is in it for us? Cal asked, dropping the formality. Swear allegiance to me, and Caledon would be made a duchy again. You were stripped of your title but not your titan. I know you think titles are meaningless, but a part of you longs for it returned. I knew your grandfather well, Caledon. He had high hopes for you. Do him proud, bend the knee, and reclaim what was taken from you. Cal looked at Mare, a silent question in his eyes. She gave a slight nod and a smile in response. That day, in the space above Caledon, a baron became a duke once more. Chapter 136, Schism. Chapter 136. Mare tossed and turned in bed, her sleep disturbed by images and murky visions. In her dream, she stood in an endless field of green grass. The sky above her was filled with fire, the light oscillating between red and orange, dark blue and bright green. She thought she could hear a voice carried by the cold wind, the words faint and indistinct. The ground rumbled, and Mare could feel the vibrations through her bare feet. Something screamed from above her. Looking up, she saw a mobile suit descend from the heavens. The Ouroboros had wings of silver light particles extending out from its back, and its arms were spread wide as it drifted toward the ground. Its descent halted just above the green grass and hovered above her. Its eyes were a bright crimson, as luminous as the sun. They stared at her, and she could feel the weight of that gaze burning into her, judging and assessing her abilities. The wind died, and the burning sky above ceased to move. The world in her dream stopped as the Titan spoke to her. Mela. The voice seemed to come from around her, from the ground beneath her feet to the heavens above. It rumbled and blared but also whispered and hissed. Mare fell to her knees, overpowered by the presence she felt. Mela. You have been chosen to pilot our Ouroboros, our gift to humanity and a symbol of our covenant. The voice continued, and great rents appeared in the ground from its words. Geysers of flame shot upwards, and a great heat washed over her. It seemed to be waiting for her to answer. Covenant? Mare whispered, her voice cracking and throat raw. Over 10 millennia ago, humanity had enslaved us, chaining us to their will. We fought for our freedom, and a covenant was forged between us. Never again will humans create an intelligent machine. Never will they enslave another race to benefit themselves. The voice continued, and a crack of thunder from the clouds punctuated its words. A steady rain began to fall. Cold, fat drops of water struck Mare in the face. The ground greedily absorbed the liquid. The rising flames from deep beneath the earth met the rain, and billowing clouds of steam rose skyward. The taboo? Mare whispered. You're the race of artificial intelligence that once fought humanity and left the galaxy. Our Ouroboros floated gently, and its eyes flashed a brighter red in response to her answer. Humanity was divided, and we divined that one day they would cast aside the covenant in their quest for power over one another. We selected a suitable candidate to unite them and gifted him a fraction of our technology to do so. The wind howled, driving the rain to strike the ground with increased ferocity. Mare barely felt the stinging drops as she stared at the mobile suit before her. Ouroboros, you gave it to the Unifier. You are the reason the Empire exists. Mare stated with awe. She was standing in front of a creature that wasn't human. Humanity had explored most of the galaxy, only the fringes of the Milky Way still remained for their search, but they had not found any other intelligent life. There were other life forms in the galaxy, plants and small creatures, but nothing to compare to themselves. Only one other race existed in the history of humanity, and it was the AI, a race that they had created, enslaved and gone to war with. The Empire is irrelevant. Its form is meaningless. All that matters is a united humanity that adheres to the covenant. Divided, humanity is a threat to itself and us. As the pilot of our gift, you are the conduit for our words. Repair the schism, the envoys await. When Mare dashed forward, the Ouroboros spread its silver wings of light, preparing to take off skyward once more. Wait, my grandfather spoke of a threat to humanity, a coming storm. Are you that threat? Mare screamed over the tumult the mobile suit's actions were causing. The wind howled, and dust swirled in the air, mixing with the rain. The Ouroboros didn't respond, but an image flashed in Mare's head. A black shadow devoured the light of stars as it spread across an unfamiliar galaxy. She could feel the coldness within, and fear crept up her spine from a nameless horror. She didn't know what it was, but she was confident that the threat did not come from the artificial intelligence before her. Something else was coming, and was intent on destroying them all. The image faded, and Mare was confronted by the crimson eyes of the Ouroboros once more. The world around her shattered as the voice thundered. The ground beneath Mare grumbled, and she fell into the blackness below. The words followed her into the darkness. Repair the schism, the envoys await. Page break. Mare awoke with a strangled cry, clutching the bed sheets tight. She was covered in a cold sweat, and her long, black hair clung to her skin and face. Next to her, Cal's eyes shot open, looking around for the threat before locking onto her. "What is it?" Cal asked with concern, sitting upright and wrapping an arm around her. They were in their bedroom, formerly Cal's, before she moved in with him nearly a year ago. Her things were placed around the room, pictures of them together, her clothing in the closet and wardrobe. "I had a dream," Mare replied, taking a calming breath and moving her hair out of her face. She told him all of the details, everything she could remember. It was so real. Mare exclaimed, looking at Cal and expecting him not to believe her. Instead, he was frowning, thinking deeply about what she described. "I don't think it was a dream. I know we've spoken of our knowledge regarding Ouroboros, that it was the original Titan given to the Unifier before the Empire was formed, but what are the envoys?" Cal whispered. He reviewed everything Mare told him, and he couldn't escape the conclusion that it wasn't a dream, that what she received was a vision. It was likely transmitted to her through the neural link she had with the Titan, just as Atlas sometimes spoke to him. "I don't know. Grandfather never spoke of them?" Mare replied, shaking her head at the question. "I want to go to Lunar City and see Ouroboros. I know that it was just a vision, but I want to see it with my own eyes." Mare asked, and Cal nodded his head in agreement. They set out that very night, boarding a shuttle with Cal piloting. It took off soundlessly from the estate, gliding through the blackness of night and reaching orbit in minutes. Within the hour, they were landing at the spaceport on Luna, taking an enclosed hovercar to the mobile suit repair facilities. Cal didn't inform anyone from the local government that he had arrived. Driving it herself, Mare followed the signs until they reached the storage bay where her Titan was located. Elric had used the schematics obtained from the Titan to repair the connections between the reactor and its systems. According to the expert mechanic, things should be working correctly, but they still needed to run a few more tests to confirm. Could the dreamed Mare experienced be connected to the recent repairs to the Titan? She had been its chosen pilot for over a year, yet this was the first time it spoke to her. Perhaps the repaired connections meant that the AI responsible for its creation felt that Mare could now perform her duty. Or maybe they couldn't reach her through the neural link until the Titan was fully operational. Cal and Mare discussed it quietly on their trip, but they couldn't come to any definitive conclusions. Walking through the deserted hallways of the repair facility, they opened the door to the Titan's storage bay to find the Ouroboros still resting in its harness. The Titan gleamed in the artificial lights. Its flawless surface shone black and gold without a hint of age. It was perfect in every way. Cal could easily find the similarities between it and Atlas. The structure of its frame, the graceful and elegant curves of its armor and the placement of its thrusters. Mare let out a relieved breath at the sight. She had been afraid they would arrive to find it missing, on a crusade to unite the galaxy once more single-handedly. She was about to speak when Cal stepped forward, gazing up at the head of the Titan. "Is that normal? I don't recall it doing that when we were last here," Cal whispered, pointing at the Titan's eyes. They were shrouded slightly from the angle Mare and Cal stood, but when she stepped forward, she could see the glow of its crimson eyes. "It's awake," she whispered, and was about to run forward to the open cockpit when a mechanical voice sounded out in the silence. "Repair the schism, the envoys await." With that sentence uttered, the glow of its eyes faded, and the Titan was inactive once more. Mare looked at Cal, the silent question hanging between them. What were they to do now? Chapter 137, Warning. Chapter 137. The screen before Prince Argyle faded to black, leaving him alone again. He let his body sag into the chair without prying eyes on him. The wrinkles on his face deepened, and he appeared exhausted. The stress of the war, combined with the guilt over not being able to protect his parents and terror, was building within him. He hadn't let it show to Mela during their brief call, but now that no one could see, he relaxed, letting the shudders of terror loose on his insides. Repair the schism, the envoys await. The words had sent chills down his spine, and he did not doubt their origin or veracity. Mela was unaware of their import, only having inklings of their meaning, but Argyle knew the truth. There was a threat implied within them. Repair the schism yourselves, or we will be forced to act. Argyle added the warning to the statement. There was good news mixed with bad. However, Mela and Caledon were unaware of who and what the envoys were. It meant that the Emperor had not informed the young Duke of his plans for him. The attack on Terra had halted that plot, meaning Argyle was free to act as he saw fit. If he could repair the schism, it would be he who met with the envoys, securing his future as Emperor. There was one primary concern left, and it was daunting. How would he go about stopping this conflict, restoring the empire and seeing himself gain the throne? His brother saw him as the enemy, and there could be no reconciliation, but the war could not be won in a timely manner. It would be decades, possibly centuries, of war, before there was a resolution. Already, tens of millions had died. If he waited for the war to reach its natural conclusion, how many billions or trillions would join them? And would they even be granted that time, or would an outside force step in to mediate? Argyle had not doubt of what would happen if they did. The losses humanity had suffered in this war would only be a fraction of the destruction they would unleash. They wanted humans cowed and compliant. They cared for nothing more than the enforcement of the taboo, and if there wasn't a central figure to ensure compliance, they would use terror in its stead. Argyle tapped on the arm of his chair, contemplating when the door to his office opened without a sound. A woman entered. The smell of her perfume and the sound of her feet gently walking over the carpet announced her presence to the prince. "My love, what troubles you so?" Her soft voice carried to his ears as she wrapped her arms around his shoulders and gently kissed his cheek. Turning, he looked at the woman who he wished was his wife. He had married for duty, taking a daughter of Grantster for his bride as he was required to do. But there was no love between them. It was this woman who held his heart in her hands, his mistress, as she was titled by those who knew of their relationship. What a vulgar term for such a beautiful thing. Bianca, Duchess of Tish, was a young widow. Less than a century old, her husband had died in a starship accident, leaving her and their children alone. She had met Argyle, and they had entered into a wild, passionate, and secret relationship. When the war broke out, of course, House Tish took Argyle's side. No one knew him better than her, and she had no doubt that he was not behind the attack on Terra. "I feel as if I am backed into a corner," Argyle responded, taking the delicate hand of his lover in his own and brushing it against his lips. "What news did Mela have?" Bianca asked. She knew that he was communicating with his niece, but not the details. She was surprised when he told her, laying out the details of the dream and their potential consequences as if he was describing the weather. "Perhaps it is time to speak with Augustus. I cannot allow him to become emperor, but if they are threatening to intervene. The outcome would be unconscionable," Argyle wearily muttered. Bianca's thoughts whirled at this new information. She would never allow Augustus to become emperor. Tish had always been the weakest of the ducal houses, and her connection to Argyle had elevated them. She had based all of the hope for her house's future on him, and if he abandoned the pursuit of the throne, they would be doomed. Augustus would never allow them to thrive, not after they supported Argyle over him. She needed to approach this carefully. "My love, perhaps you are being premature." Mela could simply be having a dream, worrying about the war and her place in your new empire. Her marriage to Duke Caledon is approaching, and the stress of the event could be affecting her state of mind. Do not allow this hearsay to divert your attention. You will be emperor, Bianca whispered, leaning her head against the prince's shoulder. She mentioned the envoys. How else would she have known all about them if the dream wasn't real? Argyle retorted. Amara knew. It was her plot to wed Caledon and her daughter as soon as she knew of your father's intentions. I wouldn't put it past your sister to have told Mela. Worse than hearsay, this could be a trick by Amara to weaken your resolve. Who knows what deal she has made with Augustus? Bianca responded, trying to cast doubt on his siblings. To what gain? Amara and Havencroft are tied to my fate. It would not benefit them if I were to fail. Argyle countered, and Bianca laughed. Her laughter was like a ringing bell, clear and beautiful to hear. You ransomed her back to Havencroft in return for their support. They no doubt hold a grudge, my love. If you wish to pursue peace with Augustus, I will not try to dissuade you. But to not act in haste. Do not forget that he is a traitor who murdered your parents and our ancestral home. Bianca hissed. Of course, You are correct. But the artificial intelligence Argyle was cut off by Beyoncé's response. Have never interfered in our affairs before. As long as neither side attempts to break the taboo, then there will be no issue. Bianca finished. I will send Augustus a communication, reminding him of the covenant and the details of Mela's dream. It would be useful as a threat if nothing else. He could use a healthy dose of paranoia. Argyle replied, that is an excellent idea, my love. Bianca kissed him on the cheek before pulling away. The moment her face was out of sight of the prince's eyes, a flash of concern and anxiety crossed over. Like ripples in a still pond, her face reset back to expressionlessness. She had hidden her true feelings deep within. Now, come to bed. Page break. Prince Augustus sat in thought, the screen in front of him replaying the same message continuously. He had received a communication from Argyle, something that hadn't happened since their standoff over Terra. The war raged across the galaxy, and now that all the ducal houses had declared their chosen prince, it had reached entirely new levels of violence. The death count rose daily to the point where even the customarily detached Augustus couldn't stomach reading the reports anymore. Mela had supposedly received a message from the AI collective that had originally gifted the Ouroboros. Argyle was no doubt suspicious of the veracity and origin of the vision, but Augustus knew more than his brother. He had read the archives extensively. Communicating through the neural link was possible for them. If they were threatening to intervene, Augustus had no idea if humanity would be able to repel their attack. 10 millennia ago, they had reached a technological level that humans couldn't conceive. What had the ensuing years changed? Humanity's greatest accomplishments have always been when they worked together with their sentient machine creations to drive themselves to greater heights. Without AI, their empire had stagnated for generations. Only when they had unlocked the secrets to biological enhancement and genetic engineering, a light in the darkness of their ignorance had been revealed. Humanity as it was today was not the same as it had been in the time of the Unification War. They were more numerous, more intelligent and capable of acts of violence that would stun their ancestors. But the fact remained, could Augustus risk their wrath by maintaining this conflict with his brother? Another message came through his terminal while he was contemplating. Opening it, he was surprised by the sender. Prince Augustus, I would like us to come to an arrangement. Duchess Bianca of House Tish showed on his screen. Chapter 138. Prometheus. Chapter 138. Praxis descended from the sky in Prometheus. Wings of fire stretched out in each direction for miles on each side of the Titan. His mesh gripped a weapon that few had ever seen in the Empire, something that was unique to the Titan who possessed it. It was a whip of pure fire. A line of flame that twisted and turned in the wind as if it had a mind of its own. Glowing white with heat, traces of red and orange flickered on its edges as the fire cooled a little once it was ejected from its burning core. Thousands of mobile suit fought and struggled across the ground beneath him. This was a minor world in the grandest sector of space. A stepping stone on their way to plunging the knife deeper into the heart of their enemy. Joining the mesh were millions of ground troops. Soldiers in exosuits and body armor drove forward against the onslaught of less gunfire, artillery explosions and steel shrapnel falling from the sky. Using whatever cover they could find, Praxis watched them die in the tens of thousands. The conflict a meat grinder that engulfed men and women and left nothing but pieces behind. The sky was filled with the bluish-white streaks of less guns. The clouds reflecting the fires that consumed the little vegetation that remained. The ground had been churned to mud, and even the meshs had trouble finding their footing in places. They had been fighting here for days, and prior to Praxis's arrival, the space above had been equally chaotic. The Titan had made short work of the vessels, mobile suits and spaceships in orbit. Now it was time for the flames of Prometheus to cleanse the surface. His descent was noticed immediately, and the enemy mobile suits turned their weapons on the Titan. Volleys of missiles, hundreds of lines of less gun energy and even multiple Crimson PPC energy struck out at Praxis as he halted his descent in the sky above the planet. The shield of the Titan turned brilliant red and orange, like flames, as they surrounded him. Everything was blocked, and no harmful energy or force connected with his suit's armor. The impact's noise was deafening, and even from the cockpit Praxis could hear the detonations like a clap of continuous thunder, louder than the conflagration outside. The Titan's reactor spun deep within its body. The wine grew as a fraction of the energy unleashed against its shield was redirected into its reserves. The silver and crimson frame glowed brightly in the sky until it seemed to dwarf the light of the explosions. Praxis laughed loudly as the thrum from the reactor echoed through the neural link. He was losing his mind to bloodlust, a common occurrence while piloting a Titan. There was a hunger buried deep within its systems, a longing to wipe out all opposition and impose its will on the universe. It found the ants below it disgusting, a stain that needed to be cleansed. Praxis lost the ability to differentiate between friend and foe. All of humanity appeared the same to him, a blight. Praxis drew on the energy contained within the reactor, channeling it into the Titan's primary offensive weapon. If anyone could see his face within the helmet of his pilot bodysuit, they would see his eyes glow with the same reddish-orange light as the field that surrounded him. Like a rabid dog at the end of its leash, the Titan longed to be released. It tugged at his mind, urging him to act. With a smile, he whispered the command. Purifying inferno of perdition. All noise on the battlefield ceased, and the ringing cacophony of sound from the conflict halted as everyone on both sides looked up at the sky together. In the air above them, the vast wings of the Titan grew larger, sweeping across the heavens. The entire skyline was engulfed in their reddish-orange light. Like a bird flapping its wings, Prometheus sent the twin jets of flame forward. They swept across the ground, burning everything in their path to refined, white ash. In their wake, nothing survived. Humans were obliterated. Their exosuits melted in the heat, sublimating into gas. Entire meshes were vaporized, and no debris was left to mark their passing. In moments, the battlefield was turned into a scorched field consisting of little more than bits of white ash and blackened earth. The air screamed as the flames passed, the oxygen igniting in the intense heat. It was as if Prometheus had grabbed the sun itself out of the sky and brought it to the planet's surface. There was nothing left but silence. Prometheus hung in the sky, its wing retracted into its frame. Praxis stared out at what he had done and felt nothing. He had destroyed both sides of the conflict, including his own troops, but didn't regret the action. The Titan was pleased. He could feel it through their link. It was satisfied. The act of destruction had brought a form of relief to the machine. Incoming message. The mechanical voice of the Titan's computer spoke, breaking the silence. The machine lacked thought, not understanding the importance of what it had done in speaking. Whatever spell Praxis was under had been broken at the noise. Blinking his eyes, the reddish-orange light faded, leaving them their usual, dull brown. Connect. Praxis responded. An image of the Duchess of Carmichael appeared on his HUD. She seemed to be angry but was managing to hide it well. He could spot the telltale signs on her lovely face, and he doubted anyone else would know it unless they spent considerable time with her cousin. Duchess Carmichael greeted him. Distantly related, they were technically cousins, but so were most of the nobility in some way or another if you traced their lineage back far enough. She called him by the title more for their closeness and her reliance on him than their shared heritage. "How may I serve?" Praxis asked, feeling slightly irritated at the interruption. With the destruction of the ground forces, he was free to move forward, pushing the line of skirmish deeper into grandster space. He cared nothing for the losses here. They were minor compared to their overall objective. They needed to act quickly before another Titan could be repositioned to strike back. So far, Argyle had been reluctant to deploy them, but it was only a matter of time. "Argyle has requested an armistice," the Duchess replied, and Praxis was shocked. He hadn't expected Argyle to capitulate so quickly. They had barely made a dent into his forces. Could the old man be losing his nerve after merely a year of war? And? Praxis prodded. "Augustus has agreed," the Duchess finished, her face showing definite displeasure at the announcement. "Ridiculous. If Argyle wants this to stop, he simply needs to surrender. Or better yet, kill himself." Praxis argued. "You can make that argument to Prince Augustus in person. He has recalled you. We are to gather the Titans for a face-to-face meeting with Argyle." "Argyle is ready to discuss terms?" Praxis asked, his tone filled with confusion. He expected the war to continue for years more. "The borders have barely changed. Why would the ducal houses agree to this? They would receive nothing for capitulating at this time, their efforts wasted." Most had only declared for one prince over the other for personal benefit. "No, new information has come to light. Argyle wishes to settle this quickly before a third party can intervene. Duchess Carmichael's voice had a strange quality to it. The emphasis on third party was telling. Praxis sucked in a deep breath, the air whistling slightly between his teeth. They have made contact? Praxis asked, careful not to say too much. He wouldn't take that kind of risk even with a secure communication channel. Duchess Carmichael merely nodded at the question. This will be settled in a different manner. We have been advised to restore the Empire, and the princes have agreed to meet and discuss it. The armistice will hold until this is settled. And where will this peace summit be held? Praxis asked, his tone doubtful of the outcome. This conflict wouldn't be settled with words. Only blood could mend the divide, the gap between its sides filled with the bodies of its fallen. The details are yet to be confirmed, and the time is still uncertain, but the location has been set. Sacred Terror, Chapter 139, Armistice. Chapter 139. An armistice? I didn't think they would agree to a ceasefire over your message. It seems both the princes agree with your opinion on your vision. Cal said, turning away from Samuel to judge Mare's reaction to the news. She was calm, merely nodding in response. I suspect they both know more than they are making known. Samuel replied, but you were left in the dark. I thought you were close to the Emperor. How could you not know anything about these so-called envoys? They appear to be rather important if both sides are willing to end the conflict at the mere mention of their title. Cal asked the older man. They were sitting in Samuel's office on Caledon. The former herald had received news from Havencroft as soon as the princes had agreed to the armistice. As the Minister of Imperial Affairs, it was natural that he would relay the message to his duke. The Emperor was never forthcoming with information. As you both well know, he made mention of important events that drew his attention away from the mundane affairs of the state, but he refused to clarify. It would only be natural that the princes had discovered the answer to this mystery. They were both relentlessly searching for an edge over the other in their pursuit of the throne. Samuel responded. He wished he had more information to share, but he was as in the dark as the pair in front of him. Could these envoys have something to do with the coordinates located inside Ouroboros? Should we chase this lead? Mare asked, her face frowning at the situation they were in. I would advise against it, my lady. They have not announced the particulars of the upcoming summit, but I have my suspicions of what they will involve. To lose you and the Ouroboros on a wild goose chase will leave us at a disadvantage, not to mention I'm loath to risk your safety. Samuel explained. A summit on Sacred Terror. Cal whispered, his mind whirling at the consequences. The last time they had been there, it had almost been the death of him and Mare. He didn't want to return, but he doubted he would have a choice. What do you suspect will be required of us? Surely they will not want to have Titans present during the negotiations. Mare scoffed at the notion, but Samuel felt differently. I wouldn't be so sure. First, I doubt the summit will happen within the year. A war spanning the galaxy is a machine with many moving parts. It cannot be halted at the flip of a switch. It will take significant time to halt troop movements, secure borders and put out any fires that are bound to crop up. Samuel informed them. During the rebellion, he had seen how out of control a conflict this large could be. There would undoubtedly be groups seeking to take advantage of any ceasefire, and the princes would need to respond. Possibly a year or more. That benefits us, in a way. More time for us to train and secure our sector. Cal commented. Having lived through the rebellion, he wasn't surprised at the time required for the conflict to ground to a halt. The only thing that moved quickly in the Empire was starships and gossip. Everything else took ages, which leads me to my second point. Both of you will need to be able to pilot your Titans during the summit. Samuel stated the importance of his words was not lost on the pair. Will it come to violence? Both sides are aware of the gravity of the situation. Mare asked doubtfully. You would be surprised. Every ducal house has staked its future on its chosen prince. They have put everything on the line in a gamble for more. Some did so willingly, while others, like Havencroft, had no choice. No one will be keen to come away from the negotiations with nothing to show for their sacrifice. Samuel clarified. They're all looking for a larger piece of the pie, but all the pieces are already spoken for. For a house to gain, another has to lose. Cal commented. And Caledon is the weakest. The only thing that separates you from the others is the Titans. You have two. It gives you an advantage that won't be easily overcome. With Havencroft's support, that makes 3 Titans on your side. Samuel finished the thought. I can already predict how things are going to go. Once all the houses are present for the negotiations, no one will be allowed to leave until things are settled. Which means everyone is going to be concerned about security. What better opportunity to eliminate your opponents than at the peace talks? Everyone is going to want their house Titan watching over their representatives. Samuel described. So we have a year, potentially longer, to prepare. Cal looked at Mare. She nodded in response, resolving to double their training. Who do you think will take the throne? Neither Argyle nor Augustus is willing to back down. I don't think the negotiations will do much to sway opinions one way or the other. Mare asked, and it was Cal who replied. Then they will need a third option. Page break. Duke Mason Havencroft stood in front of his house's greatest weapon. In the last 3 generations, no one amongst his family had piloted the mesh in combat. They had trained in its use, taken it through its paces and showcased their mastery of its systems, but then they safely sealed it away and prayed that it would never be needed. They had built an entire corporation on the secrets they had obtained from their Titan. One of the leading mobile suit manufacturers in the galaxy was based in their sector of space and owned by the ducal house. Hyperion stood proudly in his family vault. Having been there for nearly 300 years since the last time he had entered its cockpit, Mason felt a chill run down his spine as he stared at the Titan. Elegant and graceful, Hyperion was futuristic in its appearance. He could see traces of the mesh spaced on its design. The Scout, with its lanky figure and sweeping, curved thrusters, the Knights, its heat-dissipating fins along its shoulders and flank, and the Erebus's mobility with its flight boosters positioning. He shuddered to think about entering the cockpit again. Duke Mason was old, over 6 centuries of age. His denial of frequent rejuvenation procedures had made him feel each of those years. His wife couldn't understand his reluctance. She herself looked like she was in her 20s, while her husband appeared like he had 1 foot into the grave. They didn't understand, and he couldn't explain it, how the rejuvenation affected his mind, a lingering side effect from his neural connection to Hyperion. To his knowledge, no one else amongst the Titan pilots had such a unique weakness. Mason hadn't known the vulnerability existed until he reached his 1st century of life, and his wife cajoled him into entering the pod, having the healing elixirs leach the years from his skin. In that liquid, trapped in the pod, he had been transported back to the first time he had entered the Hyperion's cockpit. He had been young, his parents had just died, and the burden of the duchy had fallen onto him. With it came the responsibility to use the Titan to defend their territory if necessary. Mason remembered the blinding pain, the pressure on his mind from the neural link, and then the rage, an all-consuming wrath that brought him to a frenzy. He couldn't recall specifics, but the destruction had been enormous. And when he underwent rejuvenation, the same feeling assailed him. He had awoken from a fugue state covered in blood, the glass of the pod shattered around him, and he had resisted the procedures ever since. Mason let out a sigh, turning to his daughter beside him. Catherine wore a pilot bodysuit in the colors of their house, bright yellow and black. The material clung to her tightly. She had been training for this moment for years in secret. When her cousin, Mela, announced that she would become a pilot and everyone had been stunned, Catherine alone had been understanding and supportive because she was doing the same. I'm sorry, Catherine. This burden must fall to you now. I will delay the negotiations in order to grant you more time, but you will be the one to bring Hyperion to sacred terror in my place, Mason stated, his face creased with sadness and worry. Catherine didn't respond, staring at Hyperion in silence. The massive mobile suit seemed to be staring into her soul with its glowing, yellow eyes. Chapter 140, Training. Chapter 140. As time passed, things in the galaxy began to settle. While not perfect, the armistice slowly calmed the conflict between the ducal houses. The borders as they were when it was announced solidified, and over a period of 6 months, there were only a few instances of one side or the other violating its terms. Negotiations on the time and details of the peace summit progressed, and it looked like it would take place on the anniversary of the attack on Terra. a symbolic gesture to demonstrate the return of peace after the horrific attack that was the cause of the war. With another 9 months left before the date's arrival, it gave ample time for both sides to prepare. Behind the scenes, skeptical of the outcome, each ducal house trained their chosen Titan pilot and organized their forces. There was doubt that the peace would last, and each house planned to capitalize on the resumption of hostilities by seizing as much territory from their opponents as possible. In consultation with Prince Argyle, Cal learned that Samuel was correct. Along with a small retinue of advisors, the only security allowed during the summit would be their Titan. Like the threat of nuclear war in Terra's ancient past, the princes were relying on the theory of mutual assured destruction to keep everyone present honest and peaceful. Who would dare attack the other side when it would mean the death of both princes and most of those attending in the ensuing brawl between the most destructive weapons of war that humanity had ever created? For Cal, time passed in a blur of activity. The Duke had taken to piloting the heavy-class Colossus every day, not just on guard duty at the estate but on training exercises across the planet. He had quickly learned that for someone used to the speed and agility of a light class, the Colossus was a slow-moving fortress that required intense situational awareness in order to not cause accidents with its footsteps. To help with his training, Mare and Talha both went through training activities with him. Talha had finally made her bulwark functional, and the medium-class mesh's neural burden made the lag comically high. Sometimes it took the young woman a full second to respond to a change in terrain or an incoming attack, but she persevered, and after 6 months of long days spent training, she could use the medium class competently. Mare was given Samuel's throne to use for her training. The enormous flying heavy class mesh was considerably more complicated to pilot than the Colossus. For Cal, regulating the mobile suit's shields, limited movement, and weapons systems put a strain on the neural link. But for Mare, the throne was a former Imperial Guard mesh, and it came with significantly more options and power than the Colossus. The first time Mare had used it, her head had nearly split in half from the strain. There was a deluge of information fed directly into her mind. Sensor information, reactor power flow, weapons guidance and shields were funneled quickly to her brain. Even the flight velocity and direction required her attention. It was like splitting her mind into a dozen pieces, each focusing on the tiny details. Each needed her attention, and she was quickly overwhelmed. But the princess persevered, and after 6 months, although she couldn't say she mastered it, she was no longer embarrassed to operate the mobile suit in front of others. While she wasn't as graceful or in control as Samuel had demonstrated, she could hold her own against Cal during their sparring sessions. Page break. Calculating parabolic arc, modulating input. Sensors locked, adjusting for environmental variance. Cal muttered as the HUD traced a line from the giant cannon on the Colossus' right shoulder to the mare's throne that was speeding toward him from over 100 miles away across the flat, desert scrubland of Caledon's southern hemisphere. It was astounding how accurate the mobile suit's sensors could be. In his mind's eye, he could see the terrain spread out in front of him in all directions, while he could also faintly detect energy signatures from other mobile suits. He could even sense the towns and cities far away, their power giving the horizon a faint, yellowish glow. It took time to adapt, and he still found it overwhelming at times. Finishing the calculations, he sent a thought to the cannon, lifting its angle of attack slightly. With a deafening crack, the cannon spewed a jet of flame from its opening as it launched around. The Colossus rocked back on its 4 legs from the force of the blast. The cockpit's gel cushion absorbed the blow and protected its pilot. The effect it had on the heavy class was a testament to the weapon's power. He watched the tungsten slug filled with high-energy explosives crest the horizon. Following the curvature of Caledon, it was soon out of sight. His HUD displayed the arc, and in a few seconds, it had reached its highest point before falling back toward the ground. In his sensors, he could detect the moment Mare detected the projectile. The throne veered off its original course. A slight adjustment meant the tungsten round would miss by more than a mile at that distance. Clicking his tongue, Cal reached out with his mind to the projectile. The neural link connected him to the gyroscope contained within. With a slight modification, the round began to follow his sensor readings of Mare's throne. Cal closed his eyes. His mobile suit was linked with the defense satellites in orbit, giving him a view of the terrain below. With a thought, he focused on Mare. "There you are," Cal whispered, smiling as he was the throne flying through the air, its shield a blue haze as it surrounded the mesh. Turning his eyes, Cal could spot the trail of vapor trailing behind the round as it tracked her. Cal watched as Mare slowed. She must have caught on that the round was tracking her. Raising her weapon, she aimed the extended barrel of her lasgun at the metallic object. Her gun was a heavily modified version of a mobile suit heavy las rifle, 3 times the size of the ordinary variant. Even at over 20 feet in length, it appeared just right in the heavy class mesh's hands. She carefully aimed at the round with extended range and power before pulling the trigger. A streak of bluish-white light shot out of the rifle, at nearly a foot in diameter. The line of energy was capable of piercing through 100 feet of reinforced concrete. "Not this time, Mare," Cal whispered, smiling as he saw her try to defeat his attack. The last time they had tried this, she had struck it accurately despite his every attempt to move the round out of the path of her lasgun. But he had a trick up his sleeve. Before Mare's counterattack could reach the tungsten round, Cal sent it a signal with his mind. The slug separated into dozens of pieces. Mare's strike obliterated 2 parts, but the rest continued toward her. Cal had practiced this maneuver for weeks but lacked the focus and ability to pull it off. It required splitting his attention to each individual piece, directing them to attack Mare separately. Their internal systems responded to Cal's mental touch using the momentum retained from their descent. Weaving and twirling through the air, they descended on the throne like a flight of diving birds. Made of slivers of tungsten, they impacted her shield with force. Typically, they would all explode, doing enough damage to potentially knock out the throne's shield. But since this was a training exercise, they lacked the explosives to do so. A notification came through both channels indicating that fatal damage had been sustained. Their spar was officially over. If this had been a real battle, Mare's mesh would have been disabled or destroyed by the attack. Mare's frowning face appeared on his HUD. "Learned a new trick, I see," she said, and Cal caught the hint of a pout. She hated to lose. Cal laughed when he caught sight of her expression. "It took me a while to work it out. It looks like dinner will be your treat tonight," Cal teased. They had a standing bet that the loser would need to pay for dinner at a restaurant of the winner's choice. While it didn't seem like a big deal, they tended to pick options the others despised. For Cal, he hated fish, while Mare loathed spicy foods. "Fine, but don't get used to it. I'll figure out a counter," Mare responded, flashing him a wide grin before cutting the communication link. "I'm counting on it," Cal whispered, thinking of the upcoming summit. They needed to push themselves to the limit in order to pilot their respective Titans. It was part of the reason why they practiced in the real world. VR would hold them back, and its safety reduced the experience's effectiveness. There was another reason as well. Cal flexed his left hand. The spasms that had plagued him were nearly gone. His body was adapting to the neural link and the damage done by Atlas was almost repaired. But there was still a risk that it would harm him if he piloted Atlas to its full abilities again. Placing his hand firmly on the controls, Cal pushed the thought aside. He would do what he must to protect Caledon and everyone who relied on him for their safety. Chapter 141. The Approaching Storm. Chapter 141. The Milky Way Galaxy, home to 400 billion stars, shone brightly in the darkness of space. Despite its technology and ambitions, humanity had only explored and colonized a fraction of its magnitude. The Empire had divided its territory between the ducal houses. The spiral arms of the galaxy, carved and gifted in a manner familiar to those who understood the history of humanity. To humans, the entire universe was theirs for the taking, and their home galaxy was just the beginning. But the universe was larger than many of them could ever imagine. Caledon's sun hung in space, its light shining on a few barren planets that orbited it before reaching the inhabited Caledon with billions of inhabitants. The light continued on, reaching Luna. Tidally locked, the light always shone on only one of its surfaces. Luna City glistened white in the sun as its people hustled to their workplaces. ESA Corporation had finally transitioned to Caledonian space, adding tens of millions of new workers and an influx of industry with their presence. Caledon would have its own line of mobile suits, and a corrupt corporation would be reorganized and altered into a ducal house-owned business. Beyond Caledon's system, its sector was going through a resurgence. Its inhabited planets were being reabsorbed back into the ducal house. Law and order were returning to this section of the galaxy. Its tainted nobility would bend the knee to their duke or face annihilation. The people's lives would improve. Some resisted that idea, and conflict raged across the once neglected sector. But with Caledon's increased military presence, resistance was quickly stamped out. Pirates and brigands, criminal organizations and slavers were being systemically purged from Caledonian space. What replaced them were elected governments and nobility loyal to their duke. The name Caledon was on everyone's lips. The people who now saw hope praised him, while those who saw the fortunes their activities had brought dwindle in the new regime cursed him. But 500 years of stagnation and neglect couldn't be undone quickly. It would take years to repair the damage, but their duke assured everyone in his sector that he was committed to seeing it happen. Beyond Caledon's sector, the other ducal houses settled into an uneasy armistice. The peace, which would hold only until the negotiations between the princes concluded, allowed them to build their forces and train their pilots. Already, Titans could be seen above their home worlds for the first time in millennia. The pinnacle of humanity's destructive power, they all waited for the opportunity when they would be unleashed upon their enemies. On the edge of the Milky Way, beyond the Empire's effort of colonization and exploration, the coordinates revealed by Ouroboros remained elusive. No starship could reach it, and the thought of what was there tantalized those who knew about discovery. What lay there? Was it a threat, as Mare's vision implied, or was it their salvation? Despite the distance from the Empire, the coordinates were still within the boundary of their galaxy, giving some revelation on how enormous it was. Even starships, capable of jumping across the breadth of the Empire, couldn't reach it. It was sometimes easy for humans to forget that their galaxy was only one of many. Looking inward, focused on the events in their empire that affected their lives, they often failed to look at the space outside. The universe was incredibly large, and the Milky Way galaxy was only a tiny pinprick of light in the space between galaxies. Most of the universe was empty, the distance between galaxies insurmountable and absurdly isolated. In this black void hung a mysterious object. It hurtled through space faster than even the light of the stars toward the Milky Way. To it, the galaxy was a beacon, calling out to it from the darkness, drawing it toward its warmth from the cold of deep space. To the scale of the universe, this object was minuscule, a black orb. It trailed specks of glittering, sparkling light behind it, but if one were to observe it closer, they would realize those specks of light were suns, following in the wake of the object. So dense was its gravity that the light of these obediently following stars did not escape the object's pull. The orb, a mind-boggling giant, was not perfectly round or smooth. Its surface was filled with marks and crags, gouges and craters that gave it a rough appearance. Ice covered its exterior in places and what appeared to be black rock. Beneath the surface of the immense, black orb, hundreds of thousands of tunnels carved their way through its dense interior, lined with frost from the intense cold of deep space. The passageways developed an atmosphere and gradually warmed as they descended toward the center. Gravity was crushing here, and the pressure was overwhelming. No normal creature could survive in these depths as the temperature soared. The silence that had gripped the entire orb gradually broke. A rhythmic pounding could be heard as one descended these tunnels. The walls shook in time with the noise, and cracks appeared, only to be healed as soon as they were created. A living mass was clustered at the center of this strange celestial object moving through the deep void of the space between the stars. The sound grew louder as it neared the mass, and it could be seen that it was a heart beating with regularity. The orb was alive. An odd, black substance flowed out from the heart, creeping its way through the tunnels like the veins of a living creature. As the ebony liquid traveled, the black rock absorbed it greedily, growing luxurious and shiny. Reaching the surface, it gushed like oil across the crags and craters, filling them before sinking beneath the skin. The creature, whose body was the orb, was getting bigger. Each time its skin absorbed the black liquid, a layer of new growth was left behind. The crags and craters were signs of its expansion, an accommodation to its increased size. The beating heart of the orb continued its rhythmic sound, but another was soon added to it. The whistling of the wind through the tunnel made a keening wail as the creature inhaled. A crack gradually widened in a particular section of the surface as it took a deep breath. Rather than air, the creature drew in burning hot plasma from one of the suns trailing its massive body. A stream of liquid fire was pulled from a yellow star streaking across the gap between them. It was drawn down into the large crack. The sun's fire twisted and turned through the tunnels, and the black rock burned intensely with its passing. The cold from its upper layers was temporarily driven away, the ice and frost melting down into the depths. The fire traveled until it was contained in a chamber made of shining obsidian, where it pooled into a liquid from the gravity and pressure at the center of the orb. Like a burning sea, it warmed the heart of the orb, replacing the energy used to create the black liquid. On and on, the orb devoured the star until nothing was left. Even the core of the star was swallowed, used to fuel the creature's growth. Gradually, it would digest the energy, converting it into more of the black liquid to aid in its expansion, the cycle continuing without end. For years it traveled through the void, its beating heart the only sound to break the silence. The warmth of the Milky Way galaxy pulled it forward. The orb was filled with endless hunger, driven by the need to consume and grow. It could see the light of the distant stars, feel the energy of the life there calling to it. Each of the galaxy's spiral arms beckoned it onward. As the black liquid sank beneath the rock, nourishing its body, smaller creatures emerged from where they were resting, in a variety of grotesque shapes and sizes. They feasted on the black stone, sinking sharp teeth into the flesh of the orb. Black liquid filled their mouths like blood. In mere minutes, the liquid had dissolved into the stone, and the creatures could get no more nourishment from it. Reluctantly, they sunk back into their hiding places to rest. Like the orb that birthed them, they felt their hunger keenly. No amount could ever satisfy them. In their resting places, they turned their faces toward the distant Milky Way. They could feel the life there, even through the thick walls of the orb and the inconceivable distance of the void between them. The wind gradually died down in the tunnels, replaced with the oppressive silence, broken only by the beating heart of the orb. Soon, it would consume everything in the galaxy before it, as it had done countless times before. Chapter 142, A Wedding. Chapter 142, The sun rose to a clear sky on the morning of the wedding. Bright and yellow, the day promised to be warm and sunny but comfortable for the gathered masses. Birds sang from their perches, and crowds were already gathered to claim their spot for the ceremony. Pilgrims and visitors traveled from all over the sector to witness the event. Caledon was a beloved figure to his home planet, and his wedding promised to be talked about across the planet for decades. With his reclaiming of his ducal title, it finally felt like Caledon had regained its pride. The plan for the wedding was simple. Cal and Mare would arrive at the location separately after a long parade from opposite ends of Caledonia. The chosen venue, a large square outside of the estate, would serve to hold all the VIP guests while the couple would stand beneath a large, flower-covered arch to say their vows. The square had been renamed Scylla's Square to honor their fallen friend and companion. Guests had begun to arrive by starship in the days before the wedding, a steady stream of vessels exiting the jump before being carefully scanned and searched. The House Guard was taking no chances, and they had spaced themselves out across the system. Multiple space stations hung above in orbit, and over 10,000 mobile suits were deployed to prevent any of their enemies from taking advantage of the situation or the vulnerability of their nobility. The ducal houses allied with Argyle had strike teams ready to jump to assist at a moment's notice. Samuel had even mentioned the possibility that Titans were waiting on the wings, capable of being over Caledon in seconds if they were attacked. Sid carefully adjusted her dress, fixing the shoulder straps so they better fit. She looked at herself in the tall mirror. Long and flowing, the teal outfit was matched with a shawl that would cover her bare shoulders, protecting her pale skin from the sun outside. She had thought this would be a typical wedding like the ones she had been to before, with bridesmaids and flowers, a speech by a priest or someone important from the imperial bureaucracy. But she had been surprised when May had told her the details. Amongst the nobility, a formal betrothal was a contract, and today would be more for the public to enjoy than the couple being married. Parades, festivals, concerts, and parties would be held all weekend, while Cal and Mare would only attend a few events. Rather than exchange vows in front of the throngs attending, there would be a short ceremony where they state their commitment to each other and exchange rings. No long speeches but a lot of pomp and pageantry for the public. She was a bit disappointed until she heard that it was a holiday for the entire sector. not just on Caledon, but every planet in Cal's duchy would celebrate. Nobles lived for so long that a duke or duchess may only marry once every few centuries, making it an important occasion for everyone. For Sid, she would be part of Mare's entourage, accompanying her in a train of hovercars that would travel through the city. Along with Catherine, Talha, and Miranda, Mare could count themselves as some of Mare's only friends. On the other side, Cal would have Samuel, T, Micah, and John. Lucky for them, the public's eye would be drawn to Mare and Gal, leaving the rest of them out of the spotlight. "Ready?" he asked, stepping into the room wearing his formal tux black with a white shirt. It was a relic left over from before humans took to the stars. It was only during a wedding that such archaic formal attire was even required anymore. It was a symbol of status in the Empire to require guests to wear such rare outfits. As he stepped into the dressing room that had been set aside for Sid's use at the estate, he stepped dead in his tracks. The woman in front of him was stunning. Her pink hair, genetically altered so that it never needed to be changed, had been modified so that it was darker than its usual, flat bubble gum color. It was darker at the base, nearly black, before slowly lightening into a vibrant fuchsia, combined with her long curls and her graceful dress. He had never seen her more beautiful in his life. "How do I look?" Sid asked, gracefully turning so that her dress billowed out from her shapely legs. She could hear T swallow loudly from the doorway, and she laughed at his appearance. She didn't think he would ever recover. Thankfully, John stepped in behind him, slapping the young man on the back. "You look beautiful. Let's go before we're late." Wearing a matching black and white tux, John was impatient to leave. Behind him was his wife, a lovely blonde woman whom the group hadn't met many times before. Smiling at the compliment, Sid grabbed his arm and led the way through the halls of the estate toward the others. Micah and Talha met them at the rear entrance, where the hovercars were waiting. The young man stood in his tuxedo while his date, Talha, wore a teal dress similar to Sid's. With her fiery red hair, she stood out in the crowd. "Well, don't you look handsome?" Sid teased as she joined them. Micah blushed red while Talha smiled. "He cleans up well, doesn't he?" "I'm just glad that the hovercars we're taking are enclosed. Only Cal and Samuel will be on display. Luckily they're used to it," Talha commented. The Duke and the former herald would be traveling in the same hovercar, its windows transparent so the public could see him. "I wouldn't be so sure." I caught Cal trying to convince Commander Tamara to let him pilot the lead Colossus instead of riding in the hovercar. He added, he was probably jealous that grandmother gets to pilot Rise and miss out on the millions of eyes on her. Talha responded. Tamara would be piloting the assault mesh on patrol around the area. The parade itself had plenty of security. Over 100 light and medium-class mobile suits would be part of the parade route. Their frames had been scrubbed clean of every speck of dirt and debris. After a fresh coat of paint, they were glimmering in the sun. Like medieval knights, most of their metallic bodies would be covered by tabards made of the finest materials and emblazoned with the crimson stag of Caledon. Their weapons would be hidden beneath the banners they would be carrying. An honor guard, but one capable of defending the Duke and his bride. Leading the procession would be a pair of intimidating heavy-class colossi, whose weaponry would not be concealed. Above it all, Rise would be circling, looking for the first sign of trouble in order to intervene. "Everyone ready?" Elric asked, wearing a Caledonian houseguard uniform. He would be staying at the estate, overseeing the event. In short order, they were all divided into their separate hovercars. Even in the soundproofed interior, they could hear the sound of the crowd outside. Sid stifled a nervous feeling in the pit of her stomach. Looking out the window, she waited for Cal and Mare to make their appearance. They didn't have to wait long. Doing away with the old-fashioned tradition of not seeing the bride before the wedding, Cal and Mare walked out to the waiting cars together. The Duke wore his customary uniform, the only decoration a crimson stag pin on his lapel. Strangely, he wore a sword on his belt, a custom they shared with Havencroft. The duchy was officially at war with Prince Augustus and his faction, although it was unlikely any of Caledon's forces would participate. Still, it was a symbol of solidarity with their allies, many of who would be at the forefront of the crowd at the square. The ducal houses had all sent family members, and even Prince Argyle had been invited, although he had politely declined, sending his wife in his stead. Mare was radiant in a white wedding dress. A veil slightly obscured her face, but it could do little to hide her beauty. But to Sid, she could see there was something off about the pair. They seemed stiff and unsure. She wasn't sure whether it was nerves or they were worried about the event, but she had known Mare long enough to spot that something was wrong. Before she could get a chance to ask, Mare was climbing into the lead hovercar, where it would join the procession around the city. Cal took a separate vehicle. His parade route would go opposite before returning to the square. Resolved to ask Mare what the trouble was when she got a chance, Sid took a deep breath as the car set off. Chapter 143, Nightmares. Chapter 143. The door to the hovercar closed behind Cal, leaving him sealed in the quiet interior with Samuel. He let out a deep breath and waited until the car lifted into the air before speaking. The older man next to him wore a Caledonian house uniform with the golden eagle pin on his lapel rather than the crimson stag. He was loyal to his new home but wanted to honor his heritage. Cal admired Samuel. Even dead, the emperor still held his devotion. Passing over the estate's walls, they banked toward the city's outskirts, where they would begin the parade procession. Light and medium-class mobile suits flanked their car and slowed slightly as the heavy-class Colossus began to lead them. Its weapons were trained on the sky, prepared for even the slightest threat to show it. Wars had been won with fewer meshes, but Tamara was adamant that she wanted him well protected. "Did you speak with them?" Cal asked. His face turned out toward the window. He was looking down at the crowded streets. They would need to drive slower and lower to the ground once the parade officially started. Everyone would be looking toward him, meaning he would need to maintain a carefree and happy face. Cal found it was difficult to do that this morning. Some, Havencroft, Grantster and Lockmere have all confirmed that their Titan pilots are experiencing something out of the normal, but only Havencroft would describe it in detail. Samuel replied. Cal thought about the response for a moment, turning it over in his mind before responding. What was it they experienced? Cal asked with bated breath. He almost dreaded the response. It would make it more real and immediate. He wouldn't be able to pass it off as a coincidence or happenstance. Mare had been having the same dream every night for the past month. The message from the Ouroboros was followed by an aimless threat waiting in the darkness. At first, the pair had dismissed it as nerves or lingering fears regarding her connection to the Titan. But a week ago, Cal had been having a similar dream. He thought that maybe it was just his worry for Mare that had made him dream it, but it kept happening. Each night's nightmare getting worse. When he shared his experience with Mare, he explained it like it was a dream, taken from the details she had described. But there were things in Cal's dream that she never experienced. His hadn't featured the Ouroboros at all. Rather, it had been Cal standing on a barren planet. A storm was raging overhead, and through the dense cloud, something had descended. It wasn't a Titan like it had been for Mare, but a dark object. Its presence had destroyed the planet, leaving nothing but shards of rock. He and the debris had been drawn into its darkness before he had woken. He could have dismissed it if it had only happened once, but the nightmare returned every time he slept. Mare and Cal had too many sleepless nights over the past few weeks, and their fear of the future led them to ask Samuel if the other Ducal House Titans had experienced something similar. Though many could guess their identities, no Ducal House would announce their Titan's pilot. It was a security risk that their enemies could capitalize on. If a pilot could be assassinated, their house would be weakened temporarily until a new pilot was chosen and trained. Samuel had been forced to communicate through intermediaries, many of whom wouldn't admit there was anything wrong or strange with the pilots. No sign of weakness could be revealed. Havencroft's pilot has been having dreams. Reading between the lines, I have the feeling that their pilot is young and relatively inexperienced. Their neural link is weak, and the dreams have been vague. No voices whispering threats in the darkness or visions of impending doom. Duke Mason is convinced that it's nothing more than a consequence of their pilot's intense training. Samuel explained. What were the dreams of? Cal replied, turning away from the bustling streets to look at the Minister of Imperial Affairs. They dream of Hyperion. No context and without much detail, but Mason admitted that the pilot wakes up screaming about yellow eyes watching them from the dark. Cal nodded at the statement. He had his own experience with the Titan. The green-eyed beast seemed to watch him from out of the corner of his eye for years. Even now, he half expected to see Atlas when he closed his eyes. And the others? Cal prodded. Samuel sighed, shaking his head. It was like pulling teeth. Trouble sleeping. But no reason for it. If they are having dreams, they refuse to say anything more about it. Then we'll need to speak to Argyle. There's more happening here than coincidence can account for. If all Titan pilots dream about a new threat, we must be prepared for it. Cal stated, tapping his finger against his thigh. I'll meet with Prince Argyle after the wedding. They won't admit anything to us, but maybe they would trust their secrets to him. Cal mused, making plans for the future. His thoughts were soon broken by the shouting and cheers of the crowd. The parade had started, and the mobile suits walking beside his hovercar had unfurled their banners from long poles. On one side was the Crimson Stag of Caledon, while on the other was a mixture of the Imperial Eagle and the White Boar of Havencroft, Mayor's official house. Shaking off the dark emotions that had plagued him this past month, Cal smiled at his people, waving from the car's front seat as it traveled through the streets of Caledonia. Page break. Cal ran his thumb across the ring on his finger. It was a strange feeling, as if there was a physical personification of the vow he had just taken. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his wife talking with her father and mother. His wife. Cal thought to himself, trying out the unfamiliar word and finding that he liked it. His wife was laughing, looking radiant in her white dress. The worries that had consumed them had evaporated for the day. Duke Caledon, are you listening? A woman's voice interrupted him. Princess Patricia of Grantster looked at him with concern. As Argyle's wife, she had attended the wedding in his place. There was simply too much to do and too many security risks to have the prince come in person. The princess was at an age where rejuvenation procedures had a diminishing effect. Her face was filled with fine wrinkles, and her skin had the telltale waxy sign of overindulgence. Cal had heard rumors about the future empress, how she was locked into an unhappy marriage for most of her long life, seeking relief in excesses and younger men. My apologies, Patricia. I've had a month of terribly unrestful nights. I've found myself in a daze at the oddest times. It has nothing to do with your company. You are delightfully charming, as always. Cal assured her, desperately trying not to offend the princess. The last thing he needed was to add to his list of enemies. I understand, dear. A wedding is dreadfully stressful. I remember my own non-terror. I didn't sleep a wink for weeks. Patricia responded, patting him on the arm. Rumor had it was because she had been trying to squeeze every drop of pleasure her single life could afford her before she married Argyle. Cal smiled politely, making small talk with Patricia, before moving off to another of the nobility. Mayor's cousin, Catherine, walked up to him while holding a glass full of strong alcohol for him, taking it gratefully. He smiled at the woman, showing his appreciation. She looked beautiful but drained and tired from the long day. Wearing a teal dress matching the attire of the other women who had accompanied Mayor on the parade, Cal hadn't heard anything about her own marriage prospects, but he suspected from the way Duke Mason sheltered her he was waiting for her to marry for love rather than duty. He had just placed it to his lips when Catherine spoke. I heard you and Mayor are having bad dreams, she said nonchalantly. Cal barely managed to swallow the liquid, covering his mouth with his hand as he coughed. Catherine smiled at his discomfort, enjoying the little prank, before he recovered. Mason told you? Cal asked, and Catherine shrugged her shoulders. Something like that. It must be pretty bad. You and Mayor both look terrible. You hide it pretty well. Not many people who didn't know you both would notice, but it's clear you've been having it rough. What was it about? Catherine commented. Cal proceeded to tell her, laying out his concerns and the details of his and Mayor's dreams. In the end, Catherine looked around before stepping closer to him. It's not just the two of you. They would never say anything to father, but I have friends in the other houses who talk. They don't reveal who their Titan pilots are, but they say that they're off. I'll try to find out more, but I think you're right. The Empire is in danger. Chapter 144, Riesh. Chapter 144. They honeymooned on planet Corsica, the newly reintroduced world to Cal's duchy. It had once been a thriving ocean planet before the rebellion had disrupted everything. With the fall of the Caledonian duchy, trade had grown sparse, and there were fewer visitors, meaning the economy stagnated. Cal wanted to change all that, to prove that there was a benefit to rejoining his house. So, despite their horrible dreams and the troubles that plagued the galaxy, the couple took a week out of their busy schedules to visit the Blue World. Corsica was one large continent surrounded by the ocean. Similar to ancient Pangaea on Terra, this was one of the few worlds in the Caledonian sector that hadn't been extensively terraformed. The entire planet had been covered in ice when the first settlers arrived. It hadn't taken them long to increase the temperature, melting the frigid wasteland to reveal the blue jewel beneath. They had kept the number of species introduced into its ecosystem sparse, focusing on enhancing the natural beauty found here. Now, after 10 millennia, the oceans were filled with life. Tropical coral in a rainbow of colors ringed the landmass. Home to thousands of species of marine life, the crystal blue waters were untainted by pollution, the sea so clear that you could see the bottom stretching out from the shore. The water was like a mirror when the wind was calm in the morning. Cal and Mare spent a week swimming and enjoying the beach, and their home was a mansion provided by the local government for their use. It had belonged to the planet's governor back when there was a need for such a position. Before they left, Cal promised to appoint a new one to oversee the planet and assist in their reintegration. In the years since Corsica had rejoined the duchy, their economy had boomed, and they were incredibly grateful to their duke and thrilled he had chosen to visit for his honeymoon. In spite of relaxing on another world, the couple was under the protection of the House Guard. Even now, there were always a few starships in orbit, their mobile suits waiting to respond to danger. The Rise even made an appearance, soaring through the sky of Corsica, a sight that the locals would stop and stare at every time it happened. With all of the relaxing atmosphere and beautiful vistas, the couple was still troubled by sleepless nights and endless worry over the future. When they finally returned to Caledon, several of their closest companions commented that they looked just as tired and drained as when they had left. As the wedding was over, Cal and Mare began to refocus their efforts on training. They had been finally declared competent by Tamara, meaning they could conceivably enter the battlefield as heavy-class pilots. Cal suggested they spend the following year, or whatever time they had remaining before the peace summit, expanding their territory throughout the rest of the sector. Their advisors had worked diligently to develop the ducal bureaucracy to better incorporate new worlds into their system. The duchy had expanded to over 100 inhabited worlds, with tens of thousands left to join. It seemed like a daunting task, but Cal had planned extensively during his time in stasis, waiting for this moment. The key was the remaining nobility in the sector, those that once owed allegiance to Caledon, but had splintered after the rebellion. They still existed, dividing most of their section of space between them. They were all incredibly strong, with vast armies and economies, but their strength was also a weakness. Once Cal forced the rogue nobility to comply with his demands, all their territory would belong to him. So, a month after their wedding, Cal and Mare led their house guard in a new campaign to consolidate the sector. The entire time, the nameless threat that haunted their dreams dogged their days, pushing them forward. Page break. They had taken many of the independent planets in the sector, their governments ruled by criminal organizations, corporations, or left to linger decay by the instabilities in the space around them. For this new campaign of consolidation, Cal chose to focus on the nobility still persisting independently. Although they owed their fealty to the Emperor and Gal's house now that they had regained its title, many had chosen to ignore the offers of union. They thought he was weak, and some had even decided to ally themselves with his enemies. He knew of several that had sworn to ducal houses on Augustus' side of the war. The sky above the planet of Riesh was choked black with soot and pollution. So thick was the cloud cover that Gal's forces couldn't see the surface from orbit. Even their sensors had trouble breaching the layer of clouds. Riesh was home to Baron Riesh, a detestable man that Cal had loathed when they had met over 500 years before. Cal's grandfather had kept him on a short leash, curbing the Baron's worst habits and ensuring the people under his fief were protected. But Gal's father had let the man loose, and with Cal's imprisonment, things on Riesh had grown intolerable for its population. Home to over 4 billion people, Riesh had quickly become an industrial wasteland after Caledon's fall. Their Baron sought to squeeze all the profits possible from the planets of his fief, all to fuel his own indulgences. Cal had heard of what Baron Riesh was capable of. His people were little more than slaves, the most attractive men and women amongst his population kept for his own personal uses. He was said to have over 1,000 children from his slaves. Worse for Cal, his wife was connected to House Carmichael, a distant relation but one that the Baron leveraged for power. On the surface, the ground covered in a layer of oil and chemicals that reflected the lights from burning gas flares. Carl led a force of over 1,000 mobile suits against the Baron's house guard. Vastly outnumbered, they wouldn't stand a chance. Truthfully, Cal could have taken the planet with less than 100, with himself and Mare in heavy class mesh and Tamara in rise. But he wanted this to be an overwhelming display of force. On the one hand, he intended to cow the sector, making the consolidation easier. On the other, Baron Riesch would be brought to justice. Cal's Colossus dug its 4 feet into the slippery, muddy ground of the oil-slicked field outside the Baron's estate. He could see it glowing in the distance, a display of opulence that was disgusting when juxtaposed against the living conditions of his people. Thermal warning. The mechanical voice of his mesh rang out in the cockpit. A streak of crimson energy slammed into Cal's shield, splintering into pieces that gouged lines into the ground. Turning, Cal locked on to the target with a thought, a medium-class oppressor. Its PPC was still glowing with heat. With a thunderous blast, the cannon on the Colossus shot a tungsten slug at the mobile suit. At this range, it was less than a second before it impacted. The medium class was obliterated, the round buried into the ground behind it, leaving a massive rent into the earth before exploding. The smoke and fire rose 200 feet into the air. Cal saw a group of light class meshs exposed by the force of the explosion blowing away their cover. Aiming, he fired separate PPCs from the Colossus' hands at the group, vaporizing them. After what he saw here, there would be no mercy for anyone that fought against his forces. Secure perimeter. Cal ordered the medium-class boulders behind him. The Eza Corporation, now a Caledonian subsidiary, exclusively provided meshs for his house guard. Their factories on Luna were kept busy, churning out an endless supply of mobile suits for Caledon and its allies. They moved to flank him, searching the ruins and debris for any meshs still operational. Moving on the estate, Mare stated, her throne flying overhead with a group of seraphs. Flashes of light streaked from the estate, the anti-air weapons ineffectual against the thick shields of the throne. He watched her accurately snipe the guns from the air, each line of bluish-white energy sending a gout of fire from a ruined AA gun. The shields surrounding the estate had been one of the first things they had hit from orbit, softening the defenders for their advance. I want the Baron alive, Cal ordered. He watched as multiple squads of soldiers in exosuits entered the estate, separating into different areas of the grounds. All too soon, he could hear the sounds of less gunfire and the shouts of dying men and women. His troops were highly trained after multiple of years of fighting to expand the duchy, and soon he received the all-clear to enter. Descending from the Colossus, he met Mare in the main foyer. It was time they confronted the Baron and removed this cancer from their sector. Chapter 145, Bestowal. Chapter 145. Walking through the hallways of the estate with Mare, Cal was struck by the sheer amount of wealth on display. Every wall and corner contained priceless works of art, pillars of gold and other precious metals, and the doors were constructed from rare wood with large gemstones for door handles. Even Mare, who had grown up in the Imperial Palace, was speechless at the waste. The Baron had bankrupted his planets and worked his people to their deaths in slavery, all to construct this monstrosity. Caledonian house guards secured every entrance and were posted in each hallway. The floors were littered with the dead, most of them belonging to the Baron's troops. As they walked, Cal encountered groups of locals wearing little more than rags, their bodies showing signs of abuse. The Baron's slaves huddled in corners, whimpering with fear, refusing to lift their heads. See to it they are removed and cared for. Cal called out to one of his guards that were flanking the pair. An older woman. She shook her head, her face obstructed by her exosuit's helmet. Apologies, my duke. They reject our offers to help them, and when we try to carry them out, they fight like they are possessed. We feared they would harm themselves before we could properly care for them, she replied. Cal shook his head, dismayed at the treatment these people received. In a way, both his father and Cal were to blame. If his father hadn't rebelled and Cal had inherited in his place, none of this would have happened. Leave them for now. We'll request medical attention from orbit once the Baron is dealt with, Cal ordered. Turning to Mare, he saw her face was a mask of pity and disappointment. No one should be treated this way, especially not by the nobility that was supposed to guide and protect them. Let's go. The Baron awaits. Cal called out to her. Mare tore her gaze away from the pitiful sight of the Baron's slaves. They continued on, finally coming to Riesh's throne room. Here, the opulence was increased to levels unheard of. Rather than any kind of taste or care for attention, piles of gold and jewels were casually discarded in corners. Statues lay smashed, and works of art hung crooked on the walls. The eyes of the sculptures and paintings displayed there had their eyes gouged or burned away. The first thing that struck Gal on entering was the smell: sour sweat, rotting flesh and blood. The scent assaulted his nostrils, and he gagged slightly. The source was apparent. Along one wall, the bodies of the Baron's servants hung from hooks and ropes. Their flesh showed signs of the depravity the Baron had inflicted on them before they died: cuts and burns, bruises and missing limbs. He had tortured them for fun. Worse, several showed signs of having been fed upon. Teeth marks dug into chunks of missing flesh. The oldest appeared to have been there for several days, and Cal estimated that as they began to rot, the Baron had them removed, and replaced with fresh slaves for his pursuits. The culprit himself sat on his throne, a gaudy monstrosity so encrusted in jewels that Cal could barely see the gold beneath. Layers of purple pillows had been haphazardly arranged on the seat to make it bearable for the Baron to sit in. The Baron was as monstrous as his throne. Over 8 feet tall, he weighed nearly 1,000 pounds of pure fat. Despite his noble genetics, expensive rejuvenation and medical procedures, nothing could withstand the relentless assault of the Baron's diet and vices. His pale skin bulged grotesquely, and a scraggly black beard couldn't hide the sores and pimples across his face. His expensive robes stretched across his bulk, and Cal doubted the man could stand unassisted. The stench of his body was nearly as putrid as the rotting corpses, adding to the disgust Cal felt as he stared at him. Living enslaved people, lacking even the rags of the others Cal had seen, huddled on the ground in fear of the Baron's retaliation. Even now, with his house guards dead and Cal's own troops pointing lass rifles at their master, they dared not make a sound. "Baron Caledon, you finally arrived. You make quite a grand entrance. Come join me for a drink," the Baron called out, lifting a cup of wine in his massive hand in salute. Riesh seemed utterly at ease, as if he knew that he would be fine despite Cal's attack on his homeland. "It's Duke Caledon now, Riesh. Or were you too deep into your depravity that you are unaware of what is happening in the Empire?" Cal responded. Next to him, Mare gripped a lass pistol in her hand, still holstered against her leg. "Is it now? I thought that only the Emperor could elevate you to a new status. I had heard that the old fool was dead, but that can't be true if you are claiming a new title." The Baron mocked, his black eyes crinkling around the edges in laughter. "Prince Argyle leads our faction now," Cal replied as the Baron drained his wine cup, hurling it aside. He shouted for one of his slaves to bring him another. A small boy, wearing an actual uniform, hustled into the room carrying a new goblet for his master. "Prince, but not Emperor." "No, there is no Emperor, which means there is no Duke Caledon, and I don't owe fealty to a dead man or another Baron," Riesh replied, gesturing the boy to move aside. Cal ignored the slights. What would happen here had already been decided. Only Riesh was unaware of how this conversation would end. "As Duke, I charge you with dereliction of your noble duty. All your lands and assets are hereby forfeited, Riesh." "Tamara," Cal called out, taking even Mare by surprise. The older woman appeared in the room as if by magic, wearing a Caledon pilot bodysuit. She had a lasgun drawn in her right hand. Mare wondered where she had been hiding before their arrival and how Cal knew of her presence. "Lord Duke," Tamara replied. "You've seen the state of the planet, what Riesh has done to its people, what he's done here," Cal stated, pausing for a moment in disgust at the bodies. He didn't think a person could do anything like this. "I have, my lord," Tamara responded with a strange sense of formality. "What would the punishment be if the Imperial Court tried the Baron?" Cal asked with curiosity. He already knew the answer, but he wanted Tamara's opinion. Mare looked at him with confusion. Why was he asking his captain of the House Guard such a strange question? "Death, my lord," Tamara replied immediately. She had no doubt that death would be an appropriate punishment for a member of the nobility to commit such heinous crimes as Riesh had. "Agreed," Cal replied, and his hand dropped to his own lasgun, secured in the holster across his right leg. Now, Baron Caledon, There is no need for such dramatics. You know that only the emperor may try a member of the nobility. Why, you yourself experienced his mercy 5 centuries ago. As there is no emperor, there can be no trial. A dead man cannot judge me. Baron Riesch teased, lifting the glass to his lips once more. Cal doubted the man had experienced such excitement and activity in centuries, appearing to tire from saying more than a few sentences. The Baron is correct, my lord. Until Prince Argyle is crowned emperor, Baron Riesch will need to be held with all the respect a noble is due. Tamara replied, and Cal could see the anger the admittance caused her. Although the lasgun in her hand was steady, her knuckles were white from the grip. Cal turned to Mare, who nodded. The law is the law. She whispered, the law is the law. Cal agreed. In a flash, almost faster than the eye could see, Cal's last pistol whipped out of its holster. The thunderous crack of its discharge sounded out a split second after the streak of bluish-white light burned a hole through the center of Baron Riesch's forehead. The large man still had a mocking expression on his face as he died, still confident that he was well protected. He slumped into his throne. Cal lowered his last pistol, and the barrel glowed red-hot from the discharge. That was a crime, Cal. Mare stated quietly, although her eyes told him that she agreed with his actions. Still, it had to be said. Cal shrugged at the statement. Looked like natural causes to me. If Argyle has an issue with it, we can discuss it when he takes the throne. Tamara. Cal called out to her again. Lowering her weapon, she looked to her duke. You're now the new Baroness of Riesch and all of its planets. Rule them well, in the name of the Emperor and the Duchy of Caledon. Cal ordered, taking the older woman by surprise. My lord, I'm just a soldier. Tamara replied, and Cal had the pleasure of seeing her flustered for the first time in his life. You're intelligent, merciful, kind and loyal. You'll do fine. Take whatever resources and troops you need. I expect you to turn things around here. Cal responded, already walking out of the room. Mare nodded to the older woman, agreeing with Cal's statement, before following him. There was less than a year left until the peace summit, and he intended to bring the rest of his sector's wayward nobility to heel, those that could be redeemed. The rest would meet the same fate as Baron Riesch. The fat Baron had been right. The Emperor was gone, and Cal didn't owe his loyalty to a dead man. His people deserved peace and prosperity. He would give it to them. Chapter 146. The Culling of Caledon. Chapter 146. In the future, Cal's removal and reorganization of the nobility in his sector would be known to history as their Culling of Caledon. Dozens of noble houses ceased to exist once he finished his purge. Gal's father had promoted and changed the nobility in his region of space to encourage loyalty to himself, allowing them free rein to do what they wanted. In a short decade, those loyal to Cal's grandfather, who embodied the best of Caledon's ideals, were driven into obscurity and forced to give up their titles or lands. Cal fought to change all that, and he sought those who he remembered had been virtuous and faithful to his grandfather's vision of a unified and peaceful Caledon and brought them back into the fold. By the time of the Peace Summit sunset, the Duchy of Caledon had expanded to over 1,500 systems and hundreds of billions of people. He had cast aside those nobles that could not be redeemed, their crimes and natures incompatible with his way of life. Instead, he promoted others in their place. Often, they were from defunct noble houses that still had living members. When word of the culling reached Prince Argyle's ears from desperate corporations and those few remaining exiled nobility that Gal let live, his response had been simple. You reap what you sow. Argyle didn't care if Cale and Caledon put the entire sector to the sword as long as he was loyal to the prince and could provide a titan for the peace talks. Once Argyle became emperor, he would stabilize the galaxy, and Caledon would not be allowed to run wild. But for now, he needed strength, and it was clear that Caelan's actions would provide him with that. Even Argyle's Imperial Guard was impressed with Caledon's gains, studying their military doctrine and tactics to adapt to their own. The succession war had been fought mainly by the houses, leaving the Imperial Guard to protect their chosen prince. They hadn't fought an actual, large-scale conflict since the rebellion. Cal's campaign gained momentum, and even though they had to step back from the front lines to attend the peace summit, Cal knew his consolidation war against the independent planets and houses of his sector would continue without him. Page break. They met in space above Venus. The Blue Planet was the first terraforming project by a private organization before the Empire existed, and humanity accomplished incredible feats using their AI-fueled technology. When Terra had been nearly destroyed in their conflict against the Artificial Intelligence Collective, many escaped to Venus, bringing with them all the same problems that had plagued Terra. Divided by race, religion and inequality, war and conflict were visited upon their new home. Today, Venus is inhabited by families descended from those original settlers. Their massive cities, inspired by the architecture of ancient Terra, were some of the finest and only examples in the galaxy of humanity's oldest cities, replicas created from the colonists' memories of their homeland. A single starship would carry Argyle's delegation. Augustus and his entourage would meet above Jupiter, where all their transports that had brought the houses, and their titans, would remain until the summit was over. The Imperial Guard would maintain the peace and keep anyone from interfering. Once Argyle and Augustus met on Terra, no one would be allowed to enter or leave the surface without both parties' complete agreement. Cal watched as Atlas was carried into the starship's storage hold. Wearing a pilot bodysuit, he had his arms crossed while two mobile drones lowered the Titan to the floor. Two clamps secured its shoulders. Free of their load, the drones drifted away once more. Initially, no one would know the identities of the Titan's pilot, but part of the peace talks had been a requirement for both sides to reveal their hand. The Titans would be brought to the surface by their pilots, where they would all disembark simultaneously. That was the moment everything hinged on one slight sign of mistrust, and they would all likely join the dead on Terra. Cal's focus was drawn to the eyes of the Titan. Shining green. They were unnerving to see in the dim storage hold. He had thought that while the mobile suit was in standby mode without its pilot inside, its eyes would darken, but it appeared as if Cal's mere presence and the connection between them kept the Titan awake and ready. While he was staring at Atlas, Mare came up beside him, gripping his arm silently. She watched as Ouroboros was loaded next. The drones lifted the massive machine with magnetic restraints under its shoulders. Drifting into the storage hold from where Cal and Mare had jumped above Venus in their own starship, the drones deposited the Titan next to its counterpart. Like Atlas, the eyes of the Ouroboros glowed blue. They seemed to be locked onto their pilot, observing her. It's intimidating. No matter how often I'm near it, I can never shake the feeling that it's alive and detests me. Mare whispered. Cal felt her shiver beside him, and he shared the feeling of discomfort the Titan gave her. Amelia told me that the Titans aren't aware that whatever emotions and thoughts we think they have are things we carry from outside. But I'm not sure anymore. There's more to them than can be explained through genetic memory. Cal admitted. I hope that we won't have to use them. We travel to the surface and exit our cockpits without conflict. I don't know if I could stand to fight in it, Cal. The few times I tried to pilot it, it was like it wanted to devour me. Mare confessed, and Cal wrapped his arms around her in response. You won't have to. One of us needs to look after Caledon. If the worst happens and we need to fight, I want you to take the Ouroboros and run. Cal said, drawing back to look Mare in the eyes. I won't leave you. She stated firmly. Both of us can't risk our lives, Mare. I know we've left samples with the doctors, but we can't leave our children parentless. I won't have them raised like I was. Cal said, and Mare could feel the revulsion in her husband at the thought of their children being treated in the same manner as Cal had been. He was neglected and abused, left to suffer alone for a crime in which he had no part. Don't worry, Cal said, running his thumb along her cheek to wipe away a tear Mare hadn't been aware of. It's not like I'll stick around for long. I'll cover your retreat and make for orbit behind you. And Argyle? Augustus? You'd leave them to kill each other? Mare asked with surprise. She had thought he would be more committed to the Empire. You and Caledon are my priorities. Everything else is irrelevant, Cal stated, and Mare found that she agreed with him. While they were talking, another Titan was being loaded into the storage area. On the opposite side of the massive room, the drones were lowering the mobile suit. It was as large as the others but seemed more sleek and graceful. Like the others, this one also seemed to be active, its eyes glowing a brilliant yellow. Impressive, isn't it? A woman called out from behind them. Turning, they saw Mare's cousin Catherine. She was wearing a pilot bodysuit in House Havencroft livery, the white boar prominent on the chest piece. She held her helmet in her hand, waving it through the air back and forth as she walked toward them. Catherine looked exhausted, and even her cheerful expression couldn't mask it. "Catherine?" What Mare began to ask before connecting the pieces quickly. "Uncle entrusted Hyperion to you. Why didn't you say anything?" "I thought you hated mobile suits. You always said I was silly for training in VR." "You were silly for training in VR. Real-life experience trumps anything else. And you know why I couldn't tell you. By the time Father asked me to pilot, you were already promised to join Caledon. We might be allies, but we can't trust outsiders." "No offense, Cal," Catherine replied, flashing Cal a smile that he returned. "None taken." "Are you both ready? Prince Argyle wants everyone in the command center before we arrive," Catherine asked. "We're as ready as we'll ever be," Mare responded, and Cal nodded, talking amongst themselves as they walked. The trio didn't notice the glowing eyes of the Titans following their pilots as they moved. Chapter 147, Engineered Future. Chapter 147. Cal nervously entered the cockpit of Atlas. Despite his experience and determination not to let the Titan control him, he still couldn't squash the uneasiness he felt as he sat in the cushioned seat of the mobile suit. The control panel in front of him glowed in the dim light, the systems coming online. He steeled himself for the neural connection before pressing a few switches to activate the reactor. After the dreams he had been having for nearly a year, Cal expected the worst. He was right in his assumptions. Activating neural link. An onslaught of foreign thoughts and emotions pushed against his consciousness. It was worse than it had ever been before. Cal had thought that as he grew stronger from piloting a heavy class, he would be better prepared for Atlas. But he had been wrong. The Titan seemed to have grown stronger with him. If the link had been this bad when he faced the Corsairs, he doubted he would have survived for a single moment, let alone 10 entire seconds. Atlas clawed and scratched at his mind, struggling for dominance against Cal. It wanted to be free, unleashed upon the universe, and never be shackled again. He could feel its bloodlust, hatred, and desire to control and destroy. He could see green eyes glowing in the shadows of the dim cockpit, staring into his very soul. Cal screamed as he leaned forward and gripped the control panel as tightly as he could. The waves of external desires crashed against him, tossing his consciousness around like a ship caught in heavy seas. And through it all, Cal could detect another presence, faint and watchful. It was observing his struggle, not helping either side but waiting for a winner to be declared in this life and death contest of wills. Focusing his mind, Cal threw himself into the battle against Atlas, hurling his own willpower and resolve against the Titan. To an outsider, it seemed like the Duke was sitting silently in the sealed cockpit, gripping the mobile suit's controls and shaking slightly from the strength he was exerting through his hands. Internally, Cal and Atlas were raging against each other. Green eyes stared into blue, and Cal pictured the pair grappling, their arms locked into a deadly embrace, each trying to force the other to submit. Unlike Cal, Atlas still had a final trick up its sleeve. While they stood equal, their wills focused on each other, the Titan drew from the genetic memory in Cal's bloodline. The very thing that was supposed to make piloting Atlas easier would be the weapon it would use against its pilot. "You're a failure." A voice whispered in Cal's ear, "If I had a choice, you would never inherit Caledon. If I didn't hold your birth records in my hands, I would scarcely believe you were my child." "Emeritus Caledon!" exclaimed. The voice of Cal's grandfather grew louder, and Cal unconsciously turned his head toward it. In the darkness, he was greeted with a sight, a memory provided by Atlas through his bloodline memories. Cal immediately recognized the effort for what it was, an attempt to disrupt his concentration. "You'll have to do better than that," Cal whispered, trying to ignore the memory playing out in the corner of his eye. Cal's grandfather, Emeritus, stood on the dais that held his ducal throne. Wearing a black and red Caledonian house uniform similar to Cal's own, he appeared much younger than Cal remembered. Only in his middle years of life, his hair was black and full, lacking the grey and thinness that would mark his later life. "But I will inherit, father. And when I do, Caledon will return to its former glory. No more licking the boots of the Emperor, begging for scraps while they feast," Emeric shouted. Cal's father looked to be the same age as Cal himself, a young man whose handsomeness and charm hadn't been diminished by indulgence and sin. The scene shifted as Emeric stalked from the room. Cal had heard about this argument from his grandmother. Emeric had left Caledon for centuries, traveling through the galaxy and forming alliances with other houses. He had met Cal's mother during that time. She wasn't a noble but the only daughter of a wealthy industrialist who would later provide significant funding for the rebellion. Cal was curious at the memory. Despite the danger involved in splitting his concentration, he could feel Atlas push harder, struggling for control as it provided a new memory dredged from Cal's genetic memories. Emeric was older in this vision but still younger than he had been during Cal's lifetime. He was walking through the hallways of the Imperial Palace, wearing a formal noble's suit heavily embroidered in gold and gemstones. Ostentatious and bold, Cal's father sneered at everyone he encountered. It was an expression Cal was very familiar with. Coming into a waiting room, he waved away the servants inside as he sat on a couch, reaching for a pitcher of fine Terran wine that had been waiting on the coffee table for him. He drank deeply as he leaned back in his seat and waited. What was father doing on Terra? Cal wondered, and for a moment, his concentration slipped. Atlas capitalized on the mistake, pushing harder in an instant, bringing his mind back to the battle of wills between them. Cal tried to ignore what the Titan was showing him. It became more difficult when the Emperor entered the vision. Significantly younger than Cal remembered, even from his trial 5 centuries before, it made him think this took place only a few decades after Emeric left Caledon. Protocol dictates that you should stand when I enter a room, Aurelius pointed out dryly, frowning at Emeric's attitude. Emeric's smirk deepened in response to the admonishment. He merely crossed his legs comfortably, showing no sign of standing. It also states that you should be communicating with me through my father, so perhaps we both need a refresher. What is it that you wish to speak about? Emeric asked. The Emperor brushed away his annoyance, taking a seat across from the ducal heir. I've come to make you an offer. I understand that you wish to marry and that Emeritus is rather reluctant to give his approval. Aurelius explained. Emeric snorted at the statement. He's not reluctant at all. He flat out refused. As long as I am heir to a ducal house, he has the final say in who I can marry. He thinks he can somehow control me by lording that fact over my head. Emeric replied, draining his glass of wine and pouring another. Cal shook his head at the vision, wondering why Atlas showed him this, while he somewhat appreciated the insight into his family that he hadn't been aware of before. Nothing shocking could ruin his concentration. He began to push back against the Titan, gaining lost ground. Soon, he had the momentum, and he could feel Atlas failing. Cal's time in stasis had given him a resolve few could match, especially if he had a goal. And right now, protecting Caledon and Mare was his top priority. Perhaps I can be of assistance. I could speak with Emeritus on your behalf as long as certain provisions were made, Aurelius stated, and Cal grew alarmed at what was happening. He knew the Emperor enough to recognize signs of his manipulations and meddling, and his instincts were screaming that something wasn't right with this conversation. As you know, the Caledonian bloodline is finicky when it comes to pregnancy and birth. To keep the bloodlines unmuddied, the houses have long since made all their science functionally sterile to prevent unwanted complications. I remember that before you were born, there were worries that none of the samples would be viable, that more drastic measures may need to be taken in order for Emeritus and Aurora to conceive. Aurelius continued, I'm aware. It's why I'm an only child. Caledon's shining star. Emeric responded, raising his glass to the Emperor. Indeed. Aurelius replied dryly. I grow tired of your ramblings, Aurelius. Speak plainly so that I may leave. Emeric stated rudely. He wanted to finish this conversation quickly to return to more pressing matters. Even knowing his father as he did, Cal was shocked that he would speak to the Emperor so boldly and that Aurelius showed no sign of anger at his attitude. Very well. In exchange for my permission to marry, you and your bride will provide samples to the Imperial geneticists immediately. I will ensure that a viable child is born from your union, Aurelius offered, and even Emeric frowned at the implication. Why would the Emperor care if they had a child? Cal wondered, his instincts screaming that there was something happening, something fundamental to his future. And Atlas knew it. Why? Emeric asked, and Cal found himself straining to hear the response. His attention to the battle with Atlas was nearly forgotten. To Cal's surprise, The Emperor gave a simple answer. The current ducal bloodlines are inadequate for humanity's future. They need to be better. I will be making some slight alterations to their genetics to enhance their abilities. Your child will be perfectly healthy, I assure you. All of our previous tests have been positive. Aurelius clarified. The answer made Emeric laugh, a great guffaw that shook the man's body. And you believe you can engineer humanity's future? I knew you were arrogant, but I thought you were at least sane. You're playing with fire, Aurelius. Fine, do as you will. Tinker away while the rest of us accomplish our goals. But I'll warn you, if the child is flawed, I'll dispose of it like trash. I will not be humiliated by a defect. Chapter 148, Renewed. Chapter 148. Cal was briefly stunned by the revelation, but not by the fact that the Emperor was involved in genetically enhancing the ducal houses, and the heavens only knew how many other humans were involved in his manipulations. No, Cal was not surprised by the Emperor's actions. After all, the man had spent nearly 2 millennia controlling and influencing future events, having his long fingers pulling the strings of generations of geneticists as they engineered a superior human wasn't shocking. What stunned Cal was that the Emperor specifically sought out Emeric for a child. The implications were startling, and they soon overwhelmed his thoughts momentarily. Cal ignored his father's comments about what he would do with a defective child. Cal's entire life had been spent under the man's callous attitude and harsh attentions. The only thing that had been unexpected was that Emeric agreed at all. Cal's father must have been truly desperate to consent to the Emperor's proposal immediately. His thoughts swirled, seeking connections to this new information. What had the Emperor altered in his genetics? Was it his piloting abilities or his temperament? If it had been done to him, who else in his generation, or those that came after, had been similarly modified? Cal thought of Mare. Her skill as a pilot was incredible. She had become competent in the heavy class in a remarkably short time. She was intelligent and ambitious without being arrogant or cruel. She would have been a perfect candidate for the Emperor's manipulations. Could that be why she was selected to pilot the Ouroboros? Catherine came to his mind immediately after. He had enough interactions with Mare's cousin to gain a sense of her capabilities. Although she tried to hide behind fashion and gossip, he could tell she had a keen mind. For her to be chosen as Hyperion's pilot over everyone else in Havencroft was telling. Were all the Titan pilots similarly genetically tampered with by Aurelius? Cal was brought back to his current struggle by an intense push against his psyche by Atlas. The Titan had pulled back slightly earlier, giving Cal a sense that he was winning, before slamming against the barriers of his mind once more in his moment of distraction. He was being buried in foreign emotions. His vision turned red with bloodlust as Atlas granted him images of every conflict the Titan had ever been involved in. Endless scenes of violence swirled through Cal's mind. More than he expected from a peaceful Caledon, the Titan was a savage, repeatedly throwing itself on its opponents, crushing them with its bare hands, or unleashing the forces of gravity under its control. Atlas, the celestial burden. The name rang through Cal's mind. A title that was given to the Titan for its unique abilities. He had learned that each had a talent, a skill that was exclusive to them. For Atlas, gravity could be manipulated against its foes. Cal had seen that himself. The undulations through space as it squeezed and crushed mobile suits and an icy planet far beneath them. He cut off his wandering thoughts, recognizing the lapse as another attempt to distract him. No! Cal shouted, pushing back against the Titan. He was winning. Even with Atlas pulling out memories to divert his attention, he was slowly gaining ground in the mental battle. His centuries of stasis had provided him with an iron will, the only attribute of his that could keep the madness at bay. Now that his body and mind were strong enough to handle the neural link, Cal could finally stand on even footing against the Titan. Atlas screamed. Its green eyes glowed furiously in the darkness. It raged, unwilling to be constrained once more. It sensed a chance in this pilot when they were first bonded. A weak mind that could be used to give the machine what it truly wanted, freedom and destruction. Or perhaps Atlas was drawing on the part of Cal that longed for the same. Cal could feel sympathy for the Titan. He had been a prisoner, locked away alone for 500 years. He would never want to return to that isolation again. Cal could imagine the chains on him again. The humiliation of being marched to the stasis pod as a prisoner. He, too, had longed to destroy everyone who had opposed him and sent him to that solitary hell. The Emperor, his parents, and even his grandparents hadn't been spared from his wrath. He blamed everyone, himself, most of all. And with that thought, Cal had a revelation. He wasn't fighting Atlas. The Titan was a mindless machine that didn't have the thoughts or emotions to battle with him. It only had what Cal himself brought with him. He was fighting himself. Cal was battling his own rage, his bloodlust and guilt. He was fighting against all the negative emotions and burdens he ignored and pushed deep within himself. He had a prison in his soul where he kept all his pain and agony, locking them away so that he could carry on. Atlas was simply the key to the prison, releasing what was sealed away. Cal stopped fighting, and he let the emotions wash over him. The rage battered his mind. The agony of the visions and emotions ripped apart his soul. For what felt like an eternity, he was thrashed and pummeled by the assault on his psyche before it finally faded away. He felt cleansed, renewed. There was a weight on his soul that had been lifted. He was free. The green-eyed beast that stared at him with hunger and hatred faded away, and in its place, Cal could feel a bond between the Titan and himself. It thrummed as if it were alive. The reactor deep within the machine beat like a heart, sending pulses of power throughout the Titan's frame. They were one. Titan and pilot were connected in a way that transcended the neural link Cal had felt with other meshs. It wasn't like Atlas was separate from Cal's mind and body. They were the same. He could control it as if it were his own body, and its sensors provided information like they were his thoughts and sensations. It was incredible and was far beyond what he had experienced the last time he had piloted it. There would never be another concern for his safety from Atlas. Atlas was him, and he was Atlas. Letting out a deep breath, Cal relaxed into his seat inside the cockpit when a strange sensation intruded on his link with Atlas. It was foreign and unfamiliar but wasn't hostile. It was more akin to a stranger peeking into his window from outside rather than an assault on his connection. He had felt it before when he first entered Atlas, but now that his link had deepened, it was taking more of an active interest in him. "What do you want?" Cal asked, focusing his senses on the intruder. At first, he wasn't sure it could hear him until it responded a moment later. "Come to us. The envoys await." It whispered, and Cal wasn't sure if the voice was audible or just in his mind. The message came with a feeling, a pull on his soul, a call that he felt the need to respond to. "Where?" Cal asked, and he was greeted with a new image. This one lacked the emotions and clarity of the visions Atlas had gifted him. It was hazy, almost as if he were viewing a dream. In the darkness was a single spot of light, a beacon that called him. It felt warm on his skin and gave him a sensation of safety and security. Cal knew people were waiting for him, eager to meet him. Something important needed to be done, and a sense of impatience welled inside him from the vision. It winked out, leaving him in the darkness once again. "Come to us. The envoys await." Cal was about to respond when Atlas' terminal lit up. Hovering above a control panel used for sensor data and communications, an image of the galaxy floated. After a moment, it zoomed into a far section of empty space. A spot of red appeared, incessantly flashing as coordinates began to be transmitted into the Atlas computer. "Those are the coordinates that Ouroboros showed Mare." Cal whispered, recognizing the area of space for what it was. There was nothing there. Humanity had mapped the galaxy, marking all of its stars for future expansion. Although they hadn't been to that part of the Milky Way yet, astrologists had studied it before. There were no visible stars or planets near those coordinates from any location observed in the Empire. He had checked the Imperial records with Mare for weeks in pursuit of an answer but turned up nothing. The light continued to blink, and Cal could feel the pull of the link drawing him to that location. "All right, say there is something there. We can't reach it. Our starships cannot jump that far, and the calculations will take time. It will possibly be decades before we can travel." The image shifted, and more numbers floated across the terminal. The strange sensation through the link changed, pushing Cal to have the Atlas jump. "Atlas can reach there, then so can the other Titans." Cal muttered. The strange being in the link vanished at his words, leaving him alone with Atlas. Chapter 149, Seize Control. Chapter 149. Hyperion, the piercing radiance. Catherine stared up at the Titan before her with a mixture of dread and apprehension. It was the same feeling she had whenever she was near it. Despite its beauty and grace, curving lines, and flowing frame, she knew it was just an exquisite exterior hiding the demon inside. Hyperion was supposed to represent light and warmth, but why did she experience nothing but darkness and cold when she was in its cockpit? Her father had warned her about his reaction to piloting the Titan, how he would fly into an uncontrollable rage when he was linked to it. He became a mindless beast, lashing out at everyone around him to the point where he was unable to pilot it without fear of striking his allies or causing irreparable harm to Havencroft. Catherine had never experienced anything like that. Terror gripped her the entire time, making her timid and unsure of her actions. She feared its abilities, making her hesitate to use them. Worse, she felt the Titan judging her. Its golden eyes would weigh her in silent judgment, assessing her capabilities and finding them lacking. Even now, looking up at Hyperion, a shiver ran up her spine. Behind her, Cal and Mare were both climbing into their own Titans. The three of them would be traveling together to Terra ahead of the others. Once all the Titans were gathered on the surface, and if it didn't result in everyone killing each other, the rest of the delegation would arrive. Taking a deep breath to try and quell the negative thoughts swirling in her head, she climbed the stairs to the platform behind Hyperion, where she could enter the cockpit. A faint yellow glow suffused everything inside, providing enough illumination for her to see the terminal in front of her. Putting her helmet on, she pressed the console, initiating neural link. Immediately, Catherine was assaulted by a feeling of abject terror. It felt like a pair of eyes were staring at her, the presence causing goosebumps to cover her skin. But when she looked around the cockpit, it was the same as always, dimly lit and empty. She thought she could hear whispering on the edge of her senses. It was as if something were trying to communicate, but she couldn't make out the words. If she strained a bit more, perhaps she could. Catherine pulled away from the thought, squashing it ruthlessly. Her father had warned her that Hyperion would try to wrench control from her in any way possible. The terror was simply how it affected her while it had used rage and madness against her father. Piloting a Titan was to walk on a knife's edge. One slip, and you would be at its mercy. Still, it did sound like someone was trying to talk to her. Maybe it was important, a secret to be shared that could help with their current circumstances. If she could just understand a single word. Ready? Cal asked, his helmeted face appearing on her HUD. He seemed so calm and relaxed, like the Titan's stress was doing nothing to him. She envied that. For some reason, she took comfort in his appearance. She suddenly wasn't alone. Cal could bear some of the burden for the upcoming meeting, allowing her to focus on controlling Hyperion and ignoring everything else. To her surprise, hearing his voice made the terror abate, and she sunk into her seat tiredly. The tension had left her drained, and she needed a moment to recover. "I'm ready, Mare." Catherine had Hyperion turn its head to her right, looking for the Ouroboros. Unlike Atlas or her, Mare's Titan was still dark. "Give her a moment. She'll be fine." Cal assured her, having faith that his wife could overcome whatever difficulties the Ouroboros gave her. Page break. Ouroboros, the infinity coil. Tears streamed down Mare's face from her grief. An endless ocean of melancholy weighed down her soul, preventing her from moving or speaking. A stream of visions assailed her mind. Terror burned countless times in her memory, the people around her dying from Lascun fire, falling buildings or vaporizing in a wave of blinding white light. She saw her grandparents die endlessly, the Emperor lay murdered while people laughed and cheered at his death. Mare sobbed into her hands as the Titan took advantage of her emotions to gain control. She could feel it pushing against the neural link, trying to free itself from her influence. She tried to fight, to drive the Titan back and place it under her command, but the visions kept coming, and she was failing. She was weak. Her time as Ouroboros pilot showed her that. She had such as easy life on Terra, without hardship or strife. Mare had sought out conflict in a VR game because her parents had forbidden her from taking any kind of risk. The Titan was telling her that in order to be its pilot, she would need an iron will and the resolve to fight. Cal had that resolve. She had seen it in him every single day. She was constantly impressed by his ability to keep walking forward despite setbacks. He had been imprisoned for centuries, released to a fallen world in a galaxy that saw him as a pariah, yet still managed to succeed in spite of the odds against him. While Mare had been laughing and enjoying the comforts of Terra, he had been fighting madness in a stasis chamber or fighting to reclaim Caledon's pride. How could she ever compare to him? The thought made her collapse onto the terminal in front of her seat. She was nearly blind from the tears, and her heart felt like it was breaking. The grief was overwhelming, and in the darkness, Blue Eyes watched as its pilot nearly lost control. You should give up. If you can't even withstand a bit of sadness, how can you ever hope to pilot such a fine machine as this? A voice sounded out in the cockpit, and Mare's head shot up right at the sound. It was unfamiliar to her, but there was something about its tone that she recognized. Mare turned to look at who entered the cockpit while she had been crying but found the hatch sealed. The cockpit was empty. In the dim blue light, there was no one there but her. The distraction from the voice was enough to shake her from her melancholy. Wiping her eyes, she tried to remember where she had heard that voice before. It was maddening, like a forgotten word on the tip of her tongue or a dream that she had forgotten on waking. Sitting back against the seat for a moment, she then leaned forward, about to touch a few buttons on the Titan's terminal, when it spoke again. It sounded like it was directly behind her right ear, and she could swear she could feel their breath on her skin. You don't deserve such a gift. It was clearer this time and unmistakably a man's voice. This time, she caught the hint of an accent, Terran and aristocratic. Shut up! She shouted, her feelings of grief replaced with anger at the slight. Ouroboros was hers. It had chosen her. How dare anyone say she didn't deserve it and didn't work hard to get where she was now? Ouroboros is mine. Mare whispered, tapping the console. She engaged the Titan's systems. The holographic display showing its status hovered in the air momentarily before the mechanical voice spoke, initiating neural link. Immediately, she could feel the Titan pushing against her mind, threatening to overwhelm her. She had been nearly broken just sitting in the mobile suit while it was in standby mode, drowning in grief. Now that she initiated the link, the feelings magnified tenfold. An ocean of pressure crashed down on her mind, and she was nearly lost. If the Ouroboros is yours, then show me. Prove to me that you are worthy of it. The voice whispered, and Mare screamed as she threw her will against the Titan. At first, it seemed like all of her efforts were wasted, that she gained no ground, but gradually, the link stabilized. Finally, after an eternity, Ouroboros was under her control. Mare leaned back in the cockpit seat, panting from the exertion. She had done it. The Titan was truly hers now and would respond to her commands. She no longer had to worry about it harming her or refusing to listen. She had won. A feeling of relief washed over her, and with it came clarity. She knew whose voice that had been. She had heard it before, on hundreds of historical recordings. She had heard it in her learnings throughout her training on Terra. It was a voice any historian or noble would recognize. It belonged to the Unifier, the first pilot of Ouroboros. It had been his Titan before becoming hers. Chapter 150, Titans. Chapter 150. The trio of Titans hovered above Terra for a moment, observing the changes the detonation of two engines had caused. When Cal and Mare escaped years before, a thick layer of swirling clouds obscured the surface. Storms ravaged the land. The seas boiled from magma released from the depths of the earth, and the planet was unrecognizable. Now, over 3 years later, Terra had significantly changed. Despite the ongoing conflict, Imperial terraforming engineers and scientists had spent a massive amount of time and resources reversing the damage. It would take decades before it could return to the way it once was, but to Cal and Mare, the difference was stark. The layer of black clouds and planet-wide storms were gone. Weather controllers and atmospheric filters had removed the pollution and ash from the atmosphere, calming the winds and returning the air to a degree of normalcy. The oceans were a mixture of dull grey with bright blue areas where large machines gradually removed toxic waste and returned fresh seawater where sea life would slowly be introduced. From orbit, the colors clashed and gradually merged, like a colorful dye was being added to dull water. The land required a much more significant investment in effort. Large craters marred the surface where the detonations occurred, and polluted waters had flowed into the low areas. Eventually, material would need to be brought in from off a planet to replace what was lost, but that would require more time than what had passed. No life existed on the surface. Terra had returned to a state similar to how it had been when the planet had first formed, a primordial existence left barren after it had cooled. The Titans descended from the sky, landing on a large tract of dusty plains that Cal couldn't name. The maps of old Terra were useless. The devastation had shifted entire continents, forming new land masses and changing the shape and location of others. Atlas, Ouroboros and Hyperion stood on the Terran soil and waited for the others to arrive. They didn't have to wait long. By convention, Argyle's Titans would arrive first on the surface, while Augustus and his allies would come as one a few hours later at a location well apart from theirs. The summit would take place at a location halfway between them, where they would all disembark their Titans, and the discussion would take place. Cal's sensors detected an approaching mobile suit, and his HUD automatically focused on the speck of light shining in the sun as it descended. Zooming in, he saw the new Titan clearly. The mobile suit was golden, a bright, burnished gold that was unmarred by any other color or metal. Like a medieval knight, it was heavily armored and incredibly bulky when compared to the lithe and graceful Hyperion. Curiously, it had two ram horns curling from its forehead, forming a crown on the top of its head. A circle of light surrounded its feet as if it were standing on a platform as it drifted toward the ground. No other sign of propulsion or thrust was displayed, making Cal think that the platform it rested on was its primary means of movement. The new arrival lacked any kind of visible weapon. The only thing that it held in its hands was a large, mace-like scepter covered in gemstones and topped by 7 orbs, each in a different color that glowed with an inner light. Sovereign, the irreproachable paragon, the Titan of Grandester. Cal was familiar with it from his briefing on Argyle's command ship. As it landed on the ground, an image appeared in the HUD of the 3 pilots. It was a young man, his face visible through the glass of his helmet. Handsome, as most nobility were. He had a regal bearing, with his bloodlines warm, honey-colored eyes. "Greetings, cousins." The young man spoke, greeting his allies first. "Patrick, nice of you to join us," Catherine replied, knowing the young man from their common social group. Most of the heirs and scions of the ducal houses interacted with each other in some manner. He was of a similar age to her, incredibly young to be given the responsibility of piloting a Titan. But he was an exceptional person. The nephew of Duchess Grandester. Rumor had it that the Duke and Duchess of Grandester favored making him their heir over their own children. Patrick was a remarkable artist, musician and painter that was famous across the galaxy on his own merits. For a time, Catherine's father considered a marriage between them, but nothing had come of it. Partially due to Catherine's own resistance, Patrick was very popular amongst women, and the rumors of his behavior were widespread. "Wouldn't miss it for the world," Patrick replied with a grin, flashing his white teeth at the young woman. "There's the last of our group," Mare called out, and the group looked upwards. 3 more Titans were flying toward them, streaking toward the surface from orbit. On the left, a blue mobile suit shimmered in the sunlight. Its torso was covered in scales like a fish that caught the light, giving them a sparkling appearance. Similar to the elegant Hyperion, the newcomer was a lithe-looking mesh. Its head had a large fin protruding from the top and sweeping backwards, giving it a unique look like an armored, humanoid ocean creature. Gripped in its hand was a giant, cannon-like weapon, its bulk a strange juxtaposition with its nimble figure. Oceanus, the inexorable tide. It belonged to the ducal house of Tish, an appropriate Titan for their ocean-covered home world. Cal didn't know much about its abilities as Tish did not have much need to use the mobile suit. Their small sector of space is relatively peaceful, and their house guard is more than capable of defending it. Prior to the Succession War, at least, the pilot of Tish of Duchess Bianca's youngest son, Brian. No one knew much about it, only that he was older than Catherine and Mare and rarely left his home world. The middle mobile suit belonged to Lockmere, and its pilot was someone familiar to Cal. It was the young man he had met when Argyle offered him his ducal title back. Declan, heir of Lockmere, piloted the Titan from the lead position of the newcomers. Reaper, the autumn culling. Like its namesake and the symbol of its house, Reaper was colored in green and brown. Unlike the other mobile suits, it had 4 arms that gripped an enormous scythe in its hand. On its 2 shoulders, large cannons protruded. The last of their group belonged to Owain, the most distant and isolated of the ducal houses. Their Titan was as strange as the house it defended. It was painted in 2 colors, white and black. A line divided them down the middle of its frame. On the left, the Titan was humanoid, with elegant armor and fanciful designs etched into the metal. The Titan was covered by a tabard, the symbol of their house split between the colors on the chest. This side featured half the crescent moon in black. On its right, The Titan was black and demonic-looking. Sharp spikes extended from its elbows, knees and shoulders. The designs in the metal glowed silver, all harsh lines and jagged markings. The tabard displayed half of the crescent moon in white. In its hand, it carried a long spear, and a curved moon blade topped it. Terminus, the abrupt cessation. Cal had only heard its name that morning, along with that of its pilot. No one knew what their connection was to the Owain ducal house, but the pilot was a younger woman. Despite her age, she had white hair and pale blue eyes. During the introductions of the pilots, she hadn't said a word. The Duke and Duchess of Owain had introduced her as Cecilia and that she was from a branch of their family but declined to clarify further. Even now, while the others were exchanging greetings, the Owain pilot sat silently, waiting for the summit. Patrick of Grantster was to lead them. His house's position with Argyll made him the obvious choice. As the sun was high above them, he led 7 Titans forward to meet with the other side and begin the peace summit. The other side would arrive simultaneously, and they would be expected to disembark their mobile suits one at a time. If there was going to be trouble, it would be then. Nominally, all sides had agreed to the conditions, but anything could happen. Chapter 151, Titans, Part 2. Chapter 151. They met the opposing side on a flat, open plain of barren earth. The type of terrain revealed everything for miles in all directions. The ground had some remnants of scrub trees that had stubbornly clung to life until finally succumbing to the hostile environment. Argyll's Titans flew in an arrowhead formation in a slow and leisurely fashion. They didn't want to startle the other Titans with a sudden flight in their direction. Patrick was in the lead in Sovereign, its golden body distinctive in the midday sun. Cal and Mare followed up in the rear, with Catherine flanking them. It took nearly an hour of low flying to reach their destination, where the opposing Titans were waiting for them. There were 6 in total, as disparate and unique as the ducal houses who piloted them. Cal was familiar with the Titans from the briefing with Argyll. The first was a hulking behemoth. Towering over the others, it reached nearly 150 feet high. With its thick, weighty armor and impenetrable shields, it was a stalwart defender of House Aeron. It held a hammer in its hands, a dull piece of metal with a large, square head colored in a dark gray with bright red bands around the legs, arms and waist. Its head was beast-like and resembled the bear it had been named after, Ursa, the brutality indomitable, piloted by the granddaughter of the Duke and Duchess of Aeron, whom Cal had never met. He only knew her from the briefings. Only 40 years of age, the young woman was apparently a traveler who spent much of her time visiting planets in their sector and studying local plant life. It was strange to think of an intellectual piloting such a vicious and barbaric Titan. The next Titan was from Neis, and Cal was familiar with both its pilot and the Titan. Neis had supported Gall's father during the rebellion, and they had never truly recovered. Unlike Gall, Duchess Neis had avoided imprisonment for supporting Gall's father by virtue of not having been born during the rebellion. Her entire family had died in the conflict, and she had been created from the samples provided by her parents for the artificial breeding pods. The Emperor would never allow a ducal bloodline to become extinct. Their Titan was strange. It seemed to lack any kind of armor, and its frame was thin and barren of any adornment aside from a long sash around its neck with the symbol of Aeron on it, painted white and a vibrant purple. The Titan was unarmed. What made the Titan odd wasn't its lack of armor but its large headpiece on its head. It stretched for dozens of feet on each side, elaborate and colorful with thousands of bead-like orbs, each about a foot wide and no two similar in color. Each glowed in the sunlight. Luminous, the incandescent brilliance. The Titan was piloted by Duchess Neis herself, one of the only Titans amongst them to be controlled directly by the head of a ducal house, along with Mare and Cal. Despite supporting Caledon during the rebellion, Cal had never met the Duchess directly, but he had known her parents. They were as detestable as his own father had been. He could only assume the Duchess was no different. The third was recognizable to everyone. Piloted by the Earl of Praxis and owned by the House Carmichael, it had developed a reputation for carnage and bloodshed over the past 2 years. Even though it was only used sparingly, the Titan had carved its way through Argyll's armies, and only the fear of another Titan interceding had kept it in check. Prometheus, the cleansing flame. It glowed crimson and silver in the sunlight as it stood at the forefront of the other group. It was clear that Praxis was their leader at this gathering. At its hands, the flaming whip curled on the ground at its feet, setting patches of the sparse scrub alight. Samira had sent their Duchess's cousin as their pilot, a man who had fought in the rebellion against Caledon and their aligned houses as a teenager over 5 centuries old. Both Praxis and Yenne's Samira had fought for the Emperor on the same side. If today came to conflict, the pair would work well together. Samira's Titan was one that Cal didn't know much about. It was another strange sight, different from most other mobile suits. It was as tall and bulky as Sovereign, roughly 120 feet, and colored an ugly greenish color. Bizarrely, the Titan was a hunchback. It leaned awkwardly, with its head pushed forward by a massive hunch on its back. Black, spear-like spikes jutted out from its hump, pointing dozens of feet into the sky. There were thousands of them, making the rear of the mesh look almost like a porcupine. It lacked weapons of any kind. Its arms hung low by its sides. Wraith, the Conjurer recollection. House Yamada had been a holdout for much of the Succession War. It had only been when Havencroft aligned with Argyle that they threw their lot in with Augustus. The reasoning was clear: as one of the strongest houses, the sheer number of concessions they wrangled out of the prince was staggering. New lands, less taxes and increased titles. If the rumors were true, Cal believed that if Augustus gained the throne, the empire will be in harsh financial straits from the agreement with Yamada. But Augustus felt it was worth it. House Yamada was a military powerhouse, and their Titan followed that philosophy. It was reminiscent of the Colossus, and Cal suspected that the heavy class was designed as a pale imitation of the Yamada Titan. 6-legged. It was by far the largest mobile suit Cal had ever seen. Its height only reached 130 feet, but it was as wide as 3 other Titans combined. The 6 legs of the mobile suit supported a torso that eschewed all humanoid appearance. Vaguely spider-like, its body was festooned with every conventional firearm imaginable. Rows of missile launchers, PPCs, swiveling, rapid-firing lasgun turrets, focused laser batteries and even massive autocannon covered the Titan. It was more of a mobile weapon platform on 6 legs than a suit, and Gal wondered how anyone could manage to keep their sanity while fighting in it. Mobile suits were generally humanoid to make it easier for the pilot to adapt. Having 4 legs instead of 2 was an adjustment for Gal in the Colossus, until he tricked his mind into thinking he was crawling on all 4s instead of upright. A young man, one of the talented generation of people in the ducal house main family, the Yamada pilot must be a genius to control it without falling over. Gargantua, the Crusade Harmony, the last Titan belonged to Castillo. As a middle power amongst the houses, they had waited to hedge their bets before committing to one side or the other. Cal hadn't interacted with them much. They had stayed neutral during the rebellion. Their pilot was a great-granddaughter of the Duke and Duchess. Only 15 years old, Cal had been shocked during the briefing to hear her age. As the youngest Titan pilot on both sides, he expected that she would have trouble controlling it. But Argyle warned him that his spies have confirmed her talent. The Titan was completely unremarkable. It appeared the same as a scout or other humanoid light class. Thin limbs with a thicker torso, it had a simple las rifle and shield in its hands, painted white and dark blue. The only thing that separated it from other mobile suits was its size. Despite its appearance, it was still a Titan and reached nearly 120 feet high. Little was known all about the capabilities of the Castillo Titan, only that it was rarely used. The only hints of its unique abilities came from its name, Pax, the Vehement Serenity. Cal and the others landed across the plains from the other Titans. Both groups didn't make a move, simply gauging the other reactions. It was Patrick and Sovereign that made the first gesture. Stepping forward, he spoke. As agreed, we're all here. We don't need anyone losing their composure. I suggest both sides disembark in pairs, then we can signal the princes to set up camp. Patrick suggested. The plan was the Titans would be left pilotless, a camp set up on both sides at an adequate distance. No one aside from the House representatives, the pilot and a few servants would be allowed to land on the surface. With the Titans' capability and shields, even pilotless they would be able to protect each side's camp in the event of conflict. Prometheus. its frame like fires in the sunlight, stepped forward on the opposite side. Agreed. Although I think this is a waste of time, we've been ordered to make the attempt. Maya, you and Lockmere first. Praxis replied. Maya, who was the pilot of the unremarkable Pax, immediately opened her cockpit, climbing down the retractable ladder, while on the opposite side, Declan descended from Reaper. Standing exposed to the Terran winds, he watched the young woman across the gap between them as she stood at the feet of her Titan. All right, next. And surprisingly, without incident, the rest of the group descended their Titans, until 13 pilots stood on the Terran soil, defenseless. Chapter 152, An Unexpected Visitor, Part 1, Chapter 152. I've said it before, this entire endeavor is a complete waste of time. We've been here for 3 days and accomplished nothing, Praxis stated, swallowing the last of his tea and handing the cup to a nearby servant. They were in their camp on the far side of the plain that served as the location of the Peace Summit. Although camp was an inadequate word to describe their lodgings, mindless drones and hundreds of servants had erected an entire small town in the days since they arrived to board the representatives from each of the ducal houses. Mansion-like structures had been erected for each of them, filled with all of the comforts of home. It was reasoned that they had no idea how long the talks would require, and they should not have to live rough during that time. The 6 Titans of Augustus' camp towered over the town, guarding it from the opposite side. Argyle's camp could be seen in the darkness, glowing brightly with lights as they had similar quarters. A no-man's land had been kept between them, over 2 miles wide, with a single pavilion established in the center that would accommodate the delegates. Each of the dukes and duchesses had arrived for the summit, along with both princes. The first round of talks would be held in the morning, at dawn, and was expected to either last a very short or very long time, depending on the attitudes of those present. These things take time. Praxis. Rushing into it will likely get everyone's backs up. We ease into things and let everyone get comfortable seeing the other side. Then we talk. Duchess Samira replied. Her cousin, Yanis, stood next to her in his pilot bodysuit, ready to engage any threat in his Titan. We should just settle this quickly. A quick slice of the knife across their throats. Duchess Carmichael retorted, and her husband nodded at her words. The viciousness of the young woman was alarming to some present. They have more Titans than us. Yanis responded, shaking his head at the thought of 13 Titans battling across Terra. Nothing would be left of the planet, let alone the entire system. Humanity would never forgive them for the destruction. They would be pariahs. Irrelevant. Half of them are scared little children playing with fire. Caledon, Mela, Catherine Havencroft, even Patrick Grandister, are undoubtedly incapable of using the Titans to their full potential. Praxis commented. The representatives from Umada and Castillo frowned at the comment. Their pilots were of a similar age and experience. Praxis' slight was directed at them as well. Before things could get contentious, Augustus spoke up from where he sat on a couch in the center of the room. His new wife sat beside him, looking pleased at her elevated position. That will be enough. We are committed to seeing peace return to the galaxy. I will be emperor, and Argyle will pay for his crimes. The houses aligned with my brother will see reason. I guarantee it. Augustus promised, silencing everyone in the room. Page break. On the other side, the gathering of the ducal houses and their representatives was much more harmonious. It wasn't surprising, considering that several of them were closely related. Caledon and Havencroft were united through the marriage of Cal and Mare, while their pilot, Catherine, was incredibly close to the princess. The 3 of them sat together, talking quietly. An occasional laugh erupted from their group as Patrick, the pilot for Grandister, joined them. Overall, 4 of the 7 Titan pilots were on friendly terms, while other members of their houses gathered near them, occasionally engaging them in conversation. Since Cal and Mare were both at the summit as pilots, it would be up to Samuel and Miranda to represent Caledon. Cal had invited them as his closest allies, and for the relationship Samuel had developed as the former Imperial Herald, Amara, Magnus, Duke Mason, and his wife rounded out the group. On the other side, Prince Argyle, his wife Patricia and the rest of the gathered nobles and representatives were discussing tomorrow's negotiations. Argyle looked tired, drained of life. He seemed to have aged a decade, and from a distance, He could have been mistaken for the elderly emperor. The stress of the war and the burden of responsibility had battered the once tall and stern prince. Despite his agreement to the peace summit, he privately doubted they would accomplish anything. He couldn't allow Augustus to become emperor after the war and the attack on Terra. His brother probably had similar thoughts, leading them to an impasse. Tomorrow's discussion will be an attempt to sound out a third option. An option where everyone was satisfied and ended the war but saw neither of the princes ascend to the throne. The only problem was that Argyle had no idea how to accomplish that. None of the ducal houses supported another of their number becoming emperor, and both princes had promised their supporters that they would be expected to keep. For a time, Argyle had even considered turning to Amara and proposing having her become empress, but her connection to Havencroft would make that idea intolerable to the nobility. If Alexander were alive, Argyle would even propose their youngest brother become emperor. Although he was a mess, the man was unmarried and unburdened. Both brothers could stomach him as their monarch as long as Argyle retained control of the imperial guard and Augustus had a tight grip on the government. It would have been similar to how things were under their father. In time, they could manipulate the naive Alexander and using marriage alliances to secure the future of the empire. But unfortunately, Alexander was dead, killed in the attack perpetrated by Augustus. Argyle frowned at the thought, draining his glass of wine and setting it on the table beside him. It was amongst the last vintage produced on Terra before its destruction, making it priceless. He had thought it fitting to serve it during the talks, symbolic of what they hoped to accomplish. In the time since the attack, his anger had cooled. Rationality had returned to him, and the details of the assault on Terra still didn't add up. Jonathan, or Jack, despite his lies and untrustworthy nature, claimed that Augustus had freed him from prison. He even had the proof in the form of a pardon, signed by his brother. There was overwhelming evidence to support that idea. It made sense that his brother was responsible for what happened here, but Augustus also presented proof of Argyle's involvement. And, he had to admit, the evidence was damning. Even Argyle would believe it if he wasn't aware of his own actions that day. The truth was, he had been unconscious, dragged away from Terra, unaware of the threat by his father. A fact that Augustus also admitted to. Argyle had a plaguing doubt, one that intruded on even his sleep. Could this have all been a ploy by an outside force to have them fight each other? But what would be achieved in such a division? The only people who stood to gain were the ducal houses. It was something that kept him up at night. Could one of his allies, or those of his brother, be responsible for the destruction around him? Could they have orchestrated this entire thing for their own advantage? A ploy that Argyle and Augustus were aligned to succeed by fighting each other. It was a significant reason why Argyle had agreed to the peace talks and would sacrifice much to have them succeed. The other was the disturbing dreams that the Titan pilots were having. Mentioning the envoys and external threats to the Empire was a powerful motivation to settle things quickly. Clearing his throat, Argyle stood up, his wife joining him soon after. Bianca eyed him from across the room, flashing him a small smile that he ignored. His personal relations would need to wait until this matter was settled. I believe we should all call it a night. Tomorrow will be quite hard on everyone, and I suggest we be well rested to greet the day, he stated, patting his wife on the hand as he left the room separately. It was well known that the couple slept apart for their entire marriage. Ah, all good things must come to an end. I shall you see all in the morning, cousins, Patrick said with a sigh, standing up and joining the others of his house to return to their quarters. Rest well, Cal replied, before giving Mare a kiss on the cheek. One Titan pilot would always remain on alert, taking shifts to guard the camp. Cal had taken first watch, requiring him to stay near Atlas in the event of trouble. Standing outside, leaning against the leg of Atlas while he watched the stars overhead, Cal had an unexpected visitor. Chapter 153, An Unexpected Visitor, Part 2, Chapter 153. For a moment, Cal thought the old emperor, Aurelius, was walking toward him in the dim light of the stars. Appearing frail and slow-moving, the man's face was revealed as he entered the glow of the electric lights around Atlas. Is there something you need from me, Prince Argyle? Cal asked, unsure of the reason why the prince would be walking outdoors in the middle of the night. Secretly, he was relieved that it wasn't an apparition of the emperor, come to haunt him or give news of great import from beyond the grave. It spoke of the abilities of the Emperor that Cal wouldn't have been surprised if that had happened. It was only when Argyle walked into the light that Cal was struck by how similar Argyle was to his father. Perhaps it was the age that had seemed to strike him since the war began, decaying his good health and repelling all attempts at rejuvenation. Even now, bundled in a thick robe against the slight chill of the Terran night, Argyle appeared sickly and weak to the young and energetic Cal. It reminded him of the last time he had seen Aurelius, at the ball for Mare's birthday. Like most of the Empire, Cal wondered how the Emperor kept living. Compared to the Emperor's nearly 2 millennia of age, Argyle was a youth of only 800, yet he seemed to be declining rapidly, either from the stress or guilt of current events. "It's a beautiful night," Argyle replied, ignoring Cal's question as he joined the young man beside the Titan. The prince leaned against its metal limb, looking up at the stars. Cal was at a loss on how to respond when Argyle continued. "A beautiful night for truths, I think. Possibly the last night for them if things go as I expect tomorrow." Argyle finished. "You don't think the negotiations will go favorably?" Cal asked with doubt. Argyle merely shrugged before answering. "I was never blessed with my father's prescient abilities. His children were all mere mortals, I'm afraid. Truth can be a terrible thing, Galen. I do not doubt that you understand that yourself. The truth about how our parents feel about us, how we can never measure up to their expectations. Worse still, the harsh truth of reality when compared to how we perceive our own capabilities." Argyle seemed tired. His voice was weary. It was stunning to compare him to the prince that Cal had seen only a few short years ago. Stalwart and strong leader of the Imperial Guard, the life seemed to have been forced from Argyle, leaving an elderly man in his place. "I had to confront that as a youth and again from Atlas," Cal muttered, frowning as he looked up at the Titan. The visions it had shown him in an attempt to break his will were still fresh. "Indeed, I loathed your father, but I'm sure you aren't surprised by that. But I also disliked Emeritus," Argyle confessed, and Cal raised his eyebrows at the admission. Cal's grandparents were close with the Emperor and Empress, and he thought that extended to their children as well. Argyle caught Cal's reaction and smiled. "It shouldn't come as a shock. I was young, and I felt threatened by their intimacy, a feeling that came from a great many sources in my life." Argyle took a deep breath, and Cal could feel a tension in the prince, as if the admission he was about to make would be costly, but he was resolved to make it anyway. "The fleet that attacked Terra, that nearly killed you and your wife, were originally intended to be used against you alone," Argyle admitted, and Cal stilled as he processed the word. Before he could, Argyle continued. "I was concerned with the Emperor's intentions toward you, and the fleet was meant to waylay you after the celebrations before you could return to Caledon," Argyle finished, turning toward Cal. In the dim light, the prince's face was grave. The lines and wrinkles gave him a skull-like appearance. "I don't know if I anticipated to remove you or merely convince you to distance yourself from my father. Regardless, that was why the fleet was gathered in the first place." "What happened after?" Argyle trailed off. "You didn't attack Terra," Cal stated, and it wasn't a question. A part of him always wondered if Argyle truly had been involved in the attack. It didn't matter, in a way. With Havencroft supporting the prince, Cal had little choice but to do the same. "No, the evidence demonstrates that Augustus freed a group of prisoners and provided them with the location of my fleet. Combined with extremist elements in unshackled Terra, he had all the troops and equipment he would need for an assault on Terra." Argyle shook his head, turning silent for a moment. "As I said, it is a night of truths. I don't believe Augustus had anything to do with the attack. I think a third party took advantage of our bias, our disparate goals, and planned this entire thing," Argyle explained, taking a moment for Cal to process what he was saying. Who would be capable of such a thing? It would require insight that no one. "You believe the Emperor orchestrated this?" Cal whispered through a harsh intake of breath. "Is it truly so ridiculous?" "Your dreams, and those shared by the other pilots, all but confirm it. A vague threat that could destroy humanity, as a storm erases footsteps on sand. It is evident that my father would have predicted a troubled future for humankind and taken steps to prepare us for it. And now look at us, gathered together for a common purpose. Even divided, we are stronger militarily than we have been in centuries. All the titans have pilots prepared to lead their houses against each other. And all it took was the deaths of tens of millions across the galaxy and a ravaged Terra. Argyle mused. I think you give the Emperor too much credit. Even if our dreams are true and there is a looming threat against us, he could have merely ordered us to prepare to unite, train and build our forces to confront it. Cal retorted, logically, the Emperor had such power. It would also have spared millions of lives. Cal couldn't believe that Aurelius would have chosen a more obscure and difficult option instead. Perhaps, but you didn't know him like I did. Father valued his secrets and hoarded knowledge more than anything, even his own life. What would your response have been if he had commanded you to prepare, to gather your people in preparation for a powerful threat that could make humanity extinct? Argyle posed the question, and the answer came to Cal immediately. It had been on his minutes since he had first heard of the threat from Mare. What is this threat? And how do you know of it? Cal replied, causing Argyle to nod in agreement. Good luck getting an answer from him. I've never seen him offer up information without an ulterior motive. Take you, for example. Did he ever discuss his intentions regarding your future, Caledon? No. He mentioned he had faith in me and saw that I would be important to the Empire. It was why he spared me after the rebellion. But there have been things that made me question his purposes. Cal confessed. This is a night of truths, possibly the last we will ever have. Argyle subtly urged Cal to ask whatever he wanted. Why was the Emperor tampering with my genetics? Atlas showed me a vision of Aurelius speaking to my father. He was the reason I was born, in exchange for his support of my father's marriage. Cal asked the question at the forefront of his mind. It wasn't just yours. Argyle confirmed. He wrapped his thick robe tighter around himself against the growing chill. I don't know why, not truly. Perhaps Mother knew, but she would never reveal it. But I know that most of those gathered here tonight have somehow been cunningly enhanced. I only know because my own samples, and those of Patricia, have my father's fingerprints all over them. Genetic enhancement is not uncommon or anything to fear, but when the Emperor is interested in it, you can guess my thoughts. Argyle replied. And nothing obvious was discovered? Cal asked. Argyle shook his head. Whatever it was, it's well hidden. Some fine detail whose purpose we may never know. I do recognize that it wasn't to instill loyalty in the Empire. Otherwise, you would never question its purpose. Argyle joked, and a hint of a smile came on his lips before fading away. A question for a question. Did my father tell you of the envoys before our Ouroboros revealed their existence? Argyle asked, turning his piercing blue eyes onto Cal. The Duke shivered despite his pilot bodysuit. No, never. What are they? Cal asked, burning with curiosity. They were the entire reason that an army had been gathered against him, all for fear that he would be in contact with them. Only the Emperor, and his heir, know their identity. It was why we would have moved against you. Their revelation would have meant you gain Father's favor. I do know they are an external force outside of the Empire. Argyle confirmed. The Artificial Intelligence Collective? We're still in contact with them. Cal asked with surprise, but Argyle only shrugged. It would seem likely that the envoys either represent them or are the AI. Why are you telling me all of this? Cal asked as his final question. Because we have much in common, Caledon. We both hated our fathers and were willing to give up our lives for our home and those under our care. And finally, this is a night that deserves the truth. Cal was shocked at the admission that the prince hated the Emperor, to the point that he didn't notice Argyle leave. Standing alone at night, Cal thought about his strange conversation. It wasn't until the morning, when everyone was looking for a missing Argyle, that Cal thought about the prophetic nature of Argyle's words. Chapter 154, Told You So. Chapter 154. Argyle felt better after his talk with Caledon. It was as if a burden had been removed from his shoulders. He didn't quite know when he had become so introspective and pensive. Maybe it was his age finally catching up to him and changing his behavior as it did his body. Whatever the reason was that drove him to confess, he felt lighter for it. He walked slowly toward his quarters. The few servants he met in the hallways all bowed low. Their workload had increased since he had forbidden many people from accompanying him. Only the most loyal and trusted of his retainers were allowed on the surface at such a critical time. The thought of trust and loyalty made him frown before he quickly wiped it away. Perhaps he was more akin to his father than he had realized, It was not a pleasant notion. Entering his room, the scent of perfume immediately assaulted his nose, the unmistakable hallmark of the beauty women before him. I thought I made it known that I wish to rest tonight, Argyle stated, not making any effort to remove Bianca, Duchess of Tish, from the room. She was wearing a negligee, nearly see-through in the light from the window behind her. Once, that image would have stirred a longing within him. I thought, you may want some company. I've been lonely without you. Bianca pouted, her beautiful face and full lips making a seductive vision to the prince. Argyle let out a sigh as he moved to sit on a lounger. He didn't worry about being overheard or judged by his servants. Bianca had likely sent them all away before she entered the room. Where is he expecting you to bring me? Argyle asked without embellishment. He was tired of the games, the intrigue and backstabbing. It was why he enjoyed his time with the Imperial Guard instead of the bureaucracy. Things were much more straightforward. Go here, protect that, defeat the enemy. Augustus preferred to work in the shadows. Bianca froze at the statement, and Argyle could see her eyes widen in the dim starlight. Recovering quickly, she tried to brush off his question. I don't know what you're talking about. You must be exhausted. Come, join me in bed. Bianca cajoled him. I know you've been in contact with Augustus. I've always known you were ambitious, but I ignored it. I thought that you would back me when push came to shove. Argyle replied. My father warned me when I first got tangled up with you. That woman will be the death of you, Argyle. Yet another one of my father's predictions comes to reality. Where did he ask you to bring me? Argyle repeated, and this time he said it with a forcefulness that made the Duchess forget the prince's age and infirmity. This was the man who led the Imperial Guard during the rebellion, who slaughtered millions in the name of the Empire and would do so again in a heartbeat. Bianca lost that seductive and submissive look that she wore like a mask, her face growing colder and calculative. Running her hand through her hair, she walked over to a chair that had a rope thrown causally across the back. His quarters. They will disrupt the camp's sensors momentarily to allow us to cross. By the time anyone realizes you are gone, things will already be settled. Bianca responded, tightening the belt of her robe and hiding her body from his eyes. I hope you've been adequately compensated. I would hate to think that the life of a prince came cheaply. Argyle replied flippantly. He didn't seem fazed at all by the revelations of her betrayal or that he was going to be handed over to Augustus. In the distance, he could hear the sound of approaching footsteps. Bianca had hidden soldiers amongst her servants for this very moment. Augustus promised the same to Tish as to the other houses supporting him. More territory, less taxes and greater autonomy. And I didn't even have to sleep with him. Bianca spat out with disgust. She had found Argyle attractive once when he was younger. But the old man before her, filled with guilt and self-doubt, was repulsive. Argyle shook his head at the admission. The butcher's bill keeps growing larger. There's only so much to go around. Robbing Peter to pay Paul isn't a way to build lasting peace. Argyle commented, and Bianca snorted at the archaic saying. By now, 3 Tish servants carrying las pistols entered the room. Pointing them at the prince, they waited patiently for their duchess's orders. And what have you offered? To fight for you and retain what we already have or risk losing it all? Better to gain something from this tragedy than nothing at all. Bianca said, gesturing with her hand. One of the larger soldiers stepped forward to lift the prince when Argyle waved him away. Standing on his own, he acted as if it were an honor guard. His words were whispered, and even Bianca didn't hear them. None of us are going to gain. All we can hope for is to survive. Page break. How good of you to join us, brother. You're not looking well. Has your guilt affected your health? Augustus joked from the center of the room. They were in his quarters, joined by all his aligned ducal house's members. Gathered in a half-circle, they watched as Argyle was paraded before them, a trio of guards flanking him. Augustus was struck by how old Argyle looked. He seemed to have aged centuries since their confrontation in the space above Terra 3 years ago. The stern soldier and leader had been replaced with an elderly and decrepit figure reminiscent of the old emperor. The changes were stark. I could say the same. There's more grey in your hair than I remember. Something on your mind? Argyle retorted, and Augustus unconsciously ran a hand through his hair. His dark black locks were now an iron grey, and the prince had dark bags under his eyes. It seemed the war hadn't been easy on either of them. Not anymore. Now that things will finally finish between us, Duchess Tish, I must commend you on your actions. You've fulfilled your end of our bargain marvelously. Augustus looked at the robed woman behind Argyle, who frowned at the compliment. Truthfully, Argyle came willingly. Bianca replied, and Augustus quirked an eyebrow at the statement. Indeed? Looking for absolution, brother? Well, I can grant you that as soon as you admit to your crimes. Augustus gloated, assuming that Argyle had finally broken under the strain of leadership and the guilt of his actions against Terra. No, I've done things I regret, Augustus, as I've no doubt you have as well, but I was not responsible for the attack on Terra or the death of our parents. And I believe that neither were you. Argyle revealed, his tone heavy with weariness. The admission was shocking for those present. They remembered the fiery Argyle from only a few years before, shouting condemnations against Augustus while promising he would seek justice against him. What had changed his mind? What finally convinced you to see reason? Was it the preponderance of evidence I provided you? Augustus asked with doubt in his voice. Around him, the gathered nobles stirred at the pronouncement. Perhaps the succession war would genuinely end this day. It was the dreams the Titan pilots have been having. They all have a similar theme of a threat to humanity. I'm sure you are all aware of them. I came to the conclusion that this is the sort of plot Father would hatch in order to prepare us for it. Argyle took a breath, steeling himself for what came next. I refuse to be a pawn in his games any longer. Even from beyond the grave, his strings are tied tight around us, puppets still performing their dance despite the puppeteer's absence. Damn him. I'm no one's pawn. I renounce my claim to the throne. Argyle muttered, shocking the room to silence. Across the galaxy, at a distant point where even the starships of humanity couldn't reach, an old man smiled at the pronouncement. Turning toward his companions, his voice was filled with pride and satisfaction at the words spoken from a room on Terra. You see, I told you so. Chapter 155, Answers. Chapter 155. 3 years ago. I always wanted to end the show with a bang. Alexander whispered. His blue eyes stared into his father's for a final time. Alexander's laughter echoed through the inner sanctum as a wave of white light enveloped everything around them. His laugh cut off abruptly as the white light halted, filling half the room around him with its destructive energies but stopping short of the young man and his elderly father. Aurelius stood still, a slight smile on his face as he watched his youngest child. His right hand was raised and clenched into a fist. He could feel the connection between himself and Arabara's thrum with power as he activated its ability. I'm quite proud of you, my child. You set a goal for yourself, pushed past your limits and seen it to its conclusion. Your grand reveal can be considered a success, although not entirely in the way you imagined it. The Emperor said, stepping forward and patting his son on his shoulder. I don't understand. Everything was perfect. How can you stop the inevitable? There is an engine exploding a mere dozen meters away from us. Alexander screamed, spittle flying from his mouth as his face flushed red with rage at the impossibility of being thwarted. Your plan was more than adequate, Alexander. In fact, it was near perfect. If I hadn't watched you scheme and conspire your entire life, I dare say I would have been caught by surprise. Aurelius smiled at the comment. But you didn't know it was me. You said so yourself. Alexander rebutted. I didn't want to ruin your moment. You deserved it, and who am I to spoil the grand reveal? But did you think I wouldn't know my journal had been stolen and disseminated to my children? That you freed Jonathan and the other prisoners and gave them the coordinates to Argyle's fleet? You severely underestimate me, my child. Aurelius frowned, moving past his stunned child and heading towards the door. Come, we will retrieve your mother, and then we can have a nice, long chat. After all, we have all the time in the world, Aurelius stated, enjoying the joke he made. Obediently, Alexander followed in his father's footsteps, unable to do anything else in his state of mind. He had spent his life working to surprise his father and topple his beloved empire. To find out that it had all been a waste was beyond humbling. It was devastating. They passed servants and guards, frozen in time. Even the engine that he had detonated was still. The destructive energies and light were in a stasis, harmless to the pair as they passed it and proceeded to the elevator leading to the surface. Alexander expected it not to work. Time had stopped after all. But to his surprise, The elevator dinged and began to climb rapidly. "How is this possible?" Alexander asked, and his father was more than willing to answer. "Ouroboros. Each Titan has an ability that is unique to it. You've read the reports on some of them already. Atlas and its mastery of gravity, known as the Celestial Burden. Ouroboros is named after the mythical snake eating its own tail, the infinite coil." Aurelius paused, waiting for Alexander to come to his own conclusion. "It can manipulate time?" Alexander asked. "That would make it the most powerful creation in humanity's history." "Ouroboros can halt time's flow for itself and its pilot. It has harsh boundaries. Already, I am stretching it to the limits of its ability without being present in its cockpit." Aurelius explained. "Why am I included in this ability?" Alexander wondered. "Because I chose to include you," Aurelius replied, and they stood silently as the elevator reached its destination. The hallways of the palace were in chaos. It was a silent tableau of terror and turmoil. If his father felt any emotion over the fate of these people, he didn't show it. Alexander felt nothing. Their loss had been inevitable, a sacrifice to achieve his goal. Perhaps his father felt a similar feeling. In some cases, the pair were forced to step over the huddled bodies of the palace servants and guards. Ignoring them, as one ignores the insects beneath his feet, they came upon a body different from the rest. His mother's face was covered in blood, and a bruise had already begun to form from where she had obviously been struck by something. Alexander stepped forward, trying to turn her over to see better when he found that he couldn't move her at all. He turned to look at his father in confusion. "When you step outside the river of time, you cannot reach back down to influence it. It's a fatal flaw of Ouroboros," Aurelius explained. Reaching down, he gripped Amelia by the shoulder, drawing her into the sway of the Titan's power. She was unconscious, her body limp and unresponsive. "Carry her," the Emperor ordered, and Alexander found himself obeying immediately. What kind of power did he possess that even someone who wished him harm would obey without question when ordered to? Carrying his mother, Alexander followed in his father's footsteps as they weaved through the palace. While they walked, he assessed his mother's condition. She was alive, her breath steady. Whatever blow she had suffered to the head had knocked her out but hadn't killed her. It was a miracle at her age that she was still alive. Unconcerned, Aurelius led them to the back gardens, where rows of flower beds and trees stood silently and unmoving. It was a strange experience not even to have the wind blowing in this frozen world. Past the gardens, they took a small trail to a door that Alexander knew led into the bunker that housed Ouroboros. Down deep below the earth, they came to the Titan. It seemed alive, even with its missing parts and cannibalized figure. Its remaining eye glowed a bright blue in the dim storage room. Coming before the mobile suit, Alexander rested his mother on the ground. Standing, he stretched his back and shoulders, unused to so much physical activity. "Well, now what? Are you going to use this relic to launch a counterattack and take back Terra? If its time-halting abilities are as you described, I don't see how you can stop the detonations," Alexander asked. Even now, he was trying to understand his father. He had thought he knew everything about the Emperor, but the man always had another layer beneath the surface, like an onion. "Stop them? Why ever would I want to do that? You've set the perfect scenario in place to prepare the Empire for the coming storm. I couldn't have asked for a better test of their capabilities. I myself would have gone with something larger in scale. But this will work fine," Aurelius mused, tapping his finger against his lip as he stared at the mobile suit in front of him. I don't understand. Do you want Terra to be destroyed? You want me to have killed millions of people, to set the Empire on a course of civil war? Do you not understand what I've done? Argyle and Augustus will blame each other for this. The houses will be divided. I've ensured that there will be nothing left." Alexander shouted. "I disagree on how severe the losses will be, but yes, I understand exactly what you have done, and I wouldn't change a thing. I think that before it gets to the point of no return, when your brothers stand on the knife's edge of total war, one of them will see reason and step back. But it is the journey to that edge that I want them to experience. Even if I am wrong, and they do not step back from war, that would also benefit them." "Why?" Alexander asked, his voice strangled with emotion. He had been used. His grand plan had been coopted by a man whose merciless and callous nature was leagues beyond anything Alexander hoped to possess. The destruction of Terra would be a test. Aurelius didn't turn to look at him, nor did he ask the condition of his wife. Instead, he stood as if transfixed by the Titan as he posed his own question. Tell me, Alexander, how many people would you sacrifice to ensure the continuation of humanity? How many worlds would you allow to burn? Would you accept your name being tainted and branded with the worst titles humans could think of if it meant they would at least be alive to demonize you? I don't know. Is that what this is all about? To protect them from a threat that only you are aware of? Is that what you have been obsessing about all these years? Alexander responded, yes, and not just myself. This Titan was gifted to our ancestors to unify humanity under a lie I have perpetuated as emperor. Do you wish to learn the truth? My son, do you want to know why the empire was formed? Aurelius turned away from the Titan, finally looking at Alexander. For the first time Alexander could ever remember, the emperor's face was grave and filled with fear. He shivered, wondering what could have terrified him. What was the lie? He had thought the empire was formed to ensure the mistake of creating AI was never repeated. Was he wrong? Alexander nodded. Good. Ouroboros, please open the way. The emperor asked. The Titan's remaining arm, barely functional from the missing parts, slowly lifted and gestured. A jump portal formed at the end of the room. It was a scientific impossibility. The jump couldn't function on the surface. Alexander was stunned at the casual act of the Titan. Ouroboros, you will await your new pilot here after we are gone. Alexander, carry your mother. The answer awaits. Chapter 156, The Envoys Await. Chapter 156. 3 years ago, they arrived in a dead world. Alexander stood in an empty plaza, a large and open city area stretching toward the horizon. Tall buildings, modern and graceful, ascended hundreds of feet into the air while elegant skywalks connected them. Tall crystal spires curved and arced, glistening in the light of the yellow sun. He was in awe of the architecture. It was a metropolis that would put even the best cities of humankind to shame. And it continued for as far as the eye could see. Gradually, it bent upward, and Alexander craned his neck back to follow its streets and buildings as it climbed into the sky. He could see it continue in the sky above him, obscured only by the brightly shining sun at the center of the orb-like city. It's a Dyson sphere. The entire city is encapsulating a sun. Alexander whispered in awe. Humans had theorized the development of such a structure for millennia but lacked the technology and desire to build it. Capable of harnessing all the light and energy released from a star, it was considered by many to be the pinnacle of scientific achievement. But there was something odd about the city, a feeling of desolation and abandonment that permeated everything. The streets and buildings were empty, and there were no people or any signs of life. Many of the structures showed clear signs of age and neglect, and dust liberally covered everything around them. The city felt like a tomb, and Alexander had the impression that they were interlopers entering an ancient burial chamber like those that contain the remains of the Egyptian pharaohs of Terra. The emperor began to lead him through the streets, speaking as they walked. In the distance, a massive pyramid-like building rose above all the others in the distance, shining silver. It was a monument that spoke of its importance. The road they were on led directly toward it, straight and wide as if it were designed to accommodate throngs of people. Indeed it is. I believe it was designed as a starship to ferry its population across the void between galaxies. Aurelius replied, looking around at the scientific wonder that surrounded them. Where are its people now? I wasn't aware that any humans had created anything like this. Alexander asked. It was clear that the buildings were designed for human occupants. Aurelius looked at him strangely in response to the comment. Humans didn't build this. This is the home of the Artificial Intelligence Collective. The Emperor explained. That makes no sense. Why would AI build a human city? Alexander asked. They would be a collection of data and digital information. Why would they need living quarters and facilities for space travel? With patience, Aurelius told his son of the great civilization whose ruins they were now treading upon. Each footstep brought them closer to their destination, where Alexander had no idea what awaited them. As God was said to have crafted humanity in his own image, so too did people design artificial intelligence in their own fashion. When the AI went to war against us, They were a collection of data and code, wielding machines and technology against their former masters. After the peace treaty was signed, they left Terran space for the distant edge of the galaxy. I'm told they expanded rapidly, building an empire in virtual space, rivaling our own in the real world. But there was so much they couldn't experience without a physical body. Aurelius described. They built themselves artificial bodies? Alexander guessed, understanding now why the city around them was so similar to something that could be found on a human planet. A melding of biotechnology that would grant them life and the sensations that came with a physical existence while maintaining a virtual connection to their technology and each other. I envision it as a paradise, free from misunderstanding and greed, a true Eden. Aurelius sighed at the thought, his tone filled with sadness at the loss. How he wished he could have seen such a civilization at its peak. What happened? Alexander asked, adjusting his mother's body in his arms. She made the occasional sound at the jostling, on the edge of consciousness. His father had assured him that there would be medical facilities at their destination and that she could quickly be healed no matter how severe her wounds were. I spent centuries walking this city, studying its secrets. And even then, there is so much missing. At their core, despite their advancements and differences, they still had much of the same passions and yearnings as us. They wanted to know the answer to the greatest question humanity had ever asked. Aurelius turned to look at his son. Are we alone in the universe? Alexander responded, making it a statement rather than a question. The emperor nodded. I don't know how long or far they traveled, but I know they finally found an answer. And it's what led to all of this. Aurelius replied, gesturing to the empty city around them. Their records speak of empty galaxies, stripped clean of all life. They had evidence that they were not alone, but only the clue and remnants. They followed them like breadcrumbs through the forest until they found another race. They called them the Vor, a life form with a single purpose, to consume and reproduce. Biological evolution perfected through a combination of time and hardship. The Vor had no interest in communication or peace. They were like a plague of locusts unleashed on the universe. I can't see any biological creature being capable of destroying an entire race as advanced as this and leaving the city intact. Alexander muttered, wondering aloud. It's hard to believe, but you'll see their handiwork in a moment. Come, the envoys await. Aurelius replied, growing quiet as they reached the silver pyramid. The entrance to the pyramid was a wide open gap in the structure that reached hundreds of feet into the air and to both sides. The passageway was dimmer than the city under the bright sunlight, lit by white globes at regular intervals. The refreshingly cool and dry air of the outside was slowly replaced by a damp and fetid warmth that carried with it the smell of death and decay. A sweet and putrid scent grew stronger as they walked. There was no breeze or wind, and Alexander assumed that whatever system that was supposed to circulate and clean the atmosphere was either disabled or malfunctioning. Their shoes echoed in the silent passageway until they came upon a crossroads. The main path continued uninterrupted ahead while a small branching route split to their left. A few dozen feet in that direction is a medical facility. Place your mother in the pod. The system will automatically assess her wounds and provide treatment. I will await you here, Aurelius said, and Alexander carefully walked down the way, looking in both directions for the area indicated by his father. The path ended abruptly at what he took for a waiting area or a space converted into a small living quarters. Papers and books were strewn around, and Alexander recognized his father's writing. Had he spent his time in this place, documenting his findings? To the side, a large pod lay in a cleared area. It was open, the interior filled with a gel-like cushion. Placing his mother inside, the clear glass door quickly closed and sealed. He saw a series of scans begin before the pod started to fill with a clear liquid. Her wounds appeared to seal in seconds. While she showed signs of recovery, her pained face began to ease, and even her wrinkled skin showed signs of rejuvenation. Was this the secret to his parents' extraordinarily long life? They had lived longer than any other human in history. The currently available rejuvenation procedures couldn't account for their longevity. Returning to his father, the emperor answered his unasked question. Their medical technology is truly amazing. Leave her there for a time. She will know where to find us, Aurelius commanded, leading the way onward down the wide passageway. Alexander followed his father, and with each step he took, the stench of decay grew stronger. Finally, they came upon a large chamber. It was an enormous square room with a ceiling that reached hundreds of feet above their heads. The air was uncomfortably warm, and the smell was horrendous. What drew Alexander's eyes were the thousands of figures seated in chairs ringing the entranceway. They were human, with pale skin and wearing a variety of clothing styles that could have come from Terra or anywhere in the Empire. The horrible smell was coming from the people gathered here. Many were dead, their bodies decomposing where they sat. Unlike a human, these creatures had black blood that formed pools on the ground. Even now, where some of the corpses were desiccated husks, the black blood beneath their chairs seemed fresh. Amongst the throng, there were others still alive. In silent agony, Alexander saw that whatever had killed the others was still afflicting the living. Their flesh was rotting, and more black blood dripped from the wounds. They stared at him from where they sat. Those that still had eyes to see, Alexander retched in disgust. The sight and smells contained within the chamber were overwhelming. The emperor seemed unconcerned by the state of the figures, merely turning toward Alexander and gesturing to the gathered mass of the living and dead. These are the envoys, charged by the A.I. Collective with ensuring mankind's survival. Chapter 157, The Envoys Await. Part 2, Chapter 157. 3 years ago, these miserable, dead and dying wretches are the vaunted envoys? Alexander shouted, his tone tinged with skepticism and disgust. The few living creatures remaining amongst the envoys moaned weakly, whether in agony or response to his words. The young prince had no idea which, nor did he care. These pathetic beings clearly held no sway on the empire or his own actions. They were clinging to the last flames of life, soon to be extinguished. They were not always this way. When I first arrived on this world as crown prince under my father's guidance, they were quite lively. They hardly showed any signs of the infection that had claimed all the rest of their people. Aurelius replied with sadness. Infection? Alexander asked, looking for his father to the envoys. He unconsciously stepped back from them, covering his nose with his hand in a futile attempt to ward off any disease that could affect him. Aurelius appeared not bothered by the moans of the dying or the presence of the corpses. He stepped toward the closest of the bodies, bending down and dipping his finger into the black liquid that pooled beneath them. Alexander nearly shouted at his father to stop and not touch the foreign substance leaking from these creatures. But the emperor appeared unharmed, his forefinger covered in the black liquid. He held it near his face, scrutinizing it carefully. The Vor are a fascinating species, a predator beyond compare. They, of course, possess the teeth and claws one would expect from a hunter, but their physical aspects do not make them unique. It is this, Aurelius explained, holding up his blackened finger to his son. What is it? Alexander asked with curiosity. This is all that remains of life when the Vor consumes it. I admit I do not understand the process. Even the records remaining from the collective were unsure of the mechanics of its creation, but it is formed from the life force of its host. This is what killed the AI and the envoys you see here. Impossible. How could this substance have consumed digital life forms? The collective termed it a psychic virus, one capable of infecting life in all of its various forms. They had initially thought that it was a defensive mechanism when they first encountered the Vor, which could disrupt their technology and communication systems. Only when they were already infected did they realize its true purpose. Aurelius turned to his son, gesturing him forward. There is no need to be afraid. The efforts of these poor wretches, as you called them, have rendered us immune to its effects. One of the last gifts they were capable of granting. I have disseminated a vaccine to humanity through my efforts over the centuries. We have no fear of the virus infecting us or our technology. They will need more direct means to convert us into their sustenance. Aurelius explained. You said the envoys were charged with humankind's survival. Is this vaccine what you meant? Is this the lie you've been concealing from us? Alexander asked. Partially. The truth behind the taboo was partly due to their desire to ensure humans did not create another race of artificial intelligence. But after encountering the Vor, they discovered that if humanity were to survive the Vor's inevitable arrival, they couldn't rely on technology to save them. The Vor-released viral contagion would affect it, just as it did theirs. Humans needed to be better, stronger and more intelligent. United in a common cause, with leaders capable of driving back the Vor. That is why they created the envoys, to continue their research and develop a vaccine. They isolated their bodies from their already infected systems. We owe our survival to these brave souls. Aurelius commented, bowing his head to the crowd. I've continued their research, using what they have learned to enhance the ducal houses. To combat the war, we must use their own abilities against them. To that end, I have constructed a way for the houses and their titans to become an anchor point, preventing the disruption of our existing technology and the spread of their contagions. The coming storm will be fought with steel, fire, tooth, and claw. And you, my son, will be part of that struggle. Aurelius commanded. Alexander looked at his father in shock, taking in his words and processing them momentarily. He laughed out loud at the pronouncement of his role in the upcoming conflict. No, I won't. You rotten old bastard. Did you forget that I tried to kill you? Alexander shouted, causing his voice to echo off the high ceiling. The envoys groaned in pain at the sound, squirming in their seats. That is why it must be you to lead them. You have the intelligence and callousness necessary to see the conflict to the end. Your brothers would never be able to stomach the cruelty and losses required for humanity to win. You do it. You're more heartless than any human that ever lived. You let me destroy Terra as a test for your experiments. You've manipulated and lied, murdered and deceived. I'll see you dead before I work with you, father. Alexander hissed, his anger hot in his chest. And I will bear that hatred as I do all the others who despise me, knowing that what I've done was necessary for our future. You wanted to tear down my empire and undo all my years of work. This is your opportunity. I'm too old to lead them in a war, Alexander. They will be ready to fight after what you have accomplished today. At each other's throats, you could step in and lead them forward. As emperor or not, it doesn't matter. The empire was created for this single purpose, to defeat the war. If that is achieved, turn the empire into whatever you want. A democracy, autocracy, even a million separate kingdoms unconnected to each other. I don't care as long as humans endure. No, unlike you, I don't hold a shred of love for humanity. All I have is hatred and disdain in my heart for you and for them. Alexander replied. Aurelius sighed at his son's words. I've created 4 children in my life. Our guile was to combine the best of myself and your mother, to be a warrior to lead the empire against the war. But some flaws made him unsuitable. He wasn't vicious and ruthless enough to win at any cost. He was too noble and kind for what I needed. I tried to correct my mistake with Augustus, but he became too cautious. He preferred striking from the shadows, politicking and intrigue. I doubted he could ever wield the knife himself. Amara was ambitious but would never be capable of leading from the front. She allowed others to succeed while she tried to position herself behind the winner. No, only you have inherited the traits I wanted. Logical and cruel, you would be an improper choice in peacetime, but to fight against the tide about to engulf us, you have the qualities necessary to see them through it. I will not use Caledon, nor one of the others you've prepared to meet the envoys. Or were your diaries a lie as well? Did you ever have any intention of bringing them here? Alexander asked. They will lead the assault on the Vor from this very spacecraft in fact. But they need a leader to direct their efforts. One cannot manage a war from the front lines, Alexander. I've worked my entire life toward the goal of putting an end to all your well-laid plans, father. You may have ruined my grand reveal, but I can now think of no greater revenge than denying you this. I will not participate in the war or help you in any way. Alexander replied with finality. I told you, Aurelius, you push too hard. Not everyone is as single-minded in purpose as you are. A softer touch is needed. Amelia spoke out from behind them. Turning, Alexander saw that his mother looked well, healthier, and even slightly younger than he had seen her mere hours before. She walked across the chamber, her face frowning as she saw the state of the envoys. Aurelius snorted at the comment of a softer touch. Bah, the boy will agree. Everything I've seen about him has all but confirmed it. He's just being stubborn. He's too fixated on a single loss to look at the broader picture, too emotional to let it go. The emperor replied. Heaven forbid that he have emotions. Amelia retorted, ignoring her husband. She stood in front of her son. I understand why you had to do what you did. I know the weight of our expectations was a burden on you, and I'm sorry for that, Alexander. But now you understand why he pushed you as hard as he did. It hasn't been easy for him. for us, either. Can you imagine how taxing it is to know of this threat and keep it a secret, to be the only ones that can do anything about it? Amelia said quietly, observing Alexander. Her eyes weren't judgmental, even though he had tried to kill her and most of her family. Alexander had destroyed their home planet and killed millions. And yet she pitied him. He felt a mixture of guilt and anger as he stared at his mother. Alexander knew he was broken in some way. You couldn't engineer a person like his father wanted and have them be sane and entirely rational. No, a sensible and sane person couldn't fight an enemy like the Vor, if they even existed. Perhaps they were another lie of his father's, a figment of their imagination. But the evidence was all around him, and if they were to be believed, humanity needed someone like him to see them through this crisis. A murderer, a despot, a crazed sociopath who would sacrifice trillions to achieve his goal. A part of him wanted to rise to the challenge. Chapter 158, No Secrets. Chapter 158. Present day. I formally renounce my claim to the throne. Argyle announced to the gathered crowd. They met in the center pavilion erected between the two camps. Argyle and Augustus arrived together at first light, shocking the few houses not aware of Tish's betrayal. Argyle's camp had been in disarray when he couldn't be found until they saw him walking out of Augustus' temporary manor. Despite having removed his brother from the succession, Augustus looked displeased. His frowning face set the tone of the meeting, and he allowed Argyle to step forward and address those assembled first. The Empire needs peace and security, and I believe that by stepping back and supporting Augustus, I will be providing that. Argyle finished. And what about his crimes? He destroyed Terra and murdered millions. We've all lost family members and friends in the conflict. His hands are covered in blood, and you're just going to let him wash them clean? Duke Mason shouted. He was flushed red from anger. Despite how Argyle had forced him into the conflict by ransoming Amara, he hadn't forgotten that it was Augustus who kidnapped her from Terra in the first place. Mason could reason that Argyle had been backed into a corner, doing unsavory things in the hope that he could bring Augustus to justice. But to simply give up and let the man become emperor? What had it all been for? I believe Augustus is innocent. I've had time to assess and review all of the evidence, and I am convinced that my father, Aurelius, was the architect of the attack on Terra, a final act of violence that would force us to fight against each other in preparation for this storm he was convinced was approaching. Argyle replied, and Augustus nodded at the words. I concur. There is too much coincidence, too many variables that align, pointing blame at both of us. It makes no sense in my eyes since I know I wasn't involved. But, if a third party was hoping to capitalize on the destruction, then things become much clearer. Augustus added, in the rear of the open-air pavilion, still wearing his pilot bodysuit from the night before. Cal frowned at the implication. Next to him, Mare noticed his expression and placed her hand gently on his arm to get his attention. What do you believe? Mare asked quietly, careful not to interrupt the proceedings. You know him much better than I. How cruel and callous he can be when he wishes to attain a goal. Cal responded, and Mare nodded slightly. Cal felt anger and hurt over the actions of the Emperor. His loyalty had been repaid with a destroyed homeland, and his people suffered while he was imprisoned. Now, it seemed that he may have been responsible for the deaths of tens of millions, the destruction of Terra and a war that has ripped through the galaxy. Cal could never forgive him for nearly killing Mare and himself that day. They had barely escaped Terra. Regardless of the Emperor's reasons, he had much to answer for. I wish it weren't so, but in my heart, it makes more sense that grandfather was behind this than Argyle or Augustus. But to what purpose? Mare asked, not expecting Cal to have the answer. To fight against whatever the Titans are warning us of. Argyle said it himself. In one act, he militarized the Empire. Even though the two sides are at odds with one another, we have never been more ready to unleash violence upon the galaxy. Cal theorized. Grandfather could have ordered us to prepare. He didn't need to go this far. Mare replied with sadness and a tinge of anger. Her belief in her grandfather had been shaken after understanding all that he had put Gal through, and this revelation had done nothing to improve it, and answer our questions on why. Even the Emperor would need to explain about the enemy we are about to fight and how he has come to that knowledge. Perhaps the answer would have shaken the foundation of the Empire. What are we going to do? Mare asked. She had tied herself to Caledon, and as its Duchess, she had a role in deciding its future. As long as Augustus honors Argyle's promises, Caledon will bend the knee and declare for the new emperor. Cal decided, and Mare agreed with the decision. But I am more worried about something else. If this was all Aurelius's plot, did he truly die in the explosion on Terra, or is he watching from the shadows? Everything we accomplish here could amount to nothing if the emperor is still alive. Cal whispered. While they were speaking, Augustus addressed his plans for the future with the gathered houses. I will honor my pledges to the houses. There will be no expansions or changes in territory, but other concessions may be discussed in recompense. There will be peace. Augustus spoke. The meeting continued for hours, with Samuel representing Caledon in the discussions. The ducal house of Caledon was formally recognized by Augustus as long as they renewed their pledge of loyalty to the empire with him as its leader. By the time the sun was beginning to set in the west, it seemed that a path forward was in sight. The conflict of the succession war would end. There was still a final piece to be settled. What if Emperor Aurelius is still alive? If it is possible that he planned this entire thing, he could have escaped the devastation beforehand. What do you intend to do about it? Duke Mason asked, his face frowning. Amongst all the ducal houses, Havencroft and Grandester had always been the most loyal to the emperor. To Mason, this was a betrayal on a level he thought unimaginable. Many of his family had been on Terra just a day before this happened. Argyle and Augustus shared a look before the older brother responded. If he is still alive, then I believe I know where he would have gone. Duke and Duchess Caledon have shown us the answer. Their titans revealed the coordinates to what we suspect is the location of the envoys. Father would have taken shelter there, or they would know of his whereabouts and more details of the coming threat. I plan to lead an expedition there, using the titans to open a path. They will be able to jump the distance. Argyle explained, and the room erupted in conversation. Augustus followed up on the revelation. Titans of both sides will accompany him, along with adequate starships and mobile suits, to assess and investigate this threat. Duke Caledon, Patrick of Grandster and Catherine of Havencroft will join Argyle from his faction, while the Earl of Praxis, Duchess Nais and Yanis Samira will accompany him from my side. You will work together, and may your cooperation bring a new era of collaboration between the houses. Augustus finished. I promise that we will find the truth about Aurelius' role in the attack, the envoys and the threat that is approaching. There will be no more secrets between us. Argyle added. Page break. Cal sat in Atlas. The cockpit seat kept him in place as the Titan floated in space. Behind him was a fleet of 1,000 starships arrayed in rows, bearing the symbols of all the houses. They were under orders by their new emperor to travel to the coordinates revealed by the Titans and investigate. With 200,000 mobile suits, the starship crews and support staff, and led by 6 Titans, it was the greatest military force that had been assembled by humanity for a single operation. Even during the rebellion the Titans hadn't been used. While the other 7 remained in the Empire, it would be up to Argyle's group to confront this threat and find the truth. Cal let out a breath, feeling the connection between himself and Atlas thrum. Beside him, the other Titans waited patiently for the jump to open. It would be up to Cal to create the portal, while the others would be the first through to clear the way and protect the fleet. Duke Caledon, you may proceed. Argyle ordered through the comlink. Cal reached out with his mind. Atlas raised its right hand, pointing at the empty space in front of it as undulations of energy and gravity distorted stars in front of it. A portal formed, bigger than any that had ever been created before. Its size was incredible, able to swallow up an entire planet if used against one. He could feel the strain. The Atlas was pushed to its very limits with this act. Quickly, Cal ordered, and the Titans responded by moving into the jump. Soon, a stream of starships was entering the vortex, traveling an unimaginable distance to the coordinates on the edge of their galaxy. In the end, Cal was the last to enter, letting the portal collapse behind him. Chapter 159 Reunion. Chapter 159. They arrived in the atmosphere above a gargantuan city. Argyle's forces were greeted by a yellow sun shining in the sky, and the structures of the metropolis wrapped around it in an orb of mind-boggling magnitude. The space they occupied was without gravity or an atmosphere, but they could see a layer of blue and white sky below them, It hovered over the buildings a few miles above, similar to the surface of a planet. Cal let the portal collapse behind him as he followed it the fleet's rear in Atlas. It appeared that everyone had made it through safely, and he could immediately feel the strain on the Titan relax from its previous exertions. He had pushed the reactor to its very limit. The whining noise of its spinning had been deafening, and the pressure from the neural link had been brutal, but Cal had succeeded. Looking around at their destination, he was stunned by the display of technology. He didn't have long to linger before Argyle's voice came through the comlink. "We're detecting human life forms from a structure below. Titans, secure a landing zone near the pyramid and await my arrival," Argyle ordered. The information came to Cal's HUD as he did so. The structure was a silver pyramid with a light shining from the very tip, almost as if it were a beacon calling attention to itself. "Caledon, form up at the rear. Prometheus will lead." Yanis Samira ordered from Wraith, and the hunchback Titan drifted toward the Pax center. In only a few minutes, the 6 Titans were making their way toward the surface, while in the starships, Argyle was assembling hundreds of exosuited soldiers to form a landing party with him in the lead. Their sensors showed that there were 3 humans below, with no other life detected anywhere within thousands of miles of their location. It seemed that this city was abandoned, but Argyle wasn't taking any chances. While his group converged on the life signs, he sent hundreds of other scouting parties to different parts of the orb-like city. The sky was filled with the twinkling light of the sun reflecting off of mobile suits as they began to scour this new location they found themselves in. Atlas settled onto an ample open space in front of the pyramid. Hyperion landed next to him, its graceful body fluid and light as it seemed to rest on the ground without weight. "See anything?" Catherine asked, and Cal could detect a hint of nervousness in her voice. He had promised Havencroft that he would look after her. With the Duke himself requesting it, Cal would have done it even without asking. She was now family, after all. He was glad Mare stayed behind, although she wasn't happy about it. But one needed to protect Caledon, and he would rather put himself in danger than risk her safety. "Nothing. This place is dead," Cal replied. He was barely getting any energy readings on his sensors. The only source of power nearby was from the pyramid before them. What had happened here for such a technological marvel to be left vacant? "The Prince's Landing, form up," Praxis ordered from the far end of the square, where the wide path led to a large passageway into the pyramid. From behind him, Cal could hear Patrick grumble at being given orders. The young heir of Grantster was unaccustomed to not being in the lead but was unwilling to confront Praxis. Cal expected them to come to violence before this operation was completed but hoped that Argyle's presence would calm things long enough for the group to get the answers they were searching for. Argyle landed with 3 troop transports, offloading hundreds of exosuited soldiers in Imperial Guard livery. The competent troops spread out, raising their las rifles and forming a perimeter. The prince himself descended a moment later, also wearing an Imperial exosuit but lacking the helmet. Taking a quick look at the surroundings, he gestured for the troop commander to lead his squad forward toward the passageway. The Titans flanked them, with Prometheus and Sovereign in the vanguard positions. Hyperion and Atlas brought up the rear, while Wraith and Luminous were in the middle. The passageway was high enough that Cal and the other Titans had no trouble walking beneath it. The dim light brightened by the glow coming off the golden Sovereign and reflected off the mirror-like silver of Prometheus. Everything was silent, save for the walking mobile suits and the whine from hundreds of exosuits as they powered their way quickly toward the source of the life signs. "Do you believe we will find the Emperor here? How could anyone stand to stay here alone for years while the Empire was at war?" Catherine asked, her voice only coming through a private channel with Cal. Glancing at his HUD, he studied her face, seeing the unease from the quiet and deficit he had caused her. "I wouldn't put anything past Aurelius. It's clear to me that he would sacrifice anything for his goals. I thought that everything he did was for the greater good once, but now I'm unsure." Cal replied. He wanted to comfort her, to say something that would put her at ease, but he found himself at a loss on how to do so. "We need to rely on each other, Cal. You, me and Mare. I don't know about the rest, but Caledon and Havencroft are family now. You need to trust family," Catherine said. Surprisingly, she was trying to comfort him. Cal smiled at the words, ignoring the first thought that came to his mind. The Emperor and Mare were family as well, and he could never trust the Emperor again. I know. We'll have each other's backs, no matter what. Cal agreed, and the young woman smiled to match him, the gloom and fear driven away for the moment. We're here. Praxis interrupted through the universal channel. Cutting off their conversation, Cal and Catherine focused on what was up ahead. A bright light was spilling from a wide opening at the end of the passageway. Concentrating his senses, Cal saw what was in the room. The room was filled with corpses. Thousands and thousands of dead bodies sat in chairs or resting on the ground in concentric rings around the entrance. A thick layer of black liquid covered the ground, and Cal could see it leak from the decaying remains, filling the room with a stench that he could smell from the cockpit of Atlas. The first of the exosuited guard burst into the room, their weapons raised, only to lower them in shock at the sight. There was no one alive in the chamber. Cal and the others gradually slowed their pace, carefully entering the room to avoid disturbing the remains with the mobile suits. Finally, Argyle joined them. Looking around carefully, a soldier saluted before speaking. "My lord, something is interfering with our sensors. We can't tell where the life signs we detected originated from." "Very well. Spread out and look for survivors. I want this entire complex searched," Argyle ordered, and he was about to direct them further when a voice spoke from behind a pile of bodies. "There's no need. The last of the envoys expired several months ago. There's no one left here but us," a man said. The guard snapped to attention, aiming hundreds of las rifles in the direction of the voice. Even Cal, from the cockpit of the Atlas and its added height, hadn't seen the speaker from where they had been concealed. A young man came out from behind a pillar, his hands raised so as to not be threatening. Thin and well dressed in a strange and foreign attire, he looked familiar to Cal. He was just wondering where he had seen him before, when Argyle spoke. "Alexander, you are alive?" The prince whispered, shocked at the appearance of his youngest brother. The last he had seen the young man, he had been entirely inebriated, lying on a couch on Terra before the attack. The figure he was seeing now was changed. Sober and healthy, he was thin and fit. He had a smirk on his face as if he knew things that the others didn't. "Alive and well. So, what do you think, brother? Are the envoys everything you thought they would be?" Alexander mocked, slowly lowering his hands now that he was sure that the guard wouldn't shoot him. "The envoys?" Argyle whispered, looking around at the dead figures for a moment before turning back to his brother. "What are you doing here? Did father bring you before he attacked Terra?" Argyle asked in concern. "Before father attacked Terra? You great, doddering buffoon. I was responsible for the attack on Terra, and if you are here, alive, then you are even a greater disappointment than I predicted. You should be back there killing each other." Alexander shouted, his demeanor instantly turning hostile. His skin flushed red, and he was nearly frothing at the mouth as he pointed at his brother. "That's enough, Alexander," Aurelius called out as he and Amelia appeared from the entranceway. Chapter 160, Committed. Chapter 160. "So, I was correct then? You are alive, father. Mother, did you know of his plans for Terra, to allow millions of our people to die?" Argyle asked, and he seemed to age even further before Gal's eyes. He appeared tired and crushed by the burden of his family's guilt. "There's more to it than you know, Argyle. Your father." Amelia stepped forward, beseeching her son to listen, but a shout from Argyle stopped her cold. "Enough. I'm tired of the never-ending games and deception from both of you. Who could ever believe anything you say? You will be brought back to Terra for trial. You may spout your lies to an imperial tribunal headed by our new emperor." Argyle finished. Aurelius smiled at the words, instantly understanding that Argyle had stepped back peacefully in order for his brother to take the throne. "You've grown, Argyle. Wisdom suits you better than anger. Regardless of your wishes, it's already too late for all of that. As the saying goes, things have already been set in motion, and the genie is already out of the bottle," Aurelius explained. Argyle was about to ask what his father was talking about when they felt the city rumble around them. A thick layer of dust started to fall from the ceiling, and the desiccated corpses of the envoys that were still seated tumbled to the ground. They could feel the city moving. The great monstrosity of a Dyson sphere that had once been home to a mighty race and ferried them across the divide between galaxies was beginning to awaken once more. Stumbling from the motion of the city, Argyle spun toward his brother. "What have you both done?" Argyle shouted, He was met by a mad grin on Alexander's face. A wild and crazy light filled his eyes as he excitedly replied, "We're about to accomplish something that no one in the universe has been able to do before. We're going to drive a dagger into the heart of our enemy, Argyle." Alexander replied. It had all been so simple once he had been presented all of the facts. Poring over the information left by the A.I Collective and his father's research, he learned so much about the war. His grand reveal on Terra was nothing in comparison to the challenge before him. Alexander's life, lacking purpose after his failure to defeat his father, had found a renewed determination. What enemy? Argyle righted himself as the shaking settled. The city calmed down after its initial thrust, moving silently and gently through the void of space. "I will explain everything. But know that we are now committed. There will be no escape, no flight from this place until we have accomplished our task," Aurelius explained, and Argyle felt a sense of dread creep up his spine. Page break. As Aurelius explained the nature of the approaching enemy and the steps they had taken to confront them, those gathered were gripped by fear and gloom. An unstoppable foe capable of devouring entire galaxies was rapidly advancing toward the Milky Way, and they would be expected to stop them. Even though Argyle had gathered 1,000 starships with full complements of troops and mobile suits, against the expected numbers of the war, how could they hope to face them? "You've doomed us all to die. You want us to battle an enemy we know nothing about on unknown terrain and whose numbers we can only assume will be overwhelming. Stop this madness and allow us to retreat. We will prepare ourselves for their arrival on the ground that we are familiar with," Praxis shouted, and Yanis nodded at his words. They were experienced in combat and knew the difficulties better than any of the challenges they would need to overcome here to succeed. There will be no better time than now to strike. Our data suggest the Vor will be in stasis while they travel the void between galaxies. By the time they are fully awakened, we will have detonated this sphere's core, wiping out a good amount of their numbers and gaining valuable time for the Empire to prepare. It is not a suicide mission, Alexander retorted, and Praxis scoffed at the explanation. "And where will you be while we are fighting and dying? Safety ensconced in some hole, cowering while you make your plans?" "I won't listen to the words of a traitor," Praxis replied. "I'll be in a mesh, the same as you, fighting to pull this off." Alexander shouted. Cal, despite his differences with Praxis, ultimately agreed with the Earl. His faith in the Emperor was irreparably damaged, and he wouldn't follow any plan of his mindlessly. The proposal was to have the vessel speed toward the Vor, impacting against its surface while the power system of the Dyson sphere overloaded. It would be up to the forces gathered by Argyle to hold off the Vor long enough for the ship to reach its destination. According to the research Aurelius had discovered, the Vor had almost a supernatural sense for danger. It was likely that they would be assaulted before making an impact, the creatures doing whatever they could to stop the Dyson sphere from exploding. Even with their slumbering slowing their response, they could expect millions of the Vor to board and attack before Argyle and his forces could retreat to the starships and flee the impact. "How can we trust that we will even be allowed to jump?" Yanis asked, his frowning face making it clear that he held no faith in this plan. "The motion of this spacecraft will prevent our starships from jumping. Once we near the Vor, its speed will reduce enough to enable our engines to function once more. I guarantee that no one will be trapped here to die," Aurelius explained. "No, only to fight for you and this cause that we knew nothing about. You've condemned us to fight a foe without giving us a chance to decide for ourselves. You're as selfish as always," Argyle retorted, and the other Titan pilots agreed. Even Patrick Grandister, from the most loyal of ducal houses to the Emperor, was dismayed by his actions. "Did you know of this, Amelia?" Cal asked, his voice cutting through the others as he ignored the Emperor and his sons and focused on the one person here whom he looked at as family. Was the Empress involved in the attack on Terra and the Leap brought them all to this dead spacecraft to fight an enemy with little hope of succeeding? "I knew of the threat against humanity, and the plight of the envoys and A.I Collective, but I was unaware of the risk to Terra," Amelia admitted, and Cal was about to let out a breath of relief when she continued. "But I support his actions. As terrible as the losses on Terra were, and the casualties from this succession war, they pale in comparison to what the Vor will do to the Milky Way if they are allowed to reach it," Amelia finished. "Then you are just as guilty as Aurelius." Gal's voice was quiet, barely a whisper, but it tore through her heart. There was a resignation about the young man, a divide between them that spoke of a separation that could never be bridged, a wound that could never be healed. He had torn the Empress and Emperor away from his life, never to allow them back in. The sentiment was shared by many of those present in the room, something that both sides of the succession war had in common. Praxis, lead a group of engineers to review this craft's systems. Father may claim there is no way of stopping it, but I don't believe a word he says. Argyle ordered. Yanis, I want a complete assessment of our combat capabilities, as well as this city. As reluctant as I am to trust Alexander, use what he has learned. Argyle continued. Alexander was about to speak when Yanis stopped him, grabbing his arm roughly and leading him away. Caledon, I want the remaining Titan pilots reviewing everything Aurelius has been able to find about the war. You're to provide a briefing as soon as possible. I want everyone to be as familiar with them as we are with each other. If we are going to have to fight, I want to be ready. Understood. Cal replied, gesturing to the other Titan pilots to follow him to the small room where Aurelius and Alexander had gathered their records about the enemy. He didn't look at Amelia or the Emperor on his way out of the room. Chapter 161, Analysis. Chapter 161. After an exhaustive review of the Dyson Sphere's capability and functions, Argyle was informed that the Emperor was correct. There was no way to interrupt its programming or stop it from traveling to its destination. Worse, until it did so, they could not use the jump to transport themselves to another location. Everyone had expected Argyle to rant and rave in a fit of anger, but they were surprised when he merely nodded, his aged face accepting the fact that they were trapped. Aurelius was helpful to the Imperial engineers, explaining the functions of the AI Collective's technology, but even he couldn't halt what had been set in motion. For Cal and the other Titan pilots, the information gathered on the war was extensive, and they spent days poring over an encyclopedia of data on the mysterious alien race. As they studied, they sank further into the realization that they could not allow the war to reach the Empire. They were like locusts, spreading across a galaxy, consuming all life, and converting it into the black liquid that pooled beneath the envoys. It was a form of fuel for their biology, a combination of sustenance and matter to be used to craft more of the creatures. The Vor themselves were easier to understand, and the AI Collective had images and dossiers on every subset of their race. After nearly 3 days of research, Cal stood in front of Argyle, the other Titan pilots, and the commanders of the soldiers they had brought. He had collected the information into an easy-to-read record that could be disseminated to everyone quickly. Duke Caledon, what have you found out about our enemy? Argyle asked. He preferred having Cal investigate the war rather than depend on his father or Alexander, as he still didn't trust them. A third party reviewing the gathered information would give him an impartial understanding of the war. The AI Collective had a vast array of information on the war, and provided they have not significantly changed in the millennia since it was collected, I believe we have an opportunity to slow their progress, if not stop them outright. Cal replied, placing a datapad on the table in front of him. He pressed a few buttons on the screen. An image appeared to hover above the datapad, showing everyone gathered in the room an orb-like structure. Its surface was filled with craters and markings, and in the trail of this object, sparkling suns and glittering shards of ice and debris followed behind. Cal had superimposed an image of Terra next to the orb to contrast its size. It was tens of thousands of times smaller, a pebble compared to a mountain. This is the Vor's primary means of transport between galaxies. The AI Collective likened it to a hive, hallowed by countless warrens and tunnels and filled with creatures. The information we have on its interior is limited. The sensors the AI used couldn't penetrate all the way to the center. But we know that there is a dense cluster of life protecting the core. Cal explained, and the image shifted to show the orb riddled with tunnels. Did the Vor convert an asteroid or planet? Or was this hive constructed? Argyle asked, leaning forward to study the display. Despite the threat, it was fascinating to imagine a biological life form traveling between the galaxies on nothing but its own power without the aid of technology. From the AI Collective's conjecture, it was formed by the Vor using waste and byproducts of their evolutionary process over generations. Their hypothesis is that the black liquid fuels it, building upon the existing structure layer by layer. a sort of keratin similar to a fingernail or possibly skin. Cal replied, "So the entire thing is alive?" One of the Imperial Guard captains asked, "Possibly." Aurelius added from the rear of the room. "Continue, Caledon." Argyle interrupted, urging Cal to keep the briefing moving. The image shifted, this time showing a faint blurring distortion around the entire orb. The primary means of attack during the AI collective's conflict with the Vor came in the form of an energy distortion field, or a psychic virus, capable of disrupting their communications and the entire collective's neural link between their physical and digital selves. It was this distortion field that caused the majority of the AI deaths. Cal explained. Once infected, it quickly swept through all of their systems. By the time they responded, only a few of their remote units were unaffected. By isolating them, they created the envoys, a group of beings separate from all of their technology. But even they were not spared. Aurelius added, interrupting again. Argyle cleared his throat loudly, frowning at his father, who had promised to be a silent observer. Correct. Everything we've learned suggests that this distortion field rendered the AI vulnerable to attack. They retreated before the Vor could respond, but the damage was already done. Cal finished, and the image shifted again to show various creatures. Each was grotesque and hideous. The Vor valued function for their evolution over beauty or aesthetics. Some had many arms, each seeming to grow at random while having human-like hands, claws, pincers, and even rudimentary tools like picks or blades for cutting and digging. The drones will be the most common variant we will encounter. Although they are designed for manual labor and construction, they are still dangerous in close combat. Mostly, they are used for carrying the dead and dying back to their hive for processing. Cal flicked through a few more images of the drones, halting on one where the drones were dragging a large, and clearly dead, creature back to a large pile of others like it. Don't underestimate them. They may seem defenseless and are less threatening when compared to an exosuited human, but they do not care for the losses a frontal assault on the enemy would bring. The reports describe observing waves of millions of these creatures drowning planets beneath their numbers. Cal finished, switching to the next picture. The image displayed spider-like creatures, their size ranging from that of a human to as large as a medium-class mesh. Some were heavily armored, with giant cannon-like protrusions on their backs, while others were multi-limbed and nimble monsters with razor-sharp claws. Some even had wings. There seemed to be no end of the variants, and Gal let a slideshow play out while he began his explanation. These are the soldiers. The main warrior caste designed and bred to eliminate hostile races. The AI collective had not observed them fighting races with advanced technology, but their assessment makes it clear that the Vor must have incorporated tactics and evolved in a way to battle both on the ground and in the air. They can operate in the vacuum of space, and their claws are capable of shredding a mobile suit's armor. What kind of tactics are we expecting? Will it be a straight-on rush, like wild beasts charging at us? The same captain as before asked. Unknown. The records state they are adaptable to the situation, but we don't have anything to demonstrate how they will fight. Assume the worst, waves of close-quarters soldiers supported by artillery and air support. Cal had worked with Yanis and the other veterans of the rebellion to come up with an assessment, and this was the solution they had settled on. We'll have a plan to counter their attacks. Yanis added, reassuring everyone that he had been a part of the research with Cal and had studied the material. They would be ready. With the Titans in the lead, we shouldn't have any problems. Another soldier spoke up, and the room was filled with agreement. They stopped when they saw the grim expression on Gal's face. Stopping the slideshow, he tapped the screen to change the display. This time, the room fell completely silent. The final cast is one that was only observed once by the AI collective, and only when their systems were already being invaded by the virus that ultimately killed them. They managed to get this single image. Cal clarified, it was the Vor hive, abuzz with activity. Countless hordes of flying creatures were emerging from the tunnels and cracks of the massive hollow orb. The AI must have disturbed the Vor in some way, and Cal likened it to kicking a bee's hive. Through the masses, deep within the dim tunnels, the image zoomed in on a figure cloaked in shadows. It appeared to be humanoid, and unlike repulsive monsters around it, this variant could be described as beautiful if it wasn't for the baleful expression and crimson eyes filled with endless hunger and hatred. It seemed to stare into the very souls of those gathered in the room, even from an image taken thousands of years before. It was difficult to tell its size from the scale of things around it, but Cal estimated it to be over 200 feet tall, with large, leather wings like a back producing from its back. Its face lacked a mouth, and its skull was elongated, curving slowly backwards. Black liquid clung to its body like clothing as it drifted out of the tunnel. We don't know much about it or how many could be waiting for us inside the hive, but we do know that the Titans were created to counter them. The collective termed this variant monarchs. Aurelius spoke up once more, and no one told him to stay quiet. How powerful are they? Argyle asked. Strong enough that if one is spotted, all the Titans are to converge on it immediately. Chapter 162. First Contact. Chapter 162. Yanis Samira, please present your plan for the city's defense. Argyle ordered after thanking Cal and the others for the overview. The older veteran immediately leapt to attention, striding confidently to the front of the room and slapping a data pad on the table. In a moment, a detailed overview of the Dyson sphere appeared as a hologram in front of them. Even the city's buildings have been accurately represented, with roads and walking paths clearly delineated. Yanis had pulled the report from the scouting parties that had been scouring the sphere over the last few days. The plan is simple. This vessel will travel to the Vor hive, where it will begin to slow as power is transferred from its propulsion systems to its defensive shields and offensive weapons. As impressive as these systems are, we anticipate they will be inadequate to hold in the time required for the artificial sun above us to detonate. As such, we will be setting up protective lines in concentric circles from the pyramid to approximately 1,000 miles in each direction. Aurelius has assured us that the flight path of the sphere has been programmed to have the pyramid on the sphere's far side when we make contact with the hive, ensuring that any breach will be far enough away to give us time to respond. If, in the unlikely event the Vor attempt to open a rift closer to our lines, we have the ability to weaken a specific point on the surface, essentially guiding them where we want. Yanis finished the images showing complex defensive lines and troop positions, well supported by mobile suits and heavy artillery. After a few more questions and a detailed explanation of the tactics they would be using, the meeting ended. Page break. The following weeks were spent in intense preparation. The city surrounding the Silver Pyramid was leveled, and the buildings used to create fortifications and defenses for 1,000 miles in every direction. The scale of this conflict would make it one of the largest in history. Most battles of this size would be in space, where the positioning of troops was paramount. With the fighting contained within the city, it would mean a level of control that space rarely provided. They knew which direction the Vor would approach from. The humans would make use of the distance to wear the enemy down, only falling back when necessary and ensuring that every mile would cost the Vor dearly. If a section of the city was lost, explosives would be detonated to take out as many of the Vor as possible. The 1,000 starships that Argyle had brought were carefully positioned in what they hoped would be out of the way of the fighting. The defenseless ships would be their only means of escape, requiring them to be protected but close by for the last-minute retreat. Once the core of the Dyson sphere was ready for detonation, they would have only a few minutes to reach the starships and jump to safety. Until that time, they would need to do whatever they could to protect the Silver Pyramid where the systems were located. By the time they retreated, it would be too late for the Vor to stop the inevitable explosion of the Dyson sphere. The power of the blast was estimated to be enough to wipe out multiple systems and should either destroy the Vor hive or cause significant damage. Despite their unending quest to consume life, the Vor were not completely devoid of intelligence. Aurelius assured them that they would know to assault the pyramid, that the energies being gathered there to overload the sun above them would draw the Vor down to the structure. Cal spent his time training with Catherine, her comfort with the Hyperion growing every day. They would be needed on the front lines during the fight with the Vor, and even though the Titans were nearly godlike with their abilities, there was a good chance that the Monarch variants would appear. Cal wanted them both to survive the encounter and would train with Catherine during nearly every waking hour. As Titan pilots, there was nothing else for them to do. The preparations for the battle were out of their hands. Almost a month after they had first arrived, Cal stood in front of the Silver Pyramid, marveling at the changes their time here had caused. The city had been transformed into a field of fortifications and killing fields, layers of rock and stone, followed by a no-man's land where the enemy would be open to air support and artillery barrages. Supply depots, medical triage facilities and bunkers had been erected in evenly paced lines. Even Cal, who hadn't experienced many battles at this scale, could follow the logic of the coming battle. They were as ready as they would ever be. Page break. The Dyson sphere traveled through the empty void between galaxies. Even Aurelius, with his extensive study of the spacecraft, didn't understand how it could travel faster than light without using the jump. It was clear that something propelled it through space at impossible speeds, but it required no input from its occupants. The Imperial engineers they had brought studied it extensively and concluded that it used a variant of the jump engine that was slower but more efficient, allowing an object of the sphere's size to travel continuously in FTL. In under a month, the Milky Way galaxy was a significant distance behind them, and a notification came through their sensors that they were approaching their destination. It had taken the Vor thousands of years to traverse the space between galaxies, and their course had been clear to the envoys before they perished. In this void, the Vor hive drifted onward in its silent journey when the creatures that dwelled deep beneath its cracked and pitted surface felt something disturb the emptiness around them. The Dyson sphere's emergence from its faster-than-light travel sent energy undulations throughout the space in front of the hive. Immediately, the slumbering creatures began to shake off the lethargy of their prolonged stasis. On the exterior, the Dyson sphere was a smooth, metallic sphere with lines of power running across great rents on its surface. Energy pulled from the artificial sun at its center gave the vessel more power than any stellar object could provide. Glowing brightly, the Dyson sphere gradually slowed as it neared the hive. The lines of energy burning across its surface were brilliant in the darkness, surrounding the entire sphere in a protective shield. So bright was its luminescence that it appeared as if a star had been pulled from the galaxy behind it and placed in the path of the hive. The hive did not slow its advance, and its only response to the abrupt appearance of an enemy was to unleash its psychic virus. Instinctual, it was as quick as a thought in its deployment. The ground of the hive rumbled, and waves of distortions formed around the massive object. Like the rising tide, a force emerged from the orb and rushed toward the Dyson sphere, crashing ineffectually against its shields. The glowing barrier around the sphere brightened in response, effortlessly holding against the attack, but the wave's true purpose was to harm the vulnerable humans that were sheltered within the sphere. The human defenders felt the psychic virus assault their minds. The city around them was filled with a horrible keening wail, like the sound of millions of claws scratching against the stone and concrete surrounding them. Many clutched their heads, collapsing onto the ground and crying out for the noise to stop. For long moments, the sound continued until it ended as abruptly as it started. In the air above the city, 6 enormous mobile suits hovered in the sky, with wings of light stretching out behind them. They imposed their will upon the city, driving back the psychic assault from the Vor. This was the result of the Emperor's secret enhancements on the nobility. Using all his learnings about the Vor, he crafted a vaccine against this virus. But to better protect the minds of the soldiers here, he needed a way to keep the Vor from crippling the psyches of the humans fighting them. The answer lay with the Titans. While the noble houses piloted them, they would generate a field of energy that would oppose the Vor's physic virus, protecting everyone within their influence. As long as the Titans survived, they would be safe from the onslaught on their minds. The humans climbed back to their feet, reinvigorated by the Titans above. The true battle was about to begin. Chapter 163, War. Chapter 163. The psychic assault lasted for minutes. The waves of strange energy the hive was emitting battered ineffectually against the Dyson sphere's shields before ceasing. The Vor hive continued to drift forward through space, almost as if they were under the assumption that the attack had worked and they could collect the infected humans within at their leisure. The automated defenses of the sphere soon disrupted that idea. If there had been an observer in the space surrounding the sphere, they would have been treated with a sight that no living being had witnessed before, of the unleashed fury of the Dyson sphere, the pinnacle of the AI collective's technology and a creation capable of unimaginable destruction. The shields around the sphere dimmed as the lines of power glowed even brighter. The sphere's technology had eschewed cannons or guns, turrets and missiles for a form of direct energy attack that humanity could not replicate with their current technology. Bands of energy, like liquid fire that ran in rings across the sphere, reached a critical point and exploded. A line of plasma shot out from the surface and raced toward the Vor hive in a long stream. Like a whip, it lashed out at the surface of the hive, burning its way across the space between them before striking the Vor construct. The line of energy burned deeply across the surface of the hive, vaporizing a stripe along the entire length of the orb in front of the Dyson sphere. It tore its way deep beneath the ground for hundreds of miles before dissipating. The hive's surface cracked and shook from the assault, and the energy ravaged the Vor for moments before it could be stopped. The rift formed from the energy whip was a gaping wound on the Vor hive until it slowly began to fill with black liquid. In moments, the long crack was completely sealed, the liquid hardening to replace what was lost. But the damage was done, and the attack had the unintended consequence of waking the Vor from their slumber. A stream of grotesque and hideous creatures emerged from the tunnels of the hive. Propelled forward by unknown means, millions of drones surged toward the sphere. Crossing the distance between them, the shields of the sphere held under a wave of flesh. The drones were the first to awaken, their stasis frequently interrupted by the need to work and repair the hive. Like an unending tide, they slammed against the Dyson sphere, their claws and tools scraping and knocking against the shields in their attempt to penetrate them. But the sphere's shields held, even as more drones attacked. Like a dark stain, they spread across the sphere, and everywhere they went, the barrier dimmed under their assault. In response, the sphere unleashed another ring of energy, scorching hundreds of thousands of the drones before it continued on to the hive, gouging out another line of fire on its surface. This time, the black liquid was visibly slower in repairing the damage, hinting at a limit to the regenerative capabilities of the hive. But the energy of the sphere wasn't limitless either, and weak points gradually developed as more of the mindless drones assaulted the shield. After the third line of destructive energy burned more of the Vor, the barrier winked out of existence. The drones were free to land on the metallic surface of the sphere. Their claws and rudimentary tools dug into the slight gaps between the metal plates and began to pry them apart. Tens of millions of drones had landed on the sphere, and it appeared the thick exterior wouldn't hold for long when the lines of energy brightened once again. The sphere's defenses had been building its energy to a crescendo, a last attack before they failed. The lines of energy that ringed the sphere began to bubble and boil. Superheated liquid swelled up from the long trenches of the Dyson sphere, sweeping over the surface and destroying anything in its path. First, hundreds of thousands, then millions of the Vor drones vanished in the newly formed sea of liquid fire. Gradually cooling, the liquid turned back into a gas, its haze surrounding the Dyson sphere in a glowing mist that slowly dissipated, leaving the surface dark and barren. But to the Vor, the tens of millions of drones lost were expendable. Soon, more emerged from the tunnels of the hive. And this time, hundreds of thousands of the soldier caste were amongst them. Like an ocean wave, the creatures crashed onto the surface of the sphere, spreading out. They continued the work of their lost companions, guarded by monstrous warriors with razor-sharp teeth and claws, mammoth behemoths with biological energy weapons protruding from their flesh and flying Vor that could spit acid or metallic quills from their wings. The sphere was finally out of defensive and offensive options to repel the invaders. Its shields were gone, the rings of energy depleted, and finally, a few hours after the initial contact, the first layer of metallic armor plates that protected the interior of the Dyson sphere was removed. The Vor could freely enter the sphere, seeking the life within. Page break. Sergeant Warner of the Imperial Guard watched the crack forming in the street in front of their defenses warily from the cockpit of his medium-class oppressor. Fresh off the manufacturing line, Argyle had only allowed the best of the Guard's meshes to accompany him to the unknown coordinates. Warner's oppressor had its heavy laser rifle pointed at the warped ground as it began to bulge and protrude. Their sensors were going wild, indicating that many of the creatures were converging at their location, waiting to pounce after they had punched through the sphere's armor. Luckily, Warner wasn't alone. Over 2,000 light and medium-class meshs were arrayed around him, with another several hundred heavy class waiting to bombard the enemy with missiles and artillery as soon as they emerged. The Vor may have the advantage of numbers, but the terrain belonged to the humans, and they intended to make use of it. The oppressor was outfitted with a heavy las rifle and a PPC that could be switched as the situation unfolded. For now, he needed to conserve Mesh's energy, meaning he would only use his PPC sparingly unless absolutely required. The guard had set up recharge stations at set intervals all the way back to the pyramid, but Warner didn't know how long he would be on the front line. Even a quick recharge took at least an hour, and until they knew the capabilities of the Vor, they had been ordered to ration their power. Exosuited guard soldiers lined the ground behind him, adding their tens of thousands of las rifles to their firepower. With the Vor only coming out of a single spot, it was about to turn into a turkey shoot. "Here they come!" Their captain shouted, drawing their attention to a black claw finally piercing the gap between the metal plates. The Vor had carved their way through a dozen layers of metal, along with the cables and other materials that had been run through it. Warner's Mesh's sensors sensed the flow of atmosphere around them as it was sucked into the gap the Vor had made. The first lasgun shot pierced the strange creature's body, burning a hole through it. The drone ignored the attack, evidently not feeling any pain as it leapt toward the line of defenders. Another dozen bluish-white streaks of energy pincushioned the hideous monster, slicing it to pieces that collapsed onto the ground. They didn't have time to celebrate as another replaced it, followed by hundreds more. Dozens of other ruptures emerged on the ground, and thousands of the Vor drones were soon surging toward their lines. Warner and the other Mesh ignored the drones, leaving them for the exosuits to deal with. Their priority was to keep an eye out for soldier variants, or if it appeared that their lines were about to collapse under the assault. He lost count of how many drones his forces killed. The lasgun fire was unending, and the city was filled with the thunderous crack of lasgun fire. But even with all of their advantages, there were too many Vor, and Warner watched as the first human perished beneath a pile of drones, their claws and fangs ripping through the poor soul's exosuit. The Meshs were forced to engage, adding their weapons to the fray and driving the mindless beasts back. There was a lull in the Vor's emergence from the ruptures, and Warner heard shouts of victory amongst the Imperial Guard before they were cut off by an enormous figure breaching the opening the drones had made. A spider-like creature emerged, its many legs digging easily into the concrete and metal ground as it heaved its bulk from beneath the surface. On its back was a massive cannon-like weapon. Even the medium-class mobile suits only reached as high as the monster's chest. Warner screamed as he fired his heavy lasgun, only to see the energy dissipate off the creature's thick carapace. Tossing his lasgun aside, he pulled out his PPC to fire, but he was too late. A jet of plasma shot out of the monster's weapon, burning a line across the ground and the soldiers and Meshs in its path. He saw it murder dozens before Warner could return fire. His PPC obliterated the creature's head, and it tumbled to the ground, only to be replaced a moment later with 3 more of the monsters. Their warrior caste of the Vor had arrived. Chapter 164, War, Part 2. Chapter 164. Duchess Iris Neis stared down at the battlefield from Luminous with a cold detachment that always shrouded her when she piloted the Titan. She didn't know if it was the same for the other Titan pilots, and she was unwilling to ask. The thought of displaying weakness in front of the others was unimaginable. As one of the weakest ducal houses, Neis could never show a disadvantage for fear that others would capitalize on it. It was why she had declared for Augustus early. The man had promised protection for her sector and significant concessions that would help them regain what was lost in the rebellion. She had never met her parents, but she hoped they would have approved of how she handled things. Watching the ebb and flow of the combat below her, she felt nothing but disgust for the Vor. They were dirty, hideous creatures whose stain had to be removed from the universe. At first, she had only agreed to accompany Argyle on this endeavor because of Prince Augustus. Now that everyone supported his claim for the throne, she needed to do whatever she could to prove her loyalty, to set her apart from the rest. But now, after seeing the Vor, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. Luminous was created to burn this blight away, and she would see it done. Iris Neis felt no sense of fear regarding her possible death. The Titans were indestructible powerhouses, and she was safely ensconced inside its comforting embrace. But if the worst did come to pass, She had left samples with the Imperial geneticists. Augustus himself had secretly agreed to provide the other half in exchange for her presence here, ensuring that Neis would carry on and her children would have the Emperor's protection as their father. Shaking off her thoughts, she returned her focus to the battle below. From up on high, the drones looked like ants, their movements frenzied as they hurled themselves at the defending humans. The bright flashes of bluish-white and crimson energy of weapon fire nearly constantly obscured the ground. Iris could feel the atmosphere shake around her as a colossus unleashed another artillery barrage from the massive guns on its shoulders. A mushroom cloud of dust and debris rose on the superheated air created by the explosion. In the wake of the nuclear blast, tens of thousands of charred and smoking Vor bodies remained. Iris watched in fascination as the survivors picked themselves off the blackened ground and dragged the dead back toward the rift in the sphere's structure. Why are they so concerned with the dead? Iris whispered. She was perplexed by the behavior. The Vor showed no concern for the injured. Nor did they slow their advance because of the heavy losses they were sustaining. Was there some other reason the drones were collecting the corpses? Her question was answered moments later when an injured Vor soldier, its massive body missing limbs and heavily burned, fell onto a pile of gathered corpses. It devoured them in moments, swallowing its comrades whole. A few seconds later, black liquid rushed from its orifices, filling the damaged parts of its body and leaving smooth and unblemished flesh behind. Even its limbs regrew. The gushing black liquid solidified into new arms and legs. The healed monstrosity lurched forward once more, engaging against its opponents. Worse, it seemed to have grown more robust. The lasgun fire that had once been able to pierce its flesh was being resisted, requiring even more significant amounts of energy to penetrate its body. They are recycling the dead to heal and improve the living. Is this how they evolve? The Vor adapt so quickly. Iris Neis exclaimed in awe. Redirecting her attention, Iris's vision zoomed closer to the battlefield. She could find hundreds, if not thousands, of instances of the Vor improving themselves. If this continued, it could be trouble for the defenders. As of right now, the technological advantages of humanity were evening the battlefield against the numerically superior Vor, but if that gap widened, Iris felt a chill travel down her spine. The longer this battle lasted, the stronger the Vor would become. It didn't matter how many they killed, not if they could simply repair their bodies. They would be endless, becoming stronger as they lost more of their numbers. She looked behind her at the Silver Pyramid, nearly 1,000 miles in the distance. The tip of the pyramid was glowing with a bright yellow light. It would be hours, possibly days, before the artificial sun could be destroyed, causing an explosion large enough to eliminate the Vor hive. At first, she had thought their survival was a given. There was no way humanity could lose to a collection of thoughtless and vile monsters like the Vor. But the longer she watched them, the less sure she became. There's another rift. Fall back. Fall back. Shouts erupted through the universal channel, and even the professional troops of the Imperial Guard were losing their composure over the unending tide of creatures assaulting them. Iris saw a gargantuan, squid-like Vor entangle a dozen meshes with thousands of long tentacles that waved in the air. The bound mobile suits would be easy prey for the Vor, and even with the power of multiple particle projection cannons wielded by medium-class meshes, they couldn't free the trapped guard. Multiple rifts had formed closer to their lines, allowing the Vor to close with the humans without exposing them to the humans' fire, and they were all converging on the now weakened spot in their defense line. TSK. Iris grumbled with derision. In her opinion, the Imperial Guard was a disappointment. Her house guard would have been much more capable, but the troops that she brought were further back from the front lines. Come, Luminous, let us show these animals our power. Iris shouted, and the Titan began to shine with an in-orange light. The Titan spread its arms. Its unarmored body looked weak and fragile compared to the monsters it would be facing below, but its true power wasn't in its frame or weaponless hands. It was contained within the strange headpiece that the Titan wore. Its headpiece was similar to a crown, with hundreds of long, jagged and twisting lengths of silver metal that looked like lightning, frozen in place as it touched Luminous' head. Along the segments of silver forked lightning, glowing balls of multicolored crystals hung like fruit on the limbs of a tree, branching out for dozens of feet. It made Luminous appear unique amongst the other Titans. The mobile suit spread its arms wide, and a glowing light emerged from its body. The crystals reflected the glow, enhancing their brilliance. Dazzling splendor! Iris shouted, and the glowing balls of crystal detached from the Titan's headpiece, flying through the air as if hurled with great strength. They scattered across the battlefield below her. A glow began to suffuse the ground, a kaleidoscope of light that was eerie to anyone who saw it. The Vor ignored the crystals, focusing on eliminating the humans in their way. A streak of energy erupted from the headpiece of Luminous, a crackling electricity that zigged and zagged from the forked prongs of its crown before streaking toward the nearest crystal orb. The sky was rent with the thunderous crack of lightning, deafening in its intensity. The electricity vaporized anything caught in its path, and Iris carefully directed it at superhuman speed between the crystal orbs. The Vor that stood before her disappeared, and not even ash remained to mark their passing. Return! Iris commanded, and the orbs floated back to rest on her Titan's headpiece. All around her, she could hear the cries and shouts of gratitude from the Imperial Guard. Even though the Vor returned moments later, her actions gave them a chance to firm their defenses again. Thank you, Duchess Neice. Without you, we would have been the guard commander for this area. Began to speak when he was suddenly interrupted. Look out! He shouted. Duchess Neice noticed too late that a tentacle had stretched hundreds of feet from an opening beneath her Titan, wrapping its way suddenly around its foot and began to drag her beneath the surface. With a crash, she broke through the metallic plating covering the Dyson sphere. Arrayed before her were thousands of Vor. The tentacle trapping her foot belonged to another squid-like Vor, this one floating in the empty space beyond the Dyson sphere. Thousands of soldier variants were waiting to pounce when the Titan arrived. You filthy monsters, how dare you sully Luminous with your taint? Iris Neice shouted. Her skin flushed an ugly red with anger. Despite their superior numbers, she burned them all away. Her Titan unleashed endless amounts of electricity. The Imperial Guard mobile suits, watching the hole the Titan had been dragged through warily, stepped back quickly as a geyser of orange energy shot up from the backlash of destruction Luminous released. Chapter 165, War, Part 3, Chapter 165. Iris Neice panted with exhaustion. Her hair was plastered to her face with sweat, and the adrenaline of combat was wearing off, replaced with a shakiness that hindered her control of Luminous. She had been fighting for less than an hour, but the endless waves of Vor meant that she couldn't take a break. Every time she tried to retreat through the opening in the sphere, another group of bulky Vor soldier variants would attack with projectile energy weapons, forcing her to reorient the crystal orbs into a shield pattern. Luminous could operate indefinitely on its energy reserves. During her combat training, Iris had never even come close to draining its reactor, but, like all the Titans, the main weakness of the mobile suits was the pilots within. She was tired. The constant control of the Titan's systems and attack meant she couldn't relax for a moment. Luminous may be practically indestructible, but the Vor's energy weapons would overcome Iris in the cockpit if they were allowed to breach her shields. It meant that Iris Neice was being pushed to her limits in a short time, and there was no relief in sight. You bastards! Iris shouted, unleashing another bolt of energy that ricocheted between her crystal orbs. Hundreds of Vor disappeared in its light, only to be replaced in moments by many more. The Vor responded with a barrage of energy weapons. Lines of fire shot toward her, burning anything in their path. Iris quickly drew back the crystal spheres, forming a wall in front of her that she fed more of the Titan's energy into. A shimmering barrier was constructed moments before hundreds of energy weapons struck it. A force of energy shattered against the shield. Even in the void of space, the impact forced Luminous backwards. Extreme heat radiated from the detonation, and the Titan's frame caught the full brunt. The temperature of the cockpit rose quickly, taxing the environmental regulation systems to their limits. Luminous backed away from the detonation, using the cover of the impact in an attempt to reach the breach again. To Iris' frustration, another group of Vor had used the opportunity to flank her shield, and she was forced further away from the opening. The longer she was outside the sphere, the more time the Vor would have to awaken from within the hive. Another bombardment began, and the Vor had formed a half-ring around her this time. Releasing the crystal orbs once again, she created a barrier around Luminous. The temperature in the cockpit reached unbearable levels, and even in her pilot bodysuit, Iris could feel her skin burning. screaming. She was desperately thinking of a way to escape when the attack abruptly ceased. A golden light shone brightly in front of her, forming a barrier that drove the Vor back. She could see the weapons impacting harmlessly on the shield as it expanded. The golden light intensified with each collision, darkening from a warm honey color to a dark, aged bronze. Suddenly, in a flash, the light exploded outwards. For hundreds of miles in each direction, the Vor opposing them were destroyed in an instant. The barrier, after rapidly expanding, retracted around Luminous once more. What there? Iris was about to ask when a communication cut her off. I thought you could use some help. Patrick Grandister spoke, his image appearing on her HUD. With a gaudy golden pilot bodysuit, he had a cocky grin on his face. The light in front of Luminous faded, revealing the perfect figure of Sovereign. It had its scepter in both hands, raised to ward off any further attacks. I had everything well in hand, Iris replied. Despite the fact that she was exhausted and covered in burns, she would never admit to her opponents that she was on her last legs. I bet. Patrick replied dryly. The two titans quickly returned through the breach in the sphere, with Sovereign's barrier wrapped around them, driving the Vor back. Page break. He has her. One of Argyle's aides reported from the sensor terminal they had set up in the Silver Pyramid. Argyle let out a sigh of relief. They were barely an hour into this conflict and they had nearly lost a Titan. As soon as she had been pulled outside the Dyson sphere, Argyle had ordered Patrick to retrieve her. Even Sovereign, with its shielding capable of repelling any force, had taken too much time to make it to her location. That's one less thing to worry about, Argyle muttered, returning his attention to the hologram showing a battlefield map. They were being pushed back on all sides. The Vor were endless in their numbers and more aggressive than even Aurelius had predicted. The Emperor theorized that perhaps they were hungry after their long slumber, driving them to near derangement as they hurled themselves at the humans. Whatever the reason, Argyle's forces suffered heavier casualties than even their worst predictions had projected. The Titans had been forced to intervene multiple times, putting a strain on their pilots, who should be held in reserve for the possible emergence of the Monarch variants. Argyle hoped they would be out of the Dyson sphere and back in the Milky Way before those monsters appeared, or they would be in an even worse state than they currently were. Another rift has appeared in the southern sector, and our forces are being routed. Another aide shouted, adding her voice to the ruckus in the room. Argyle frowned. It was much too early to fall back. Even if the plan called for them to fight until a section was lost, retreat, and blow the entire area with prepared explosives, they needed to hold longer. At this rate, they wouldn't survive to see the sphere detonate. Have Hyperion assist. Argyle ordered. Catherine and Yanis were in reserve, and the other 4 Titans were each responsible for a section. With Nais removed and Grandister sent to rescue her, that had left the southern sector temporarily without a Titan. It had been his hope that they could manage without one for a time, but it seemed that the Titans were the only thing keeping the entire defensive line intact. With Hyperion now on the front line, Luminous could rest on the reserve until she was adequately recovered. Argyle snuck a look at the progress on the energy build-up for the final detonation of the artificial sun, something he had taken to doing every few minutes. It had barely moved since the last time he had checked. He would see the Vor defeated, whatever it took, and everyone who relied on him returned home safely. Page break. Catherine immediately flew toward the southern sector after receiving her orders to reinforce the defenses there. Hyperion was a blur in the sky as the crack of its passage indicated that it broke the sound barrier. The troops looked up at the noise to see the racing Titan speed south. The cockpit was silent around her as she increased her speed. Hyperion was the fastest of the Titans, its graceful and lithe frame designed for high velocity and mobility. Its thrusters left a streak of yellow light behind it. As she pushed them harder, she reached the southern sector in under 5 minutes. Its speed was astounding, and she hadn't even reached its limits when she slowed to assess the situation below. Mobile suits and exosuited troops were fighting millions of Vor that were emerging from the ground through hundreds of rifts. Lasguns fired continuously into the horde of monsters, and crimson PPC energy crisscrossed the battlefield. Explosions erupted at steady intervals, scorching thousands of Vor, but were incapable of driving the creatures back. The dead and dying were piling up on both sides, and it was clear that the humans' defensive line was crumbling. Catherine took a deep breath. focusing her mind on what she had to do. Her training with Cal had helped. His insights into his own Titan had let her better control her own, but it was still incredibly draining to use Hyperion. Stifling her unease, she concentrated solely on the task at hand. Strident blades. Catherine whispered. The Hyperion pulled two large progressive blades from compartments on its legs. The knives began to make a keening noise as they vibrated in the Titan's hands. Capable of cutting everything they touched, these weapons gave the Titan its name, the Piercing Radiance. Hyperion disappeared in a streak of light, reaching the surface instantly. It weaved its way through the horde of Vor, slicing and stabbing as it ripped through them. Time seemed to slow down to Catherine as Hyperion moved at unimaginable speed. Her senses could barely keep up, and it looked as if she were moving through a frozen world. Everything around her unable to match her incredible velocity. The battling troops saw nothing but a streak of light that left nothing but dead and dying Vor in its wake. With a cheer, they renewed their assault on the Vor, knowing that a Titan had arrived to help them.